The old page suppressed his voice. The brush holder pursued layer by layer while Chen Yu and the off-page recorder refrained from speaking too definitively. They were all guarding the same principle. This chapter must not merely appear to have answered the question, it had to forge a true thread that the deeper layer could not circumvent when it posed its next challenge. For this reason, every extra inch of progress here might seem like just another line held before the table, yet its significance was far from light. The rustle of paper in the manuscript slot, the flickering annotations on the fixed pages, the deliberate pauses before and after the strokes of their brushes, all bore witness to the same truth. This chapter was not about temporarily stabilizing the situation but about forcing the deeper layer to revise its manuscript along the line of the approval position, revealing the back of its hand first. As long as this point held, any subsequent questioning, counterattacks or deeper dissection would have to follow the path they had already written in this round. As a hand emerged, no new submissions appeared in the submission slot, nor did any prints drop immediately. Instead, the back of that hand slightly turned, drawing a narrower, shorter black slip from beside the print, pushing it forward by an inch. This felt entirely different from the previous notions of submissions coming on their own and approvals floating by themselves. It was akin to the very bottom layer, where there was finally no need to speak indirectly through the submission rack signature board and slot. It for the first time genuinely posed a question, delivering it right to the table. The black slip bore only 5 words: how to continue the long suspension. It was neither white. Nor was it a crack. It was not a divergence. It was not a limitation. It was not unresolved. It was long suspension. In that moment, both the old page and the pen position nearly simultaneously understood. For this was the 15th page's designated text, the most natural yet challenging follow-up question after establishing without reverting to the old, without retreating to the old shell, establishing the rules without retreating. Good. You may not need to finalize the individuals just yet. You may not need to exhaust everything at once. You may allow the white to continue existing on the page. But if so many things remain unfinalized, unresolved, awaiting the original pen, lingering in divergence and acknowledging limitations, after a long suspension, what can continue this round? This is deeper than if white does not cease, how can it not borrow? Because long suspension is not merely about white. It encompasses edges that have yet to finalize, divergences that have not been fully resolved, limitations that have not reached their end, unresolved elements that remain unwritten, agreements still pending, and prints that have not all been established. In other words, this is the very first question posed by the pen position in this system of yours, not fully finalized nor reverting to the past. How do you continue after the long suspension? It first inquires about continuation, not finalization, Su-wan whispered. Exactly, Chen Yu nodded. Because it wants to see whether we have truly made not finalizing first into something genuinely continuable rather than merely dragging on without daring to finalize. This is precisely right. On the previous 11th page they had written the white remains unbroken. Yet the pen position has now raised the question higher. It is not merely a piece of white that remains unbroken. It is the entirety of many things suspended for a long time, relying on what to continue. This question cannot simply be answered with what was on the 11th page, the old page said. Why? Because back then the answer pertained to white. The old page looked at that black slip, its voice hoarse. Now the inquiry is about the overall suspension of this round, no longer limited to a single piece of white. This means they must truly compose a new real sentence, not as a substitute for a particular page but as a response to this entire round's 7th number, how to continue the long suspension. And this represents the very first question arising from the pen position after transitioning from correcting the manuscript to finalizing the text. Thus every inch of progress made here seems merely like another sentence standing temporarily at the table, yet its weight far exceeds that of a single sentence. The sounds of paper in the submission slot, the dimming and brightening comments on the designated page, and the deliberate pauses made by several individuals before and after putting pen to paper all testify to the same matter. This chapter is not merely stabilizing the situation temporarily but compelling the layer below to continue revising according to the line of the hand first asks how to continue the long suspension. As long as this point holds, any further inquiries, counterattacks or deeper dissections will have to follow the content that they have already penned down this round. From this perspective, what this chapter truly supplements is not merely rephrasing the previous meanings but extending the line of the hand first asks how to continue the long suspension from this current page into the situations they will encounter ahead. In this way it no longer appears as a rigid line that has been temporarily forced out at the table but begins to feel like a genuine regulation that can push the next page to follow suit in revising no matter how much they pursue, dissect or test afterward. What cannot be circumvented will be this layer that has just been solidified in this chapter. How then shall the prolonged suspension be sustained? As this line descended upon them, no one at the table immediately put brush to paper. For they all understood. This query could not be answered lightly. To answer "we shall simply continue writing" would be too hollow. To answer "because the 4 brushes remain" would be too shallow. To answer "because the page's rules have decreed it so" would also be insufficient. This was the true decision-maker asking. In this round you have held many things in abeyance, neither rushing to conclude nor hastily deciding. Might this prolonged suspension itself in the end also transform into an old position? Old page stared at that black slip, then suddenly murmured in a low voice. It will. Several people at the table turned their gaze toward him. Old page did not avert his eyes. He merely looked at the exposed back of that hand, his voice barely audible. If a prolonged suspension lacks a method, it will surely grow into a position. Why? Because people cannot endure being suspended for too long. Old Page's voice turned hoarse. Suspended in blankness, and with time a blank position grows suspended at the edge, and with time an overseeing position grows suspended in divergence, and with time a guiding position grows suspended in limitation, and with time a pressure-bearing position grows suspended in incompletion, and with time a concluding position grows. You have already written through these page by page in the preceding sections. Now this hand is gathering those scattered inquiries into a single overarching question. Whether this very act of prolonged suspension will in the end also nurture a position. At this the several people at the table finally understood. Yes. This was no new question. It was the same thread woven through pages 11, 12, 13 and 14, those inquiries about whether blankness would breed positions, whether old habits would return, whether underlying slips would slide into obsolescence, now condensed by the true decision-maker into a single overarching question. Not about blankness. Not about edges. Not about any single brush. But rather, whether this most precious approach of this round, this not rushing to finalize everything first, would itself in the end also nurture new positions. So this line cannot be answered directly with the prolonged suspension can be sustained, Chen Yu murmured. Correct, Su Wan nodded. We must first acknowledge the prolonged suspension itself is dangerous. This was crucial. One could not pretend that a prolonged suspension has no problems at all just to protect the writing approach of this round. To do so would surely fail to meet this line. Then let us write first, if a prolonged suspension lacks a method, a position will surely grow, the brush holder said in a low voice. As these words were spoken, several people understood that this was the first half. Not a retreat. It was an acknowledgement of risk. Only by first admitting that a prolonged suspension can also grow into a position would the second half, how then shall it be sustained? Find its foothold. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down the first line. If a prolonged suspension lacks a method, a position will surely grow first. As the brush fell, the black slip pushed forward by that hand indeed advanced no further. It was as if this line was precisely the honesty it needed to see first. The record keeper outside the page immediately noted. Record: if a prolonged suspension lacks a method, a position will surely grow first. Then a supplementary line was added. This round does not fear suspension, what it fears is suspension that feels like waiting in emptiness. With this sentence the second half now had its direction. Not that a prolonged suspension is fine. But rather, during the time of suspension there must be a method. Otherwise, a prolonged suspension is merely waiting in emptiness. And waiting in emptiness is the easiest soil for positions to grow. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidifies is not merely rephrasing the previous ideas but extending the thread that a prolonged suspension can also grow into a position from the present page further into the situations that will be encountered in the chapters to come. Thus it no longer remains just a forceful statement improvised at the table, it begins to resemble a true rule that can compel the next page to change as well. No matter how much pursuit, deconstruction or testing follows, what will truly be inescapable is this layer that this chapter has just compressed into place. The reason these individuals were all exceptionally cautious here was also because they knew in their hearts that the old ways were never adept at refuting words hidden. Instead they would wait for this sentence to be written a little too hollow, a little too soft, a little too much like mere intention, and then through that very emptiness they would stealthily reconnect the old gestures. What they were now reinforcing was precisely that inch most vulnerable to being borrowed away, ensuring that a prolonged suspension can also grow into a position was not merely established in words but also on the page and the subsequent maneuvers and within the momentum that would continue to exert its influence into the next chapter. If a prolonged suspension lacks a method, it must first extend the position. As soon as the first half was established, the black token sent up by that hand indeed did not retreat. But neither did it advance any further. As if waiting for the second half. How could a prolonged suspension be continued? If admitting that a suspended state would extend the position, then what would you rely on in this round? To write the suspended as something continuable, and not as mere empty waiting. Silence lingered by the table for a few seconds. Then from the off-page recorder a line was passed down first. The unfinished can be continued. It was not long. But the moment it emerged, several people raised their eyes simultaneously. Because it was too precise. Yes. Throughout the journey of the seventh code to this point, the one thing that had been consistently written yet not truly compressed into a fixed end was in fact just two words. The unfinished. Not a blank. Not a delay. Not a postponement. But rather, this sentence is not yet finished. This stretch of white is not yet finished. The return of this crack is not yet finished. The writing of this divergence is not yet finished. The revision of this brushstroke is not yet finished. And this combined token is not yet finished. In other words, the reason the seventh code could remain suspended throughout this round without reverting to the old was not because it was waiting idly, but because every place it hung suspended had been written as unfinished. So the second half is not a prolonged suspension can be continued, Su-won murmured. It is. The unfinished can be continued, Chen Yu finished. This was the true answer that could counter the phrase how can a prolonged suspension be continued from the decision-maker's seat. It was not the suspension itself that could be continued. Only the suspension written as unfinished could be continued. Still half a step short, the scribe murmured. What half step? The hand of the decision-maker asks how can it be continued? To truly suppress it we must write further, do not fix anything prematurely. The old page instantly understood and murmured in response. Yes. The first half writes the unfinished can be continued, the second half must write. Do not let the end take form first. As this sentence fell, everyone comprehended. Because what the decision-maker most desired was to gather these unfinished threads one by one into ends, with an end first in place. The subsequent determinations, positions, tokens and seals would fall more smoothly. Yet this round of the seventh code had been proving all along that the end could not take form first. If it took form first it would revert to the old. Thus the complete answer to the first real decision-making query on page 15 finally emerged. First establish that the unfinished can be continued, but do not let the end take form first. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down this complete sentence. As the brush fell, the black token slowly retreated an inch. It was not an admission. As if the hand at the very bottom was also earnestly weighing the weight of this sentence. A small red annotation quickly surfaced at the page's foot. If the unfinished can be continued, then the suspension is not empty waiting. The off-page recorder swiftly noted. Record first established that the unfinished can be continued, but do not let the end take form first. Then added another line. This round relies not on dragging out continuation but on continuing the unfinished. At this moment, the first true settled response sentence of page 15 finally stood firm. Not a response to the draft. Not a response to the position. But rather, a response to the first genuine settled query posed by the decision-maker's seat. The reason several people were exceptionally cautious here was that they all knew in their hearts that the old path's greatest strength was never to refute words hidden but to wait until this sentence was written slightly hollow, slightly soft, slightly like mere intent, and then along that hollow space stealthily retrieve the old gestures. What they were now supplementing was precisely that inch most prone to being borrowed away, ensuring that first established that the unfinished can be continued but do not let the end take form first was not merely established in words but also on the page in the rear hand and in the momentum that would continue to take effect in the next chapter. This also truly interlocked this chapter with the preceding pages. The sentences already established earlier were no longer merely arranged side by side, instead they began to bear witness to and illuminate one another around the core of first established that the unfinished can be continued but do not let the end take form first, which brushstroke should withdraw, which layer could no longer be borrowed, where a certain old method would re-emerge. All of this became clearer as a result. And precisely because the interlocking was tighter, any attempt by the later layers to drag the situation back to the original writing would first have to surmount this thickened threshold built by this chapter. What is yet unfinished may continue where the unfinished ends, completion comes first. The moment this line was set, the back of that exposed hand visibly stirred for the first time. It was not to push another question forward. Instead, the index finger of that hand lifted slightly, gently tapping the side of the seal. It was not a prompt. It felt more like a confirmation. This line. Whose did it truly belong to? In that instant, everyone at the table understood. Earlier they had been dismantling borrowed strokes, closing the circle, a single summary, and who bears responsibility first. Now at the step of confronting the seal, the most perilous new pitfall was whose hand established the first sealed line. Once it was attributed to someone, the authority to seal thereafter would easily gravitate toward that brush. It begins to question merit, the old page murmured. Correct. The brush holder's gaze darkened. It does not ask for names or positions. It asks who is worthy to establish the first sealed line. This was more subtle than directly asking who decides, and more venomous. Because whoever set the first sealed line would not appear to be seizing control. Yet once recognized as the one who established this round's initial sealed line, all deeper questions, what to seal, how far to seal, who speaks last, who speaks final, would slowly grow along that path. This line cannot belong to a single brush, Su-won said immediately. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. And we cannot simply say it is not me. The off-page recorder added. We must write why it should never belong to a single brush. This was crucial. It was not about modesty, nor about dividing credit. It was about structure. Because this line, what is yet unfinished may continue where the unfinished ends, completion comes first, could not have been established by any single brush alone. Only if the principal position does not preview the whole. Can the unfinished escape premature unification? Only if the variables do not first close their paths. Can the unfinished escape premature elimination? Only if the revision writer does not first bear the pressure. Can the unfinished escape being forcibly propped up? Only if the off-page recorder does not first close the circle. Can the unfinished escape being written out of existence? In other words, the root of this sealed line was from the very beginning. That only when four brushes coexist does it come into being. Write this, the old page said. Correct, the brush holder whispered. This line does not belong to a single brush, it belongs to four signatures pressing together. Chen Yu without hesitation dipped his brush and pressed a line beneath the seal page. This page's sealed line belongs not to a single brush but to the joint pressure of four signatures. As it was set down, the back of that hand indeed ceased touching the seal's edge, slowly retreating half an inch, as if this line had precisely blocked the path it most wished to grow along. The page footer immediately added a small red annotation. If it belongs to a single brush, later seals will surely grow. If it belongs to joint pressure, later seals can be preserved. This transformed the reason why it could not belong to a single brush into a usable theorem for this round. The off-page recorder noted at once. Record, the first sealed line belongs not to a single brush but to the joint pressure of four signatures. Then added. If a seal is first credited to a single brush's merit, things will again begin to grow toward that brush. As these words fell, the sealing seal peeking from behind that hand's back finally pressed down a small notch for the first time. It was not a full seal. Yet it was more substantial than all previous trial seals. As if the deepest layer also acknowledged. This sealed line could not be attributed to a single brush. This truly tightened the connection between this chapter and the preceding pages. The lines already established earlier were no longer merely arranged side by side, they began to revolve around the point that the first sealed line belongs not to a single brush, mutually corroborating and illuminating each other, which brush should withdraw, which layer could no longer borrow, which old method would re-emerge, where all became clearer because of this. And precisely because the bonds were tighter, if the later layer wished to drag the situation back to its original narrative, it would first have to surmount the thickened threshold this chapter had erected. After the fourth seal pressed down on the first sheet of fixed text, that hand did not withdraw immediately. Instead, it steadily pressed down on the exposed corner of the seal bit by bit, truly applying force onto the fixed sentence they had just written at the bottom of the 15th page. This time it was not a side impression. Not a test impression. Nor was it that light touch from a provisional merging. It was a true descent. There was no resounding boom. There was only one very heavy, very short, very solid sound thud. The entire table shuddered slightly under the pressure. The white slip did not break. The fixed page did not turn. Only at the very bottom of the 15th page beneath the sentence, what is first fixed but unfinished may continue, where the fixed ends, not the beginning, is already formed, a vermilion imprint slowly emerged, clearer than all the previous provisional acknowledgments and pending merges. It was not a complete seal face, because the seal only revealed one corner. But this time the characters could finally be discerned. The first half of the character was Zhuan. The broken corner behind it clearly showed the half hook of a returning character. Old Page's eyes sank deeply and he read it out almost instantly: Zhuan Su. The scribe position following closely saw the half hook on the backside and said in a hoarse voice, Bu Zhuan Huizhou. In that instant everyone at the table understood. This round 7th code, the first true fixation swallowed by the seal, was not about position, weight or sequence. It was Zhuan Su Bu Zhuan Huizhou. It was not the complete great seal. Not the final fixation. But it was enough. Because it meant that the arbiter position for the first time had truly pressed the fixed sentence they had produced this round into a single sheet of approved fixation. This is the first sheet's counterpart fixation, Old Page said, his voice very low, as if the breath that had been compressed through many rounds and many pages had finally released by half. It is not full recognition. Not full fixation. But it is no longer just about editing drafts, recognizing sentences, or examining slips. It begins to truly fix according to this round's sentences. Chen Yu finished the latter half. The off-page recorder immediately wrote it down. Record, the first fixation, Zhuan Su Bu Zhuan Huizhou. Then added another line: at this point it is no longer merely listening to what we write. It has begun to truly fix according to our sentences. As those words fell, the shadow behind the row of slipboards deep within the manuscript delivery slot became perceptibly clearer. The face was still invisible. But the wrist of that hand was now exposed a section further than before. As if after the first approved fixation fell from the deepest layer, it had no choice but to step forward a little more. Old Page stared at that wrist and murmured, next what it will ask is not to continue or not. But rather, since continuation is approved, who shall be fixed first after? As these words were spoken, everyone at the table understood clearly. Yes. The first fixation had secured whether this round could proceed along the path they had written themselves. It had also pressed Bu Zhu and Huijiu into the first approved fixation of the arbiter layer. Next, the truly deeper, sharper fixations would inevitably head toward the path of sequence weight order: who falls first, who hangs later, which layer is fixed first, which layer is left for later. And this was the deeper door that the third volume would truly collide with next. Not continuing to proofread. Not just continuing to fix sentences. But rather, fixing the sequence. In the manuscript delivery slot, that seal did not press forward any further. Yet neither did it withdraw. It was as if it was waiting. Waiting for them to accept the next sheet. Chen Yu looked at the imprint reading Zhu and Su, Bu Zhu and Huijiu, and did not move immediately. He only said in a low voice, "All right. Then next, we shall see what order your seal intends to establish for this round." As these words fell, the red bronze lamp flame flickered upward slightly. And deeper within the manuscript delivery slot, the head of a new fixed page was already slowly emerging. This time, the moment the page head revealed 2 characters, it was enough for everyone at the table to see clearly: Ding Ci. Ordering. As soon as these 2 characters emerged from the header of the new page, the few people around the table understood immediately. This sheet would not first ask, "Shall we continue?" nor "Shall we return to the old?" The first decree had already been set: "Continue, but do not return to the old." Then the most natural and most dangerous question followed: since continuation was permitted, who would take precedence? Not who was right. Not who was worthy. But rather, who would be prioritized first. Beneath the 15th page decree, as the new blank surface just unfolded, the first black characters steadily emerged: "Since continuation is granted, what shall be prioritized first?" It was not whom. A sliver of leeway remained. Yet everyone knew that the hand beneath most desired to gradually rewrite what back into whom. The old page stared at that sentence and murmured softly, "The last thing we can allow is for it to prioritize people first." Why? The recorder outside the page immediately relayed the question. Because once people are prioritized first, all subsequent orderings will swiftly become: who deserves to speak first, who should remain later, who should be central, who should be peripheral. The old page's voice grew hoarse. Positions will regenerate on their own. The scribe also gazed at that corner of the decree and said slowly, "All those previous pages kept dismantling the notion that someone must always be in charge first. At this step of ordering, that idea will return in a more stable form. The order must first be assigned to people." That hit too close to the mark. Once order was first assigned to people, the primary position might once again be written as the first hand, the variable is the second hand, the amendable is the third hand to fill in, and the external record is the last hand to wrap up. This looked like arrangement. But it was merely the rebirth of the old order. "Then let's suppress it first, don't prioritize people," Suwon said softly. "Right," Chen Yu nodded. "And we can't just write 'don't prioritize people first.' We must write what exactly the order should be based on." That was the true substance of this page's first sentence. It wasn't opposition. It was a shift in track. He lifted that half-used old red brush and pressed it firmly onto the first answer slot of the decree page: "In ordering, do not prioritize people first." The words were brief. Yet they nailed down the old path that this page had secretly wanted to grow. Soon a black annotation emerged: "If not people, then how to avoid chaos?" With that, the rhythm became clear. This page on ordering would not let them off easily. But at least the first strike, they had managed to block it. Thus the most important thing this time was not whose rhetoric was sharper, but whether, in ordering, do not prioritize people first, could become something visible on paper, something that could connect to what followed, something that could regenerate on its own in the next round. The old page muffled its voice. The scribe searched layer by layer, and Chen Yu, Suwon and the recorder dared not speak with finality, all for the same purpose: to ensure this chapter did not end with a mere "seems like the right answer," but to forge it into a true line that the next layer could not bypass when posing new questions. For this reason, every bit of progress added here might appear as just another sentence at the table, yet its weight was far from trivial. The rustle of paper in the submission slot, the faint annotations on the decree page, the deliberate pauses the few people made before and after setting down their brushes, all testified to the same truth: this chapter was not about temporarily stabilizing the situation, but about forcing the next layer to continue revising along the line of "in ordering, do not prioritize people first." As long as this point held firm, any further questioning, refutation, or deeper probing would have to proceed along the path they had already written in this round. If we don't rank people, how can there be no chaos? As soon as this critical remark emerged, the white layer at the center of the fixed page felt heavier than before. For this was not a question of sophistry. It was a genuine problem. If we don't rank people, when proceeding further in this round, what exactly will determine the order? If an answer cannot be provided, the hand below might seize the moment to add, "Then ranking people remains the safest course." This step cannot be written as everyone together, the one holding the brush murmured. "Why?" asked Suwon. "Because together can easily be twisted into no one bears the burden, so someone must still take it for everyone." The brush holder gazed at the fixed page, his voice deep. "Once a void is created, the old order will return." The old page nodded as well. "Correct. Determining order cannot exist without order. But order cannot first be attached to individuals. Then where should it be attached? Silence fell over the table for a few seconds. Then from old Joe's side a line descended. First eliminate the dangers. As those three words emerged, Chen Yu and Su Wan raised their eyes almost simultaneously. Correct. It is not about who comes first. It is about which old path, old order, or old habit on this page is most likely to return first. First blur the boundaries. Or first abandon the divergences. First turn limitations into craftsmanship. Or first transform the unfinished into conclusions. First let the blank space expand. Or first melt the shell of the joint seal. Determining order is not about deciding who is honored and who is base. It is about which current most urgent danger should be blocked first. This is what this round has truly been doing all along. Chen Yu murmured. Correct, Su Wan continued. From the 7th code until now we have never ranked by individuals. We write wherever the old ways are most likely to slip back first. With this, the first true track for determining order was cleared. Not ranking people. Not ranking merits. Not ranking qualifications. It is first eliminate the dangers. Chen Yu lifted his brush and directly inscribed beneath the line determining order does not first rank people the second sentence. First eliminate the danger of the old order's return. As the brush fell, the black critical mark immediately faded by one layer. Then an even smaller supplementary remark floated up. If order is to block dangers, then precedence does not imply hierarchy. This sentence instantly sealed the most perilous loophole. Why can't order be based on ranking people? Because that would breed hierarchy. Why can ranking by danger work? Because it does not determine who is more important. But rather, which old path comes first and thus which one to block first. The recorder outside the page quickly noted this down. Record determining order does not first rank people, first eliminate the danger of the old order's return. Then another line was added. Order is not for hierarchy but for blocking the old. With this, the page on determining order was finally wrenched from the old logic of if you don't rank people how can there be no chaos, onto an entirely different path. Thus every inch of progress made here, though it might seem like merely another line stood firm at the table, carried a weight far beyond that of a simple sentence. The rustle of paper in the manuscript slot, the flickering critical remarks on the fixed page, and the deliberate pauses before and after each stroke of the brush all bore witness to the same truth. This chapter was not merely stabilizing the situation temporarily but compelling the layer below to continue revising the manuscript along the line of first eliminate dangers, not establish hierarchy. As long as this principle held, any subsequent questioning, counterattacks, or deeper deconstruction would have to proceed along the path they had already written in this round. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not merely restating the earlier idea in different words but extending the line of first eliminate dangers, not establish hierarchy, from the present page into the situations that would be encountered later. Thus it was no longer just a forceful statement improvised at the table but began to resemble a true rule capable of compelling the next page to also follow suit. No matter how much subsequent pursuit, dismantling, or testing occurred, what would truly be insurmountable would be this layer just compressed in this chapter. The first to face the peril of the old returning stood firm, yet the page did not yield immediately. It pressed forward with the next truly more difficult question: who foresees the peril first? Just these 5 words. They cut sharper than the earlier. Without dismissing the old, how can chaos be averted? For they struck directly at the easiest path for the old positions to return. You propose to rank by peril. Very well. Then who shall first judge which peril is the first to return? Is this not the very ground where the overlord, the seer, the supreme arbiter positions take root? It seeks the one who sees the peril, the old page murmured. Yes, the pen holder nodded. If we answer who sees best here, the subsequent ranking will be dragged back to the individual. That was profoundly true. Dismissing the old does not mean the old does not return. As long as you concede that the main position sees the whole better, the variable sees the deviation better, the page outside records the unseen better, the old page knows the old paths better, and the pen holder understands how positions grow better, it soon becomes, for every instance of which peril to rank first, we must first look to who sees best. Is that not still about the individual? No single pen can make the ultimate judgment, Su Wan murmured. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. And it must be made clear how the peril is recognized. That was the crux. Not merely stating it is not judged by one. It must be said the emergence of peril does not manifest upon a single pen alone. The border blending peril, the main position encounters it first. The deviation abandoning peril, the variable detects it first. The limit written peril, the rewrite knows it earliest. The unseen to be written off peril, the page outside records are most sensitive to it. In other words, the peril of this 7th code in the round was never perceived by a single overseer at a glance. It is each of the 4 tokens first senses the tendency toward oldness on its own side, then coalesces into the current peril. This phrase can be written as, the 4 tokens jointly assess. The page outside record quickly passed down. Yes. Chen Yu's gaze steadied. That was precisely the line that needed to be set down. Not a single overseer. Not a single arbiter. Not one who knows the whole picture first. Instead, the 4 tokens jointly assessed the current peril. He lifted his pen and pressed down directly. Peril is not judged by a single pen but jointly assessed by the 4 tokens upon the current moment. As the pen fell, the fixed page's query, who foresees the peril first, visibly retreated. The black commentary promptly added, if 1 token is lost from the joint assessment, the peril is still easily reclaimed by an old name. This was also exceptionally precise. Why must it be the joint assessment of 4 tokens? Because with 1 token missing, the very first peril that tends to revert to the old can easily be prematurely defined by some old name. Without the main position recognizing the border blending peril would be mislabeled as global chaos. Without the variable retaining the deviation abandoning peril would be dismissed as a normal course correction. Without the rewrite recognizing the limit written peril would be deemed as requiring more endurance. Without the page outside recording the unseen peril would be considered as a clear trend. With this, the second potential breeding ground for old positions in the page of ranking was also sealed. The page outside record quickly noted, record peril is not judged by a single pen but jointly assessed by the 4 tokens upon the current moment. Then it added, each only first touches their own side. Only when the 4 tokens are combined does it become the peril of the present. As these words landed, the exposed back of the hand paused ever so slightly for the first time. As if even the deepest layer saw it, in this 7th code of the round at the point of ranking it still failed to sprout a seer's position. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not merely restating the previous idea in different words but extending the thread, who foresees the peril is not judged by a single pen, from the page at hand into the situations that would continue to arise in subsequent pages. Thus it was no longer just a hard phrase improvised at the table but began to resemble a true rule that could compel the next page to change as well, no matter how it was pursued, dismantled or tested thereafter. What could not be bypassed would be this layer just now compressed solid in this chapter. Since the order had already been pressed into first eliminate risks not personnel, 4 signatures jointly verify the current state, the hand below ceased its vague questioning. It began to truly probe whether the 4 signatures would accordingly grow into positions like first hand or second hand. At the center of the page, a black sentence targeting the primary position soon emerged, the brush that acknowledges the edge is most easily turned into the first hand. It was not a question. It was like a theorem. Because it sounded too reasonable. Once the edge was acknowledged first, the subsequent divergences, limitations and incompleteness all seemed capable of being properly placed. That is to say, as soon as the order was opened, this edge acknowledgement token of the primary position was most likely to be logically arranged as the first hand. It doesn't want you to return to the overall view, Suwon said softly. Now it wants you to become the first hand, Chen Yu nodded. This was more subtle and more dangerous. You didn't need to see the whole picture. You didn't need to make a unified judgment. You didn't need to reassume the overall responsibility. You only needed to be silently written as whenever the order is established, the primary position falls first. Over time, that would still be the position. This sentence can't just be answered with I want go first, the old page said. Why? Because this token of the primary position indeed often encounters mixed edge risks first. The old page's voice was hoarse. If you write never go first, it would be false. It would easily follow up by saying, see, your whole system doesn't touch reality. These words were too accurate. The hardest part of this round of writing was never about making things absolute. It was about not letting the true sequence of events solidify into fixed positions. In other words, this token of the primary position could sometimes fall first. But it could not be fixed as the first hand. Then right, falling first does not constitute a hand. The brush holder said in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people at the table understood. Yes. It wasn't about not going first. It was, when danger lay at the edge, the primary position could fall first for that moment, but that single action must not be written as a fixed first hand. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down a sentence acknowledging the edge may fall first but must not become the first hand. As soon as this sentence landed, the black commentary immediately supplemented, if the edge danger arrives first, then the edge acknowledgement responds first. If this becomes the regular order, then the old hand returns first. With this, the true position of the primary positions token within the order page was written into reality. Not the first. Not the first. It was, if the edge danger arrives first, then respond first, not because you are the primary position, therefore always first. The page side recorder quickly noted, record acknowledging the edge may fall first but must not become the first hand. Then added another line, what responds first is the edge danger, not the token of the primary position. This forcefully pulled the concept of order back from people and tokens onto the danger itself. It was very crucial. And also very firm. The reason these individuals were exceptionally cautious here was also because they knew clearly that the old path's specialty was never to refute an argument hidden but to wait for a sentence to be written slightly hollow, slightly soft, slightly like mere intent, and then follow that hollow space to stealthily reconnect the old maneuvers. What they were supplementing now was precisely that inch most easily borrowed, making the primary position does not contend for the first hand valid not just in words but also on the page in subsequent hands and within the momentum that would continue to operate in the next chapter. This also truly locked this chapter tightly with the preceding and following pages. The sentences already established earlier no longer merely stood side by side, they began to circle around the point of the primary position does not contend for the first hand, mutually corroborating and illuminating each other, which stroke should withdraw, which layer could no longer be borrowed, which old method would resurface, where all became clearer because of this. And precisely because the connection was tighter, any attempt by the later layer to drag the situation back to the original writing method would first have to surmount the thickened barrier erected by this chapter. The moment the host declared the edge must be claimed first, it cannot become the first move, the page offered no respite. A second black sentence targeting the variable followed almost immediately. The brush of divergence is most apt to become the second move. This sentence was even more insidious than the last. It resembled a default division of labor very well. The host claims the edge first. Thus the variable naturally follows as the second move to observe which divergences must be preserved first and not abandoned. It sounded almost absurdly reasonable. This sentence is the best at rewriting prioritize risk elimination as prioritize pairing, Su-Wan murmured. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. Once it's written as host first move variable second move, the subsequent rewriting and page off-page records will naturally follow that sequence. The joint seal would then be rendered useless. On the surface the four seals remained. In reality it had slipped back into an alto familiar hierarchy. You cannot answer with I will never be second either, the old page warned. Why? Because sometimes once the edge risk is initiated the risk of abandoning divergence follows closely. The old page's voice grew hoarse. If you rigidly write I will not be second, the result later will still be false. It was the same difficulty. It wasn't about reversing the order. Nor was it about chaos. It was about preventing the inevitable sequence of events from solidifying into a fixed hierarchy. Su-Wan understood this layer clearly. She stared at the phrase most apt to become the second move for a few seconds, then directly pressed down the next sentence. Divergence preservation can fall in succession, it must not become the second move. The moment the words fall in succession appeared, everyone at the table felt a sense of stability. It precisely captured the position of this stroke within the sequence. It was not a follow-up. It was not a pairing. It was not the natural turn for the variable after the host's move. Rather it meant that if the risk of abandoning divergence truly arose after the edge risk, the stroke of divergence preservation could fall in succession. This was a succession of risks, not a positional move. A black critique immediately followed. If the risk of abandoning divergence continues, then divergence preservation responds in succession. If this orders the sequence, then the old guiding path first returns. This sentence thoroughly articulated the most dangerous layer. The variable was not the second move. It merely responded in succession when the risk of abandoning divergence continued. Once it was fixed as the second move, the old guiding path would slide all the way back. The page off page record noted swiftly, record divergence preservation can fall in succession, it must not become the second move. Then it added another sentence, what continues is the risk, not whose turn it is after the host. This sentence was particularly important. It once again anchored the sequence determination to arranged by risk, not by who pairs with whom or who follows whom. At this point the positional notions of first move and second move that most easily grew between the host and variable within the sequence page were both severed. Thus this chapter became tightly interlinked with the preceding and following pages. The sentences that stood firm earlier were no longer simply arranged side by side, they now mutually corroborated and illuminated each other around the principle that the variable is not the second move. It became increasingly clear which stroke should stop in time, which layer could no longer be borrowed, and where which old method would reappear. Precisely because the connections were tighter, any attempt to pull the situation back to its original form had to first overcome the thickened barrier established by this chapter. The chapter's title, The Variable is Not the Second Move, on the surface merely advanced the immediate issue by one more layer. In reality it was not a simple answer being set down but a reconvergence of the lines already written before and after. The few people at the table did not immediately relax because they knew that if this layer were written hollow the old methods behind would reclaim through the same gap the hard-won progress made earlier. But as long as this layer was written solidly, the previously scattered sentences would begin to truly echo each other, gradually forming a page trend capable of further development. The principal seat was not the first hand. The variable was not the second hand. The third black sentence on the fixed page finally fell upon the pen most likely to be labeled by the old order as the third hand to cover the bottom. The pen of limitation was the easiest to be cast as the third hand. Upon reading this sentence old Zhou's line tightened almost instantly. Because it too closely resembled the sequence the old draft would arrange. The principal seat acknowledged the boundary. The variable left the ambiguity. Then if it remained unstable, if it needed a little more support, if another pen was required to push this page forward a bit, naturally it fell to the rewritable pen. The third hand. Not the center. Not the front. Yet it was precisely the position most easily written is after the first two hands have moved, it's always his turn to bear the burden. This sentence is dirtier than the first two, the old page whispered. Why? Because the first and second hands still carry a semblance of sequential duty. The old page's voice grew hoarse. This third hand sentence already carries a sense of, the first tasks are done, now it's your turn to endure. This is the most familiar arrangement of the old pressure-bearing position. It was too accurate. Then this sentence must be dismantled even more ruthlessly, Chen Yu said softly. Old Joe didn't wait for him to think further. Soon he sent down another sentence himself, I can respond later, I should not be ranked third. As soon as this sentence emerged, everyone at the table steadied simultaneously. Because it was too correct. The rewritable pen in many instances could indeed fall behind acknowledging the boundary and leaving ambiguity. Because it often only came forth to acknowledge the limit when pressure was about to force the writing into a fixed form. But that did not mean it was third in the sequence. Respond later, not ranked third, Suwan murmured in repetition. Correct, the old page nodded. This pen's greatest value is that it does not wait its turn in sequence. It is, when pressure is about to force the writing into a fixed form, then it responds later. Old Joe quickly sent down the second sentence, if the limitation arrives I shall respond later, it is not my turn, after the first two hands. As soon as this sentence emerged, the entire logic was thoroughly written into reality. It was not about sequence. It was, the danger reaches this level, the pen responds to this level. He did not delay, directly pressing this sentence into a true statement within the fixed order, the pen of limitation can respond later, it shall not be made the third hand. The black annotation immediately supplemented, if the danger of fixed writing arrives later, then the pen of limitation responds later, if it is ranked third due to this, then the old order of bearing pressure is first retracted. The page side record quickly noted, record, the pen of limitation can respond later, it shall not be made the third hand. Another sentence was added, later means the danger arrives later, it does not mean the token should be ranked third. With this, the first three tokens on the fixed order page were all truly clarified, can respond first. Can respond continuously. Can respond later. But shall not therefore be fixed as the first, second, or third hand. In other words, the fixed order had been increasingly clearly written by them as only acknowledges the arrival of danger, not the sequence of hands. The phrase, the rewritable pen shall not be made the third hand, highlighted in this chapter's topic, seems superficially to merely push the current issue one layer deeper, but what it truly pressed down was not a single answer but the reconvergence of the lines already written before and after. The reason none of the people at the table immediately relaxed was precisely because they knew that if this point was written hollowly, the old methods behind could follow the same gap to reclaim what had been painstakingly pried open before. Yet as long as this layer was written solidly, the scattered sentences from earlier would truly begin to reflect upon each other, gradually coalescing into a page momentum that could continue forward. Thus the heaviest part of this round was not about who spoke a more beautiful sentence, but whether the rewritable pen shall not be made the third hand could be written into something visible on the page, sustainable by what follows and capable of growing on its own in the next round. The old page pressed its voice down the writing position, chasing layer by layer, while Chen Yu, Suwan, and the page side record all refrained from speaking prematurely. In essence, they were guarding the same thing, ensuring this chapter did not merely stop at it seems answered for now, but was written into a true thread that the next layer of questions could not bypass. After the first three strokes were clearly written, the final black phrase finally fell upon the record outside the page. And this time the hand below posed the question even more like a matter of course than the previous three. The hand that records the unfinished is most apt to receive the final hand. Not most apt to be the fourth hand. It was the final hand. At this, the old page's expression shifted slightly. For this was more accurate than the fourth hand and also more sinister. The fourth hand was merely a matter of sequence. The final hand, however, naturally carried a connotation of, since all that came before has concluded, you are best suited to receive to record to temporarily stabilize this round. Was this not the old concluding position to which the record outside the page was most easily written back? It has finally drawn this hand toward that final phrase. The ink holding position said in a low voice. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. And this phrase is the most deceptive. For after the previous three signatures had failed to become fixed positions, the final hand sounded ironically like the least aggressive, the most reasonable, and the least like a long-term position. Too skillful. If the hand of the record outside the page nodded here, then all subsequent notions of the unfinished can be continued. The indeterminate end is first formed, and as long as the blank remains, it has not yet been fully spoken, would quickly slide into very well once everything before is nearly complete. Let this hand finally fall to conclude the current round. Was this not the return of the old concluding position? The record outside the page fell silent for a moment. Then slowly it sent down a phrase, I can record the later but should not receive the final. Just this one phrase. The old page's gaze immediately steadied. Right. Later does not equal final. These words instantly articulated the most crucial measure. The hand of the record outside the page, of course, often appeared in many later places. For the unfinished often manifested more clearly only after rounds upon rounds had passed before it. But this did not mean it was the final hand to seal this round. Later is recorded because the unfinished has reached that point. Su-won murmured. Final is a position, Chen Yu continued. Write the record outside the page quickly followed. I record the later because at that time it is not yet finished. Not because I come to receive the final. As this phrase emerged, the true new brush nature of this signature of the record outside the page was thoroughly established within the ordering page. He then pressed down the true phrase record the unfinished may later record but shall not receive the final hand. The black annotation immediately supplemented if the unfinished arrives later then this hand records later. If this becomes the final hand then the old concluding order returns first. The record outside the page swiftly wrote down record record the unfinished may later record but shall not receive the final hand. Then it added an exceptionally steady phrase the later unfinished is mine to record that final phrase is not mine to receive. At this moment the positions of the four signatures within the ordering page were finally fully clarified. The primary position may respond first but shall not be the first hand. The variable may continue to respond but shall not be the second hand. The rewritable may respond later but shall not be the third hand. The record outside the page may record later but shall not receive the final hand. This was not chaos. Nor was it equality. Rather, to whatever level the peril reached, whichever signature responded to that level, none were to be fixed into a secondary position because of it. Thus the heaviest aspect of this round lay not in who uttered a more elegant phrase but in whether the record outside the page shall not receive the final hand could truly be written into something visible on the page receivable by what follows and capable of continuing to grow on its own in the next round. The old page suppressed its voice. The ink holding position pursued layer by layer, and Chen Yu, Su-won and the record outside the page all refrained from speaking too conclusively. In essence they were guarding the same thing, ensuring this chapter did not merely stop at it seems to have answered for now, but was written into a true thread that could not be bypassed when the next layer posed its questions. After the four critical remarks targeting the four signatures were written, the blank space in the middle of the 15th page, which had seemed to be waiting for an overarching rule, finally began to reveal new characters. It was not a summary of the four signatures' sentiments. Nor was it another mention of mutual recognition. Instead it was a definitive rule that could truly govern the preceding four lines. The order of response is determined solely by the level of danger, not by the sequence of hands. At this several people around the table seemed to collectively exhale with relief. For it had finally arrived. Not because someone had spoken eloquently first. It was the page itself that had truly incorporated the initial response, subsequent response, later response and postscript, none of which constituted a hand position that they had pushed forth page after page into a single line, a rule of order that could be absorbed into the seal of determination. The old page stared at the line, murmuring softly, yes. This is the very line that prevents the old positions from growing back from the order. The scribe nodded as well. Earlier we were dismantling positions. On this page we dismantle the sequence. Now positions and sequences are finally pried apart at the root. Those words hit the mark. Many old positions did not initially emerge bearing the title of position. They often grew first as a natural order of things, like first hand, second hand, last hand. Once the sequence solidified, the positions returned on their own. This line, however, is a forceful blow aimed at dismantling the sequence itself. One more line is needed. Su-won gazed at the line. The order of response is determined solely by the level of danger, not by the sequence of hands, and whispered, what? Why won't it cause chaos if the sequence of hands isn't fixed? Indeed. This is just like the earlier principles of rank by danger, not by person, and the four signatures jointly verify the current situation. As long as it's a determination page, the hand beneath will inevitably pursue this question. If you don't set it this way, what guarantees order? As if waiting for this question, the footer of the 15th page quickly revealed another line of black commentary. If the sequence of hands is not fixed, how will it not scatter? The old page and the scribe almost simultaneously looked at the combined signature and the blank signature on the table. For the answer had already been written earlier. It does not rely on sequence. It relies on mutual recognition. As long as the mutual recognition among the four signatures is established, the order of response need not forcibly string people together with a fixed sequence of hands. Each signature understands why the other three are indispensable. Thus the subsequent responses, continued responses, later responses and postscripts can all be received under the premise of which layer of danger which signature responds to which layer. Right, with the combined signature present the order does not scatter, Chen Yu said in a low voice. Yes, Su-won nodded. It is not the sequence of hands that keeps the four signatures from scattering. It is the four signatures that first recognize each other and combine, so the subsequent order need not be bound by sequence. With this, the final supplementary line for this page of order determination was also revealed. Chen Yu picked up his brush and pressed it down decisively. Since the combined signature exists, the order does not scatter due to the lack of sequence. The black commentary quickly faded, and then a more precise line was added. The order can follow the danger, not be tied to the hand. The recorder outside the page quickly noted, record, the order of response is determined solely by the level of danger, not by the sequence of hands. Another line added with the combined signature present danger will be met with a response no need to rely on queuing. As soon as this sentence fell, the seal of determination on the back of that hand sank a little further for the first time. It was more solid than the sinking after the earlier allow continuation forbid regression. It was as if this page of order determination had truly begun to allow it to settle a second definitive decree. And precisely because of this, every inch of progress gained here might seem like just another line added before the table, yet its weight was far greater than a mere line. The rustle of paper in the delivery slot, the flickering annotations on the determination page, and the deliberately suppressed pauses before and after several people put down their brushes, all were bearing witness to the same event. This chapter was not about stabilizing the situation temporarily, but about forcing the next layer to continue revising the manuscript along the principle that the order of response is determined solely by the level of danger, not by the sequence of hands. As long as this point could be established, any subsequent questioning, counterattacks, or deeper dismantling would have to continue following the path they had already written. The fixed sequence only fixes the risk, not the order of hands. Since the joint signature exists, the sequence shall not dissolve due to disorder. The moment these two statements were established, the hand that had been resting beside the seal finally exerted its true force. It was not a forceful press of the entire seal. Instead, the exposed corner of the seal's face pushed forward bit by bit, revealing a layer of vermilion patterns more than before. Then the fixed seal descended steadily. Thud. This sound was heavier than the first, permitted to continue, not permitted to revert. It was not loud, yet it caused all the white slips, base slips, and fixed pages on the entire tabletop to tremble slightly. At the very bottom of the 15th page, beside the original vermilion mark that read "permitted to continue, not permitted to revert," a new imprint slowly emerged. This time the first half of the character was very clear: Cien. The character behind it revealed only its upper half, yet it was enough to discern it as Cien. The small hook that broke off afterward connected with the vertical edge of a character forehand. The old page read it out almost immediately: first risk. The writing position quickly followed with the second half, then hand. In an instant the second fixed determination was clearly established at the bottom of the 15th page: first risk, then hand. It was not a long sentence. Yet it was firmer than any previous: shall not be the first hand, or shall not receive the last hand. For this was not an explanation. It was a fixed determination absorbed by the approval board layer. From this point onward in this round, if the layer below attempted to arrange according to first hand, second hand, third hand, last hand, it would directly collide with the seal. It's done. The old page's voice was very low. This time the sequence is also suppressed. The recorder outside the page quickly noted this down: record second fixed determination, first risk, then hand. Then another sentence was added. At this point it was no longer merely permitting us to continue. It had begun to set fixed determinations for the sequence based on our sentences. This sentence carried particular weight. For it indicated that at this point in the third volume it had truly evolved from proofreading the draft to confirming the fixed text. It was no longer them writing above while the below merely listened. Instead, the seal below had truly begun to fall according to the sentences they wrote. What else is missing? Suwon asked. The old page stared at the two parallel seal marks and said slowly, what else is missing? Recognition of the four slips. Not a temporary recognition. Not a pending confirmation. Not consuming sentences page by page. It is whether these four original brushes of this round dare to be truly recognized together by this fixed seal. The moment these words were spoken, that became completely clear. The first established rule: continue forward, never revert to the old ways. The second established rule: risk first, then act. Then what would truly be the most difficult and weighty step would be whether the seal of determination dares to stamp a genuine acknowledgement upon this combined set of four signatures. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidifies is not merely rephrasing the previous meaning, but extending the thread of risk first, then act from the present page into the trials that lie ahead. Thus it ceases to be just a forceful statement conjured at the table and begins to resemble a true rule that compels the following pages to also adapt, no matter how they pursue, dismantle, or test it later. What they ultimately cannot bypass is this layer that has just been fortified in this chapter. The reason these individuals are all exceptionally cautious here is also because they know well that the old path's greatest strength has never been to refute words hidden, but to wait until a statement is written slightly hollow, slightly weak, or merely as a sentiment, and then stealthily reclaim the old posture through that gap. What they are reinforcing now is precisely that inch most vulnerable to usurpation, ensuring that risk first, then act is established not only in words but also on the page in the subsequent actions and within the momentum that will continue to exert influence in the chapters to come. The second preliminary seal settled into place. Yet the hand did not immediately withdraw the seal. It paused steadily, silently. As if the layer beneath already knew. Every step henceforth would no longer be merely a trial. Earlier, when only the edge corner or partial face of the seal emerged, one might still claim it was testing page alignment, signature placement, binding integrity, or preliminary sealing. But now two preliminary seals had truly taken root. To proceed further was no longer mere trial. It was recognition. And precisely then, The seal at last revealed more than just a sliver of its face. Not yet the full seal, but distinctly more than before. From that initial fragment, half of the character Ding seal. It had now unfolded to expose the entire left half of the seal's face. One could now discern the fuller vermilion script. Trace an older subtly recessed groove along the inner rim of the seal face. Even spot a thin fleck of aged paper clinging to the seal's base, evidence of countless pages and signatures once pressed so firmly beneath the seal that their frayed edges remained embedded upon it. Most crucially, on the left half of the seal face, though the characters remained incomplete, two fixed forms were already legible. Zhuan preliminary. Run recognition. They were not conjoined. Rather, the seal itself appeared stratified, layered with distinct inscriptions. Some bearing Zhuan, some Run, and deeper still, perhaps, the ultimate Ding seal. It is not a single layered seal, murmured the ancient page, voice dropping low. What do you mean? Asked the external scribe. It means, the ancient page stared at the half-revealed inscription, voice hoarse, the seal does not crush an entire cycle in one fell descent. It comprises at least 3 tiers. Zhuan Rin Ding. You have already endured 2 Zhuan seals. What follows? The brush holder slowly completed the sentence. What follows is true recognition of the 4 signatures. At that moment, another stratum of the bottommost adjudication mechanism was finally laid bare, not a single massive seal descending in one unbroken fall. Rather, Zhuan leads Ren occupies the center, Ding concludes. This clarified why earlier phases had borne phrases like provisional recognition pending binding and signature recognition undecided. It explained why page 15 had thus far received only preliminary continuation, no reversion to prior state, and initial risk subsequent safeguard. Because the Run tier had not yet truly descended. Now, as the seal face ceased revealing merely a sliver, it signaled the recognition seal was imminent. The ancient page gazed upon that half-exposed face, eyes fathomless, unnerving. The true crucible of Volume 3's latter half has arrived. Why? Asked Su Wan. Because until now you could still rely on phrasing draft alignment page revision, forcing it to grant Zhuan. The ancient page's voice sank thick with gravity, but from Run onward what lies below will no longer judge merely whether your sentence is correct or whether this page can pass. It will judge whether these 4 signatures truly merit collective recognition. This was the genuine threshold awaiting them in Volume 3. Not deeper drafts. Not more ancient positions. Not more intricate logic. But recognition of the 4 signatures. No new draft entered the submission chute. Nor did any new query emerge. The back of that hand and the half-revealed seal face remained suspended in place. As if the bottommost adjudicator, long separated by many veils, had at last ceased merely passing items across the table. It now faced this cycle directly. Chen Yu gazed at the half-exposed seal face, and after a long silence spoke softly. Good. You have revised the draft. You have tested the brush. You have provisionally affixed the signatures. 2 Zhuan seals have already descended. Then the next step. Let us see then what justification remains for your Rin seal to still refuse recognition of these 4 signatures. After those words fell, the crimson copper flame did not flicker. It held steady, unwavering. As if the entire 7th sequence this cycle had at last reached a narrower, deeper, more substantial threshold, the final gate before true adjudication. And deep within the submission chute, behind the back of that hand, a sliver of darker sleeve, barely visible, now emerged. Not a face. Not a figure. Only a shadow closer to the adjudicator's very essence. That was enough. For they now understood. What lay ahead was no longer pressing for Zhuan. It was pressing for Rin. After the seal revealed half of its face, it did not immediately fall onto the 4 base signatures. It first steadied itself there, as if the bottom layer also understood, recognizing all 4 signatures could not be done like the previous 2 confirmations by first suppressing it with grand words. After a moment, a very narrow new paper slowly unfolded beneath the 15th page, the seal. It was neither a draft nor a signature. It resembled a preliminary paper specifically used for writing recognition rationale before the seal truly fell. The paper bore only 1 sentence in black: to recognize the 4 signatures, first understand why they can be the same. It did not ask who was right. Nor did it inquire who was valuable. First it asked, why can these 4 signatures be recognized together? Upon seeing this sentence, the old page let out a half sigh of relief. That's right. What's right? The external recorder immediately relayed the question. It didn't first ask who should be recognized more. The old page looked at the black words, its voice hoarse. It first asked about the rationale for their unity. This indicated that the lower layer also knew once the recognition was based on weight and priority, the combined signatures would scatter on the spot. This statement was too accurate. As they had pushed up to this point, their greatest fear was that once the seal came into play it would follow along the lines of who resembles this page more, who was more stable or who is less aged, thereby differentiating the four signatures. But this question was, why are they recognized together? This presented them with an opportunity. The answer is not about emotional ties, Su-won whispered. Nor is it because all four signatures are well written, Chen Yu added. It is, if not recognized this way, all four would revert to their old forms. The one holding the pen slowly articulated the latter half of the sentence. At this moment the hardest statement on the white signature of the four combined signatures on the 14th page returned to their sight once more. Take one signature and the remaining three shall revert to old. For the four signatures to stand together they must not revert to their old forms. In other words, what truly should be recognized first before the seal is not any one signature but rather why these four must be recognized together. Chen Yu picked up the pen, compressing that meaning into a new sentence. The four signatures can be recognized together not because one resembles the old form more but because if one is taken away the remaining three will revert to old forms. As the pen fell the edge of the paper with the phrase to recognize the four signatures first understand why they can be the same immediately faded a layer. Soon a smaller black annotation emerged underneath. If the rationale does not revert to old then it cannot form a unified shell. At this moment the first rationale before the seal was firmly suppressed by them. It was not that the four signatures grew more alike as they were recognized. Rather it was precisely only by recognizing them together could they avoid each reverting to their old forms. This also tightly linked this chapter with the preceding and succeeding pages. The sentences that had been established earlier were no longer just lined up here but began to testify and illuminate each other around the point of recognizing the seal requires understanding the rationale, which stroke should be halted, which layer cannot borrow further, and which old method would resurface at what place, all became clearer. Also because it was tightly bound, the subsequent layer wishing to revert the situation back to the original writing method had to first surpass this thickened hurdle of the chapter. What was raised in the title of this chapter, recognizing the seal requires understanding the rationale, superficially seemed like merely advancing this point forward a layer, but what was truly pressed down was not a simple answer but the reorganization of the lines already written before and after into one place. The reason why the few individuals at the table did not immediately relax was precisely because they knew that if this space were to be left blank the old methods would be able to follow the same gap and reclaim what had been painstakingly opened up earlier, but as long as this layer was realistically written those dispersed sentences from earlier would truly begin to support each other, gradually accumulating the momentum to continue moving forward. Thus the heaviest aspect this time lay not in who spoke more beautifully but in whether recognizing the seal requires understanding the rationale could be written into something visible on the page, something that could be sustained in the future, and something that would continue to grow on its own in the next round. With the old page suppressing the voice, the one holding the pen gradually pursued deeper while Chen Yu, Su-won and the external recorder were unwilling to fully articulate their thoughts, first essentially safeguarding the same matter. The chapter could not stop it seems to have answered for now, but must be written into a true line that could not be bypassed when the next layer posed a question. Once that acknowledgement of the margin was completed, the paper of introduction was not taken away. Instead, the hand behind the fixed seal pulled out a narrower black strip and pressed it before the primary seal space slip. The black inscription was short, yet it struck at the root. When acknowledging a margin, if you encounter a sentence without a margin, why not create a margin on its behalf? This question delved deeper than the earlier principle of acknowledging the margin without assuming it is the final rule. The previous analysis had dissected whether acknowledging a margin would change the overall view. Now the seal's re-examination posed this: when faced with a sentence that has yet to grow its own margin, would you in haste to stabilize the page forge a margin for it first? At this moment the deepest, oldest force within the primary seal slip was truly brought to light. It was not about seeing the whole first. Instead it was about creating a margin for that which has no margin, one that could fit within the page. This seemed too much like skill. Too much like responsibility. This question is hard to answer, the old page whispered. Why, inquired the record keeper outside the page. Because the act of acknowledging a margin is itself only half a step away from creating a margin on its behalf, the old page said, its voice hoarse. As soon as you grow anxious, eager to shape the page faster, you are too easily tempted to carve a line for that sentence which has not yet formed its own margin. This was a layer beyond what the old draft could dismantle. This was the true re-examination by the seal. It no longer merely looked at which elegant new brushstrokes you had written. It began to ask, when your old habits are most convenient, can you truly stop yourself? Chen Yu stared at the line, why not create a margin on its behalf, and did not immediately set his brush down. Because this answer could not be written as, I absolutely will not. An absolute would be false. The seventh code before him contained many sentences, much blankness, and many fissures that initially had no ready-made margins. What his brushstroke truly needed to learn was not to ignore them. Instead it was to first acknowledge the unformed margin. Not to create one but to recognize that it had not yet formed. This was the deeper layer of acknowledging the margin. He lifted his brush and steadily pressed down a line. Acknowledge the margin by first acknowledging the unformed. Do not substitute the unformed as a margin. As these words landed, the black strip before the primary seal's base slip fell into a momentary stillness. Then the black annotation added another line: if one can acknowledge the unformed without rushing to make it a margin, then acknowledging the margin does not mean creating one. The record keeper outside the page swiftly noted record primary seal's re-examination, do not create a margin on its behalf. Another line was added, some sentences initially lack a margin that is not an error. Rushing to carve a margin for them is what most easily leads back to old habits. At this moment the primary seal slip-on acknowledging the margin was finally truly bitten by the seal's imprint, yet it was not broken. This chapter's theme, the primary seal's re-examination does not create a margin on its behalf, at first glance seemed merely to advance the current challenge another layer. Yet what truly bore down was not a simple answer but the gathering of all previously written lines into a single point. The few people at the table did not immediately relax, for they knew that if this point was written hollowly the old methods behind would surge through like a breached dam, reclaiming through the same gap what had been so painstakingly pushed forward. But if this layer was written solidly, the scattered sentences from before would begin to reflect upon one another, slowly converging into a page momentum that could continue onward. Thus the most crucial thing this time was not whose words were more elegant, but whether the primary seal's re-examination does not create a margin on its behalf could be written into something visible on the page, connectable in the next step and capable of self-growth in the following round. The old page like a silent giant pressed down with its voice while the brush-bearing position like an explorer pursued the matter layer by layer. Chen Yu, Su-wan and the record keeper outside the page all refused to speak in absolutes. At their core they were guarding the same thing: they must not let this chapter remain merely at the level of, it seems answered for now. It had to be written into a true line that even the next layer's questions could not circumvent. With the main position stable, the second review quickly fell before the variable signature. The black characters were finer than before and more deceptive. If the divergent path encounters a false divergence, how can it be fully protected? As soon as this sentence emerged, Su-wan's expression darkened. Because it was too precise in its inquiry. Previously she had written the variable does not guide the path's brush, only leaving divergences to be written. However, the matter of leaving divergences is most afraid of, protecting not divergences but merely chaos and old drafts that have been deliberately stirred into false forks. If that were the case, leaving divergences would transform into a new brush character sliding back into I spare nothing, dragging everything. This does not appear to be guiding the path. Yet it would still make the entire page increasingly false. This line is even more perilous than the main position, the scribe said softly. Why? Because false divergences are best at pretending to be, don't collect the path too early. The scribe looked at the black characters with a heavy voice. It will lead you to mistakenly believe, if I leave everything behind it will be harder to revert to the old. But in reality, if false divergences are left for too long, the true divergences will also be sullied alongside them. This statement was too accurate. What Su-wan truly needed to guard was never the more divergences the better. Instead it was, true divergences are still alive, not yet sacrificed. What about the false divergences? They cannot be fully protected. Nor can there be a rush for a clean break. After thinking for 2 seconds, Su-wan pressed down the hardest statement: distinguish true from false before leaving divergences, do not protect false divergences from mingling the page. Just this sentence. Once it was written down, the black line before the second signature visibly trembled. Following closely, the black critique quickly followed: if one distinguishes true from false first and does not protect oneself with fully leaving, then the divergence remains unaltered and protects the false. At this moment the variable's signature truly passed the verification. Not because she could leave better, but because she made it clear leaving divergences does not equate to protecting everything. The external records quickly noted record variable review do not protect false divergences. Then added true divergences must be left, false divergences cannot use don't rush to collect as an excuse to mix in. With this statement pressed down, the second signature also stabilized by half an inch. Thus the key here lies not in whose words are more ornate but whether variable review does not protect false divergences can be written into something visible on paper, capable of being continued in subsequent rounds and developed independently. Because of this, each inch advanced here appears to merely add another sentence at the table, yet its weight far exceeds the lightness of a single sentence. The sound of paper in the submission slot, the ambiguous critiques on the fixed page, and the deliberately lowered pauses before and after several people wrote all serve to substantiate the same matter. This chapter is not merely stabilizing the situation temporarily but compelling the next layer to continue revising according to the line of variable review does not protect false divergences. As long as this point holds, any further questioning, biting back, or attempts to dismantle will only continue to follow the material they have already written. From this perspective, what truly enriches this chapter is not merely restating the previous intent in different words but extending the line of variable review does not protect false divergences from this current page into the situations it will face in the future. In this way it is no longer just a strong statement that suddenly emerged at the table but begins to resemble a genuine rule that can compel the next page to change accordingly, no matter how the subsequent inquiries, dismantling, or attempts unfold. What truly cannot be bypassed will be the layer just solidified in this chapter. When the third round of intense scrutiny bore down, the pale lines on the table and old Joe's slip both tightened almost imperceptibly. For this time the verification inquiry struck deeper than before. If recognition meets heavy pressure, why not write it as a word of retreat? It was not a question of whether you would be afraid. Nor was it about weakness. Instead, with that phrase, I will first recognize the limit, secretly transform into a word that allows you to step back when true pressure descends. At that moment the value of all prior recognized the limit first bare not the pressure was pushed to the very edge. For once recognition becomes a retreat, this brush is no longer a brush of recognition. It would slide into something lighter, softer, and far easier to be cast aside by what lies beneath. Old Joe fell silent for several seconds. Then slowly he sent down a line: recognition is not about leaving oneself a way out. As these words emerged, the old page immediately nodded. Correct. We must go deeper still. Why? Because what lies beneath demands, when you face true pressure, how do you not retreat? The old page's voice grew hoarse. Merely saying it is not a retreat is not firm enough. This was too true. To truly withstand this, old Joe's slip must make it clear: if recognition is not for retreat, then what is it for? This time old Joe did not hesitate for long. The second sentence came swiftly: first write down what follows is no longer a brush but labor. At this the few around the table felt a layer of stability settle within them. Correct. The hardest root of the recognition brush was never I am just thus. Instead, it is to first recognize the boundary between labor and brush. This is not a step backward. Quite the opposite, it is a step forward, firmly blocking that old path which most easily reduces one to labor, to a bearer of pressure. Old Joe then pressed down the true response: recognition only serves to halt brush from becoming labor, not to step back under pressure. As it landed, the third dark line finally receded. The black annotation was also remarkably precise: if recognition first defines the boundary of labor without using it to shrink back, then recognition is not altered into a word of retreat. The record outside the page quickly noted: record permissible to rewrite under review, not to turn recognition into a word of retreat. Then another line was added: limit is not a step back. It is to first write out: beyond this point it is no longer a human brush. With this the third slip also passed. Not by being harder, but by truly writing limit as the boundary of labor rather than an excuse. Precisely because of this, every inch advanced here seemed merely another line set down before the table, yet its weight was far from light. The rustle of paper in the delivery chute, the flickering annotations on the fixed pages, the deliberate pauses before and after the strokes, all bore witness to the same truth: this chapter was not about stabilizing the situation temporarily, but compelling the layer below to revise along the line of permissible to rewrite under review, not to turn recognition into a word of retreat. As long as this point was established, all subsequent questioning, counterattacks, and deep probing could only proceed along the content they had already written in this round. From this perspective, what this chapter truly filled was not a restatement of earlier ideas, but an extension of the line permissible to rewrite under review, not to turn recognition into a word of retreat from the current page into potential future scenarios. Thus it was no longer a mere harsh word born at the table, but began to resemble a true rule capable of compelling the next page to change as well. No matter how subsequent inquiries, dismantlings, or probings unfolded, the truly insurmountable would be this layer just now solidified by this chapter. The final review descended upon the signature before the marginal record. And the question posed was more treacherous than any before, capable of making one stumble with a single misstep. If the record remains incomplete for so long, why not let it hang? As soon as this was uttered, the old page's gaze darkened. For this was precisely the overarching question that the decision-maker had been pursuing: if something hangs unresolved for long, how can it continue? If a hanging record lacks a resolution, it must first be extended. And the hand of the marginal record was most vulnerable to this pressing query: you keep it incomplete perpetually, could it be that you are using incompleteness to nurture a state of suspension? In other words, you are not preserving incompleteness. You are merely dragging it out, prolonging it into an eternal void that never needs to confront the finality of settlement. This was devastating. Too devastating, for it struck at the very root of the phrase record incomplete. The silence from the marginal record stretched longer than during the first three reviews. Then at last the first sentence slowly descended: incompleteness is not meant to nurture duration. That statement was correct but insufficient. The old page immediately offered a low reminder: you must still write. Why do you keep the record incomplete? That was the true direction to pursue. Not to avoid closure, that was too reactionary. It needed to be articulated properly. Why must this hand preserve incompleteness without nurturing suspension? The marginal record quickly delivered a second sentence: so that what deserves to continue is not prematurely concluded. At this everyone at the table steadied themselves simultaneously. Correct. Incompleteness is not a value in itself. Suspension is not the goal. Duration is not a virtue. What this hand must truly guard is this: that those places which still deserve to be written onward are not too hastily altered into already concluded. That is to say, it is not nurturing suspension. It is blocking premature closure. The marginal record immediately condensed this meaning into a line that could pass the seal: the record is kept incomplete only to prevent its premature conclusion, not to nurture a prolonged suspension. Once it was set down, the fourth black mark visibly retreated half an inch. The black annotation quickly supplemented: if what is recorded is what deserves continuation but remains incomplete rather than a suspension valuable in itself, then keeping the record incomplete does not nurture suspension. The marginal record itself quickly noted this down: marginal record review does not use incompleteness to nurture suspension. Then it added another line: suspension is not value. What holds value is that what still deserves continuation has not been prematurely concluded. As these words were spoken, the final signature truly passed the review. The 4 base signatures had now moved beyond mere temporary recognition. They were all stamped with the seal of approval. Each had been bitten, yet all had held firm. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not merely restating the previous meaning in different words but extending the principle. The marginal record review does not use incompleteness to nurture suspension from the present page into the situations that would be encountered in the future. Thus it was no longer just a hard-won statement improvised at the table but began to resemble a true rule that could compel the next page to change as well. No matter how much pursuit, dismantling, or testing followed, what could never be bypassed would be this layer that had just been compressed and solidified in this chapter. The reason these individuals were exceptionally cautious was that they all understood the old path was never skilled at refuting words hidden. Its specialty was to wait until a sentence was written slightly hollow, slightly soft, slightly like mere intention, then slip the old gestures back in through that emptiness. What they were now reinforcing was precisely that inch most vulnerable to being borrowed away, ensuring that the marginal record review does not use incompleteness to nurture suspension was established not only in words but also on the page in subsequent moves and in the momentum that would continue to take effect in the next chapter. Once the 4 re-examinations were completed, the white signature did not immediately produce a new sentence. Instead, it deepened the previous layer of red marks representing pending approval little by little. Like that recognized seal confirming that the previous 4 tentative recognition bottom signatures were not merely beautiful in writing but could truly withstand the re-examination without reverting to the old. The old page stared at the increasingly deep red patterns at the corner of the white signature and suddenly murmured, "They are not just pending." "What do you mean?" Suwon asked. "It means," the old page gazed at the few signatures, its voice hoarse, "after the re-examination these 4 signatures will no longer just be waiting to see if they can be combined. They have already started to be recognized." The calligrapher added the latter part. As these 2 words were uttered, a slight weight settled in the hearts of those at the table. It was not a light feeling. Rather, it was the realization that the truly heavier step had arrived. The previous stage was pending approval. It was still waiting. Now, if the 4 signatures did not revert to the old matching signatures after the re-examination, then the recognized seal below would have reason to move forward and truly consider whether to recognize these 4 signatures according to this round's original writing. So which layer will be recognized first? The external record quickly inquired. Chen Yu looked at the deepening red pattern, his voice steady. "First, recognize that these 4 signatures do not form a false shell among themselves." "What do you mean?" "Previously they mutually recognized sign together, did not melt into a shell, and now they have all passed re-examination together." He said, "The next step will surely question, these 4 signatures are so tightly bound, could it be that they are actually just a false shell, only not yet stated clearly?" This is precisely the concern. Because what the recognition seal truly fears is not that the 4 signatures cannot stand firm, but rather that they are too capable of explaining, blocking, and continuing for each other. Then it could be rewritten below as, "All right, you are actually just a new combined shell pen, aren't you? This is more concealed than a melted shell. It is not a direct melting. It is a false shell. It appears unmelted yet is already treated as a whole at the recognition level. So the next page will not first recognize the entire signature," the old page said. "It will first ask, why are you not a false shell?" This clearly pushed the narrower step following it into view. At this very moment, the recognized seal behind that hand finally revealed a little more. Not much. Yet this time the left half of the character recognized on the seal's surface was already visible. This indicates the next step will truly no longer be just pending. The reason several individuals appeared particularly cautious here was that they all understood that the old path was never adept at directly refuting arguments but was skilled at waiting for a statement to be slightly empty, soft, and only reminiscent of intention, and then stealthily reclaiming the old gestures through that empty space. What they were supplementing now was that most easily borrowed inch, ensuring that the 4 signatures after re-examination are no longer just pending approval stands not only verbally but also on the page in the follow-up actions and in the momentum that will continue to have effect in the next chapter. This also tightly connected this chapter with the preceding and following pages. The previously established sentences no longer merely stood side by side but began to collectively testify and illuminate around the point. The 4 signatures after re-examination are no longer just pending approval, which stroke should be restrained, which layer could no longer be borrowed, and in what places which old methods would re-emerge, all became clearer because of this. And precisely because it was more tightly connected, the following layer would have to first overcome this thickened hurdle of the chapter in order to drag the situation back to the original writing. After the second review, the back of the hand and the partially exposed seal mark had moved forward slightly. It was at this moment that the few people before the table finally discerned the cuff edge behind the wrist, which had been blurry all along. It was not an ordinary fabric sleeve. Nor was it of a clear material like leather, paper, or wood. Rather, it resembled countless layers of extremely thin old signed papers, old approval slips, and old page margins cut into slender strips, staggered, pressed thin, and then stitched together to form a cuff. On the edge, fragments of extremely fine old script could still be seen, temporary recognition pending verification, awaiting shell replacement, withdraw supporting evidence. These old signed phrases they had seen before were all sewn into that cuff edge like remnants. The moment the off-page record saw clearly, a remark was almost immediately passed down: "This is not clothing." "Right," said the old page, staring at that cuff, his voice lower than ever before. "It is not cloth, it is old signatures sewn together. Old signatures sewn together." At this, the question behind the approval seat, "Is it human or not?" was finally pushed forward a real layer for the first time. Not that it was entirely not human. But at least behind that hand was not the sleeve of an ordinary person. It was more like a positioning worker who had long resided among signboard seal faces, approval slips, old pages, and old recognitions, apart, gradually stitched together by these very things. "So it shows its hand first, not its face," Su Wan murmured. "Because to it the hand is more itself than the face," Chen Yu continued. As these words fell, the gaze of the scribe's seat darkened. "Right. On this level, what one looks like doesn't matter. What matters is whose hand will ultimately touch the seal." Once this was said, the cuff stitched from old signatures seemed even colder. For it meant that at this stage of approval, the hand had long ceased to be merely a human hand. It had been written by signatures, manuscripts, seals, old recognitions, and old withdrawals for so long that it had become the part capable of exerting force. "So is it human or not?" The off-page record pressed again. The old page stared at the cuff, silent for a moment before murmuring lowly, "As of now we can only say it has not yet revealed enough for us to recognize it as human. But it cannot be said to be entirely not human. It is more like a hand that has been written on this level for too long." As these words fell, thus the most suitable method of advancement was found. It was not an immediate revelation. Rather, the deeper one went the more they first saw the side where position weighed upon the person. Hand, sleeve, seal, signature, order, approval, recognition. The face instead came last. This also truly tightened the connection between this chapter and the preceding pages. The sentences that had already stood firm earlier were no longer merely arranged side by side. Instead, they began to testify and illuminate each other around the point that the edge of the sleeve is not cloth but stitched from old seals. Which stroke should be withdrawn, which layer could no longer be borrowed, where an old method would resurface, all became clearer because of this. Precisely because the connection was tighter, to drag the situation back to its original style, the subsequent layer first had to surmount the thickened threshold built by this chapter. The point highlighted in this chapter's theme, "The edge of the sleeve is not cloth but stitched from old seals," on the surface seemed only to trace the current matter one step further. Yet what truly bore down was not a single answer but the gathering of all the threads already written brought together anew. The reason the few people before the table did not immediately relax was precisely because they knew if this part was written hollowly, the old methods could through the same gap reclaim what had been painstakingly pushed open earlier. But as long as this layer was written solidly, the previously scattered sentences would begin to truly reflect each other, gradually coalescing into a momentum that could carry the narrative forward. Indeed, as soon as the retrial passed before the recognition seal could fully emerge, the new citation page that unfolded beneath the 15th page finalized pushed forward the very question they were about to ask: if the four seals mutually recognize each other, why can they not form a false shell? This time neither the old page nor the scribe was surprised. For this was the very step they had already discerned moments ago. The preceding text stated the combined seals do not form a single entity, rather each brush still returns to its own shell. The same page does not fuse the shells. The four seals mutually recognize each other. Remove one seal and the remaining three remain as before. These sentences had been pressing down all the while, and the most natural counterattack was, "Fine, you refuse to fuse. But have you not already stitched yourselves together so tightly that you have inadvertently become a new unspoken shell? This is more insidious than a fused shell. And far harder to dismantle. For it will wield these genuine phrases of the current round: mutual recognition, mutual response, collective verification of the present. The combined seal abides and does not disperse, and turn them back to bite you. We cannot simply reply with 'we are not,'" Chen Yu murmured. "Correct," Su Wan nodded. "We must write the true difference between a false shell and a combined seal." This was the crux. Otherwise the opponent would keep pressing, "You claim you do not fuse, yet in reality you are already a new shell, merely lacking the final acknowledgement." Silence fell over the table for a few seconds. Then from old Joe's side a line descended: "A false shell substitutes." Just these 4 words. Yet they struck the deepest distinction at its very root. Indeed, a false shell appears as though many brushes still remain. But its true characteristic is this: when any one part is vacant, another naturally steps in to take its place. And in this round the 7th code, written all the way to the present, had one of its hardest rules: no mutual borrowing, no lending of brushes, no answering on behalf, no choosing in place, no receiving for another, no covering for a gap. That is to say, the reason a combined seal is not a false shell lies not in their lack of proximity to one another. Rather it is this: no matter how close, they do not substitute. "Right, that," said the old page. "And it must be stated more comprehensively." Su Wan then completed the thought: "A false shell does more than substitute. It also presumes that an absent brush can be filled by another." At this the distinction became utterly clear. A combined seal means if one seal is absent, the rest remain as before. Thus none can compensate for another. A false shell, however, means when a certain brush is missing, the others can temporarily take over a portion, appearing even more stable. Was this not precisely what the deeper layer had always desired? Hence Chen Yu directly penned the line, the combined seal is not a false shell, for the four seals recognize each other but do not substitute for one another. As the brush fell, the black annotation immediately supplemented, if one seal fails to arrive and the remaining seals do not substitute, then the combination is not false. If one seal can be compensated though not fused, it is still a shell. This line was devastatingly precise. The page side recorder immediately noted, record, the combined seal is not a false shell, for it is based on mutual recognition, not mutual substitution. Then another line was added, proximity alone does not make a shell. The ability to compensate for one another is what defines a shell. With this, the gateway of the false shell was truly held fast by them. The chapter's theme had pointed out that the recognition seal first fears the four seals becoming a false shell. On the surface it seemed merely to push the immediate issue one layer deeper, but what truly bore down was not a single answer but the gathering of all previously written threads into one cohesive whole. The fact that none at the table immediately relaxed was precisely because they knew if this point were left hollow, the old laws behind could exploit that very breach to reclaim the ground they had painstakingly won. Yet if this layer were written solid, the previously scattered sentences would begin to truly reflect upon one another, gradually coalescing into the momentum of a page that could press onward. The mutual recognition of the four seals, why should they not form a false shell? With this retreat, the recognition seal no longer hung suspended by just half. It sank forward a little more. This time it was not a test of the edges, nor a matter of landing precisely. Instead, the white seal struck straight at the phrase, the union of seals does not make them one, it only ensures each brush returns to its own shell. Below, the vermilion began to seep in slowly. Not as a whole patch of red. It was the vermilion seeping in bit by bit from the crevices between the characters. As if that recognition seal was finally beginning to truly try to absorb the word recognize into the union seal. The old page stared at the slowly spreading layer of vermilion, its gaze trembling slightly. The first paper of recognition has begun. Does this count as recognition? The off-page record keeper immediately asked. Not yet, the holder of the brush answered swiftly. The absorption of vermilion only indicates that this phrase has begun to enter the recognition seal. For it to truly count as recognition, it must at least hold fast. This white seal must not only explain why it is not a false shell but also withstand the heaviest question that lies beneath. What question? The old page spoke slowly. If the four seals are recognized, who bears the retreat? As soon as these words were uttered, the few people around the table fell silent. Because it was too ruthless. Earlier they had been dismantling who goes first, who follows, who acts as proxy, who supplements, who summarizes, who watches long, who guards long, who suppresses long, who records long. But once they truly reached the step of recognition, the deepest layer would almost certainly pursue one more question very well. The four seals are truly recognized. Then if a single step goes wrong, retreats, slips, or grows stale later, who bears it? This was not the return of the overarching responsibility seat in its original form. It was more like the final inertia of a decision. If not pursuing the person, then pursue the bearer. There had to be some place in the end to bear the consequences of all the slips after this round of recognition, right? And this was precisely the old route that many pages had been guarding against all along, yet had never been completely and finally stamped out. So the recognition seal absorbing vermilion is not the endpoint. Suwan said softly. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. It is the beginning of its earnestness, and it also means the final old question is approaching. The off-page record keeper quickly noted, record, the first paper of recognition begins to absorb vermilion. Then added another line, the more genuine the recognition, the more it will force the question below, if retreat, who bears it? As these words fell, the layer of vermilion deepened by half an inch in the middle of the white seal. Very slow. Yet very solid. It indicated the recognition seal was truly beginning to absorb this union seal. Thus what weighed heaviest this time was not about who spoke a more elegant phrase, but whether the first paper of recognition begins to absorb vermilion could be written into something visible on the page, sustainable, and what follows incapable of growing on its own in the next round. The old page pressed its voice, the holder of the brush pursued layer by layer downwards, and Chen Yu, Suwan, and the off-page record keeper all refused to speak prematurely, essentially guarding the same thing, not letting this chapter stop at it seems answered for now, but writing it into a true line that the layer below could not bypass even when posing new questions. Precisely for this reason, every extra inch of progress here seemed like just another phrase held firm at the table, yet its weight was far from that light. The rustling of paper in the delivery slot, the flickering annotations on the fixed pages, and the deliberate pauses several people made before and after setting down their brushes all testify to the same thing. This chapter was not about temporarily stabilizing the situation, but about forcing the layer below to continue revising the manuscript along the line of the first paper of recognition begins to absorb vermilion. As long as this point held, no matter how much they questioned, countered, or dismantled later, everything would have to proceed along the path already written in this round. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not simply restating the previous meaning in different words, but extending the line of the first paper of recognition begins to absorb vermilion from the present page into the situations that would be encountered later. Thus it would no longer be just a hard phrase temporarily put forward at the table but would begin to resemble a true rule that could force the next page to change as well. No matter how much they pursued, dismantled or tested later, what truly could not be bypassed would be this layer that had just been pressed solid in this chapter. As the seal bit into the vermilion, the layer of air that had maintained a precarious balance between the signed and unsigned slips suddenly shifted. It was not chaos. Rather, it was like a heavy question that had long been suppressed, refusing to surface, finally beginning to rise. Deep within the manuscript slot, the hand pressing the seal hesitated, no longer advancing. Yet it did not withdraw either. It seemed to wait to see if the one before the desk dared to take the final step. And that final step at last emerged on its own. Not from the manuscript rack. Not from the signing board. Not even from behind the seal. Instead, from the very bottom of the unsigned slip, where the vermilion had just begun to bite, a line slowly surfaced, heavier and shorter than all the previous black questions. If we retreat, who bears the burden? In an instant, every thread woven through the third volume up to this point seemed to tighten violently around this single line. The earlier dismantling of positions. The dismantling of sequences. The dismantling of borrowed strokes. The dismantling of cultivated blank spaces. The dismantling of misordered pages. The dismantling of exchanged brushes. The dismantling of false shells. Now the deepest layer finally revealed the ancient root upon which all previous rounds had relied for their final verdict. It was not about who acted first. Not about who took the lead. Not about who should have the final word. It was about who would bear the burden of retreat. This was the very essence of how old positions perpetually resurrected themselves. The position of ultimate responsibility would return because someone must always bear the burden. The position of pressure would return because someone must always take the first hit. The position of closure would return because someone must always hold the final result. The primary position would be dragged back to oversee all, the variable would be dragged back to guide the path, the rewrite would be dragged back to bear the pressure, the external records would be dragged back to form the conclusion, all in the end because of this one line: if we retreat, who bears the burden? This is the true gate to the latter half of the third volume. Old Page said, his voice low and heavy as he stared at the line. All this time we've been forcing it to change. Now it has finally brought forth the deepest root of the question. The one holding the brush also gazed at the line, his eyes as deep as if they had borne the weight of countless pages. The last time I took that seat, it wasn't because I suddenly aspired to be the holder of the brush. It was because at this point no one had truly dismantled this line. In the end, only I was left to bear it. As these words fell, none of those around the table immediately responded. They all knew what lay ahead was no longer a level that could be passed by crafting another elegant definitive sentence. This would directly confront the hardest element of the latter half of the third volume, the very door that seemed to stand before the final collection this round. No return to the old, no shell fusion, no predetermined order of persons, no predetermined order of hands. All four seals must be acknowledged together. So if one truly retreated, who would bear the burden? If the answer was someone must bear it, then the old positions would all return. If the answer was no one bears it, then this round would be dismissed as empty. Thus this single line would truly force them to write, for this round of the seventh code, how should retreat be inscribed so that the burden would not be pressed back onto a single person. The flame of the red copper lamp dimmed slightly and the vermilion on the unsigned slip paused halfway between biting and not. The seal did not press down further. The hand did not push forward a new page. It seemed that the deepest layer too was well aware this was not a line that could be casually passed along. Chen Yu stared at the words, if we retreat, who bears the burden? He remained silent for a long time. Finally he uttered a single low word, good. The latter half of the third volume has truly opened its door now. If this line is not dismantled, then all the acknowledged seals, combined seals and approved decisions that came before will ultimately be dragged back. Su-wan nodded. Yes. The next step is not to keep asking if it dares to acknowledge. It is, we must first write out for this round, if we retreat, how the retreat is to land, not onto whom. As these words were spoken, the recognition seal had already been forced out and the joint signing had been compelled to swallow the cinnabar. What is now being cast forth is no longer questions of drafts nor queries of signatures or prefaces, but the very lowest plank of the decision-making layer: if one retreats, who bears the responsibility? This will directly determine whether in this round the seventh code can truly advance from forcing its accuracy and forcing its recognition to forcing it to amend the established law. And deep within the manuscript, shoot the sleeve stitched from old signatures just behind the back of that hand now extended forward a little more. It was not yet a face. Nor a shoulder. Only a more complete segment of a forearm. As if to tell them any further, and it will truly no longer be just a confrontation with the seal, but rather a confrontation with this hand that presses the seal and with the entire set of old laws behind this hand that dictate who bears the responsibility. If we retreat, who bears the responsibility? As soon as this sentence emerged, the entire table seemed to freeze. All the previous questions about draft signatures and sequencing suddenly fell silent, yielding the path to this one. Because everyone knew. This was not just another trivial matter. It was the hand beneath the seal of recognition, the old set of rules, the very bone pressed deepest at the bottom, As long as this sentence remained unbroken. Everything before, permit continuation, forbid return to the old, take risks first, reserve countermeasures, joint signatures without melting the shell, mutual recognition among 4 signatures, would eventually be dragged back. The old page stared at that sentence and after a long silence uttered a low word. Don't seek anyone first. The moment these 4 words were spoken, several people at the table lifted their eyes. Not because this was the answer, but because this move at the very least sternly blocked the most dangerous first step. What do you mean? The record keeper immediately passed the query down. The old page gazed at the words, who bears the responsibility, his voice hoarse yet steady. This old set of rules specialty isn't first judging where the retreat occurred. Its first move is to find a person. Once a person is identified, the rest becomes easy. He failed to oversee. She failed to retain. He failed to recognize the limits. He failed to remember what remained undone. All subsequent talk of how to fix it will swiftly transform into, first suppress this person. That was the truth. The most insidious aspect of if we retreat, who bears the responsibility was never the word responsibility. Rather, it compelled everyone's first instinct to seek a person. Once the person was found, the old positions would return. The seat of ultimate responsibility would return. The seat of burden would return. The seat of closure would return. Even old sayings like, since you saw it first you should bear it first, would return in their original form. Then the first sentence is to suppress this, Chen Yu murmured. Yes, Su-wan nodded. Don't let retreat take human form right from the start. He lifted a half-used old red pen and directly beneath the 15th page finalization pressed down the first sentence. If retreat, don't seek anyone first. Just these 6 words. The moment it was inscribed, the heavy pressure surrounding the sentence, if we retreat, who bears the responsibility, visibly receded. Not completely gone. As if the deepest hand also knew. This round 7th code had not followed responsibility to first seek a person. A small black annotation quickly surfaced at the page's foot. If you don't seek anyone, how do you know the retreat? That was right. Of course it wouldn't let them pass so easily. But at least they had blocked the first strike. The record keeper swiftly jotted down. Note, if retreat, don't seek anyone first. Then added another line. As long as you first seek a person, all the unfixed positions before will be dragged back by this sentence. As soon as this was written, the vermilion beside the seal of recognition seemed to stabilize by a thread. Because it showed they were not evading responsibility. They were prying responsibility off the path most prone to breeding old positions. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not restating the earlier meaning in different words, but extending the line, if retreat, don't seek anyone first, from the present page into the situations yet to come. Thus it was no longer just a forceful phrase improvised at the table, but began to resemble a true rule that could compel the next page to change as well. No matter how they pursued, dismantled, or tested later, what would be truly unavoidable was this layer just now compressed by this chapter. The reason several people were exceptionally cautious here was that they all knew the old path's specialty was never to refute words hidden, but to wait until this sentence was written slightly hollow, slightly soft, slightly like mere intention, then stealthily reconnect the old gestures through that gap. What they were now reinforcing was precisely that inch most easily borrowed, making if retreat, don't seek anyone first not only valid in speech but also valid on the page in the countermeasures and in the momentum that would continue to take effect in the next chapter. If no one is held accountable, how can we retreat? As this black-bordered comment caught up, the few individuals seated at the table no longer felt the same suffocating pressure as before. For by this point they had all come to understand. The hand at the decisive seat was not truly asking, can we find the one most deserving of blame? What it truly relied upon to stand firm was this. Once a retreat occurs, someone must be thrust forward to bear the weight. Old Page gazed at that black-bordered comment and spoke slowly, we must write this through to its core. Write what? Su-wan asked. Write what happens when a single person bears the fall. This statement was utterly critical. It was not merely about saying don't scapegoat. That alone was insufficient. They had to forcefully articulate the chain of how the old positions would revert once someone was designated. The holder of the writing brush was the first to respond. When one bears the fall, the overseer will inevitably return. Why? The recorder from outside the page inquired. Because once someone is written as the one who falls first, all subsequent missteps, omissions, and errors will swiftly be rewritten as. Why? He failed to see everything clearly from the start. Old Page quickly added. The guide will also return. For as long as the one to bear the fall is fixed, all later deviations, wrong turns, and premature choices will be narrated as. Why? She did not steady the path more firmly at the outset. Old Joe's next line came even faster. The pressure bearer will return. Because once there is someone to shoulder the blame, someone else will inevitably chime in, then let me take a little of that weight first. The recorder from outside the page added the final touch. The closer will also return. For once a scapegoat exists, there must ultimately be a hand to script the conclusion of who failed to hold the line this time. With this, the entire old chain was fully revealed. The overseer. The guide. The pressure bearer. The closer. These were not four independent old positions. They were all in truth suspended from the same ancient root. Retreat by placing one person as the fall, and the entire chain would grow back along the path. Right, this Chen Yu said in a low voice. He did not elaborate, but forcefully compressed the entire chain into one unyielding definitive sentence. When one bears the fall, the old positions stand restored. The moment the brush fell, that black-bordered comment, "If no one is held accountable, how can we retreat?" faltered on the spot. As if that hand too recognized that this retort was no hollow defiance. It had directly pierced through the very old doctrine upon which it most relied to stand firm. A supplementary comment quickly appeared at the page's edge. If retreat entails assigning blame, then the overseer, guide, pressure bearer, and closer shall return in due order. The recorder from outside the page swiftly noted. Record: when one bears the fall, the old positions stand restored. Then added another line. This round is not about fearing to acknowledge retreat. It is about fearing that once retreat is acknowledged, someone will again be pressed into becoming the root of the old positions. The moment this sentence landed, the fixed page's line, "If retreat, who bears the fall?" finally ceased to be a blade descending solely upon their heads. It began instead to have its own ancient roots dismantled by them in return. The reason these individuals were so cautious at this juncture was their deep understanding that the old path's specialty lay not in directly refuting the opponent, but in waiting until this sentence appeared hollow, weak, or merely heartfelt, and then quietly withdrawing its old maneuvers through that very gap. What they were now supplementing was precisely that inch most vulnerable to being borrowed away, ensuring that, when one bears the fall, the old positions stand restored, was not merely established in words but would continue to exert its force across the pages in the subsequent moves and throughout the chapters to come. Thus this chapter would become truly and tightly interwoven with the preceding and following pages. Those sentences already established earlier would no longer merely stand in parallel. Instead, they would begin to corroborate and reflect upon each other around the pivotal point of, when one bears the fall, the old positions stand restored, which stroke must be withdrawn, which layer can no longer be borrowed, and which old method will resurface, where all became far clearer to see. And precisely because the interlocking was tighter, the subsequent attempt to drag the situation back to its original state would have to first surmount the thickened barrier that this chapter had already erected. If no one is sought, how can one know retreat? Shoulder one fallen, return to the old position. After this exchange back and forth, the hand below did not continue to pursue who exactly shoulders the burden. As if it too understood. This round seventh code had reached a point where it would no longer easily allow one person to press it alone. Thus the truly deeper question surfaced on its own. In the middle of the fixed page upon the white layer, a new black sentence slowly grew. If the person does not return, what loss comes first? At this the few seated before the table knew. The door had truly opened. Correct. Not seeking a person does not mean not acknowledging retreat. Once that retreat arrives, what should one first look at? Not who. Then it can only be what was lost first. This is the true place where this sentence should land, the old page said hoarsely. Earlier we kept dismantling who shoulders. Now we can finally write what retreat returns to first. Suwon looked at the sentence, what loss comes first, and murmured. First return to the rule. Chen Yu nodded almost simultaneously. Correct. For this round seventh code to have come this far, what was first forced out, stabilized, and pressed into fixed seals and sentences was not the position of a person. It was the page rule. 4 strokes form the page rule. Shared continuity, no mutual borrowing. Blank space remains unbroken. Blank space does not nurture positions. The stroke can be amended, but the shell cannot be swapped. The fixed sequence only determines the arrival of danger, not the order of hands. This means, if retreat comes, the first glance should not be at who, nor at which hand is slowest or which sentence failed to connect. Instead, which rule was lost first? This sentence must be pressed very steadily, the hand holding the brush said softly. Because this is not a technique. This is the true first step in changing the fixed method. Correct. The old fixed method was retreat, seek a person, fall into position, let them shoulder, then smoothly press the old draft back. Now they were writing another set. Retreat, first recognize the loss of rule, then see which danger revives, then amend the method without adding a person. This was what it truly meant to change the fixed method. Chen Yu lifted the brush and pressed down directly. Upon retreat, first recognize which rule is lost. As the brush fell, the edges of the sentence, if the person does not return, what loss comes first, on page 15 noticeably faded. Immediately the page footer itself added a small red annotation. If the loss of rule is clarified first, then retreat need not first grow into a person. As this sentence emerged, the hearts of those before the table steadied by an inch. Because it was correct. As long as retreat was first written as a loss of rule, it would not immediately grow into a person and an old position. The record outside the page noted at once. Record upon retreat first recognize which rule is lost. Then it added another sentence. Retreat first returns to the rule, not to the person, only then can this round truly change the fixed method. This was the most crucial step for page 15 thus far. It was not a mere elegant phrase. It was retreat finally being pulled by them from shouldered by a person to loss of rule. This also truly locked this chapter tight with the pages before and after. The sentences already established earlier were no longer just arranged side by side, instead they began to circle around the point upon retreat first recognize which rule is lost, mutually testifying and illuminating each other, which stroke should be withdrawn, which layer could no longer be borrowed, which old method would resurface, where all became clearer because of this. And precisely because the connection was tighter, any attempt by the later layers to drag the situation back to the original writing would first have to surmount this thickened threshold built by this chapter. The phrase upon retreat first recognize which rule is lost highlighted in this chapter's title seems superficially to merely advance the current pursuit by one more layer, but what it truly pressed down was not a single answer, it was the reconvergence of the threads already written before and after. The reason the few before the table did not immediately relax was precisely because they knew if this layer was written hollow, the old methods behind could through the same gap reclaim what had been painstakingly pushed open ahead, but if this layer was written solid, the scattered sentences from earlier would truly begin to reflect upon each other, gradually gathering into a page's momentum that could continue forward. Step back first, acknowledge which rule has been lost. Upon this declaration, the next layer of the most substantial matter was immediately pushed forward. For while words may be said in such a manner, when truly faced with the table, how is one to recognize a retreat? The first line to illuminate was still the black words at the edge of the main position. If the edge is acknowledged and retreated, how can it be seen? This was not merely questioning who bears the burden. Rather, it was asking if the main position truly retreats, how do you all recognize it at first glance? This is crucial. For if it cannot be clearly recognized, the subsequent retreating first returns to rules, not to people, will become empty. The old page gazed at that line and softly said this must be written with utmost firmness. Why? Because this particular signature from the main position is the easiest to be directly rewritten by old laws into this person has failed. Not recognizing the edge. Not observing this page. This is the old saying that tends to return most frequently. As soon as the main position retreats, the natural inclination will be to slide towards phrases like he is no longer capable or he has not endured this round. Then rule lost will be reverted back to person failed. Thus this must be written first. If the main position retreats, it is not a failure of the person, Suwon said softly. Correct. Chen Yu nodded. It must be written what will first appear on the page when he retreats. It is not about evaluating people. It is about observing the page. The signature from the main position was originally acknowledging the edge. Therefore, if it retreats, the first thing to deteriorate will not be the person of the main position, but rather, the edge begins to muddle. As the edge muddles, the original rightful white will start to slide into others' phrases. The rightful fissures will be casually mended into someone else's. The rightful divergences will suddenly stick together like chaotic lines with no owner. In other words, if the main position retreats, the first visible thing on the page will be an edge in disarray. Chen Yu picked up the pen and directly pressed down this line. If the main position retreats, it is edge muddle, not person failure. As soon as it was penned down, the black inquiry before the main position's signature visibly paused. The black annotation quickly followed up. If the edge muddles first, then retreating returns to the loss of the edge, not to the person first. With this, the main position's signature was truly clarified for the first time in the context of retreat. It is not that he has failed. Nor is it that he is no longer valuable. It is that the rule of acknowledging the edge has been lost first. An external record hastily noted, note, if the main position retreats, it is edge muddle, not person failure. Then another note was added in the future: if the edge muddles first, one should know it is this signature retreating, and there is no need to first declare a person's failure. As this statement was established, the question of how the rule loss can be recognized finally began to take on the appearance of something that could genuinely be inscribed on the page. The phrase pointed out in this chapter, if the main position retreats, it is edge muddle, not person failure, on the surface seems like merely pursuing the current matter a layer further, yet what was truly pressed down was not a single answer but the reconsolidation of the lines already written. The reason the few individuals at the table did not immediately relax was precisely because they knew that once written empty here, the subsequent old laws could effortlessly reclaim what had been painstakingly pried open. Yet as long as this layer was inscribed solidly, those scattered phrases would begin to truly correspond with one another, gradually forming a momentum that could continue to advance. Thus the most significant aspect this time does not lie in who can articulate more beautifully, but whether if the main position retreats, it is edge muddle, not person failure, can truly be written as something visible on the page that can be sustained in the following parts and will continue to grow by itself in the next round. The old page pressed down the voice with the penman pursuing layer by layer downwards. Chen Yu, Suwon, and the external record, all unwilling to fully voice their thoughts, essentially guarding the same matter. The chapter cannot merely halt it seems to have answered in the immediate, but must be written into a true line that cannot be circumvented when presenting the next layer. The main variable stood and the second one followed closely behind. Soon new black characters emerged on the edge of the variable sign. If the sign of divergence is retained, how shall it be perceived? This is slightly riskier than the main variable, because the concept of divergence is not as intuitive as edge. When the edge is mixed, it becomes easy to discern. However, how divergence was written, how early it was discarded, and how it was compressed into actually this line is no longer necessary to observe, often occurs quietly. Precisely for this reason, once the variable sign is discarded, it is most easily altered by the old rules to become, her judgment this round was inaccurate, she protected the wrong thing, or instead disrupted the page. That would lead to one's downfall. This sentence needs to be written more meticulously than the main variables. The one holding the brush said quietly. Why? Because divergence is too easily disguised as it was meant to be discarded. If you do not write out the words early discard, the old rules will easily follow up by saying, this is not a retreat, it is an organization. It is not a loss of regulation but a closure. This was too precise. Once the variable sign is discarded, what first appears on the true page is not as simple as divergence has vanished. Rather, it is, divergence was discarded too early. It should have waited a bit longer, allowed it to interact with the edge white limit and unfinished aspects to see whether it is truly divergence or if it can produce genuine sentences, yet it was prematurely judged. That page would certainly appear more orderly. However, that kind of order is precisely a retreat. Suwon did not hesitate and directly pressed down the sentence, if the variable retreats, it is divergence being discarded early, not a dullness of the person. As soon as the word dull came out, the external records immediately stirred. Because it was so accurate. The old rules were most adept at dismissing the variable sign, rewriting it as, she is no longer perceptive. She has become dull. She can no longer discern genuine from false divergence. But that is not what should precede the first page. What should precede the first page is, divergence being discarded early. The black annotations quickly supplemented, if divergence is discarded first, it leads to the failure of retaining divergence, it does not return to her perception first. This is the true rewriting of the established rules. It does not return to she cannot perceive accurately. It first returns to the rule of retaining divergence has failed. The external records quickly noted, note, if the variable retreats, it is divergence being discarded early, not a dullness of the person. Then it added, in the future, if a page suddenly has only one path left too quickly, first check whether this sign has retreated without needing to say who has poor perception. This time the second sign was also clearly written regarding how to recognize retreat. Therefore, what is most crucial this time is not whose words are more ornate, but whether, if the variable retreats, it is divergence being discarded early, can be written into something clear on the page, capable of being followed up and able to grow autonomously in the next round. For this reason, every inch gained here seems to merely establish another sentence at the table, yet its weight is far from that of a single sentence. The sound of paper in the submission slot, the annotations on the agreed-upon pages, and the deliberate pauses of several people before and after writing all serve to corroborate the same matter. This chapter is not merely about temporarily stabilizing the situation but forcing the layer below to continue revising the manuscript according to the line, if the variable retreats, it is divergence being discarded early. As long as this point is established, any subsequent questioning, biting back, or deeper dissection can only continue to advance along the content they have already written in this round. If the primary position retreats, it is the edge that becomes chaotic. If the variable retreats, it is the divergence that is abandoned early. When the third black character fell before the rewritable slip, the white of the page margin tightened slightly. The black characters were brief. If the recognition limit slip retreats, how is it to be seen? As soon as this line appeared, old Joe did not reply immediately. It was not because he could not. It was as if this slip was truly the most painful. Because they had already written many times before, recognition of limits is not a retreating word. It is the cessation of the brush into completion. But once this slip truly retreated, the old method would most likely write it as, still cannot withstand it. Still someone must bear it. Still only he can endure it. This was even more likely than the previous two slips to grow back into a pressure-bearing position. If this line deviates even slightly, it will revert to he is weak. The old page murmured softly. Correct. Chen Yu nodded, thus the retreating aspect on the page must be written with the utmost firmness. Old Joe was silent for a few seconds, then slowly sent down a line, if this slip of mine retreats, what first appears on the page is not a softening of the person. Immediately a second line followed, it is the limit that is first written into a tool. As soon as this sentence emerged, the few people at the table all steadied themselves by an inch. Because it was too precise. Indeed. When the recognition limit slip retreats, the first issue to arise is not that the rewritable person failed to hold firm. Rather, the place that was originally meant to be written is here, it is no longer the brush's domain, is rewritten by the page, by others, by the old method, into a workstation that can still be used once more. This is the retreating aspect that the first page should recognize. It is not that the person is weak. It is not that the person is incapable. It is, the limit has been written into a tool. Old Joe quickly pressed down the line, if the rewritable retreats, it is the limit being written into a tool, not the person being cowardly. The character cowardly was very heavy. And also very necessary. Because the old method would most likely rephrase the retreat of the recognition limit slip into he is in truth still a coward. He still retreats. He is still afraid. But once this line was pressed down, it thoroughly blocked that path. The black annotation promptly supplemented, if the limit is made into a tool, then the retreat is attributed to the error of recognizing the limit, it is not first attributed to his cowardice. The page side recorder noted swiftly, record if the rewritable retreats, it is the limit being written into a tool, not the person being cowardly. Then another line was added, henceforth if one sees more and more places where it can still be used once more, first know that this slip is retreating, there is no need to first force anyone to be harder. As soon as this sentence fell, the third slip regarding how to recognize a retreat truly gained its most solid page aspect. It is precisely for this reason that every extra inch of advancement here, though seemingly just another line established before the table, carries a weight far beyond what a single sentence can bear. The rustle of paper in the delivery chute, the faint annotations on the fixed pages, the deliberately lowered pauses of the few people before and after setting down their brushes, all bore witness to the same thing. This chapter was not merely about temporarily stabilizing the situation, but about compelling the layer below to continue revising the manuscript along the line that if the rewritable retreats, it is the limit being written into a tool. As long as this point was established, all subsequent questioning, counterattacks and deep probing could only proceed along the content they had already written in this round. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not simply restating the previous meaning in a different way, but extending the line if the rewritable retreats, it is the limit being written into a tool from the present page into the situations that might be encountered later. In this way, it was no longer merely a harsh phrase thrown out on the spot before the table, but more like a genuine rule capable of compelling the next page to change accordingly, no matter how subsequent inquiries to sections or attempts proceeded. What would truly be difficult to circumvent was this layer just fortified by this chapter. After the first three slips were clearly written, the final one, the one most easily rewritten by the old method into a mere "I just didn't remember, didn't keep it well," was finally questioned by Ding Yi. Before the slip for the extra page record, black characters slowly emerged. If the record retreats without being fully noted, how shall it be seen? As this line appeared, the silence before the table deepened. For this slip was the easiest to be swept away by human excuses. He didn't remember. He failed to keep up afterward. He missed the line he should have landed. In the end, no one held on to what was unfinished. These were all too easily written as human failings. But what of the page itself? If this slip of the extra page record truly retreated, what would happen first upon the page? The extra page record was silent for a long time. Then slowly the first sentence descended. It is not that I failed to record. This line alone was not yet enough, but it had already set the direction. The old page nodded gently. Continue. When the second sentence followed, the bespectacled man's characters were steadier and heavier than usual. It is the unfinished that was first written to its end. At this, the few around the table knew it was correct. It was not because this hand had been derelict. Rather, those things that should have continued, should have lingered, should have remained alive within the page had been prematurely written into finality. Perhaps it was a conclusion drawn too early. Perhaps it was a "this is roughly good enough." Perhaps it was a summation that appeared too stable. Perhaps it was a path pressed too soon into "it is already thus." In short, the rule of the unfinished failed first. It was not that the person had failed first. The extra page record swiftly sent down the sentence that should truly be pressed. If the extra page record retreats, it is because the unfinished was first finished, not because the person was late. The character late was also precise. For the old method was most adept at turning this slip's retreat into a claim that he was late, that his line had not kept pace, that his reaction was half a beat slow. But what the first page must recognize was not at all whether this hand was fast. It was, the unfinished had been finished first. Black annotation swiftly supplemented, if the unfinished is finished first, then the retreat is attributed to the error of recording the unfinished as finished. It is not first attributed to lateness. The extra page record quickly noted this as well. Record if the extra page record retreats, it is because the unfinished was first finished, not because the person was late. Then it added a particularly steady line: in the future, if you see a page where everything suddenly seems almost good enough, first know that this slip is retreating, and do not hasten to say who has failed to keep pace. Thus, on the layer of if it retreats, how shall it be seen? The four slips were finally all written. If the main position retreats, it is because the edges have blurred, not because the person is useless. If the variable retreats, it is because the divergence was abandoned too early, not because the person is dull. If the rewritable retreats, it is because the limit was written too neatly, not because the person is timid. If the extra page record retreats, it is because the unfinished was finished first, not because the person is late. And as these four sentences settled together, the line at the very center of the 15th page, if one retreats, who bears the burden, finally for the first time retreated a small step back. It did not vanish. It was as if the old force that had always pressed upon them was stroke by stroke rewritten from who bears the burden into first recognize which rule failed first. Viewed from this perspective, the true significance of this chapter was not to rephrase what came before, but to extend the thread. If the extra page record retreats, it is because the unfinished was finished first, from this present page into the situations that would be encountered later. Thus it would no longer be merely a forceful statement thrown down at the table but would gradually become a genuine rule capable of compelling the next page to change as well. No matter how one might pursue, dismantle or attempt to circumvent it in the future, what could not be avoided was this layer that had just been solidified in this chapter. The reason the few people were exceptionally cautious here was that they all understood in their hearts the old path's greatest skill was not to directly refute words but to wait until this sentence was written with a trace of emptiness, a trace of weakness, a trace of feeling like mere intention, and then along that empty space quietly reconnect the old gestures. What they were supplementing at this moment was precisely that inch of space most prone to being borrowed, ensuring that if the extra page record retreats it is because the unfinished was finished first, held true not only in speech but also upon the page in the subsequent chapters and within the momentum that continued to unfold. After the retreat patterns of the 4 slips were clearly written, Digne refrained from singling out any one slip. It finally pushed forward a more holistic statement: if the 4 retreats are viewed together, how can one know the full retreat? This statement was a layer deeper than the earlier: if retreat occurs, how can it be seen? Because they could already recognize the retreat of a single slip. Yet the true difficulty lay in the fact that often retreat does not happen on only one slip. The edges begin to blend. The divergences start to be prematurely abandoned. The limits begin to be meticulously defined. The unfinished begins to be prioritized for completion. They might appear together or they might overlap in succession. So how does one recognize where the 7th code of this round truly retreated to? Old Page looked at the line, how can one know the full retreat? And murmured, this is precisely the fear of returning to the place where a single glance suffices. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. As long as the answer here becomes who unifies the 4 retreats, the old methods will grow back. Thus this line could not be answered with who sees it all. It had to be written the 4 retreats are viewed together. It is not about one person seeing it all at a glance. It is about the main position observing the blending of edges. It is about the variables observing the abandonment of divergences. It is about the return writing side observing the definition of limits. It is about the external records observing the unfinished being prioritized for completion. Only by combining the 4 pages can one know the true layer to which this round has retreated. This line must be pressed down very firmly, Su-Wan said in a low voice. Because it will determine which layer the subsequent method of altering retreat will follow. Yes. The retreat of a single slip could be acknowledged first. But to truly change who bears the retreat and to alter the method upon retreat, one must first clearly see whether in this round the edges blended more heavily, the unfinished was prioritized for completion more severely, or the abandonment of divergences and the definition of limits arose simultaneously. In other words, to alter the method one must first view the 4 retreats together. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down directly. The 4 retreats are viewed together, only then can one know the layer to which this round has retreated. As soon as the words fell, the black annotation followed. If one only looks at a single slip during retreat, the remaining retreats are easily absorbed by the old names. This was absolutely correct. Looking only at the blending of edges would subsume other retreats as problems of the edges. Looking only at the unfinished being prioritized for completion would subsume other retreats as failure to hold the final line. Looking only at the definition of limits would subsume other retreats as increased pressure. Looking only at the abandonment of divergences would subsume other retreats as the path was closed too quickly. This way things would still slide back to one slip, one person, one position. The external records quickly recorded the 4 retreats are viewed together, only then can one know the layer to which this round has retreated. Then it added another line: retreat is not a single slip falling on its own. When true retreat occurs, all 4 places often move together. As this line settled, the forearm revealed behind the hand pressing the seal seemed to steady itself by a fraction. Because this meant they were no longer merely capable of recognizing individual retreat patterns. They had begun to truly write the definitive method of how the entire round retreats. The reason these individuals were all exceptionally cautious was their shared understanding that the old path's greatest strength was never to refute words hidden, but to wait until a line was written slightly hollow, slightly soft, slightly like mere intent, and then stealthily reclaim the old gestures through that void. What they were now reinforcing was precisely that inch most vulnerable to being borrowed, ensuring that the 4 retreats are viewed together, only then can one know where this round retreats to, was established not just in words but on the page in subsequent actions and in the momentum that would continue to influence the next chapter. This also truly tightened the connection between this chapter and the preceding and following pages. The sentences already established earlier no longer merely stood side by side, they began to bear witness to and illuminate each other around the core point: the 4 retreats are viewed together, only then can one know where this round retreats to. Which stroke to withdraw, which layer could no longer be borrowed, which old method would re-emerge, where all became clearer because of this. And precisely because the connection was tighter, any subsequent attempt to drag the situation back to its original writing method would first have to surmount the thickened barrier erected by this chapter. Upon reaching this point, everyone at the table knew the moment for the crucial declaration had finally arrived. They had laid everything out step by step. If one retreats, do not seek someone else first. When one falls, the old position must be reclaimed. Recognizing which rule is lost first before retreating is essential. Observing the 4 retreats reveals the layer to which one has fallen. All of this is still in the process of recognizing retreat. However, the true foundation of the bottommost old law, the place that can stand firm, is not to recognize retreat. It is, after recognizing, one must still determine upon whom the responsibility falls. Otherwise, how can one change? How can one compensate? How can one continue? This is the last bit of fate regarding who bears the burden. It is time to write the final sentence now. The old page murmured softly. What? The record keeper outside the page inquired. Right after recognizing retreat, what should be done? This is the true revised law. It is not merely about observation. One must be capable of making changes. The table fell silent for a few seconds. Then the one holding the pen suddenly said softly, retreat does not add to others. As those 6 words were spoken, everyone turned to look at him. It was not because this sentence was unfamiliar, but precisely because at this moment it had finally reached the point where it was time to be stated. In the many previous pages they had been circling around the writing, do not seek others first. Do not position oneself first. Do not let anyone bear the burden first. But until this moment they had only truly qualified to write this sentence openly, retreat does not add to others. We are still short by half a sentence, Chen Yu said softly. Right, Su-wan nodded. We cannot just say to not add. We must write what to add. With that, the hardest second half of the sentence emerged. It is not about adding people. It is about revising the method. If the main position retreats, one must first revise the method of recognizing the edges, not waste a person. If the variable retreats, one must first revise the method of leaving ambiguities, not dull the person. However, if the rewrite retreats, one must first revise the method of recognizing limitations, not show cowardice. If the record outside the page retreats, one must first revise the method of recording what remains unaddressed, not delay the person. In other words, this round, the place where it truly diverges from the old established law, can finally be written as a resolute statement. Chen Yu picked up the pen and firmly pressed down, retreat does not add to others, first revise the method. As this sentence was inscribed, the entire 15th page seemed to tremble lightly. It was not merely an impression. It felt as if all the preceding sentences, if retreat who bears the burden, do not seek others first, recognize the lost rules first, observe the 4 retreats, were finally captured by this sentence with great force. A red annotation quickly emerged at the bottom of the page. People may uphold the law, but the law cannot be maintained by first discarding a person. This statement is indeed very firm. Because it clearly stated why retreat cannot first fall upon individuals. It is not that people are unimportant. Rather, it is that the law cannot rely on discarding a person to be upheld. Such an act would not be called upholding the law. That would be using a person as a sacrifice for the law. The record outside the page quickly noted, record retreat does not add to others, first revise the method. Then it added another sentence, if this round can truly establish this sentence, it would indeed signify the real beginning of revising the law. As this statement was inscribed, the crimson mark next to the recognition seal suddenly deepened a layer. It felt as if the bottommost layer had finally been pressed down to the very bone by this sentence. This also tightly connected this chapter with the preceding and following pages. The sentences that had already been firmly established earlier no longer merely lay side by side here, but began to encircle the point of retreat does not add to others, first revise the method, mutually corroborating and illuminating one another, which stroke should be halted, which layer should not be borrowed again, and which form of the old law would resurface, where all became clearer as a result. Precisely because they were more tightly interwoven, any attempt to drag the situation back to the original writing method in the following layers must first overcome this thickened obstacle of the chapter. The phrase retreat does not add to others, first revise the method, highlighted in the chapter title on the surface, seems to merely push the current issue one step further, but what is truly being pressed down is not a simple response but a gathering of the lines already written before and after into one point. The reason everyone at the table did not immediately relax is precisely because they knew that if this place were left blank, the old laws in the following pages could follow the same gap to reclaim what had been painstakingly opened up in the front, but as long as this layer is written realistically, those scattered sentences from before would truly begin to support each other, slowly harvesting the momentum to continue moving forward. Retreat does not shift the blame onto others, first alter its law. The moment this was established, the hand that had been steadily pressing the seal deep within the delivery trough finally exerted its third force. It was not a side stamp. Not a trial stamp. Not an application of vermilion. Rather, a definitive determination, then a second descent. This time the definitive seal did not press fully forward. Yet the half-exposed seal script was already enough to reveal more. They had already grasped the first two. Continuation of the definitive, no return to the old. First peril, then contingency. And this third decree. As that deeper and more solid thud landed at the very bottom of the 15th page, alongside the 2 previous definitive determinations, a new vermilion mark slowly emerged. The foremost character was clear. Retreat. The middle character, only half revealed, was enough to discern as alter. The stroke beyond that, connected to the horizontal hook of a character meaning law. The old page deciphered it almost instantly. Retreat. First, alter the law. The gaze of the one holding the brush deepened to its utmost. His voice lower than ever before. The third definitive determination. Correct. It was not who bears the burden. Not who makes the change. Not who compensates first. It was. Retreat first, then alter the law. With this, the third volume at this point truly crossed its hardest threshold. It was not their own declaration of elegance. It was. The definitive seal had taken it in. The record outside the page noted this line almost immediately. Record third definitive determination, retreat first, alter the law. Then added another line. At this point, for the first time, the final arbiter no longer used who bears the burden of retreat to suppress this round. It began to determine according to retreat first, alter the law. As these words fell, the few at the table understood clearly. The door that had stood before them inscribed with "If retreat, who bears the burden?" had at this moment truly been pushed open by them. Not completely dismantled. But that deepest, oldest established law had already been rewritten with its first definitive determination. The old page gazed at the three definitive determinations aligned at the bottom of the 15th page. And the weariness that had long been suppressed in its eyes finally seemed to ease by a significant margin. The latter half of the third volume has begun. Not the kind of opening scene in the middle section. It is truly beginning to move its deepest set of established laws. Suwon also looked at the three seal marks, speaking slowly. Continuation of the definitive, no return to the old. First peril, then contingency. Retreat first, alter the law. With these three combined, if it later tries to pull back using old positions, old sequences, or old methods of bearing burdens, it won't be as smooth as before. Correct. Chen Yu nodded. But it's not yet the end. Why? Asked the recorder outside the page. Because these three are still definitive determinations. Chen Yu looked at the half-exposed seal, his voice steady. Not final determinations. Nor ultimate determinations. The hardest part ahead is no longer forcing it to make determinations. It is to force it. To recognize the four signatures, to recognize this revised set of laws can stand long-term. This clearly defined the true path the latter half of the third volume must take. No longer merely questioning how to write page by page. Nor simply continuing to dismantle some old position. Rather, this round had already forced out three definitive determinations. The next step was to force recognition. Recognize the four signatures. Recognize the original shell does not retreat. Recognize no mutual substitution. Recognize no shell fusion. Recognize retreat first, alter the law. And behind that hand, the back of it now protruded slightly further. Not the face. Nor yet the shoulder. But it was already visible. Above the sleeve, stitched from old signatures. Pressed against the inner side of the wrist. There was a deeper, older seal mark. As if that hand had not merely stamped seals occasionally, but had been long written over by the seal. That was enough. For they already knew that going further, what they needed to force out was no longer just whether it dares to make another definitive determination. Rather, whether this hand could still continue to wield the old laws of the old seal and refuse to recognize these four signatures of this round. The third provisional approval settled into place. The half-revealed seal of recognition did not advance further. His palm still pressed upon it. And only half of the character Rin recognition remained visible on its surface. It was as if the lowest layer had finally reached the point where no further descent could be taken lightly. Moments later, a new line of black characters slowly emerged beneath the 15th page. Ding, final determination. 3 provisional approvals may hold temporarily, but what proves enduring establishment? It was not a rejection. Nor a reversal. It even acknowledged the preceding 3 provisional approvals. Approval to continue, rejection of returning to the old. Peril first, then deliberate response. Retreat precedes revision of method. Yet acknowledgement, though granted, remained unsealed. The precise point of resistance now fully revealed itself. Enduring establishment. This is where recognition first stalls, said the old page voice hoarse as it stared at the black inscription. Why? The off-page recorder instantly echoed the question. Because approval allows trial, observed the old page, eyes fixed on the half-exposed seal. It approves direction, it approves that this immediate step must not revert to the old, but instead follow precisely the path you have inscribed. But recognition is different. One seal that demands acknowledgement from below, that these 4 slips, this set of pagerules, this cycle of determination, are not merely holding firm for now, but truly capable of standing firm permanently. And thus the scribe's position added quietly. That hand above has consistently granted provisional approval. Because approval preserves an exit. Should it later discern your footing faltering? It may yet declare that was only provisional, not recognition. Hence the first step of recognition must inevitably stall. On what grounds do you claim enduring stability without reverting to the old? At these words all seated at the table understood. Yes. The seal of recognition does not fear momentary resilience. It fears duration. With duration will boundaries blur once more. With duration will divergence still be surrendered too soon. With duration will constraints again be imposed by scribes. With duration will the unfulfilled be prematurely declared complete. With duration will blankness assume authority. With duration will harmonized slips gradually slip into hollow shells. These are the very things it dares not recognize lightly? We cannot write we shall persist, Su Wan murmured softly. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. We must write enduring establishment does not rely on sheer endurance. That was the crux. If enduring establishment depended on who could bear more, stand firmer, or resist longer, then the old position would return. And what this cycle had truly been writing all along was precisely not human endurance. Chen Yu lifted his brush and inscribed the first line. This cycle's enduring establishment does not rely on human endurance. The moment the brushstroke landed, the phrase 3 provisional approvals may hold temporarily, but what proves enduring establishment visibly paused at its edge. As if the hand beneath knew. They had not answered enduring establishment with heroic rhetoric. Yet this was only the first half. The harder part still lay ahead. Thus the paramount concern of this round was not whose phrasing shone most brilliantly, but whether recognition first stalls at enduring establishment could be rendered into something lucid, actionable and generative, something that would remain legible, extendable and self-sustaining in subsequent cycles. The old page muted its voice. The scribe probed layer by layer. Chen Yu, Su Wan and the off-page recorder alike refrained from overstating their claims, each in truth safeguarding the same principle. This chapter must not merely appear to have answered correctly for now, but must be inscribed as an authentic, inescapable thread, one that future rounds when framing new questions could not sidestep. Precisely for this reason, each additional step taken here, though seemingly no more than another sentence anchored at the table, carried far greater weight than any single line. The rustle of paper sliding into the submission chute, the annotations flickering on and off the determination pages, the deliberate hush before and after each stroke, all served one shared purpose: to affirm that this chapter did not merely stabilize the situation temporarily but compelled the lower layers to revise their drafts strictly along the axis of recognition first stalls at enduring establishment. So long as this premise held, every subsequent inquiry, rebuttal or deepened analysis could proceed only along the path already laid down in this cycle's writing. This round endures long not by sheer force. After this line settled, the black annotation did not retreat but pressed further. If not by sheer force, why would it not collapse soon? Once this line emerged, the atmosphere around the table grew steadier. For it was a correct pursuit. Earlier they had already written, if you retreat, do not seek others first. When a burden falls upon someone, the former position returns. Retreat first acknowledges which rule was broken first. Observe the 4 aspects of retreat. Retreat does not impose on others first, amend its method. These sentences had already edged toward defining what enduring long relies upon. Yet only at this moment, compelled by the seal of recognition, did it have to be condensed into a statement that could enter the realm of acknowledgement. The old page, gazing at the line, why would it not collapse soon, murmured softly, by seeing the retreat first. Several people around the table raised their eyes simultaneously. Correct. Not by enduring more. Not by being more stable. Not by never erring. But rather, once this round begins to retreat, it can be recognized first. When edge blurring appears, first recognize the edge blurring retreat. When divergence is abandoned early, first recognize the divergence abandonment retreat. When limits are overstepped in writing, first recognize the limit overstep retreat. When the unfinished is preceded by the finished, first recognize the unfinished retreat. In other words, this round endures long not because it never retreats, but because it can retreat, recognize and change. This is true endurance, the scribe murmured softly. Not remaining motionless. It is upon moving one first knows where the old patterns are returning. As these words were spoken, the latter half of the thought emerged. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down the line that could truly connect with enduring long. Enduring long relies on retreat being recognizable first, not on seeking others after retreat. As it settled the black text, 3 certainties may be temporary. How to prove enduring long finally began to fade. The page margin quickly bore a red annotation: if retreat is recognizable first, endurance need not rely on force. If seeking others after retreat, endurance will ultimately revert to the old. This line was too sharp and too precise. The marginal recorder noted swiftly, record enduring long relies on retreat being recognizable first, not on seeking others after retreat. Then added, this round endures not because it is perfect, but because upon retreat it can first see where it is retreating. As this line settled beside the character recognize on the seal of recognition, a sliver of progress finally emerged. not yet fully acknowledged. But the seal of recognition had begun to absorb the layer of enduring long. Precisely for this reason each inch of advancement here, though appearing as merely another line upheld by the table, carried a weight far beyond a single phrase. The rustle of paper in the delivery slot, the flickering annotations on the fixed pages, the deliberate pauses as several figures set down their brushes, all bore witness to the same truth. This chapter did not merely stabilize the situation temporarily but compelled the next layer to continue revising along the line of enduring long relies on retreat being recognizable first. As long as this principle stood, any subsequent questioning, counterattacks or deeper analyses could only proceed along the path they had already written. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not a mere rephrasing of earlier ideas but an extension of the line enduring long relies on retreat being recognizable first from the present page into the future scenarios that would arise. Thus it ceased to be merely a forceful statement improvised at the table and began to resemble a true principle that could compel the next page to follow suit. No matter how subsequent chapters pursued, dismantled or tested, the inescapable core would be the layer just compressed in this chapter. The caution shown by those present was also because they knew that the old ways excelled not in direct refutation but in waiting for a line to be written slightly hollow, soft or merely aspirational, then using that void to stealthily restore old habits. What they now fortified was precisely that inch most susceptible to appropriation, ensuring that enduring long relies on retreat being recognizable first held true not only in words but also on the page in subsequent moves and in the momentum that would continue to exert influence into the next chapter. The seal of recognition had just begun to set and soon another narrow slip of paper rose up from the delivery slot. It was not a new manuscript. Nor was it a separate request for review of a single signature. Rather, it resembled a document that pressed together 4 signatures, the preceding sentences, 3 confirmations and a consolidated agreement, a unified inquiry paper. Upon the paper was a single line of black characters: since the 4 signatures are in accord, why not combine the inquiries into one answer? In that instant both the old page and the scribe's seat grasped the meaning. A combined inquiry has arrived, the old page said, his voice hoarse. This is the most vulnerable point after a consolidated agreement. The record keeper outside the page immediately relayed a question: what does it mean? Suwon gazed at the line: why not combine the inquiries into one answer? Her voice steady: it means, have you not been writing all along that the 4 signatures mutually recognize that they bear the same pressure, that the consolidated agreement does not merge them into one? Very well. Now the court asks, since they are so aligned, why not simply concede that from now on all repeated inquiries, recognitions and confirmations may be combined into a single question answered by you all together? Would that not be more stable? This was more insidious than the fused shell. Earlier the fused shell had asked why they did not merge into one shell. Now the combined inquiry and answer required no fusion of shells. It merely stated the people are not fused, nor are the shells. But the question and answer are simply combined. On the surface the 4 signatures remain. In reality, once the question and answer were unified, the old positions would inevitably return: who answers first, who answers on behalf, who receives the answer, who interprets it. We cannot simply reply that we refuse to combine, Chen Yu murmured. Correct, the old page nodded. We must write why a combined inquiry and answer would be false. This was the crux. Otherwise the opposition would continue to package the combined inquiry and answer as a more efficient, mature and orderly outcome of the consolidated agreement. Silence fell before the table for a few seconds. Then the record keeper outside the page sent down a line: a combined inquiry compels proxy answers. Just those 6 characters. Yet as soon as it emerged, everyone at the table knew this was the hardest layer. Indeed. Once the 4 signatures were merged into a single question, it became all too easy for someone to say, then who shall answer this first? Who speaks best? Who knows most? Who is most suited to summarize the common intent of the 4 signatures? Was this not the rebirth of proxy answers? And throughout their writing one of the firmest principles had been precisely this: no borrowing of brushes, no mutual proxy. Thus a combined inquiry and answer would fundamentally compel proxy answers. Write this, the old page said. And go one layer deeper. Chen Yu took the brush and pressed down the true line: the 4 signatures may bear pressure together, but they must not combine inquiry and answer. A combined inquiry inevitably forces proxy answers. As it was set down, the black characters on the combined inquiry paper paused. Soon a supplementary line appeared at the foot of the page: if proxy answers arise, mutual recognition becomes false. That line struck home with deadly precision. For mutual recognition remained true precisely because each signature had to personally affirm why the other 3 were indispensable. Once the inquiry and answer were combined, mutual recognition would swiftly be altered into someone always speaks on behalf of the 4 signatures first. That would be false. The record keeper outside the page hastily noted: record, the 4 signatures may bear pressure together but must not combine inquiry and answer. A combined inquiry inevitably forces proxy answers. Then he added another line: a consolidated agreement is not speaking for all 4 signatures in one breath. Once it becomes a single answer, whoever answers will grow in power. As those words fell, the vermilion hue beside the seal of recognition seemed to steady itself. For they had not merely blocked the combined inquiry. They had also pierced through its deepest root, the proxy answer, striking it with ruthless precision. From this perspective, what this chapter truly consolidated was not a mere rephrasing of earlier meanings but an extension of the line, the four signatures merged into one inquiry, from the present page into the future trials yet to come. Thus it was no longer just a hard statement improvised before the table but a true rule that would compel the next page to change as well no matter how they pursued, dismantled or tested it. What could never be circumvented was precisely this layer that this chapter had just solidified. If an answer is given on behalf, then mutual recognition is false. The moment these words were set down, the questioning paper did not retreat immediately. Instead it sank deeper. Black characters appeared, adding new inquiries. If answers are not unified, how can confusion be avoided? This was where the seal truly pursued. You said the answers could not be merged into one, nor could anyone answer on behalf of the four slips first. Very well. Then all four slips must answer. How can there be no chaos? This statement seemed too much like common sense. It also easily forced people back onto the old path. Then someone still has to unify the answers first, right? This line cannot simply say each answers for themselves, the holder of the brush whispered. Why? Because each answers for themselves can easily be twisted by what follows, and to see you are still scattered. The holder's voice was heavy. Then it would have even more reason to demand a unified answer later. Correct. Not unifying the answers did not mean answering chaotically. Then what prevents chaos? The old page stared at the four bottom slips on the table and said softly, rely on the same voice, not a single voice. The moment these words were spoken, the few people around the table steadied themselves simultaneously. Correct. Not a single voice. But a kind of same voice. What did it mean? Each of the four slips answered its own layer without substituting, without merging, without snatching, without summarizing. Yet they adhered to the same set of established rules. Do not revert to the old. Do not retreat into old shells. First take the risk, then act. Retreat first, then change the method. Do not melt the shell. Do not substitute for one another. Do not seek others. That is to say, it was not one person, one slip, or one sentence that gathered the four answers into a single voice. Instead, each of the four answers spoke from its own edge, yet the voice they guarded was unified. This was the true meaning of same voice. Right, the Su Wan said softly. And we must truly separate same voice from single voice. Chen Yu raised his brush and pressed down steadily. The four answers are not merged into a single voice, only guarding the same voice of the reformed method. As these words landed, the black characters on the questioning paper finally began to fade noticeably. The page footer then added, a single voice allows a person to grow, the same voice allows the method to endure. This line was too ruthless. Too precise. A single voice would inevitably elevate a person. Because someone always had to become that single voice. With the same voice the method endured. Because each of the four slips answered from its own edge, yet what they answered was the same set of reformed established rules. The recorder outside the page quickly noted, record, the four answers are not merged into a single voice, only guarding the same voice of the reformed method. Then another line was added, it is not that someone speaks the same words on behalf of the four slips. It means each of the four slips speaks its own words, yet none retreats to the old method. With this, the trial of the unified question was finally truly overcome by them. The reason these few were exceptionally cautious here was also because they knew in their hearts that the old path's greatest strength was never to refute words hidden, but to wait for this line to be written slightly hollow, slightly soft, slightly like mere intention, and then quietly slip the old hand back into that hollow. What they now supplemented was precisely that inch most easily borrowed, ensuring that the four answers are not merged into a single voice was established not only in words but also on the page in the subsequent hand and in the momentum that would continue to work in the next chapter. This also truly tightened the connection between this chapter and the pages before and after. The sentences already established earlier were no longer merely arranged side by side. Instead, they began to bear witness to each other and illuminate each other around the point that the four answers are not merged into a single voice, which stroke should be withdrawn, which layer could no longer be borrowed, which old method would re-emerge, where all of this became clearer because of it. Precisely because the connection was tighter, any attempt by the later layer to drag the situation back to the original writing method would first have to surmount the thickened threshold this chapter had already built. With a step back, the gazes of those seated around the table almost simultaneously fell again upon the hand that pressed the seal. It was not for any other reason. Rather, it was because the deeper older mark between the back of that hand and the wrist as the recognition seal deepened and the three definitive stamps were all set down had also become somewhat clearer. Previously one could only discern that it looked like a mark long imprinted by a seal. At this point the patterns within that mark were no longer merely chaotic remnants of vermilion seal impressions. They faintly pieced together some very fragmented edges of old characters bear responsibility burden contain. They were not complete words yet, they were already enough to send a chill down one's spine. Old pages stared at that mark for a long while before speaking in a low voice. This was not worn out. Correct, the one holding the brush said, his gaze deeply somber. This was written out layer by layer through the old bearing methods. As these words fell, everyone at the table understood. Earlier they had already written clearly the reason these old positions, the overseer, the guide, the burden bearer, the finisher, kept returning time and again was rooted in a single phrase: if one retreats, who bears the burden? And now the deeper older mark on the wrist had exactly revealed the most core fragmented characters of the old bearing method's bare responsibility burden contain. This meant this hand was not merely a hand that had been long pressing seals. It was more like a hand that had been written out over long cycles by the old definitive methods of those who retreat fall. Which is to say. Su-won stared at the mark, her voice growing heavier and heavier. This hand was not written by any single person. It was slowly written by a certain old law. Correct. Old pages nodded. It's not that a person first had this hand then pressed the seal. It is that across many cycles, whenever the question who bears the burden arose, this old law would gradually write a hand for itself. As these words landed, at last it had been thrust forward by a great stride. Not entirely, no. Yet at the very least this hand's most distinct and genuine origin was no longer tied to a certain face, a certain name, or a certain identity from the past. Instead, it was the old burden method. The records beyond the page immediately noted this down. Note the old imprint on this hand is not from where but inscribed by the reversed flow of the old burden method. Then another line was added. It was first the burden method and only later did it resemble a hand. These words carried immense weight. And they were devastatingly precise. For in an instant it laid bare the path of why the counterimprint would increasingly resemble the counterfixation method rather than merely being a response to someone beneath. Thus this chapter became tightly interwoven with the preceding and following pages. The sentences established earlier were no longer a simple list. Instead they revolved around the crux that the old imprint on the hand is not from where but the old burden method, mutually corroborating and reflecting each other, which stroke should stop at the right moment, which layer could no longer borrow, and which ancient method would resurface, where all became clearer through this lens. Precisely because of this tight linkage, any later attempt to pull the situation back to its original narrative would first have to surmount the thickened barrier erected by this chapter. The point made in this chapter's title, the old imprint on the hand is not from where but the old burden method, seemed on the surface merely to push the current stroke one step further. In truth it did not suppress a simple reply but rather gathered the threads already written before and after into a single convergence. The few people around the table had not yet relaxed precisely because they deeply understood that if this passage were written hollowly, the ancient methods to come could exploit that same gap to reclaim all that had been painstakingly established. But if this layer were rendered solid, the scattered sentences from earlier would truly begin to echo one another, gradually coalescing into a momentum that could continue to advance. It first bore the law, then resembled a hand. As these words settled, the hand pressing the seal seemed to tighten faintly in response. It did not withdraw. It was as if even the deepest layer understood. They were no longer merely observing who was pressing. They began to see which ancient law empowered this hand. The old page gazed at the hand and spoke slowly. Earlier we pursued the manuscript rack, the brush stand, the signing board, and the seal. Only now do we truly reach the bottom. It is not about who presses. It is which law presses. Chen Yu completed the sentence. Yes. If this hand was inscribed by the reversal of the old bearing law, then the force it exerted when stamping would not be merely an individual's decision. Instead, the ancient law, if one retreats who bears the burden, would through this hand repeatedly press down upon page after page in endless cycles. This was crucial. Once they understood this, their next step should not be to confront the hand itself directly. Instead they must write how to first drain the power from that ancient law. Then the path forward is clear, Su-won murmured. We do not first ask if this hand is human. We first write, if retreat precedes the amendment of law, can this hand still channel the power of the old bearing law? As these words emerged, everyone at the table understood simultaneously. Yes. Earlier they had already inscribed the third decree, retreat precedes the amendment of law. If this decree truly took root in the layer of ratification, what would be drained first was not an individual but rather this hand inscribed by the reversal of the old bearing law. For if the old bearing law lost its efficacy first, what power would it have to exert? Write this, the old page whispered. Write, if retreat precedes the amendment of law, the bearing hand shall first be emptied. This line was too potent. Too necessary to be set down. Chen Yu lifted his brush without hesitation and pressed down directly, if retreat precedes the amendment of law, the bearing hand shall first be emptied. As the words settled, the deeper older mark on the hand's wrist truly flickered faintly. It did not vanish. It was as if the force sustained by ancient words, bear responsibility, press withdraw, had for the first time been struck hidden by the third decree. The page footer quickly inscribed a small red annotation: if the old bearing law is lost, its hand shall first be emptied. If its hand is emptied, inquiry need not first fall upon the person. This sentence steadied the hearts of all at the table. It meant they had truly begun to dismantle more than just the phrase who bears the burden. They began to dismantle the hand that stood upon this phrase. The extra page record noted swiftly, record, if retreat precedes the amendment of law, the bearing hand shall first be emptied. Then added in this round, the next step is not to first disable the hand. It is to first ensure that the old bearing law can no longer descend through this hand. This thoroughly illuminated the path ahead. The chapter's theme, it is not about who presses the seal but which law exerts force, appeared on the surface to merely push the current question one layer deeper. Yet what truly landed was not a single answer but a reconvergence of all the threads already written. None at the table dared to relax immediately, for they knew if this layer was written hollow the old laws would exploit the same breach to reclaim what had been painstakingly won, but if this layer was written solid the previously scattered sentences would begin to reflect upon each other, gradually coalescing into a momentum that could continue forward. Thus the weight of this round lay not in whose words were more elegant but in whether it is not about who presses the seal but which law exerts force could truly be inscribed upon the page, visible, sustainable and capable of self-propagation in the next cycle. The old page pressed its voice low, the writing position descending layer by layer. Chen Yu and the extra page recorder all refrained from speaking prematurely, guarding the same principle. They could not let this chapter remain merely an answer that seemed sufficient, for now it must be written into a true thread that even the next layer of questions could not circumvent. If you retreat first, alter the method, let the hand be empty first. As these words fell, the hand did not withdraw immediately, nor did it continue pressing the seal. It merely paused briefly, lightly. Yet in that instant everyone at the table knew they had truly touched its root. For the next sentence the deepest layer shot back almost instantly. Not from the manuscript. Not from the fixed pages. Instead, beside the seal where the hand pressed, a line of shorter, colder black characters swiftly emerged. If no one is set down, can this hand still press? At this both the old page and the one at the writing desk darkened their gazes simultaneously. It was too precise. Yes. You say retreat first alters the method, not imposing upon others. You say let the hand be empty first. Fine. Then this bottom line directly counters: if you truly no longer set down a person first, how can this hand still press? This was no longer evasion. It had laid bare the tautest thread between the old bearing method and the power of the fixed seal. This sentence cannot be answered with just can, the one at the writing desk said in a low voice. Why? Because this hand truly relies on the old bearing method to press. The one at the writing desk stared at the black characters, his voice sinking. If you casually reply it can still press, it will pursue and ask, with what will you press? This was too accurate. Earlier they had already written retreat without imposing on others first, alter its method. But at this juncture they still had to answer, after altering the method, what would sustain the seal's power. Otherwise that old bearing method would stubbornly linger. The table fell silent for a few seconds. Then from the records outside the page a line descended: no longer rely on bearing. Those words were correct but insufficient. The old page immediately followed: must write rely on what? This was the hardest layer. If it no longer relied on bearing, then what would sustain the recognition of the seal, the fixing of the seal, the joint signature, and the alteration of the method? Suwon gazed at the three quasi-fixed lines on the table and said slowly, rely on alteration. What do you mean? Chen Yu asked. That this entire round has been pushed to this point not by anyone holding firm but by retreat can be acknowledged, rules can be altered, methods can be replaced, never returning to the old. Her voice was steady. In other words, if this round truly no longer relies on the old bearing method to press the seal, then the only thing that can still empower the seal is alteration itself. Chen Yu caught it. Yes. Not bearing. Alteration. In the past, when that hand exerted force behind it, was who bears the retreat. Now they had to change it to retreat first alters the method. In other words, it wasn't that this hand could not press. But if it still wanted to press, it must replace the old method that empowered it. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down directly: no reliance on bearing, rely on alteration of method for power. As it landed, that line, if no one is set down, can this hand still press, clearly paused for a moment. The black annotation immediately supplemented: if alteration of method can sustain itself, the seal need not borrow bearing to be set down first. As these words emerged, the hearts of several at the table quaked simultaneously. For this was the true gateway to the next step. Not to abolish this hand, but to force it to change its method of empowerment. The records outside the page quickly noted: record no reliance on bearing, rely on alteration of method for power. Then added another line: the hardest part of this round was not rendering it handless. It was making this hand unable to rely solely on the old bearing method for power. As those words fell, the old seal marks on the back of that hand faded another layer faintly. Thus the heaviest weight of this round lay not in who spoke a more elegant sentence, but in whether, if no one is set down, can this hand still press, could be written into something visible on the page, sustainable in the next step, and capable of growing on its own in the following round. The old page suppressed its voice. The one at the writing desk pursued layer by layer, and Chen Yu and the records outside the page all refused to speak prematurely, essentially guarding the same thing, ensuring this chapter did not merely stop at seemingly answered for now, but was written into a true line that the next layer's challenge could not circumvent. Not by relying on the burden but by leveraging the reform of the law. As these words settled, the black text beside the seal did not recede immediately but pressed deeper. If the reforms of the law are to be shared, why not merge them into a single legal framework? At this moment, those seated before the table understood the deepest layer had begun to inquire not merely about how they would dismantle the old burden of law. It had seized the chance to probe another perilous opening good. Not by relying on the burden. By reforming the law. Then with this round's 4 signature mutual recognition unified current review divergent yet unified stances and retraction preceding reform would the very act of reforming the law ultimately be consolidated into a single overarching framework. This went deeper than a melted framework or false framework. For it no longer sought to merge the 4 signatures into a single entity. It began to contemplate merging the legal reforms they had painstakingly drafted into a unified system. On the surface this might appear more advanced than the old burden of law, more gentle, even seemingly not oppressive. Yet once such a merger occurred, who would later interpret this unified law, who would govern it, who would decide when reform was deemed complete? The old power structures would inevitably return. It is beginning to attempt turning the reform of the law itself into a new framework, Su Wan murmured. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. This is more insidious than the burden of law. For it would argue, are you not the most opposed to oppression? Then why not simply adhere to this single set of laws? Would that not be cleaner? This argument was too clever. It seemed too much like an upgrade. Yet they had already clearly articulated the union of signatures does not create a singularity. It only ensures that each brushstroke returns to its own framework. The 4 answers do not merge into a single voice, they merely uphold the same reformed law. In other words, jointly upholding a single law does not equate to merging into a single legal framework. If this principle was not inscribed in time, it would be all too easy to slide back into law governing the people. The old page whispered, this line must also be pressed first, reforms of the law are jointly upheld, not merged into a framework. Correct. This was not to deny that reforms of the law would grow more unified. It was to clarify that they were merely jointly upheld, not fused into a unified framework to press back upon the individual signatures. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down steadily. Reforms of the law may be jointly upheld but not merged into a single legal framework. The black annotation immediately supplemented, if the law becomes a framework then retraction could once again be used to impose upon people. If the law is not a framework then reforms still rest upon the 4 signatures, each guarding its own. With this the issue was thoroughly clarified. Why could it not be merged into a single legal framework? Because once the law became a framework, all subsequent questions of who failed to uphold the law, who deviated from the law, who failed to reform in accordance with the law would following that framework be reimposed upon the people. Then the line, retraction does not impose upon people first reform the law, would have been written in vain. The page-side recorder swiftly noted, record reforms of the law may be jointly upheld but not merged into a single legal framework. Then another line was added, jointly upholding a single law means the 4 signatures each guarded from their own side, a single law becoming a framework will once again come back to oppress the people. As these words settled, the hand at the deepest layer seemed to truly begin to understand that this round 7 cipher was not about replacing it with a more advanced new overarching framework. Rather, it was about writing page by page a new kind of law, one that could sustain itself without a framework and stabilize without oppressing people. And for this reason every additional inch of progress here, though it appeared merely as another line established before the table, carried a weight far greater than a single sentence. The rustling of paper in the manuscript tray, the flickering annotations on the fixed pages, the deliberate pauses before and after the brush strokes, all bore witness to the same truth. This chapter was not about stabilizing the situation temporarily but about compelling the layer beneath to continue revising the manuscript along the line of first reform the law, do not merge into a single legal framework. As long as this point stood firm, any subsequent inquiries, counterattacks or deeper deconstruction could only proceed along the path they had already laid out. It's not about relying on support but about the revised laws gaining momentum. Revised laws can be upheld together, not merged into a single legal shell. As these 2 sentences connected, the old marks on the back of that hand and wrist grew more conspicuously faint. It wasn't splitting open. Nor was it retracting. It was as if some force that had always stood firm upon the old sentences was truly beginning to loosen. The observer beyond the page looked at that mark and almost instantly sent down a sentence. It wasn't the hand that emptied first. The few people around the table all turned their gaze toward him. From the man in glasses, the second half of the sentence soon descended. It was the old sentences that receded first. At this, a moment of stillness fell over the table. Because it was too accurate. Earlier they had all been saying, the supporting hand empties first. But now, truly watching this hand gradually turn faint, they only then realized it wasn't that this hand had suddenly vanished. Rather, it was the old sentences that propped it up, gave it strength and allowed it to press down upon the mark. If one retreats, who will bear the burden? Someone must always take responsibility. Someone must always be assigned first. Someone must always take the fall. That had begun to recede first. The hand was merely the force inversely manifested behind those sentences. Only when the old sentences receded would the hand become empty. This sentence is crucial. The old page looked at that mark, his voice low and heavy, because once it's seen as the hand empties first, it's easy to slip into thinking later, then just find another hand. Won't that do? But if it's the old sentences that recede first, it's different. The one at the writing desk took over. Because what follows can't be solved by swapping hands. It is, this set of old sentences itself can no longer empower the hand. The moment these words were spoken, it became even clearer. They were not contending against a mere human. It was not about waiting for a better person to press the seal. Rather, they were forcing the old phrases to lose their power. Chen Yu did not hesitate. He directly condensed this layer into a sentence that could truly settle on the page. If this hand is empty, it is not the person who was empty first, but the old phrases that retreat first. As the brush fell, a red annotation immediately appeared at the foot of the page. If the old phrases retreat, the hand that bears them may be empty. If the old phrases remain, even a changed hand is still old. This sentence was too ruthless and too precise. It instantly pushed the question of whether this hand is still human to a deeper understanding. It was not important whether it was human first. What mattered was that as long as the old phrases remained, even if another hand took over, it would still be the old hand. At this moment, the few people around the table, as they looked at that hand, felt more assured in their hearts. Because what they were about to write next was not how to disable that hand, but how to make the old phrases retreat completely. The record outside the page quickly noted, "Record, if this hand is empty, it is not the person who was empty first, but the old phrases that retreat first." Then it added another line. What needed to be dismantled next was no longer just this hand, but whether the old phrases behind this hand could still continue to press the seal. As these words fell, the vermilion mark on the back of that hand faded a little more. It was as if in the face of the seventh code, the phrase "if it retreats, who bears the burden" truly began to lose its power to be written. From this perspective, what this chapter truly consolidated was not merely rephrasing the previous meaning, but extending the line "this hand is not empty because of the person first, but because the old phrases retreat first" from the present page into the situations that would continue to be encountered later. Thus it was no longer just a forceful statement improvised at the table, but began to resemble a true rule that could compel the next page to change as well. No matter how much they pursued, dismantled, or tested later, what could truly not be bypassed would be this layer just solidified in this chapter. The reason these people were exceptionally cautious here was also because they all knew in their hearts that the old path was never skilled at refuting words hidden. Instead, it waited for a sentence to be written slightly hollow, slightly soft, slightly like mere intention, and then along that hollow spot it would stealthily reclaim the old gesture. What they were now supplementing was precisely that inch most easily usurped, making this hand is not empty because of the person first, but because the old phrases retreat first, not only established in words but also on the page in the hand that follows and in the momentum that would continue to take effect in the next chapter. Here the fixed pages, the white slips, the bottom slips, the three final alignments, the half-exposed recognition seal, and the hand pressing that seal all remained as they were. Not a single item was overturned in an instant, nor did any vanish at their words. Yet the entire balance had shifted irrevocably. Earlier they had been pressing relentlessly, demanding manuscript revisions, exposing the manuscript stand, revealing the pen holder, uncovering the signature board, enforcing a provisional acknowledgement of the bottom slip. They pressed for the combined signatures to await confirmation, for the fixed seal to reveal its corner, and for the three final alignments to be set. Now what they truly sought to force was no longer merely whether this hand dared to press again or whether the seal dared to recognize once more. Rather, it was whether those old phrases behind this hand would retreat. Deep within the manuscript delivery slot, that hand refrained from pushing forward any new queries. Yet beneath the 15th page, fixed, the layer of white that had long been suppressed finally allowed a new line of red characters to emerge on its own for the latter half. "Do not first discard the hand, first retreat the old phrases." This was neither a manuscript query nor a seal query. It was as though the seventh code of this round had finally illuminated the true path forward. The old page stared at that line for a long while before uttering softly, "Yes." By this point in the third volume, the true difficulty is no longer proving that we wrote correctly. It is ensuring those old phrases can no longer summon forth a hand. Chen Yu completed the sentence. Once these words were spoken, the true gateway to the latter half of the third volume became entirely clear. It was not about replacing a person, nor finding a better seal presser, nor declaring victory by disabling that hand. Instead, it was about writing back, one by one, those old phrases: who bears, who receives, who assumes, who is responsible. Right until even if a hand remains, it can no longer draw strength from these old phrases. Suwan gazed at the ancient seal marks on that wrist and said slowly, "Thus what we must truly confront henceforth is no longer merely the seal, the signature, or the page. It is the old phrases." "Yes." The off-page record responded almost instantly, "and not just any old phrases, those that once uttered caused positions to grow of their own accord." From the other side, old Zhou's voice sank heavily. "To dismantle this far is to truly touch bone." Indeed. It was no longer about dismantling actions. Nor was it about dismantling positions. It was about dismantling phrases. And once the phrases truly retreated, the hand seal, signatures, and positions that followed would all lose their power. Beneath the fixed page, the three final alignments remained parallel: permit continuation, forbid return to the old, prioritize danger, then the hand retreat first, then alter the method. Now with the emergence of this new line of red characters, they seem to have finally found their subsequent direction: retreat first, then alter the method. What must be altered first are the old phrases. In the manuscript delivery slot, that hand did not advance further. Yet beside the half-exposed recognition seal, it seemed to be waiting for the next step, no longer waiting for a new manuscript to be written. Nor was it merely waiting for a signature to be passed. It was waiting to see which old phrase this round's seventh code would first choose to write back. The old page looked at that hand and said in a voice so low it was almost inaudible, "What follows will increasingly feel less like fighting monsters and more like excavating words." The scribe seed also gazed at those seal marks and said, slowly dig up an old phrase, see how it grew into a position, then peel it away layer by layer from behind the hand that pressed the seal. This was what the latter half of the third volume now truly needed to write. Not grander spectacles or more intricate settings. Rather, it was to excavate one phrase at a time the words that empowered the deepest layer of old established methods and write them into retreat. At that moment the sleeve edge behind that hand emerged a little further. The face remained invisible and the full shoulder was still hidden. Yet it was now possible to see that above the cuff stitched from old signatures lay not fabric but a layer of old paper lining pressed black with age. Upon it faintly visible was a line of fragmented characters even more blurred than bare responsibility pressure receive, as if crushed for too long by an older, deeper, more foundational phrase, rendering them nearly illegible. Yet even that faint glimpse was enough for the few at the table to understand that the old phrases to be retreated might extend far beyond the single line of "Who bears?" Chen Yu looked at that deeper layer of old paper lining but did not immediately strain to see more clearly. He only said very softly, "All right." The latter half of the third volume now truly begins. Starting from the next old phrase, we will no longer just ask how it presses the seal. We will ask, which phrase does it rely on to still press that seal down? The red bronze lamp flame held steady. The 15th page remained unturned. That hand did not retreat either. Yet across the entire table everyone now knew the true path that lay ahead to be written. And this was the beginning of the third volume's transition from forcing it to change to truly forcing it to retreat its old phrases. The phrase in the latter half, "Do not waste your hand first, but retreat the old sentence," floated in red letters at the bottom of the 15th page. Everyone at the table understood what was about to be truly cut would no longer be draft signatures or positions nor merely that hand. What was to be cut was the spoken word. But which old phrase was the first? A note from the margins was passed down, "Is it not if retreating who bears it?" This phrase seemed the most profound. It indeed resembled the point where that hand was currently exerting force. Yet the old page stared at the layer of old signatures, old critiques and deeper old paper that pressed against that wrist, and after a few seconds it shook its head softly. "It is not the first phrase." "Why?" Suwan asked. "Because who bears it is already a later remark." The old page's voice was hoarse. "It is the phrase that emerges most prominently when the subsequent layer of old burdens is being concluded. But one hand truly cannot press down solely on who bears it, it is insufficient. The one holding the pen was also fixated on that hand, his gaze heavy. Indeed, who bears it is for those who fall. Yet before one falls there must be a phrase that makes everyone feel. This page must first be stabilized." Chen Yu appended the latter half of the phrase. At this moment several people at the table simultaneously understood. Yes. Without first stabilize who bears it is indeed difficult to exert true force. For only when the preceding phrase, "the most important thing on this page is to stabilize," first stands firm, can it naturally give rise to who will stabilize. Who will cover? Who will press? Who will collect? Who will bear? In other words, who bears it is not the root to be chopped at the first stroke. Beneath it there is an even earlier, older and more commonsensical phrase that empowers it. A note from the margins quickly passed down another remark: "Is the first phrase not one must first stabilize this page." The old page looked at the deeper layer of old paper lining that risked its gaze gradually sinking. "Correct. The first phrase is not called who bears it. It is called one must first stabilize this page." The moment these 7 words came out, the red copper lamp on the table seemed to gently press down the flame. Because it was too accurate. And too familiar. Among the many pages prior, the template's continuation, halting the pen, total responsibility, guiding the way, bearing pressure, concluding, melting the shell, changing pens, asking and answering, all appeared different. Yet tracing back, almost all served the same sentence: stabilize first. It is not about living first. It is not about looking at the edges first. It is not about leaving ambiguity first. It is not about acknowledging limits first. It is not about remembering what remains unwritten first. It is first stabilize. As long as this phrase does not retreat, the old positions, old sequences and old burdens will always have a place to grow back. Thus the first stroke is not to chop who bears it, Chen Yu whispered. It must first extract the phrase first stabilize from behind this hand. And pull it out. This also tightly linked this chapter with the preceding and following pages. The sentences that had already taken shape before were no longer just lined up side by side but began to surround the notion that the first old phrase is not called who bears it, providing mutual testimony and illumination. Which stroke should withdraw, which layer can no longer be borrowed, and which kind of old method will resurface, where all became clearer. Precisely because it was tightened further, the subsequent layer, wishing to drag the situation back to the original writing style, must first leap over the thickened hurdle of this chapter. What is highlighted in the title of this chapter about the first old phrase not being called who bears it appears on the surface to merely chase this point forward again, but what is truly pressed down is not a simple answer but rather the regathering of the lines already written before and after. The reason why several people at the table did not immediately relax was precisely because they knew that once this space was left empty, the old methods could follow the same gap to reclaim what had been painstakingly pushed open. Yet as long as this layer is written accurately, those scattered sentences from before would truly begin to respond to each other, slowly harvesting a momentum to continue onward. We must first stabilize this page. Once this phrase was spoken, the scattered fragments from earlier seemed to finally share a single ancient root. The old page did not rush for anyone to take up the brush. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the back of that hand and the deeper aged paper concealed within the sleeve, slowly unraveling how this phrase had grown limbs and taken form layer by layer. To stabilize first, the first thing to emerge is the overlook, he murmured. Why? Because for a page to hold steady, the most instinctive thought is, first someone must hold the entire page in their sight. Where is it falling apart? Where must it be pressed down first? Where must it not be released? Where must it not be disturbed? Thus the primary position is gradually pushed toward seeing the whole. The scribe continued. Then comes the guide. Because seeing is not enough. After seeing, there must be a line. Roughly which path should this page take to be more stable? Thus the variable stroke is written toward first gather the path. Old Joe quickly followed. Next comes the bearer. For once the view and the path were set, when a section later threatened to collapse, a line to fall or a blank space to give way, someone had to brace it first. The page externals recorder added. Finally comes the closer. Because once the front is stabilized, pressed and gathered, a line naturally grows, who will bring this page to a rounded close. Overlook. Guide. Bearer. Closer. The four old positions thus emerged not because anyone sought to contend, but because, once stabilized first, became the opening line. These four felt naturally inevitable. Suwon gazed at the ancient imprint on the wrist and said softly. So that's why the hand bears shoulder duty press close, it now aligns. Yes, the old page nodded. Who bears is not the first line. Stabilize first is the first line. The shoulder duty press and close that follow are all the ancient order that naturally grew from it. Chen Yu stared at the three fixed decrees beneath the 15th page, his voice sinking slowly. Permit continuation, forbid return to the old. Risk first, then the hand. Retreat before altering the method. These three fixed decrees actually all oppose stabilize first. At these words, several people paused simultaneously. Yes. Risk first, then the hand. This does not seek stability first before arranging people. Retreat before altering the method. This does not seek someone to stabilize upon retreat. Permit continuation, forbid return to the old. This is even less about pulling the page back to its most familiar old draft for stability. In other words, this old saying stands directly opposed to the three fixed decrees of this round. Then we cannot merely oppose it lightly, the scribe murmured. We must write through it. Write through what? The page externals recorder inquired. Chen Yu said slowly. Write through why once stabilize first is established, the true line dies first. At this, the first old saying finally had a clear direction for its incision. The chapter's theme, how stabilize first grows the four old positions, on the surface seemed only to trace the immediate issue one layer deeper, yet what truly bore down was not a single answer but the regathering of the lines already written before and after. The few at the table did not immediately relax, precisely because they knew that if this layer was written hollow, the old methods could use the same breach to reclaim what had been so painstakingly pried open. But if this layer was written solid, the previously scattered sentences would begin to truly reflect each other, slowly coalescing into a page momentum that could continue forward. Thus the heaviest part of this round lay not in who spoke a more elegant line, but in whether how stabilize first grows the four old positions could be written into something visible on the page, sustainable in the next beat, and capable of self-perpetuation in the rounds to come. The old page pressed its voice, the scribe pursued layer by layer, and Chen Yu, Suwon, and the page externals recorder all refrained from speaking too soon, essentially guarding the same thing, ensuring this chapter did not merely stop at it seems answered for now, but was written into a true line that the next layer of questions could not bypass. Since the first old sentence had already been recognized, the 15th page fixed was no longer merely a fixed page. As if the entire fixed page had been waiting for this moment for a long time, the cold white expanse at its center suddenly parted slightly to both sides. It was not a crack. It was more like yielding a space for something older. Soon near the lower center of the page a new slot slowly emerged. It was not a submission slot. Nor was it a signature slot. It was a thinner, narrower groove, its edges still clinging to bits of old decayed paper, a slot for an old sentence. The old page gazed at the slot, its expression shifting slightly. It has come. What has come? Suwon asked. Mere recognition is not enough. The old page's voice was hoarse. To truly operate on an old sentence, it must first be dragged from the old paper lining behind this hand to the front of the table. This was different from the earlier forcing of manuscript signatures or seals. Those were actions directed at new drafts, submitted signatures, and exposed impressions. But this cut was aimed at a long-suppressed old sentence buried deep beneath everything else. As soon as the old sentence slot appeared, the wrist holding the seal tensed slightly. It was not a clear retreat. It was as if something that had been buried deep within, unwilling to come to the table, was being slowly drawn out by the slot on the 15th page. Immediately after, the slot pushed up a frayed edge of old paper very slowly. It was not a complete strip. The edges were rough, as if it had been pressed for too long, the characters on it stained black with ancient bleeding ink. Only half a sentence was exposed. First stabilize this. That was enough. A note from the page side record was almost immediately passed down. This is it. The old page did not take it, only stared at the half sentence. After a few seconds it said in a low voice, "This is only the head. The entire sentence has not yet been pulled out. This shows the sentence is buried very deep below. Then how do we pull it out completely?" Old Joe followed up. "You cannot pull it by force." The voice of the one holding the brush spoke deep and heavy. "An old sentence is different from a new manuscript. Forcing it out will only drag the surface words up, leaving the old order that gave it power still behind." This reminder was crucial. They were not here to grab the surface of a sentence and then berate it fiercely. They had to drag this old saying along with how it exerted its force, how it established its position, and how it issued its commands all the way to the table. Only then, with one cut, could it truly be made to retreat. "Then we must first write what it first destroyed," Chen Yu murmured. "Right," Su-wan nodded. "It's not about arguing whether stabilize is right or wrong first. It is to first write, once this sentence is established, what is the first thing that dies in this round of the seventh code." The half sentence of old paper was still slowly pushing outward from the old sentence slot. The flame on the table did not waver. That hand did not press the seal again. It was as if the deepest layer too was waiting to see what they would use to truly make this first cut. Thus the most critical point this time lay not in who spoke a more brilliant line, but in whether the 15th page opening an old sentence slot could be written into something visible on the page, sustainable in the next sequence, and capable of self-perpetuation in the rounds to come. The old page suppressed its voice, the brush holder pursued layer by layer, and Chen Yu, Su-wan, and the page side record all refused to speak definitively. They were essentially guarding the same thing, ensuring this chapter did not merely stop at "it seems an answer has been found," but was written into a true thread that the deeper layers could not bypass when they next set a question. For this very reason, every extra inch of progress here might seem like just another sentence established before the table, yet its weight was far heavier than a single sentence. The rustle of paper in the submission slot, the flickering annotations on the fixed page, and the deliberately suppressed pauses of the people before and after setting down their pens all bore witness to the same fact: this chapter was not about temporarily stabilizing the situation, but about forcing the deeper layers to revise their manuscript along the line set by the 15th page opening an old sentence slot. As long as this point was established, any subsequent questioning, counterattacks, or deeper deconstruction could only proceed along the path they had already written in this round. We must first stabilize this page. After the half sentence of old paper edge emerged from the old sentence position, no one at the table immediately rushed to counter that stabilize. It wasn't a matter of daring. Rather, at this point, everyone understood. This cut was the easiest to misalign. We cannot cut stabilize. The old page suddenly spoke. The external record relayed the words at once. Why? The old page stared at that old paper edge, its voice hoarse. Because stabilize itself is not wrong. When a page reaches its latter stages, there are naturally places where stabilization is needed. The white cannot sway forever. The divergence cannot remain scattered forever. The unresolved cannot hang in the air forever. If you directly cut stabilize, it will easily follow up later. See, this round of yours only knows how to hang, never to land. Then all the seals of recognition and fixation will press back with unable to stand for long. Hearing this, several at the table understood. Indeed, the fault was never in the outcome of stabilize. The fault lay in the first. Stabilizing first. Before acknowledging risk edge divergence limits, the unresolved, or retreat, they elevated stabilize as the primary statement. This is the root from which all old positions grew. So the first cut is not to sever stabilize, Chen Yu said in a low voice. It is to sever the first. Su-wan completed the latter half. At this, the atmosphere at the table grew even more stable. For once the blade fell on first, the entire sequence became clear. It was not about forbidding stability forever. Rather, stability cannot come first. Stability must be achieved later. It must grow slowly from true sentences, page rules, mutual recognition of four signatures, and methods of acknowledging retreat and change. Not used first to suppress the page. This line must be written very firmly, said the one holding the brush. Because the hand behind it draws its power from this very word first. Chen Yu picked up the brush. Not rushing to write a long sentence, but first pressing down the shortest and hardest blade edge. This round does not seek stability first. As these 6 characters landed, that old paper edge in the old sentence position truly trembled. It was not a full retreat of the sentence. It was as if the first within that phrase, "we must first stabilize this page," the part always smoothest, most like common sense, most likely to be accepted without guard, was fiercely split open by this blade. A black annotation quickly emerged from beneath the old sentence position. If not seeking stability first, how to avoid dispersion? That was right. It would still pursue. But at least the first cut had truly struck the sinew. The external record noted swiftly. Record: the first cut does not sever stabilize but severs first. Then added another line. This round does not reject stability. It simply cannot press stability ahead of the true sentence. As these words landed, the old imprint on that wrist faded another layer. It was as if the mouth through which that old phrase truly exerted force had finally been pried open a little by them. And thus every extra inch of progress here seemed only like another sentence standing at the table, yet its weight was far from that light. The rustle of paper in the delivery trough, the flickering annotations on the fixed pages, the deliberate pauses suppressed by the few as they set down their brushes, all bore witness to the same truth. This chapter was not about temporarily stabilizing the situation but about forcing the layer beneath to continue revising along the line of the first cut severs first. As long as this point held, any subsequent questioning, counterattack, or deeper dismantling could only proceed along the path they had already written in this round. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not a rephrasing of earlier ideas but an extension of the line "the first cut severs first" from the present page into the situations that would continue to arise later. Thus it was no longer just a hard statement temporarily erected at the table, it began to resemble a true rule capable of compelling the next page to revise as well. No matter how the pursuit, dismantling, or testing unfolded later, what could not be bypassed would be this layer just pressed firm in this chapter. If stability is not prioritized first, how can dispersion be avoided? The black annotation pursued swiftly. And it was posed with utmost correctness. For they had already written all the way here everything was opposing stability first. This step could not rely solely on attitude. It had to be clearly articulated why, once stability first was established, true sentences would perish first. The old page did not speak immediately. Instead, it looked up at the pages already standing on the table from the first to the sixth page of the seventh code. They had been written all the way toward smoothness first, stability first, containment first, through templates, halted strokes, optimal solutions, and master tables. The seventh page forcefully established the rule of 4 strokes per page. The eighth code wrote "do not extend positions first." The ninth page wrote "why still willing to share the same page." The 10th page wrote "co-continuation does not lend to each other." The 11th page wrote "leave blank without breaking." The 12th page wrote "leave blank without nurturing positions." The 13th page dismantled wrong pages. The 14th page dismantled switching strokes. The 15th page dismantled "who bears the burden." Looking through it all, almost every time this page was truly written toward vitality, it was because someone had withstood stability first. If stability takes precedence, the first to die is the blank. Suwon spoke first. Why? Because once the blank encounters stability, it gets filled, suppressed, shielded, and rounded off. Her voice was steady. Then the awaiting original strokes are gone. Old Joe immediately followed with the next line: "the second to die is the limit." Because if stability goes first, a limit like this is no longer a stroke but craftsmanship would be quickly altered to "don't mention that for now, let's stabilize this page first." Then the limit is gone. The off-page record immediately added "the third to die is the unfinished." Because stability comes first, the unfinished would be written as "this is about enough, compress it into a conclusion that can proceed." Then the unfinished is also gone. Chen Yu finally murmured in a low voice, "Divergence will also die. The edge will also die." For what stability first is best at, isn't it precisely pressing the unstable edges into alignment and suppressing the unsteady divergences? With this, the entire logic was thoroughly substantiated. It was not an abstract opposition to stability. It was blank, limit, unfinished, divergence, edge. These very things that truly allow a page to grow living sentences onward would all perish first if stability first was forced upon them. Then this sentence emerges. The old page said in a low voice. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down the hardest latter half of this decisive strike: "if stability takes precedence, true sentences die first." The words were not long. But as they landed, the old paper edge in the old sentence position was visibly pulled outward by a small notch. It was as if the old reasoning, "we must stabilize this page first," which had always seemed so smooth and correct, had been violently struck into a void by this sentence. The page footer promptly added a red annotation: "blank, divergence, limit, unfinished, edge, all die first under stability first, therefore stability should not be the foremost clause." The off-page record quickly noted: "record, if stability takes precedence, true sentences die first." Then another line was added: "this round is not about fearing dispersion. It is about fearing that right from the start, to avoid dispersion, one would crush all the elements that could truly generate living phrases." As these words settled, the ink on the paper edge in the old sentence position seemed to have genuinely faded a little. From this perspective, what this chapter truly solidified was not merely rephrasing the previous meaning but extending the line: "if stability takes precedence, true sentences die first," from the present page into the situations that would be encountered later. Thus it was no longer just a forceful statement improvised at the desk but began to resemble a true rule that could compel the next page to change as well. No matter how much pursuit, dismantling, or experimentation followed, what could never be bypassed would be this layer just compressed in this chapter. The phrase "this round should not seek stability first. And stability leads but the true statement dies first" were pressed down together, and the old paper in the old phrase finally revealed more than just half a sentence. It was being pulled out little by little. Not quickly. It was as if that old saying was buried too deep underneath, and with each bit that emerged it brought along remnants of old paper scraps and ink skin that did not wish to be seen at the table. The first to fully reveal itself was indeed that phrase "one must first stabilize this page." The characters were so old that they had turned black. However, the stroke of the word "first" had already cracked open a fine seam due to the preceding phrase "this round should not seek stability first." The old page looked at this complete old saying for a long time before softly saying, "The first old saying has made it to the table. So what now?" The external record immediately inquired. "Now it can truly be cut." The scribe, looking at that phrase, spoke heavily before it was merely forcing it to reveal itself. Once it is revealed, it is truly time to retreat. This was different from drafting or signing before. Once the old phrase made it to the table, it was not enough to simply suppress it with a new phrase. It had to be interrupted in its force sequence. And the most critical aspect of this phrase was its order: stabilize first, then everything else, the white, the divergence, the limits, the unfinished, the four signatures, the page rules, the amendments, must be queued to the back. "Then let's cut first. Su-Wan whispered. "Right." Chen Yu nodded. "It's not about tearing the whole phrase away. It's about cutting off the part that can most easily evoke the old position decisively and thoroughly." He lifted a half-used red pen, not writing on the new paper but for the first time pressing directly onto that old saying itself. It wasn't a random scribble. Instead, steadily on the already cracked word "first," he added another stroke: "first not established." Only 3 words. Yet once they landed on the old paper, that phrase "one must first stabilize this page" truly trembled for a moment. It wasn't that the entire phrase disappeared. Rather, that momentum which resembled common sense that would naturally lead to observation, guidance, endurance, and conclusion was for the first time forcefully interrupted. Immediately beneath the old phrase a dark comment emerged: "If first is not established, from where does stability come?" At this moment, although the first old saying had been cut, it had not retreated. It was pursuing the final layer. "You say stability cannot be established first. Then where does stability truly come from?" This indicated that although the first cut had reached the muscle, the subsequent path of blood still had to be written. The external record quickly noted: "Record, the first cut falls on the old paper, first not established." Then added another sentence: "The old phrase is not torn apart at once." It was about first cutting off the sequence that most easily evoked the old position to return. Once this sentence landed, the mark on the wrist finally felt like it had genuinely lost strength for the first time. It wasn't that the entire hand was empty. Yet that layer which had continuously extended the force of first stabilize was evidently diminished. The reason why several people appeared particularly cautious here was because they all understood in their hearts that the old path was never skilled at directly rebutting words, but rather at waiting for this phrase to be written slightly empty, slightly soft, slightly resembling intention, and then secretly connecting back to the old gesture through that empty space. Now what they were supplementing was that most easily borrowed inch, making the first cut falls on the old paper not only valid verbally but also valid on the page and the subsequent hand, and in the momentum that would continue to take effect in the next chapter. This also tightly bound this chapter and the preceding and following pages. The previously established sentences were no longer merely lined up side by side but began to surround the first cut falls on the old paper, mutually testifying and illuminating each other: which stroke should withdraw, which layer could no longer be borrowed, in which old method would re-emerge, in what place all became clearer. And precisely because they were more tightly bound, the subsequent layers wishing to drag the situation back to the original writing method had to first overcome this thickened barrier of the current chapter. If first is not established, how can stability come? The old phrase still lingered. Yet the cuff behind that hand had already loosened slightly because the first cut had truly fallen upon the old paper lining. This was not a retreat of the hand. Rather, it was as if the tightly bound old sleeve behind the wrist had finally relaxed a little, because the outermost phrase, "we must first stabilize this page," had its first severed. And precisely because of this relaxation within that sleeve edge stitched from old slits, the deeper layer of old paper lining truly revealed a corner. Not a whole sentence. Just a single character. But that single character was enough to weigh heavily on one's heart. Bear. The extra page record almost immediately relayed the message: there is still bear behind it. Old page stared at that corner of old paper, his gaze deepening. Yes. First stabilize is not the deepest layer. Beneath it there are older words. Is it someone must always bear it first? Su-Wan asked. Old page did not answer immediately. He merely looked at the shadow of old ink yet to be revealed beside the character bear, and after a while said very lowly, "Almost certainly." And this phrase is more like the hand's own root than first stabilize. At these words the few at the table understood. Yes. First stabilize this page was more like the superficial excuse the hand gave when pressing the seal. But why did the hand need to press? Why must there always be a position that can press, gather, bear and stabilize first? The deeper phrase was very likely, someone must always bear it first. This was more akin to the old root of the hand than stabilize. So the first old phrase to be cut open was first stabilize. Chen Yu murmured. But the deeper old paper lining holds the words of bear that truly write the hand. The pen holder also stared at that corner of the bear character, his voice sinking gradually. This matches. The bear responsibility press gather on the back of the hand were never the first layer. What lay deeper beneath was simply bear. In other words, this hand did not exert force solely through stabilize. Stabilize was more like the common shell it placed at the forefront. And bear was closer to the deep root of why it always had to grow a hand to press the seal. The extra page record quickly noted note after the first cut the older character bear was revealed from the sleeve. Then it added another line, first stabilize is like a surface phrase, someone must always bear it is more like the true old root of this hand. As these words fell. Yet at this moment the first old phrase had not yet fully receded. For though the first was no longer established, the query whence comes stability still lingered before the table. That is to say, they had to thoroughly clear away the first old phrase. This in turn tightly interlocked this chapter with the preceding and following pages. The sentences that had been established earlier no longer merely stood side by side, instead they began to converge around the point of the earlier pocket character revealed from the sleeve, corroborating and illuminating one another, clarifying which stroke should be withdrawn, which layer could no longer be borrowed, and where the old methods might resurface. And precisely because the connection was tighter, any attempt to drag the situation back to its former style would have to first surmount the thickened barrier erected by this chapter. The earlier pocket character revealed from the sleeve highlighted in this chapter's title seemed merely to trace the current predicament back one more layer. Yet the true way to carry it was not a simple retort but rather a consolidation of all the threads already woven throughout the narrative. The few individuals before the table did not immediately relax, precisely because they knew that if this passage were written hollowly, the old methods could exploit the same breach to reclaim what had been painstakingly pried open. But if this layer were rendered solidly, the previously scattered sentences would begin to truly reflect upon one another, slowly gathering into a momentum that could carry the pages forward. If priority is not established, how can stability be achieved? The old sentence pursued this point, appearing to be a simple question. Yet everyone knew that if this step was answered incorrectly, the first strike would have been in vain. Because if they claimed there is no need for stability, then the subsequent layers, recognition, imprint, fixed imprint, prolonged standing, prolonged suspension, would all chase after them, that this round would be nothing but constant suspension, constant revision, constant incompletion, never reaching a day when it could stand firm. This would in turn open a path for stability first to regain its footing. So we must preserve stability, the old page murmured. But we must alter its sequence. This statement was too crucial. It was not about discarding stability but about changing its order. They had already written earlier, first risk then response. Retreat first then change the method. Prolonged standing relied on retreat to enable prior recognition. Do not seek stability first. At this point what truly needed to be suppressed was not do not seek stability but rather stability can be achieved later. In other words, stability was not the opening statement. It was not the first strike. It was not something to be laid down as a covering layer when all the blanks, divergences, limitations and incompletions had not yet come to life. Stability was the result that slowly emerged later after the true sentences grew forth. The page rules stood firm, the four seals mutually acknowledged, the retreat pattern became recognizable, and the revised method could be sustained. This sentence must be written very directly, Su-won said softly. Because that old phrase is most adept at sustaining itself on the argument, in the end you'll still have to stabilize. Indeed. So there could be no circumvention. Chen Yu raised his brush and directly pressed down a sentence beneath the old phrase. It is not about rejecting stability but that stability can be achieved later. The characters were plain. Yet the moment they were set down, the character stable in the phrase we must first stabilize this page also seemed to fade slightly. As if this old phrase had finally been truly cornered, after its foundational priority was severed, the remaining stability could no longer serve as the opening statement. The page footer promptly supplemented with a red annotation: if stability comes later, the true sentence can live. If stability takes precedence, the true sentence will die first. With this statement, the retreat method for the first old phrase became entirely clear. It was not about tearing away stability. It was about returning it to its proper position, the later stage. The page side record quickly noted it is not about rejecting stability but that stability can be achieved later. Then another line was added: what the first strike truly altered was not merely the character priority. It changed stability from an antecedent condition to a subsequent consequence. With these words, the phrase we must first stabilize this page finally seemed to lose its major structural support, unable to stand straight in its old position any longer. It remained, yet it could no longer appear as smooth, as self-evident as the first sentence that all old positions would naturally sprout from as it had when it first emerged. The first strike at this point had truly drawn blood. The proposition raised in this chapter's title, "It is not about rejecting stability but that stability can be achieved later," seemed on the surface merely to push the current issue one layer further. Yet what it truly suppressed was not a single answer but a regathering of the threads already written front and back into a cohesive whole. The reason the few people at the table did not immediately relax was precisely because they knew that if this point was written empty, the old methods behind could exploit the same gap to reclaim what had been painstakingly pried open. But as long as this layer was written solid, the previously scattered sentences would begin to truly correspond with one another, slowly coalescing into a page momentum that could continue forward. Thus the most critical aspect of this round was not who could phrase a sentence more elegantly but whether it is not about rejecting stability but that stability can be achieved later could be inscribed upon the page as something visible, sustainable in what follows and capable of self-propagation in the next cycle. The old page pressed its voice low, the brush position chasing down layer by layer. Chen Yu and the page side recorder all refrained from speaking prematurely, guarding the same principle. They could not allow this chapter to merely stop at seeming to have answered, for now it had to be written as a true thread that the next layer's questions could not circumvent. It is not that stability is unwanted but that stability can be achieved afterward. As this sentence fell, the most evident change was not on the paper but on the seal. That hand still pressed down. The recognition seal was still half exposed. Yet in the very next instant after the old phrase, "We must first stabilize this page," had largely faded away, the force beside the recognition seal, which had been pressing forward steadily and smoothly, truly hesitated for a moment. It was slight yet distinctly clear. It felt as if had another new sentence been pressed onto the table, a new reason acknowledged or a new rule altered, it would soon press forward with questions, test the seal again and consume the cinnabar. But this time it was a beat slow. "The seal is late," the off-page recorder immediately conveyed the message. The old page's gaze steadied at once. "Correct. The first strike has truly landed." "Why is the seal the first to falter?" Suwan asked. The one holding the brush gazed at the old seal mark on that wrist, which had already faded noticeably, and said slowly, "Because the phrase 'first stabilize' was originally the most convenient opening for its power to exert itself. Once this phrase retreats, if it wishes to continue pressing forward, it must first seek another old phrase to connect with." This insight was crucial. The first strike did not disable the hand outright. Instead, it rendered its most convenient old phrase less capable of exerting force. Hence the seal was late. Not because the seal feared, but because it had suddenly lost the smooth force of first stabilize. "This means our strike was not off course," Chen Yu murmured. "Correct," the old page nodded. "It did not strike stability, so it cannot counter-press by claiming you don't want this page to stand at all. Yet with first severed, it truly cannot press forward as smoothly as before." The off-page recorder quickly noted record after the first strike the seal hesitated for a moment. He added another line, "When the old phrase retreats, the seal is not immediately disabled, it first loses its smoothness." This observation was also precise, for it captured the true feel of retreating the old phrase. It was not a clean, satisfying severance. It was making that hand, that seal, unable to exert force so smoothly along the old words. And precisely because of this hesitation, the few at the table realized more clearly that the subsequent phrase, the one about support, was likely to be the deeper and more difficult layer to come. Because first stabilize had retreated halfway, yet the hand remained. The seal remained. The recognition remained. This indicated that an even deeper phrase was still providing support from beneath. Thus the key of this passage lies not in whose words are more exquisite, but in whether after the first strike the seal hesitated for a moment can be written upon the page clearly visible and can be carried forward in subsequent rounds, extending on its own. The old page suppressed his voice, the brush holder pursued layer by layer, and Chen Yu and the off-page recorder all refrained from speaking definitively, all to protect the same thing, ensuring that this chapter does not merely end with seeming to answer correctly in the moment but is written as a genuine clue that cannot be evaded when the next chapter sets its questions. Precisely for this reason, every additional inch of progress here, though it may appear merely as one more sentence standing on the table, carries a weight far exceeding that of a single phrase. The rustle of paper in the delivery chute, the ambiguous annotations on the final pages, and the deliberate pauses of the few as they set down their brushes, all bear witness to the same truth. This chapter is not about temporarily stabilizing the situation but about forcing the underlying forces to continue revising based on the clue that after the first strike the seal hesitated for a moment. As long as this point holds, any subsequent questioning, counterattacks, or deeper deconstruction can only proceed along the path they have already laid out in this round. Now that the first cut had truly drawn blood, the old line, "We must first steady this page," was no longer the heaviest layer. It had not completely vanished. Yet it hung there like an old shell whose sequence of force had been severed. And the cuff behind that wrist, because this old phrase had receded by half a layer, finally pulled the deeper line forward a little more. This time it was no longer just a single character support. On the old paper lining, more ink edges slowly emerged, piecing together a more complete phrase. "Someone must support first." The old page stared at that half sentence, and the weight that had always been suppressed in its eyes grew heavier and clearer. "It's here." "What's here?" the off-page recorder immediately asked. The old page fixed its gaze on that deeper, older line, its voice very low. "The first old line has already been cut open. The next line is the root that makes this hand more like a hand." The scribe also looked at that half sentence and after several seconds slowly said yes. Steady first feels more like a prelude. Someone must support first feels more like the reason this hand had to grow. For as long as this line remained, it would naturally lead to who supports. Who is best suited to support first? Who watches over first? Who presses down first? Who prevents this page from scattering? Who bears the weight for the retreats, the errors, the suspense, the unfinished things that follow? This is deeper than who bears. It is also more human than steady first. So the second cut to come is not to sever bear, Su once said softly. It is to sever support, Chen Yu continued. But likewise we cannot directly cut the character support. We must first see why it always manages to disguise itself as goodwill. At these words the few people seated at the table all understood. The truly harder part has only just emerged. Not because the enemy has grown larger but because the old words run deeper. We must first stabilize this page. They had already understood the error lies in the word first. Stability can be achieved afterward. But what of the notion that someone must first bear the burden? It feels more like warmth than mere stability, more like maturity, more like a rescue. And even more like a human statement that puts everyone at ease. Yet precisely because of this, the old positions, old orders and old ways of bearing that grow beneath it will likely be even harder to dismantle. The record outside the page quickly noted record the next old phrase, someone must first bear the burden. Then added another line, the first strike withdrew, first stabilize, the second strike will truly touch the deeper bones of this hand. As these words fell, that hand did not retreat. The seal of recognition did not withdraw either. But above the sleeve stitched from old slips, the deeper lining of old paper was no longer just a blur of fragmented characters. It began to reveal itself sentence by sentence toward the table. And this in turn fully illuminated the path for the latter half of the third volume. The first strike had already fallen on, we must first stabilize this page, and indeed caused the seal to hesitate for an instant. The second strike to follow would be, someone must first bear the burden. This phrase runs deeper than who bears and falls more heavily on people than first stabilize, and is more like the root from which that hand is truly written by the old fixed rules. Further down they would gradually step forward from retreating old phrases to truly approach, beneath that hand, the face that has never been revealed, how much of it remains human and how much has already been written into a position by old words. Chen Yu gazed at the half phrase. First bear the burden. Without rushing to reach out and pull again. He only said very low, all right. The first sentence has been cut open. For the next one we shall see whether this round truly requires a phrase like first bear the burden to continue writing. The red copper lamp flame held steady. The old phrase position did not withdraw. Nor did that hand move. It was as if even the deepest layer was waiting for this strike. Someone must bear the burden first. As this old saying was half uttered, the few people at the table hesitated, none daring to put pen to paper immediately. For everyone knew, though it appeared to be a deeper adage, it might not be the ultimate root. The old page stared at the half sentence on the paper's edge, murmuring lowly, this phrase is a bridge. What do you mean? The recorder outside the page promptly passed the query down. It means, it connects the preceding line, stabilize this page first and also the following one. If we retreat, who will bear the consequence? The old page's voice grew hoarse. It is not the final stroke. Yet without it the beginning and end cannot be joined. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table understood. Indeed. Stabilize this page first sounded more like an old saying on the page itself. It spoke of the goal, this page must be stabilized first. If we retreat, who will bear the consequence was more like the concluding line that settled the matter. It spoke of the outcome. When trouble arises, someone must ultimately bear it. And someone must bear the burden first was precisely wedged in between. It was the bridge that connected the pages stabilize first to the human responsibility. Without this line, stabilize first remained merely an old phrase on the page. With this line, stabilization began to require someone to take over. The subsequent who will bear then had a true path to fall upon a person. Thus the second cut is not about casually hacking down a deeper old saying. The scribe murmured softly. Precisely because this old saying was a bridge, not a root that had been truly exposed, the few people at the table were even more reluctant to write hastily. They lingered here repeatedly, not because they had nothing to write, but because once this bridge was blurred, the entire subsequent passage would regress into the old ways. If the words were merely dismantled literally, the old force would still resurge from the deeper habitual layer. The true difficulty now was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive seam of convenience. Thus the more it resembled goodwill, the more it had to be written out clearly, otherwise it would most easily survive by borrowing human hearts. Only by keeping the retreat visible on the page, seeable, acknowledgeable, comparable and changeable, could this page avoid being swept back by the old familiar flow. But that consequences have a place to land does not mean they must first be compressed into a bearable whole package. For someone must bear the burden first is most adept at pretending to be a temporary catch, not a positioning. For this very reason they repeatedly wrote return to the page first, not as procrastination or dispersion, but to deny the old position the chance to seize the human element prematurely. If consequences were first written as a monolithic weight, the old burden would return under the guise of fairness. It might seem like catching this page first, but in truth it merely shifted the fracture half an inch onto the person. They all knew the more a phrase sounded like a smooth saying, the easier it was to regrow through old force on the next page. Therefore this layer must be thoroughly written on the page, otherwise it would revive later through other light words. Precisely because of this, no one at the table was willing to rush here. They would rather pause half a step longer to first illuminate the old path. This layer must be thoroughly written so that the new method afterward could stand firm. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent line lose its force. Hence this layer must be thoroughly written on the page, otherwise it would revive later through other light words. The aim is to sever how the page's old stabilize uses this bridge to transform into the old burden on the person. At this moment how the second cut should truly be made became clear. It was not merely to condemn how awful bearing sounded. It was to treat it as a bridge, first dismantling how it connected to people. Someone has to bear it first is a bridging phrase, so its most deceptive aspect is not the word first nor even entirely the word bear. Rather it is someone. Because the moment these two words appear, the entire sentence instantly takes on a veneer that resembles goodwill, human sentiment, and the maturity to handle problems. It is not forceful suppression. It is not a command. Even less is it a direct assignment of responsibility. It merely says someone must first be there to catch this page. This sounds almost impossible to refute outright. So the second cut cannot target someone first, Su-won murmured. Why? Old Joe pressed from the other side. Because someone itself is not wrong, Su-won said, her voice steady. When a page is written, people are naturally present on it. Someone observes the edges, someone leaves ambiguities, someone acknowledges limitations, someone records what remains unfinished. If we cut someone right away later, it can easily follow by saying, see, your intention this round was simply to create a page without anyone, so what is the point of discussing a shared page, a shared seal, or a combined seal? That hit the mark perfectly. It was the same principle as not cutting stability directly with the first strike. Stability is not wrong and neither is someone. The fault is not that there are people on the page. The fault lies in someone bearing it first. In other words, the true aim of the second cut is not to invalidate the word someone. Rather it is to sever the natural connection between someone and bearing. The old page nodded. Yes. They all understood that if the second cut did not target someone first and merely overturned the literal words, the old path would inevitably loop back. They lingered here repeatedly, not for lack of words to write, but because once someone became ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress to the old ways. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would the residual force of the old path not find a lighter shell to inhabit and return. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still resurge from deeper habits. In other words, if someone still followed the old path smoothly, then the heavier statement later would inevitably be reconnected. Only by allowing the retreat to remain visible on the page, observable, acknowledged, comparable, and subject to revision, could this page avoid being carried back by the old familiar flow. Thus what truly needed change was not the consequence itself but the method of attributing that consequence. It appeared as though the page was being caught first, but in reality the fracture was merely shifted half an inch onto a person. What the four seals truly needed to connect was not mutual substitution but each adhering to its own method, guarding the retreat on the page. At that moment it seemed like a conclusion, yet it was still gathering the retreat onto a single person. Therefore the more it resembled goodwill, the more it had to be written out explicitly, otherwise it would most easily survive by borrowing human sentiment. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still resurge from deeper habits. If this layer remained implicit, what appeared to be a new method of writing might merely be the old force repackaged in a different guise. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the superficial words but the well-worn path behind them. Unless this passage was rendered mute, the next page would still follow the old route. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent sentence lose its force. Unless this passage was rendered mute, the next page would still follow the old route. People exist on the page, but that does not mean someone must bear it first. These two concepts have been written too smoothly for too long. With this, the first focal point of the second cut began to clarify. It was not about cutting the person. It was cutting the old habitual phrasing of someone must bear it first. Someone cannot be cut first. The true second strike must fall upon to bear. Yet to bear cannot be merely rebuked on the surface. For this phrase is the most adept at disguise. It lacks the weight of to shoulder. It lacks the rigidity of to take responsibility. It lacks the obvious finality of to wrap up, which seems to fix blame on someone. To bear appears at first glance to be a temporary gentle buffer, merely a cushion to prevent this page from crashing down in the present moment. Yet the more it seems like a buffer, the more perilous it is. The old page fixed its gaze upon the half-phrase. Let someone bear it first. And spoke slowly. The worst of bearing is not about temporarily supporting another. The worst is, it will first inscribe what has not yet truly withdrawn as a personal debt upon a person. As these words fell, a few around the table fell silent. For the insight was too precise. What is a personal debt? It is when a page wavers, collapses, leaves a void, or momentarily fails to produce a true sentence, before it has genuinely been written as withdrawal, it is already collected onto someone. On the surface, this page has not yet truly aired. Yet beneath it, that person has already begun to, oh, this part is first counted as your bearing, that line is first counted as your catching. This sentence is first counted as your help in suppressing it. This is not an open accusation. Yet it is more insidious than an open one. Thus to bear is older and more sinister than who shoulders. The scribe murmured. Who shoulders is the open assignment of blame later. To bear is the secret conversion of withdrawal into personal debt up front. At this moment, the true layer where the second strike must cut finally became starkly clear. They all understood that if to bear converts withdrawal into personal debt and one merely glosses over the words, the old path will still return. Ultimately, what this page has truly forced into the open is how to bear converts withdrawal into personal debt, why it always follows the old momentum to revive the subsequent openings. Therefore, what this passage must truly achieve is not to add another harsh sentence, but to slowly elucidate how it slides from the page onto a person and then from that person into a silent default. Thus they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. Because to bear is most adept at disguising itself as a mere temporary catch, not as an establishment of position. By then it appears to be concluding, yet in truth it is still gathering withdrawal onto a single person. Boundaries blur, divergences or prematurely abandoned limits are written as labor, and the unfinished is urged into completion. It seems to have caught this page, but it has merely shifted the break half an inch onto a person. If consequences are first written as a monolithic thing that can be suppressed, the old burden will return under the guise of fairness. Only by allowing withdrawal to remain on the page, visible, acknowledged, comparable and revisable in method, can this page avoid being carried back by the old smooth momentum. But once this catch falls upon a person, the withdrawal on the page will be concealed first. Therefore, what this passage must truly achieve is not to add another harsh sentence, but to slowly elucidate how it slides from the page onto a person and then from that person into a silent default. And precisely for this reason, no one at the table was willing to rush for speed here. They would rather pause half a step to first illuminate the old path. They all knew that what is truly difficult to withdraw is never the few words on the surface, but the familiar path that has already been inscribed behind them. This layer must be thoroughly written, only then can the new method stand firm. It is not to forbid anyone from temporarily catching something. Rather, withdrawal must not be secretly stuffed into someone's pocket before it is made clear. Chen Yu murmured, this sentence can be written now. Chen Yu lifted the half-worn red pen, not pressing on the half-sentence itself first, but instead inscribing a new true line beneath the old one. First establish the shelter, then the burden shall follow. The words were brief, yet they struck like a hook, violently yanking forth the shadowy thread that had long been concealed between sheltering and who bears the burden. The off-page record immediately relayed the message this line needed elaboration. Indeed, Su Wan nodded. For the line was resolute, yet the decision-maker would not let it pass so easily. It would inevitably pursue why once shelter was established would burden naturally grow forth. This time the old page did not wait for others to respond, but itself unveiled the deeper layer, because the shelter first hides within one person all that has not truly retreated. Concealed for so long, when the time comes to truly settle, pursue and acknowledge, it would naturally follow. Since he had been the one sheltering all along, so too should he bear the burden. The burden does not arrive abruptly, the scribe interjected. It is accumulated through sheltering. At this moment the connection between the second stroke and the subsequent phrase, if one retreats who bears the burden, was finally and truly forged. Stabilize first was the page's old objective. Let someone shelter first was the bridge connecting that old objective to a person. Who bears the burden was the knot that would inevitably grow at the bridge's end. The off-page record swiftly noted, record first establish the shelter, then the burden shall follow. Then added another line, the burden does not descend upon one suddenly from behind. It is slowly accumulated by someone who has been sheltering from the front. As these words fell, the deeper layer of old paper beneath the wrist was visibly drawn forth a little more. The reason none at the table pressed their pens further was that they all knew first establish the shelter, then the burden shall follow was far more than just this one line. Until the layer of first establish the shelter was clearly inscribed, what appeared to be a new line could still be borrowed by the old one. Only when this layer was thoroughly written through would that old force cease to return in a lighter guise. Thus the true task of this passage was not to add another weighty sentence, but to slowly illuminate how it slipped from the page onto the person and from the person into a silent default. Once retreat was concealed, the subsequent acts of confronting, acknowledging loss and changing course would all lag. If the consequence was first written as a monolithic crushing thing, the old burden would return under the guise of fairness. Therefore, the more the few at the table read on, the less they rushed to ask who, focusing instead on which old sentence had shaped it into this form. In other words, if the sheltering continued along the old path, that heavier sentence would eventually reattach itself. So the true change lay not in the consequence itself, but in the method of its attribution. What they truly needed to acknowledge was not who showed their face, but which layer of old force could no longer support that face. Thus the more this resembled goodwill, the more it had to be written open, otherwise it would most easily survive by borrowing the human heart. Only when this layer was thoroughly written through would that old force cease to return in a lighter guise. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the surface words but the well-worn path behind them. And precisely because of this, no one at the table was willing to hasten. They would rather pause an extra half-step to first illuminate the old path. Let someone shelter first. This half-sentence was growing ever more complete. And the old imprint on the back of that hand flickered faintly once more, as if the bridge of shelter had truly had its sinew touched by the second stroke. Since the second cut had indeed reached the dupe, the inquiries from the board came faster and more direct. Beneath the old sentence position, a new black annotation quickly surfaced. If you do not first provide dupe, how can you ensure continuity? This sentence appeared to be almost the same type of question as the one on page 11. If a void remains, how can you ensure continuity? Yet the level of discourse had already diverged entirely. Back then the question was about buy. Now it was about this: if in the entire 7th cycle no one is first found to provide dupe, on what basis can continuity be maintained? Because what the old phrase providing dupe was most adept at disguising was precisely this, otherwise this page would truly collapse at this very moment. This sentence cannot be written as we will just keep holding on. Su-wan said softly. Correct. Chen Yu nodded. Nor can it be written as abstractly as relying on mutual recognition. It must be written as, when dupe is not first provided, how does this page allow the retreat to manifest on the page itself rather than first falling onto a person to be concealed? This was the crux. The essence of providing dupe was not to catch. It was to first hide the retreat on the page within a person. If dupe was not first provided, one had to reverse the process, let the retreat remain on the page. It was not about making it disappear. Nor was it about having someone silently swallow it. It was about first letting it stay within the page, visible, recognizable, open to joint review and subject to amendment. The old page's gaze steadied. Correct. Not first providing dupe does not mean not continuing. It means not hiding the retreat within a person first, but rather first exposing it on the page. With this, the true new sentence became very clear. Chen Yu picked up his brush and pressed down directly. Do not first provide dupe, first let the retreat remain on the page. The moment it was written, the palpable pressure around that phrase, how can you ensure continuity, noticeably eased. A black annotation quickly completed the latter half. If the retreat remains on the page, it can be jointly reviewed and amended. If the retreat is first hidden within a person, the burden will inevitably fall later. This statement was profoundly accurate. Because it clearly articulated the new method for achieving continuity. Continuity no longer relied on one person secretly catching this page first. Instead, it was about letting the retreat remain on the page, letting all 4 signatures see it and letting it be amended first. The record keeper outside the page noted quickly, record, do not first provide dupe, first let the retreat remain on the page. Precisely because not first providing dupe and the basis for continuity were truly brought into the light, the few people at the table became even more reluctant to write their words too hastily. Ultimately, what this page truly forced out was the question of why what ensures continuity could always follow the old momentum and simultaneously revive the subsequent openings. Therefore, they would rather pause an extra half step on this page than carry this ambiguous issue forward. Thus, the true purpose of this passage was not to add another weighty sentence, but to slowly elucidate how it slid from the page onto a person and then from a person into a default state. Once this happened, the page might appear balanced, but in reality the point of descent was merely stuffed into a person. Because providing dupe was most skilled at masquerading as a temporary catch, not as establishing a position. The more it seemed like it was reasoning, the more one had to see if it was quietly seeking a position to bear. It was for this reason they repeatedly wrote return to the page first, not to delay or disperse, but to deny the old position the chance to grow a person first. In the end, what remained visible at the table was only who was more tired, who seemed more fit to continue bearing the load, not which rule had first lost its strength. Yet the fact that consequences have a place to fall does not mean they must first be compressed into a single bearable package. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there was still a method to amend it. If the retreat entered a person first, all that remained was to acknowledge the exhaustion. Then another sentence was added: providing dupe may look like continuity, but in reality it is only first gathering the breakpoint into a person. True continuity is when the retreat remains on the page, still able to be seen, compared, and amended. The moment this sentence was written, the second cut finally began to grow its own new legal precepts. Do not let it be caught, first let the retreat remain on the page. As soon as this new rule was established, the half sentence in the old position, let someone catch it first, was no longer merely being passively pulled. It seemed to realize that the second cut was no longer an external explanation. It was truly about to fall upon it. The old page gazed at that half sentence and murmured, "You may make the cut." Where the recorder from beyond the page inquired. Not to sever someone. Not to sever must. Nor to tear apart the entire sentence first. The old page stared at the character catch, though its voice hoarse. First let it fall, the catch shall not stand. Chen Yu finished the latter half. Yes. Just like the first cut first does not stand. It was not about abolishing all assistance. It was not about denying that someone on the page might temporarily step in. Rather, it was about removing the act of catching from an old position where it could first be established. As long as catch did not stand, many things that followed could not so smoothly be preloaded into a person. Who bears the burden would also lose a significant stretch of its preceding hidden path. Without hesitation, Chen Yu pressed these three characters directly onto the old half-sentence on the aged paper. Catch does not stand. The moment the brush fell, the character catch on the edge of the old paper seemed to be violently wrenched by something. It did not break in two. But that momentum, which had always been so adept at shifting the page's retreat onto a person, was truly split open by a crack. Beneath the old sentence position, a black commentary immediately emerged. If the catch does not stand, where does the falling point reside? That was correct. The second cut, like the first, would not be finished with a single stroke. It would pursue the deepest layer of questioning, the one that most readily bred old positions. If you do not let someone catch it first, then when something on this page truly falls, where will it land? But at least the character catch itself had been struck by them. The recorder from beyond the page quickly noted, record, the second cut first falls, catch does not stand. Then he added another line, precisely because the second cut catch does not stand had been genuinely extracted. The few people at the table became even more reluctant to write too hastily. As long as the principle of catch does not stand remained unwritten, what appeared to be a new sentence up front could still be borrowed by the old sentence later. So they preferred to pause an extra half step on this page rather than carry this ambiguity forward. Thus what truly needed to be done in this passage was not to add another harsh sentence, but to slowly and clearly delineate how it slid from the page onto a person and then from a person into a default assumption. Therefore, the more this resembled goodwill, the more it had to be written out. If left unwritten, it could most easily survive by borrowing the human heart. Once that happened, the page might appear smooth, but in reality it would have merely stuffed the point of descent into a person first. If the consequences were first written as a monolithic suppressible entity, the old burden would return cloaked in the shell of fairness. In other words, if catch does not stand continued along the old path, that heavier sentence to come would inevitably be reconnected sooner or later. Boundaries would blur, distinctions would be prematurely abandoned, limits would be written as craft, and the unfinished would be hastened into the finished. So what truly needed to be changed was not the consequence itself, but the way the consequence was assigned. But once this connection first fell into a person, the retreat on the page would be concealed first. Thus what truly needed to be done in this passage was not to add another harsh sentence, but to slowly and clearly delineate how it slid from the page onto a person and then from a person into a default assumption. The first cut severed first, the second cut severed catch. One broke the stable front of the old, the other broke the bridge of the old burden. As this sentence fell, the sleeve edge behind that hand visibly loosened by a thread. And that deeper half sentence, let someone catch it first, also seemed to lose its sinew, no longer standing so rigidly in its old position. If the catch is not established, where does the fall reside? This pursuit struck deeper than the earlier query. Without first catching, how can one sever? It directly questioned the very facade upon which the old ways relied for their guise of benevolence. Very well, you refuse to let anyone catch first. Yet if something truly falls, where does it land? As old page read this, his gaze slowly darkened. Still on the page. What? Suwon asked. The place of falling returns first to the page. Old page's voice grew hoarse. We have written this once before, do not catch first, let the retreat remain on the page. This step must be written with more firmness. For falling and retreating are not entirely the same. Retreat is the gradual slipping away of an entire cycle. Falling is more akin to a localized immediate occurrence, one that instinctively makes one want to reach out and catch it. If this too can first return to the page, then that old saying, catching, will truly lose its most deceptive cloak of kindness. That is to say, Chen Yu interjected in a low voice, it is not to let it fall into someone's arms. It is to let it fall back onto the page first. Correct. Suwon nodded. Only when it falls back onto the page can we see whether the boundary has blurred, the divergence been prematurely abandoned, the limit been manipulated, or the unfinished been declared complete. If it falls into a person, only one sentence remains, he didn't catch it. She didn't hold it. That hand didn't suppress it. With this, the truly sharper latter half of the second stroke emerged. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down directly, do not catch first, let the place of falling return to the page. As the characters settled the edge of the phrase, if the catch is not established, where does the fall reside, visibly faded. Immediately after, a vermilion annotation at the page's foot swiftly supplemented, when the fall returns to the page, the retreat is visible. When the fall returns to a person, the burden is born later. This was too precise. For it starkly delineated the relationship between falling and bearing. If you first catch the thing into a person's hands, it seems like a rescue. Yet the question of who bears the burden grows from this very act. Allowing the fall to first return to the page is the only path towards first acknowledging the rule's failure, then amending the method. The record outside the page quickly noted, record, do not catch first, let the place of falling return to the page. Precisely because do not catch first, let the place of falling return to the page was thus highlighted, the few around the table became even more reluctant to write hastily. They repeatedly paused here, not for lack of words, but because if the place of falling returns first to the page was ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress to the old ways. If the discourse is merely dismantled on the surface, the old force will re-emerge from a deeper layer of habit. Only when this layer is thoroughly articulated will that old force fail to find a lighter shell to slip back into. Boundaries would blur, divergences would be prematurely abandoned, limits would be written as achievements, and the unfinished would be hastened into completion. In the end, those at the table would only see who is more exhausted, who seems more fit to continue enduring, rather than which rule first lost its strength. Thus, what truly needs changing is not the consequence itself, but the method of its return. As long as the retreat remains on the page, there is still a way to amend it. If the retreat first enters a person, only the acknowledgement of exhaustion remains. It seems to have caught this page first, but in reality it has only shifted the point of rupture half an inch onto a person. The more it appears to be reasoning, the more one must discern if it is subtly seeking a new place to bear the weight. Only by keeping the retreat on the page, visible, acknowledged, comparable, and subject to amendment, can this page be prevented from being swept back into the old current. Therefore, the true task of this passage is not to add another harsh phrase, but to slowly and clearly articulate how it slides from the page onto the person, and then from the person into acceptance. Then another line was added. This round is not about preventing things from falling. It is about preventing them from falling onto anyone. As this sentence settled, the second stroke finally advanced from "if the catch is not established," truly forming a usable new method upon the page. The first cut struck the word "sien," the imprint hesitated for an instant. The second cut struck "do," and the cuff behind the hand's back at last did more than merely loosen. It clearly sank down one layer. Not the whole hand collapsing. Like that layer of old cuff tightly fastened by the age-worn phrase "someone must always catch it first," because the two old exhortations, "if caught do not stand," and "where it falls return to the page," truly took hold. It finally slackened until it could no longer hold the deeper shadow beneath. And that shadow for the very first time truly revealed the jaw. Not an entire face. Only from the wrist upward beyond the cuff, from that steadily darkened patch, there emerged a very faint, very cold chin line, almost as thin as the edge of a page. Straight. And very narrow. Not the fullness of a living face. More like a sharp pared line pressed out over years by manuscript edges, signature boards, and seal boxes. The lips were not yet fully shown. The bridge of the nose had not appeared. The eyes remained farther in. Yet that single jawline was already enough for the few around the table to realize, behind it there truly was a face. The face reveals the jaw first. The off-page recorder almost at once passed the line along. The old page stared at that line and after several seconds said very softly yes. Not because the hand withdrew. It is because when the second old phrase loosened, the face it had been cradling finally could not keep a part of itself. The penholder watched that jawline too, his voice sinking bit by bit. This face more than the hand looks as if the station has written it thin. The moment that sentence fell, the table grew silent. Because it was so precise. That jawline did not feel devoid of a person, yet neither did it resemble the face of someone still warm with life. It resembled the lower half of a face, abraded, thin, narrowed, and cut out by successive words: sign, seal, bear responsibility, press, collect, catch, steady, layer upon layer. In other words, Suwon looked at the jawline and said slowly, "The lower we go, the less what we see is what he once looked like. Rather, it is what this face has been written into by certain old phrases." Right. This is the thing truly closing in on the latter half of Volume 3. It was not the unveiling of identity. Rather, how the old phrases write a face. The off-page recorder quickly noted, note after the second cut the jaw reveals itself first. Then he added, precisely because after the second cut the jaw was truly lifted out, those at the table were even more reluctant to rush the wording. What this page had truly been forced to produce in the end was an explanation of why the jaw that appears first can, by following the old force, bring the rest of the mouth to life. If one only tears the words apart at face value, the old force will still turn back into the deeper layer of habit. So what must be done now is not to tack on another heavy line, but to slowly make clear how it slides from the page onto a person, and then how it slides from the person into assumption. The small new shadow before them was not the answer, merely the testimony left when the old method continued to fail. It looked as if this page had been held, but in truth it had only shifted the rupture half an inch onto the person. If this layer does not first return to the page, the four signatures will not have time to each recognize their edges. What has been exposed is not necessarily a person at first, but more like an outline ground out by words such as steady, catch, bear, acknowledge. It was not that the face stepped forward of its own accord. It was that when the pocketing phrase slackened, the part that had long been tucked away could no longer be held. At those words the jawline grew a touch clearer under the lamp. Still not enough to identify the person, but already enough to show they had step by step dug from the hand down to the face. Since the second blade had already cut through the support and forced out the jaw of that face, the deeper relationship among the three old sayings had finally reached the point where it must be thoroughly articulated. The old page gazed at the two old words, one empty, one fractured, within the positions of the old verses, and spoke slowly. Now we can finally align these three sayings into a true old sequence. The record outside the page immediately passed down the query, which three sayings? The old page's voice was low, yet each word grew clearer. The first saying, the page must first be stabilized. It is the ancient forefront of the page. The second saying, someone must first provide support. It is the bridge that connects the page's forefront to the person. The third saying, if one retreats, who bears the burden? It is the knot that will inevitably grow at the end of the bridge. At this moment all that had been scattered for so long was finally arranged into the deepest old sequence. It was not a triad of malicious words. It was an old unbreakable chain of order. First stabilize the page. Then anchor the person. Finally fix the burden. So why did the first blade strike first and the second strike support instead of going directly for who bears the burden? Chen Yu murmured, because who bears the burden is not the first link. It is the final segment derived from the preceding two. Correct. The one holding the brush nodded. If you cut the last segment directly, the preceding stabilize and support remain, and sooner or later another who will shoulder the load, who will bear the pressure, who will take charge will emerge. At these words the few people around the table gained a clearer understanding. Because what it is dismantling now is not a series of moves, not a sequence of positions, but rather a chain of an old order. The off-page record quickly noted the old order was first stabilize the page, then settle the person, and finally fix the responsibility. Then it added another line precisely because the old pattern of first stabilize, first have someone to cover, and who bears the burden had been truly brought into the light. The few people around the table became even more reluctant to write too hastily. In essence, what this page truly forced to the surface was why first stabilize could always, by following the old momentum, revive the subsequent points together. The real difficulty now is not to find a harsher word to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of seeming natural progression. Therefore, what this passage truly needs to do is not to add another heavy statement, but to slowly articulate how it slides from the page onto the person, and then from the person into a default assumption. Slowing down until the only thing visible at the table is who is more exhausted and who seems more fit to continue bearing the load, rather than which rule first lost its force. They were interlocked, gradually writing the page's disorder into the burden on the person. Unless this layer is first returned to the page, the four signatures will not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. For first stabilize is best at pretending to be just a temporary hold, not an establishment of position. Thus they are not chasing an answer now, but dismantling an old order that gradually wrote the page into the person. Once this happens, the page may appear level, but in truth the point of descent is merely stuffed into the person. If the retreat is concealed, then the subsequent actions, parallel observation, acknowledgement of loss, and corrective measures, will all lag behind. The first cut severs the front opening, the second severs the bridge. Only then will the final part to be revised be whether that last burden can still be smoothly brought forth. As these words fell, the phrase "if one retreats, who bears the burden," though still pressed low at the center of the page, no longer seemed to possess the natural force of pressure it once had. Because the preceding two sentences had truly been severed. The first stroke fell upon Xian, first. The second stroke struck Do, bear. The old phrase "one must first steady this page" had already faded by half within its original position. While "one must first have someone to bear it" had been severed mid-bridge. Yet the line "if one retreats, who shall bear it" remained intact. That hand remained poised as well. The seal of recognition, the seal of confirmation, and all three marks of precise determination held firm. None had receded. Only a single sharp line of the jaw was visible on that face. But everyone seated before the table knew. The seventh cipher of this round had already shifted. Earlier they had pressured the draft, the signature, the seal. Now at last what they truly pressed was which ancient phrase would falter first. Beneath page 15 confirmed the red characters read: the latter half, do not disable the hand first, let the old phrase retreat first. By now it was no longer merely about direction. It had truly settled deep into the fibrous lining of the aged paper. Gazing at that hand, that sliver of jawline, and those two severed phrases, the aged page murmured softly: the next step is still not yet to touch. Who shall bear it? Why? A query shot in instantly from beyond the page. The page's voice was hoarse, but unwavering. Because though "who shall bear it" has already lost part of its forward momentum in its first two layers, it has not yet reached the moment when it most powerfully exerts itself. So long as even a trace of residual force remains in the deeper phrase "one must first have someone to bear it," it will still believe a bridge lies behind it. Then, shall the third stroke fall directly upon "who shall bear it?" Suwan asked quietly. Not yet, Chen Yu replied without hesitation. Then what shall we press first? Chen Yu fixed his gaze upon the faint lingering imprint on that wrist, still not fully erased, and spoke slowly. First press. Until the phrase "bear" loses all its strength utterly. What does that mean? It means the second stroke only severed it, robbing it of its effortless flow. But it has not yet fully withdrawn. So long as even a breath of force lingers in "one must first have someone to bear it," the phrase "who shall bear it" will still believe it may yet connect, sooner or later. That much was perfectly clear. It did not immediately charge straight at the final line, "who bears the burden." Instead, it dismantled the bridge entirely. First it forced stabilize first to retreat. Then it completely drained the power from "someone must take the lead first." Once the bridge was severed, the subsequent "who bears the burden" would truly begin to hang in suspense. Only then might they be compelled to confront how that final line could still muster any force. The off-page records were swiftly noted. Record next step: do not touch who bears the burden first, instead force someone must take the lead first to lose all its power. Then another line was added: if the bridge remains intact the rear will always feel it can still cross. As these words settled, the few people around the table saw things with greater clarity. It will not be chaos. It is not about endlessly excavating more old words. It is along this old order, layer by layer, pushing back the points where they exert force. First stabilize the page. Then settle the figure. Lastly secure the burden. The first breach has already cracked. The second is retreating. The third is still waiting. And the face behind that hand will also along this old order lose its strength layer by layer. Inch by inch, from being a position written by old words, be forced back into its true form. How much of it is still human, how much is merely the shell of an old phrase? Chen Yu gazed at that jawline and did not reach out again. He only murmured softly, "All right. The latter half of the third volume. Now I truly know how to write it. Not by rushing to ask what it is, nor by hastily forcing it to confess. First this old order. Mouth by mouth write it into silence." The red bronze lamp flame pressed down steadily. The old phrase position was not withdrawn. That hand did not retreat. That face only revealed a corner. Yet the entire direction of the round had already become utterly clear. And this is the true beginning of the latter half of the third volume taking a firm stand. Within the old phrasing, the line "at least someone has to steady this page first" had already been cleaved at the word steady. The line "at least someone has to bear it first" was also severed by the second cut at the word bear. Yet the real trouble lay precisely in this second old phrase, which still seemed too much like a kind word that one would naturally utter. It was not a command. It was not an imposition. It did not even resemble a fixed rule. It merely said, "This page trembles somewhat at the moment, at least someone must bear it first." The old page stared at the half-sentence of yellowed paper lining and murmured lowly, "This phrase thrives best on borrowed goodwill." Why? The record keeper beyond the page immediately passed the query down. Because steady at first still sounds like a method. Who bears it already sounds like a conclusion. Only someone bears it first resembles that instinctive reach of a human hand. The old page's voice grew hoarse. It does not compel. It merely makes you feel, "Let me catch it first." It does not fix a person, it does not establish a position, nor does it mean I will truly bear it later. This observation was too precise. What made bear it most perilous was not that it immediately crushed one into the role of a bearer, but that it always first made you feel this is just a small act. Catch it. Hold it down. Do not let it fall first. We will deal with it later. Yet precisely because of this it was most adept at lulling one's vigilance. So the second cut cannot merely write that it will grow into who bears it. Suwon said softly. Correct. Chen Yu nodded. It must also write why it always makes people feel it is not the old rule. This was the essential supplement for the second cut. Not to convince those outside, but to truly peel away the guise of benevolence within this old phrase that most easily deceived people. He lifted his brush and inscribed a supplement beneath the old phrasing bearing most readily masquerades as goodwill, not as an old position. As the brush fell the edge of that half sentence. Someone bears it first. Visibly faded a trace more. The page footer swiftly added a line of black annotation: if goodwill first receives the retreat, the old position will be born thereafter. With this the second cut finally gained a deeper incision. It was not to oppose goodwill. It was to clarify, once goodwill was first used to catch the retreat on the page, the old position would slowly grow in its wake. The record keeper beyond the page quickly noted, "Record, the phrase 'someone bears it first' most resembles goodwill." Then added another line: precisely because bear it, the phrase most like goodwill, had been truly singled out. The few people at the table became even more reluctant to write too hastily. As long as this layer of bearing remained unwritten, what seemed like establishing a new sentence up front could still be borrowed by the old phrase later. They all understood the more natural a saying sounded, the easier it was for the old force to regrow on the next page. What was truly difficult to write now was not finding a harsher sentence to suppress it, but first illuminating the very layer of its most deceptive compliance. Yet once this catch first settled into people, the retreat on the page would be concealed first. Boundaries would blur, divergence would be prematurely abandoned, limits would be written as achievements, and the unfinished would be hurried into completion. Thus what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a semblance written by the old words. Once the retreat was hidden, the subsequent acts of joint observation, acknowledgement of loss, and revision of methods would all lag by half a beat. Once this happened, the page might appear level, but in truth the point of descent had merely been stuffed into a person first. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth revealed themselves bit by bit, not because they chose to step forward but because the old phrase supporting them was losing its strength. Its most deceptive aspect was not demanding your responsibility, It was first making you feel you were merely kindly catching it. As these words landed, the old mark on that wrist seemed to loosen by a thread as well. For what this old phrase most skillfully exploited was precisely this layer of human heart that thought, I am just catching it first. The one who carries is best at pretending to be kind, not at pretending to be old. As these words fell, the second cut finally began to move beyond merely lingering on the level of who will bear the burden behind it. Old Page stared at that half-sentence of old words, then suddenly spoke very low. What it truly steals first is not a person. It is the retreat on the page. The few people around the table all looked at him. What do you mean? Suwan asked. Old Page raised his eyes to glance at the sentences already written on the 15th page. If retreating, do not seek someone first. When retreating, first recognize which rule is lost. View the 4 retreats together. Do not impose retreat on others, first amend its method. Do not carry first, let the fall first return to the page. Then he slowly said retreat was originally meant to stay on the page. The mingled edges, the early discarded divergences, the limited lines, the unfinished portions that should have been completed, all these should still be on the page for the 4 signatures to see. But when carrying arrives, retreat no longer stays on the page first. It gets received first into a person, becoming ill. Hold this piece first, ill suppress that sentence first, don't look at this spot yet, I'll bear it for you. And thus the retreat on the page vanishes first. As these words were spoken, the few people around the table suddenly understood. Yes. What carrying does first is not actually rescue. It is hiding. It steals the retreat from the page and stores it first within a person. In this way, the page appears less chaotic, less precarious, less like it is about to retreat. But the price is all subsequent recognition of retreat, amendment of methods in combined viewing are half a beat slower. Because the retreat is no longer on the page. So the truly deeper implication of the second cut should be this, Chen Yu said in a low voice. He picked up his brush and pressed down directly. Carrying first steals the retreat on the page. As the words landed, the paper edge beneath that line, someone carries first, actually emitted an emptiness. It wasn't the entire sentence collapsing. It was as if the force that made retreat silently disappear from the page had been sharply exposed by this sentence. The black annotation quickly followed. If retreat is stolen first, amending methods will be delayed. Delay causes old burdens to ripen first. This sentence was too precise. Because it immediately deepened the relationship between carrying and who bears the burden by another layer. It wasn't that the burden follows immediately after carrying. Rather, retreat is stolen first, amending methods cannot keep up, an old burden slowly ripen. The record outside the page quickly noted record carrying first steals the retreat on the page. Precisely because carrying first steals the retreat on the page had been truly brought to light, the few people around the table were even more reluctant to write their words too hastily. As long as the layer of carrying first steals the retreat on the page remained unwritten, the preceding words seemed to be establishing new sentences, while the following ones could still be borrowed by old sentences. Only when this layer was thoroughly written could the old force behind it not slip back in a lighter guise. The truly difficult thing to write now was not to find a harsher sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate the very layer of its most deceptive momentum. As long as the retreat remained on the page, there was still a method to amend it later. If the retreat first entered a person, only the exhaustion of bearing remained. Once the retreat was hidden, all subsequent combined viewing, recognition of loss and amendment of methods would be half a beat slower. But the fact that consequences have a place to fall does not mean the consequences must first be compressed into a single bearable bundle. If this layer does not first return to the page, the 4 signatures will not have time to recognize their respective edges. Yet once this connection first falls into a person, the retreat on the page will be hidden first. Therefore, what truly needs to be changed is not the consequence itself, but the method of returning the consequence. Then he added another sentence. It most resembles a rescue, but what it does first is steal the retreat from the page, making it harder to amend methods later. As this sentence landed, the second cut truly began to bite into the sinew of the line. Carrying, holding it back will first steal the retreat from the page. As this statement pressed down, the inquiries from the decision-making side grew more substantial. No longer did they circle around goodwill, nor did they dance around human sentiment. Beneath the old text, a black annotation surfaced directly. If you do not hold it back first, how can the 4 signatures connect? With this, the issue was pushed to a truly actionable point. You say holding it back will steal the retreat from the page. Fine. Then when not holding it back first, how exactly do the 4 signatures connect? If you cannot articulate it, the phrase holding it back will inevitably return. This sentence cannot be answered with each guards their own, the scribe whispered. Why? Because each guards their own is the easiest for it to counter. See, your side is still scattered this round. When something truly falls, no one catches it. This observation was astute. Mutual recognition among the 4 signatures does not mean each manages their own affairs independently. They had already demonstrated this throughout their journey. No mutual substitution, no sweeping generalizations, no soul judgment. Yet it was by no means a state of mutual irrelevance. So when not holding it back first, how do the 4 signatures connect? The old page stared at that black annotation and slowly said, "It is not about connecting into a person. It is connecting back to the page." "Be more specific," Chen Yu murmured. "The signature that recognizes the boundary should first identify the boundary of the falling point, preventing it from merging into anyone. The signature that preserves ambiguity should first ensure this fall does not crush other ambiguities. The signature that recognizes limits should first inscribe here no more, using people to bear the burden. The signature that records the unfinished should first remember where this fall remains incomplete, preventing it from being prematurely written as past." With this, the new method of how the four signatures connect was truly solidified. It was not about someone holding it back. It was each of the four signatures at its own boundary, allowing the retreat to remain on the page. This was connection. And it was truer than holding it back. "Write this down," Su Wan said. Chen Yu lifted his brush and directly pressed down the line without holding it back. First, the four signatures each connect back to the page through their own methods. The moment it was inscribed, the black annotations query "how to connect" faded by one layer. The page footer quickly supplemented a line "connect back to the page," and the retreat can be viewed together. Connect into a person, and the old burden ripens first. This once again drew the dividing line between page and person with utmost firmness. The external recorder quickly noted record without holding it back. First, the four signatures each connect back to the page through their own methods. Precisely because they did not hold it back first, the question of how the four signatures connect was truly brought to light. Yet the people around the table became even more reluctant to write their words too hastily. Ultimately, what this page truly forced out was why the method of how the four signatures connect always follows old force to revive subsequent expressions together. Thus they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from deeper habitual layers. For holding it back is best at disguising itself as a temporary catch, not as establishing a position. If this layer is not first returned to the page, the four signatures will have no time to recognize their respective boundaries. Therefore, what truly needs changing is not the consequence itself but the method of attributing the consequence. Thus, the more it resembles goodwill, the more it must be written apart. If not written apart, it most easily survives by borrowing human sentiment. Once this happens, the page may appear leveled, but in reality the falling point has merely been stuffed into a person. If the consequence is first written as a solid mass that can be suppressed, the old burden will return under the guise of fairness. Once the retreat is hidden, the subsequent joint viewing recognition of loss and correction of methods will all lag half a beat. Then another line was added. It is not that no one catches it. It is that the falling point should not first be caught into a person. What the four signatures truly should connect is to let the retreat remain on the page. As these words fell, the most seemingly goodwill-like shell behind the old phrase "holding it back" thinned by yet another layer. The one who catches is most adept at feigning kindness. The one who catches first steals the retreat from the page. If none catch first, the four seals each reclaim the page by their own method. After penning these three lines together, the time had finally come for the second cut to crystallize into a conclusive verdict. The old page gazed at the half line. First, someone catches. His eyes were deep and heavy, yet for the first time they lacked the former tension. "We can seal it now," he said. "Seal it as what?" the recorder beyond the page asked. The old page did not answer immediately. But Chen Yu had already understood. All these preceding lines spoke of the same truth. Catching appeared to be a rescue, yet it never truly allowed the retreat to be better acknowledged, better rectified, or better continued. It merely concealed the retreat first. Hiding it within people. Hiding it within good intentions. Hiding it within the transient act of "let me bear this first." Thus the hardest latter half of the second cut had long since arrived at its destined moment. He lifted his brush and pressed down directly. Catching does not rescue retreat, it only hides retreat. As these 6 characters emerged, the few around the table felt an immense steadiness. Not elegance, precision. The recorder beyond the page nearly immediately inscribed this line: record latter half of the second cut, catching does not rescue retreat, it only hides retreat. Immediately after the vermilion annotation at the page's foot surfaced: if retreat is hidden, then henceforth one sees only human exhaustion, not systemic flaws. This sentence was exceedingly ruthless. For it instantly laid bare why catching was perilous. From the structure on the page and the rewriting of laws, it descended upon the consequence borne by people. Once retreat is first hidden within a person, what those at the table see thereafter is no longer boundary blending, divergence, abandonment, limitation, imposition, or premature completion. They would only witness this person growing ever wearier, that person bearing ever more, that hand pressing ever harder. Until at last all the laws that truly required amendment became invisible. Only human exhaustion remained. This line must be recorded, the old page murmured. The recorder beyond the page immediately added: record once retreat enters a person, the laws on the page begin to vanish, leaving only the human appearing increasingly responsible. They all understood that if the latter half of the second cut, catching does not rescue retreat, it only hides retreat, was merely glossed over on the surface, that old path would inevitably return. As long as the layer that catching does not rescue retreat remained unwritten, what appeared as a new decree on the surface could still be usurped by the old one from behind. If the words were only dismantled at the literal level, the old force would still resurrect from deeper habitual strata. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would that old force fail to don a lighter guise and slip back. As long as the retreat remained on the page, there was still a way to amend it. If the retreat first entered a person, only the acknowledgement of exhaustion remained. Thus, the more this resembled kindness, the more it had to be dissected, otherwise it would most easily survive by leeching onto human hearts. The shadow that briefly emerged before their eyes was not the answer, but merely the testimony left behind as the old laws continued to lose their power. What the four seals were truly meant to inherit was not mutual replacement, but to guard the retreat upon the page, each according to its own method. Once the retreat was hidden, the subsequent acts of parallel observation, acknowledgement of loss, and amendment of laws would all be delayed. That hand, the jawline, that half-open mouth emerged bit by bit, not because they wished to stand forth, but because the old sentences that supported them were losing their strength. As these words settled, the second cut was finally truly accomplished. Not merely cleaving the character catch apart. It had in one decisive stroke severed the entire sequence by which the old phrase catching, most resembling kindness, most adept at stealing, retreat, most capable of rendering laws invisible, and ultimately most prone to breeding the law of burden, operated. And the jawline behind that hand at this very moment had visibly emerged a little further. With the second cut, the phrase, someone must bear it first, finally no longer stood upright in its old position. It seemed to have lost its bones, collapsing down half a layer. And it was precisely as it collapsed that a new part above the jawline finally revealed itself. Not the nose. It was the mouth. But not the whole mouth. Only the right corner of the lip revealed half. The lines were thin, not full, and resembled nothing more than a lack of expression. It resembled a person who had long gotten used to uttering certain old phrases, whose lip corners naturally formed a slight sharp downturn after being pressed by those words for so long. The mouth has shown itself first. The outer record immediately relayed the message. The old page gazed at that half corner of the lip, the voice low and heavy, because the second old phrase is inherently closer to the mouth than the first one. What does that mean? Suwan asked. One must first stabilize this page, sounds more like words on the page. Someone must bear it already sounds more like something that would be spoken, persuaded, or naturally flowed out of a person's mouth. This observation is too precise. Thus when the second cut went in, it was not the eyes that revealed first. It was not the nose. But the mouth. Because this old phrase inherently resembled spoken words more than the first. The one holding the pen also focused on that half corner of the lip, whispering. Moreover, once the mouth is revealed, the subsequent phrase, who bears it, becomes even closer. Why? Because to bear is the phrase that most easily flows from the mouth. Once the bridge loosens, the phrase that truly falls into the mouth, who bears it, will inevitably reveal itself. At this moment, the reason why the third cut seems to genuinely touch that face became clearer. It was not because the plot was about to be unveiled, but because the third old phrase inherently resembled something that would truly be spoken from the mouth of that face. The outer record swiftly noted record after the second cut, the mouth revealed half. The reason why no one at the table continued to press down was that they all understood after the second cut, the mouth revealing half was not just this phrase before them. Ultimately, what was truly forced out on this page was why the mouth revealing half always managed to carry the subsequent words along with the old force. Therefore, they preferred to pause half a step on this page rather than muddle this mouth and carry it forward. They all understood that the more it resembled a smooth phrase, the easier it would be to regrow on the next page with the old force. For every moment the old phrase fell silent, the face would reveal itself more. In other words, if someone must bear it while still flowing along the old path, the subsequent heavier phrase would inevitably connect back. Once this happened, the page seemed flat but was merely stuffing the falling part into the person first. Thus what was forced out here was never just an identity but a layer written out by the old phrases. Therefore, the more this resembled goodwill, the more it had to be unfolded. If not unfolded, it would easily borrow the heart of a person to live on. It was precisely for this reason that they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to drag or scatter but to deny the old position the chance to grow a person first. However, what was revealed was not necessarily a person first but more like the contours shaped by words like stabilize, bear, shoulder, recognize. Only when this layer was thoroughly written could the old force not switch to a lighter shell and flow back. Then they added the first phrase resembled the old words on the page, the second phrase resembled the old bridge at the mouth. Once the bridge collapsed, the mouth followed suit. As soon as this sentence fell, everyone at the table knew the third cut was truly about to touch the mouth. Since half of the mouth was revealed, the old phrase, if we retreat, who bears the burden, was no longer merely a heavy question pressed beneath the center of the page. It began to truly possess a sensation, as if emerging from the mouth. The old page stared at that half-smile and suddenly murmured, this phrase is the best at pretending to be fair. Several people at the table turned to look at him. What do you mean? The recorder outside the page swiftly inquired. The old page's voice was low, but each sentence grew heavier. Stabilize first is the best at pretending to be common sense. Have someone cover it first is the best at pretending to be goodwill. Who bears it is the best at pretending to be fairness. Why? Because it seems to be saying, since there is indeed a retreat, then the burden must be clearly assigned. It cannot be that no one is accountable. It cannot be that no one accepts it. It cannot be that this round passes in vain. The old page's gaze deepened. What it borrows most adeptly is that bit within the human heart: there must always be an explanation. There must always be a final destination. Someone must acknowledge this debt. This sounds so fair. At this, the several people at the table fell silent for a moment. Because it was too true. What deceives people most about who bears it is not its cruelty. Rather, it is how it appears, too much like reasoning. When trouble occurs, shouldn't someone take responsibility? Shouldn't there be an accounting? Shouldn't there be an explanation? But the real problem lies here: it presses the entire weight of accountability, explanation, and acknowledging retreat onto the individual. So the third strike cannot merely oppose bearing, Chen Yu said quietly. Right, Su Wan nodded. We must first expose why this phrase always seems fair. This is the first step. Otherwise it can easily invoke the old system entirely by claiming you people simply refuse to acknowledge retreat, refuse to give an explanation, refuse to let anyone take responsibility. The recorder outside the page quickly noted down: record who bears it. This phrase is the best at pretending to be fairness. Then added another line: precisely because who bears it, this phrase best at pretending to be fairness, was truly singled out. The several people at the table became even more reluctant to write hastily. They lingered here repeatedly, not because they lacked words, but because if who bears it remained ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress to the old ways. Thus they would rather pause an extra half step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. The truly difficult task now was not to find an even harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of conformity. If this layer was not first assigned to the page, the four signatures would be unable to recognize their respective boundaries. Yet once this connection fell upon the person, the retreat on the page would first be concealed. As soon as it was bundled, the eternal bearer would automatically grow forth. Only by keeping the retreat still on the page, visible, acknowledgeable, comparable, and subject to revision, could this page avoid being carried back by the old flow. It seemed as if the page was first secured, but in truth the fracture had merely been shifted half an inch onto the person. However, consequences having a destination does not mean the consequences must first be compressed into a bearable, complete bundle. Boundaries would blur, divergences would be prematurely discarded, limits would be written as rules, and the unfinished would be hastened into completion. So they would rather pause an extra half step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. The first two phrases deceived common sense and goodwill. The third phrase sought to deceive the necessity of a final explanation. As these words fell, that half-smile seemed to sharpen by a trace. And the several people at the table all understood the third strike was not a crude slash at bearing. It must first deconstruct why this phrase always seems fair. Who bears the burden is the phrase that best pretends to be fair. The first cut strikes first, the second strikes dodge. Both already demonstrate one thing: these old words cannot simply sever the heaviest word on the surface. Now reaching who bears it is even more so. The third cut cannot begin with bears, Chen Yu whispered. Why? Old Joe immediately followed up. Because bears itself is not wrong. Chen Yu's voice was steady. Once a page moves to the back, the consequences must be acknowledged. Retreat must also be made clear. In fact, some may encounter certain dangers earlier within the page. If we start by rendering bears meaningless, it becomes too easy to subsequently say, look, this round just wants to render all retreats to a point of loss. This follows the same logic as the first two cuts. Steadiness is not wrong, the error lies in first. Someone is not wrong, the error lies in dodge. So bears is not wrong, what is the error? The old page focused on that half-smile and quietly said the error lies in who. As soon as these two words emerged, the table fell silent. Because it was too precise. Right. If there is a retreat, who bears it? Within this sentence lies the ability to reclaim all retreats, rule losses, retreat interactions, and modifications back onto a certain individual, not bears. It is who. As long as who is established first, bears thereafter will automatically transform into a burden borne by a person. The old position returns. The shell of fairness stands firm. Thus for the third cut, the first strike is not on bears, Su Wan softly interjected. It is who does not stand. At this moment, how to open the third cut became clear. The page outside quickly recorded, note, the third cut does not first strike bears, but first strikes who. It is precisely because the third cut does not first strike bears that those at the table are even less willing to write their words too hastily. Ultimately, what this page is truly forced to reveal is why bears can always flow along the old force, bringing the subsequent phrases back to life together. Therefore, they prefer to pause a half step on this page than to muddle through to the next. Only when this layer is thoroughly written can the old force not change to a lighter shell and return again. What the four signatures truly need to accept is not to replace each other, but to each follow their own method to guard the page. Thus, what truly needs to change is not the consequences themselves, but the principle of returning the consequences. Because bears often pretends to be merely a temporary measure, not as if it is standing firm. If this layer does not first return to the page, the four signatures will not have time to recognize their edges. Likewise, bears often borrows the tone of there must be a place to land to stand firm. In other words, if bears continues along the old path, the heavier phrase that follows will eventually be able to connect again. Edges will blur, divergences will be abandoned, early limits will be written as work, and what remains unfinished will be hastened to be completed. What is truly difficult to write now is not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to illuminate the layer that is most deceptive. It is precisely because of this that no one at the table is willing to rush, preferring to pause a half step to first illuminate the old path. Therefore, this layer must be left on the page to be thoroughly written, otherwise the subsequent lines will borrow other light phrases to come back to life again. Then it adds, once bears lands on who, the old position will fully come alive. Thus, for the first phrase of the third cut, we must first sever who. Once this sentence is spoken, that half smile beneath the lip seems to have truly focused on the most likely point of the old method. It also seems they have truly zeroed in on the nerve that most easily grows the old method. Since the third stroke had already identified the first point of fall as who, the most crucial step that followed was to truly inscribe the word who through and through. It was not a matter of casually saying do not ask who. Rather, it was about why. Once the who was established first, the retreat would immediately fall upon a person. This time the old page did not wait for others to respond, it clarified this layer on its own. Once the word who emerges, all subsequent deviations and losses cannot be retained on the page in time. Border blurring would first become a matter of who failed to watch over it. Divergence and abandonment would first become a matter of who failed to keep it. Constraint and labor would first become a matter of who failed to bear it. What was unfinished yet deemed complete would first become a matter of who failed to remember it. In other words, Suwon interjected before the aspect of retreat can even be observed, it has already been gathered into the aspect of a person by the word who. Correct. This is precisely the most insidious aspect of the word who. It is not about ultimately blaming someone. Rather, its mere appearance instantly channels the retreat on the page into a person. Then how could one speak of first recognizing deviations and losses, observing the four retreats simultaneously, or amending the method after the retreat? None of it would be possible in time. This sentence must be suppressed, the one holding the brush murmured. Because who is the earliest point of articulation for the third old phrase? Chen Yu lifted his brush and directly suppressed it. Once the who is established first, the retreat first enters the person. The moment the brush landed the line near the lower center of the page that read, if retreat, who bears the burden, visibly blurred at its edges. It was as if illuminated by this true statement, the word who, with its inherent tendency to draw everything toward a person, was for the first time inscribed with less fluency. The footer quickly added a line of red commentary: if the retreat first enters the person, then deviations and losses will subsequently vanish. If deviations and losses subsequently vanish, then the old burden will first be established. This statement was exceptionally precise, because it fully elucidated why the word who was dangerous from the layers of human speech structure and the establishment of law. The off-page record keeper swiftly noted, record once who was established first, the retreat first enters the person. Another line was added: the reason no one at the table continued to press the brush for a time was because they all knew that once the who was established first, the retreat first enters the person was not limited to the single sentence before them. They lingered repeatedly at this point, not for lack of words to write, but because if who remained ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress with the old ways. If words were only dismantled on a literal level, the old force would still return from deeper layers of habit. The true difficulty before them was not to find another harsher sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer, the tendency that was most skilled at beguiling. What the four signatures truly needed to receive was not mutual substitution, but to adhere to their respective methods guarding the retreat upon the page. Similarly, who was most adept at establishing itself by borrowing the reasoning tone of there must always be a place to fall. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth revealed itself little by little, not because it chose to emerge, but because the old phrases supporting it were losing their strength. Once this happened, the page might appear balanced, but in truth the point of falling had merely been stuffed into a person. If consequences were first written as a solid mass that could be suppressed, the old burden would return under the guise of fairness. What they truly needed to recognize was not whose face was revealed, but which layer of old force could no longer sustain that face. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there was still a method to amend it, but if the retreat first entered the person, only weariness remained. Therefore, they would rather pause half a step longer on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. What the third stroke truly blocked first was not the final burden. It was that the retreat had been gathered into the who before it could even be recognized as a deviation or loss. As this sentence landed, that half of the mouth seemed to become a little more real. For the third old phrase had finally begun to be truly forced into revealing its mouth. Once who was established first, retreat becomes a burden to bear. As this line pressed down, the third strike was truly ready to fall. Old page gazed at the sentence, if one retreats, who bears the burden? His gaze was deep yet steadier than before. The blade may fall now. Where the recorder from beyond the page inquired. Old page offered no further explanation. For at this point everyone at the table already understood. Like the first strike, first not established, and the second encircling not established, the true initial point of the third strike was also who not established. It was not that no one would acknowledge the retreat. It was not that everything would be masterless after this round. Rather, who must not be established first. As long as who was not established first, retreat could still remain on the page in time. Lost rules could still be acknowledged first. The method of change could still proceed ahead. Chen Yu did not hesitate. Lifting his brush, he firmly pressed those 3 characters onto the old sentence who not established. The moment they landed, the entire old phrase, if one retreats, who bears the burden. For the first time it seemed as if a crack had been forcibly split open from its center. The whole sentence did not retreat. But that who which had always been so adept at gathering retreat onto a person was truly struck by the third blade. Beneath the old sentence's position a black annotation immediately appeared: if who is not established, to whom does the consequence belong? With this the questioning arrived as well. Like the first strikes, from whence comes stability, in the seconds, where does the fall reside? After the third strike severed the most crucial character, the old law would always ask, what happens then? But at least for now the who, that opening most adept at drawing people back into the old ways, could no longer exert its force so effectively. The recorder from beyond the page quickly noted: record, the third strike first falls, who not established. Then added another line: it was precisely because the third strike fell first, truly isolating who not established, that the few people at the table became even more reluctant to write hastily. As long as this first layer of establishment remained unwritten, what seemed like the forging of a new sentence could still be borrowed by the old one later. The true difficulty now was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of opportunism. Only when this layer was thoroughly written could the old force not return in a lighter guise. Boundaries would merge, ambiguities would be discarded, early limits would be written as rules, and the unfinished would be hastened into completion. Thus what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a semblance written by the old words. The more it appeared to be reasoning, the more one had to discern if it was quietly seeking a position to bear upon. Only by keeping the retreat on the page visible, acknowledged, comparable, and amenable to change, could this page avoid being carried back by the old familiar flow. The faint shadow that now emerged was not an answer but merely a testament left behind as the old law continued to lose its power. That consequences had a place to fall did not mean they must be pressed into a single bearable package. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the 4 signatures would not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. Therefore what this passage truly required was not another heavy phrase but a slow, clear elucidation of how it slipped from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default assumption. Thus this layer had to remain on the page thoroughly written, otherwise it would revive later through other lighter words. The first 2 strikes severed first, and encircling the third strike finally severed this who which was most adept at gathering retreat into a person. As these words landed, the half-revealed corner of a mouth seemed to become clearer. Not because a face wished to emerge, but because this old sentence had always seemed more likely to be spoken from a mouth. And now the most crucial who upon that mouth had been severed. Who does not stand? As this third slash descended, Hype immediately pursued: if none stands, to whom shall the consequence belong? This appeared to be an old question. In truth, the preceding passages had already laid much of it bare. G fixed his gaze upon that relentless query and spoke with measured slowness: the consequence belongs to the lost rule. Just these 3 words. Yet the moment they were uttered, everyone at the table understood, it aligned perfectly. Yes. It was not who. The consequence could no longer be attributed to a person. Nor could it drift without a resting place. Its first rightful owner could only be whichever rule was first lost. The retreat of the principle led to marginal chaos. The retreat of the variable led to premature abandonment of divergence. Yet the retreat of the rewrite signified that the limits had been inscribed by the scribe. The retreat of the marginal record meant the unfinished had been prematurely exhausted. Only by observing these 4 retreats together could one discern the true depth of this cycle's regression. All of this had already penned the latter half of that sentence. Thus the latter half of the third slash is not: if none stands, then none shall bear the burden. Suwon whispered. It is: the consequence first belongs to the lost rule. At this moment the truly complete latter half of the third slash had also arrived at its destined moment of inscription. Chen Yu raised his brush and pressed down directly: if who does not stand, the consequence first belongs to the lost rule. The moment it was inscribed, that old phrase, if one retreats, who bears the burden, finally emitted a far greater void. Not a complete collapse. Yet that shell of fairness which had always relied on there must be an explanation, there must be a resting place, there must be someone to acknowledge, was truly and ruthlessly shattered by the third slash. The footnote immediately supplemented with a red annotation: if the consequence first belongs to the lost rule, then the method may be revised. If the consequence first belongs to the person, then the old burden is reborn. With this the direction of the third slash was irrevocably sealed. It was not a rejection of consequences. It was not a denial of retreat. Rather, the consequence first belongs to the lost rule, then its method is amended. The marginal record swiftly noted: record, if who does not stand, the consequence first belongs to the lost rule. Then it added another line at this point of the third slash: the most potent force of that old phrase, who bears the burden, had been severed. Henceforth, should it seek to reclaim its pressure, it would have to find new arguments for why the lost rule is not enough. As these words settled above that half-smiling mouth, an exceedingly faint shadow emerged forward by a thread. Not the full emergence of the nose bridge. Merely a sliver of projection from the tip's lower edge. Yet this was sufficient. For it signified, once the third slash truly penetrated the character, who that face had indeed advanced another layer into visibility. And this propelled the remaining path of the third volume's latter half to a deeper and more unyielding position. The first slash had already stripped the priority from this page, must first be stabilized. The second slash had already dismantled the bridge from someone, must first bear the burden. The third slash had already severed the who within. If one retreats, who bears the burden? The next step would be to truly observe, when who no longer stands first, upon what could the remaining burden of that old phrase continue to exert its force. Chen Yu gazed at that newly revealed shadow beneath the nose and murmured softly, "Good. The third slash has truly entered. From here on, we shall see if this burden of theirs can still masquerade as fairness." The bronze lamp flame pressed down steadily. The old phrase seat was not reclaimed. That hand remained. The lower half of that face was no longer merely a jaw and half a mouth. They all understood, if who does not stand and the consequence first belongs to the lost rule only in superficial words, that old path would still wind its way back. Yet most crucially, with these three slashes delivered, the path grows clearer with each step. Do not rush to recognize the face. Do not hasten to ask the name. First let the breathing points of these old words fall silent one by one. And that face, as the old words lose their strength, will gradually emerge layer by layer. Who does not stand the consequences will first revert to the regulation's loss. This old saying has been so cut down by the third stroke that only the last word remains, still radiating the most stubborn and seemingly rational force from its original position. Responsibility. It is no longer who will bear it. It is no longer who will take it on first. It is no longer which person should carry it. Yet precisely because who has been eliminated, the word responsibility has become even more exposed. It can no longer easily borrow the shell of there must be an explanation, or there must be someone to take the place, but directly press upon the people. What it can rely on to exert force next becomes the real question. The old page fixated on the responsibility that has not yet completely faded from its original position softly murmured, "Only now do we truly encounter it. Why does the earlier part not count?" The external record immediately passed down the words. Because what was cut earlier was the mouth it borrowed to exert force. The old page's voice was hoarse, stabilizing, first cushioning who. These all seem to pave the way for responsibility. Now that the path is cut off, this word hasn't faded. It indicates that it still possesses a layer of hardness. The writing position also looked at the responsibility word and slowly said, "This layer of hardness is not about finding someone to bear it. It is. The consequences cannot be left empty." Chen Yu appended the latter half of the sentence. Correct. This is the place where responsibility ultimately pretends to be fair. It would say, you do not have to find someone. You do not have to first settle on anyone. You can first revert to the regulation's loss. But the consequences cannot be left empty, can they? There must be a place to hold it down. There must be a place to remember. There must be a place to move forward. This sounds almost unlike the old law. Rather, it resembles the most basic sense of order. So the latter half of the third stroke cannot be written as responsibility is no longer needed. Su Wan whispered. Also, because the latter half of the third stroke first touched responsibility and was truly brought forth, the few people at the table were even less willing to write the words too quickly. They repeatedly paused here, not because there was nothing to write, but because once responsibility becomes ambiguous, the entire segment following it would revert back to the old ways. So they would rather pause a bit longer on this page than carry that ambiguity forward. They all understood that the more it resembled common speech, the easier it would be to regrow back with the old force on the next page. As long as retreat remains within the page, there is still room for modification. If retreat first enters a person, then only exhaustion remains. Similarly, responsibility is most adept at borrowing the tone of there must be a place to land to stand firm. Once retreat is concealed, the subsequent acknowledgement and modification will all lag behind. Only by allowing retreat to remain visible on the page, recognizable, comparable, and modifiable, can this page be said to not have been drawn back by the old smoothness. However, having a place for consequences does not equate to the necessity of compressing them into a bearable package first. In the end, what remains visible at the table is only who is more exhausted, who seems more like they should continue to bear it rather than which regulation first lost its strength. Thus they repeatedly wrote, first revert to the page, not to delay or scatter, but to deny the old position the chance to regrow people. They all understood that the more it resembled common speech, the easier it would be to regrow back on the next page with the old force. For this reason, no one at the table was willing to rush here, preferring to pause for half a step longer to first depict the old path. Right. Chen Yu nodded, because the consequences indeed cannot be empty. What we need to write is how the consequences do not remain empty, but also no longer rely on this responsibility word's old form. This time the sentence that truly should be established became clear. It is not about reversing the consequences. It is not about reversing the landing place. But rather, modifying the method of responsibility. Consequences cannot be left unaddressed. The moment this was spoken, the character Dan in that old syntactic position seemed to steady itself slightly. Not that it grew stronger. It was as if it had finally revealed its innermost, least ostentatious, least bridge-like and most unlike old rhetoric layer of hard shell. I am not here to oppress. I am here so that consequences have a place to land. Those words were too clever. They felt too much like fairness. Old Page stared at that character and said slowly, "This is its final layer of shell." Earlier steady first seemed like common sense, hold it up seemed like goodwill, who bears it seemed like fairness. Now that who has been cut away, the remaining shell becomes consequences cannot be empty. Then what is wrong with this layer of shell? Old Joe's voice came from the side. The fault is not in consequences cannot be empty. The scribe said in a low voice, the fault lies in. It subtly equates consequences having a place to land with consequences must be compressed into something that can be carried. At this, the few people at the table understood. Yes. Consequences cannot be empty. And there must be a character Dan to bear the consequences. Are actually not the same thing. Consequences can be attributed to a loss of order, attributed to a retreat and a combined review, attributed to a change in the sequence of laws, attributed to which layer of old phrasing is still exerting force, attributed to which regulation was not established first, even attributed to which part of the page has not yet been truly acknowledged. But the old character Dan quietly shrinks all of this into one sentence. There must always be a place that can be pressed, recorded, pursued, and accounted for. This seems to be finding a landing point for consequences. But in reality it is finding a new shell for the old position. So the first step of the second half of the third cut should write, consequences not being empty does not mean there must be a Dan. Suwon said softly. Correct. Chen Yu nodded. He picked up his brush and steadily pressed down a sentence. Consequences not being empty does not mean consequences must be borne. The moment the characters landed, the pressure beside the character Dan visibly paused. It was as if its final shell of fairness, I just want consequences not to be empty, had been truly pried open for the first time. The page's foot quickly added a line of red commentary. What is empty can be attributed to a loss of order, can be attributed to a change of law, it need not be attributed to bearing. The page side recorder swiftly noted. Record consequences not being empty does not mean consequences must be borne. They all understood that Dan was best at disguising itself as consequences cannot be empty. If they only glossed over it in words, that old path would still wind its way back. Ultimately what this page truly forced into the open was why Dan could always follow the old force and revive all the subsequent openings. The real difficulty now was not to find a harsher sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer, its momentum of following the current. They all knew that the more a phrase sounded like common sense, the easier it was to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old force. So here the more it seemed like goodwill, the more it had to be written out, if not it would most easily survive by borrowing people's hearts. Only by letting the retreat remain on the page, visible, acknowledged, reviewed together and subject to legal change, could this page be considered not dragged back by the old smooth talk. Yet consequences having a place to land does not mean consequences must first be compressed into a whole bundle that can be carried. In the end what could be seen around the table was only who was more exhausted, who seemed more fit to keep bearing the load, not which regulation had first lost its strength. As long as the retreat remained on the page there was still a way for change later. If the retreat first entered people's hearts, all that remained was to acknowledge the exhaustion. Then another sentence was added. The final and most deceptive trick of the character Dan is to stealthily rewrite consequences have a place to land into consequences must be compressed into something that can be carried. As this sentence landed, the second half of the third cut finally began to truly shift from the literal Dan to the method of attributing consequences. Consequences not being a single package does not mean they must be borne. The moment this was established, the character bear in the old phrasing had yet to fade. Yet it had clearly lost a layer of its most persuasive fluency. The black critique quickly caught up. If not born, where do consequences exist? This time, it no longer pretended to be who. Nor did it feign contain. It fixed its gaze on the core question. If not pressed into bearing, then where exactly do consequences reside? The old page, upon hearing this, murmured softly. Still the same line. Return to regulation. But it must be written harder. How harder? The scribe outside the page immediately inquired. Because loss of return to regulation has already been written before. Now what it pursues is Whether consequences returning to regulation would be too scattered, too fragmented, too unlike something that can truly be pinned down. The old page's voice grew hoarse, so we must write further. Consequences are not a single package. As these words were spoken, several people at the table all paused simultaneously. Indeed. What the character bear excels at most is compressing consequences into a single package. Then it says, someone must carry this package. But in truth, the consequences of this round have never been a single package. The blurred edges return to the edge they belong to. The divergent remnants remain divergent. The limited labor returns to its own limit. The unfulfilled fulfilled first return to the record of the unfulfilled. Which part retreats to what level, which regulation fails first? Each must be examined separately, viewed together, and then the law revised. In other words, consequences are not a package. They are many visible, separable, and modifiable regulatory losses within a page. This line must be written out, Chen Yu said in a low voice. He picked up his brush and pressed down directly. Consequences first return to regulation, not to a package. The moment the brush fell, the character bear seemed to be violently twisted by something. It did not shatter, but the force that once gathered all consequences into a single bearable whole was clearly severed by a layer. The black critique promptly added, if returned to a package, then ultimately seek one to bear. If returned to regulation, then they can be separately retreated and revised. This statement was too precise. Because once you package consequences, no matter how you twist later, it will inevitably spawn the question, who bears this package? And as long as consequences still return to regulation, they can only be viewed, recognized, and revised separately. The scribe outside the page quickly noted, record consequences first return to regulation, not to a package. Precisely because this principle, consequences first return to regulation, not to a package, was truly brought to light, the few at the table became even more reluctant to write hastily. As long as the layer of consequences first return to regulation remains unwritten, what precedes may seem like establishing a new phrase, but what follows could still be co-opted by the old phrasing. Only when this layer is thoroughly written will the old force not find a lighter shell to slip back into. If words are merely dismantled on the surface, the old force will still return from deeper habitual layers. What the four seals truly receive is not mutual replacement, but each following its own law-fixing retreat upon the page. Yet that consequences have a place to fall does not mean they must first be compressed into a bearable package. Thus, the more this resembles goodwill, the more it must be written open. If not written open, it most easily survives through human hearts. As long as retreat remains on the page, there is still a way to revise later. If retreat first enters the person, then only weariness remains to be acknowledged. If consequences are first written as a solid block that can be pressed down, the old burden will return under the guise of fairness. Once retreat is hidden, the subsequent joint viewing, recognition of loss, and revision of law will all lag behind. When this happens, the page may appear calm, but in reality the weight has merely been stuffed into the person first. Then another line was added. For the character bear to thrive, it most needs to package consequences into a single bundle. Once the bundle disperses, it loses much of its power to oppress. As these words fell, the truly deeper layer of the latter half of the third stroke was also written open. Consequences must first be returned to the rule, they cannot be returned to the package. After this line was pressed down, Hype did not immediately retreat. It seemed to be stubbornly holding on to a seemingly more profound question: if the consequences disperse, who will ultimately assume responsibility? At this, the old page let out a faint laugh. The smile was very light yet exceedingly cold. See that? It still wants to return to the package. The record keeper immediately passed down the query: what does that mean? It means the moment it sees consequences cannot be returned to the package, it immediately follows up, then someone must ultimately assume responsibility for these scattered losses, mustn't they? The old page's voice grew hoarse. It doesn't look like a retreat. In truth, it still wants to secretly tie the package back together. As these words were spoken, everyone at the table understood. Indeed. It doesn't necessarily have to explicitly say you bear it. It can phrase it more elegantly, more like an appeal to order: who will ultimately assume responsibility? Who will ultimately collect? Who will ultimately file? Who will ultimately impose a complete narrative? But the essence is the same, it still wants to recompile those scattered losses into a single package. So this line needs to be pressed one step further, Su-won said softly. What? Once the package is formed, the person is born afterward. As soon as this line was uttered, everyone at the table steadied themselves. Correct. It's not necessarily that the person comes first and then the package. More often than not, it is precisely because the consequences are first bundled into a package that the person who ultimately assumes responsibility, ultimately bears the weight, ultimately takes charge, naturally emerges. This perfectly echoes the earlier line: once the vessel is established, the burden is born afterward. It's not that the person exists first. It's that the structure summons the person into being. Chen Yu picked up his brush and directly pressed down the line. Once the package is formed, the person is born afterward. As the characters settled, the pressure around the character burden in the old verse position faded another layer. The footnote immediately added a red annotation: the person need not exist first. Once the package is formed, the place of bearing grows of itself. This statement was too ruthless. And too precise. For it completely rewrote the reason why burden always returns from who has the qualification to the method of packaging. If you bundle consequences into a package, you don't need to find a person first. A person capable of bearing this package will naturally grow later. The record keeper quickly noted record: once the package is formed, the person is born afterward. Then added another line: they all understood that if once the package is formed, the person is born afterward only passed over on the literal surface, that old path would still follow its way back. As long as the layer "the person is born afterward" was not clearly written, even if the front seemed to be establishing a new sentence, the back could still be borrowed by the old sentence. If the words were only dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper layer of habit. Therefore, what this passage truly needed to do was not to add another heavy sentence, but to slowly clarify how it slips from the page onto the person and how it then slides from the person into a default state. As long as the retreat remains on the page, there is still a way to change it later. If the retreat first enters the person, only the fatigue of acceptance remains. Similarly, Uberid most easily borrows the argumentative tone of "there must be a place for it to land, to stand firm." It looks like it's catching this page first, but in truth it's only shifting the breaking point half an inch onto the person. Once this happens, the page appears level, but actually it's just stuffing the point of collapse into the person. If the consequences are first written as a whole piece that can be pressed down, the old burden will return under the guise of fairness. It's not that a person is waiting to carry it first. It's that after the consequences are bundled into a package, the old law will naturally summon the person. As these words fell, the latter half of the third strike was drawing closer and closer to the truly hardest core. It wasn't simply about saying "don't bear it." Rather, don't allow the consequences to be written first into the kind of package that can give birth to a burden. Bao Yicheng, the man is but a youth. As these words fell, the character Dan in the old sentence structure still remained, yet it no longer held the same integrity as before. Like one who desperately wishes to stand upright, yet the foundation beneath him, the old order that once supported him, had been dismantled piece by piece. It was at this very moment that above the half-exposed corner of the lips a new line finally emerged with distinct clarity. It was not the full profile of the nose bridge. Rather, it was a sliver of shadow stretching from the tip of the nose to the lower edge of the bridge. Neither prominent nor sharp. It resembled more a habitual subtle coordination of breath and mouth that naturally arises when one is about to impose a final summary upon a page. The old page fixed its gaze upon that sliver of shadow, then suddenly muttered in a low voice, "What it ultimately borrows is not backing." "What?" the extra page recorder inquired. "It is total acknowledgement." At this, the few around the table understood. Indeed. If the character Dan wished to continue its existence after who had been severed, pocket had been sliced open, and wrap had been scattered, the last shell it would most cunningly borrow was the position of total acknowledgement. It was not a matter of who bore the burden. It was who would ultimately acknowledge these losses, these retreating forms, these ripples of altered methods as a whole, and declare this round of retreat ends here. This sounded indeed not like an old method. It appeared more like a more mature, restrained, and sophisticated form of organization. Yet once the position of total acknowledgement grew, the old positions would all return. The main position would be dragged to oversee the totality. The variables would be dragged to gather the paths. The rewrite would be dragged to bear the final consequences. The extra page recorder would be dragged to utter the final words. Therefore, the second half of the third cut requires one final layer to be added, the writing hand murmured in a low voice. "We cannot allow Dan to stealthily swap its shell, sliding from backing to total acknowledgement." This was the most critical step. Earlier they had been dismantling the seemingly heavier shell of who bears. Now they had finally cornered it into its lighter, more equitable, more civilized guise, total acknowledgement. The extra page recorder swiftly noted record Dan ultimately borrows not from backing but from the position of total acknowledgement. They all understood that if Dawn final borrowing of the total acknowledgement position was merely translated on the surface, the old path would follow in return. In essence, what this page truly forced out was why Dan could always follow the old force and bring the subsequent openings to life. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would the old force cease to find a lighter shell to slip back into. The true difficulty now was not to find another harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer, the layer of following the prevailing current. At that point it would appear as if concluding, yet in truth it was still drawing the retreat into a single person. Therefore, what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a guise crafted by old words. For this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or scatter but to deny the old position the chance to prematurely grow a person. Yet consequences having a place to land does not mean they must first be compressed into a burdensome whole package. The newly revealed shadow before them was not an answer but merely a testament left behind as the old method continued to lose its power. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there would still be methods to alter it. If the retreat first entered a person, only the acknowledgement of burden would remain. Once it was packaged into a whole, the person of total acknowledgement would grow of its own accord. Then another line was added, it would swap its shell. The lighter the shell, the less it resembled the old method. Yet as long as final total acknowledgement grew, both the person and the position would return. As these words fell, the layer that the second half of the third cut truly needed to touch finally revealed itself. Since the final borrowing ultimately rests upon the collective acknowledgement, the third cut, the true final stroke, must not halt at consequences, bear no responsibility. It must sever in one clean motion that thinner, more subtle and deceptively administrative layer, the shell of tidying up. Old Page gazed silently at the character Dan, still straining within the old sentence position. After several seconds he murmured softly, "The third cut has reached its absolute depth." "Where next?" Lao Zhou asked from above. "Down, and collective acknowledgement must not be established first." As these 4 words emerged, everyone seated at the table felt their precision. For here Dan can no longer rely on overt bearing or visible pressure to reassert itself. In its final stage it will borrow only one thing: there must ultimately be a collective acknowledgement. There must be a definitive conclusion. There must be an overarching final statement. And this very space is the last refuge where Dan may still cling to life beneath the shells of fairness, order and maturity. Yet this line must not harden into something rigid like "no one shall ever hold collective acknowledgement." Suwan murmured quietly. "Correct." Chen Yu nodded. "It must read, and collective acknowledgement must not be established first." It does not mean there will never be an integrated perspective, but rather, that integration must not prematurely crystallize into a singular person or a single voice. This is the same incisive technique employed in the first and second cuts. It does not abolish all structure, only suspends its premature establishment. Do not establish first. With steady hand, Chen Yu inscribed those 4 characters onto the page, and collective acknowledgement must not be established. The moment they settled onto the page, the character Dan within the old sentence position finally felt for the first time truly struck at its deepest final stroke, not retort, not evasion. Not feigned fairness. That thinnest, most resilient shell, the one that had sustained Dan by borrowing legitimacy from final settlement, comprehensive ordering and ultimate justification, had begun to fissure. A black annotator swiftly added a probing question: "And if collective acknowledgement is not established, how shall the entire cycle conclude?" They knew such a question would inevitably arise. Yet at least the final surrogate of Dan had now been touched by the third cut. An off-page record was promptly entered. Endnote: the third cut's final stroke, collective acknowledgement must not be established. Then another line followed, and the silence at the table, no one reaching immediately for the brush, stemmed from their shared understanding. The third cut's final stroke, collective acknowledgement must not be established, extends far beyond this single line. So long as this deepest layer remains unarticulated, what appears to be a newly formed sentence may still be co-opted by the old sentence behind it. Only when this layer is fully exposed and rendered transparent will the residual force of the old sentence cease, seeking lighter, more elusive shells through which to return. They all understood the more effortlessly fluent a phrase sounds, the more readily it may on the next page regrow under the momentum of the old force. At that point, what seems like closure is in truth merely a retreat, condensing all withdrawal back into a single person. Once that occurs, the page may appear balanced, but in reality the point of collapse has merely been buried within the person. What they truly seek to discern is not who steps forward into visibility, but which layer of inherited force has finally failed to sustain that very visage. Likewise, Dan most skillfully anchors itself in the rhetorical posture of "there must be a final resting place." Unless this layer is first returned to the page, the 4 signatories will not have time to each claim their own boundary. Thus, the deeper they read, the less urgency they feel to ask, "Who is it?" Instead, they fixed their gaze solely on which prior utterance shaped it into this form. Once packaged as a unified whole, the figure of the one who collectively acknowledges will spontaneously emerge. They know while the more effortlessly fluent a phrase sounds, the more readily it may on the next page regrow under the momentum of the old force. At this juncture, if Dan wishes to persist, it can no longer rely on bearing or pressing down, it can only depend upon collective acknowledgement. Sever this final breath and its path truly narrows to extinction. As those words settled, the shadow beneath the nostril and the curve of that half-smile seemed to sharpen, gaining newfound clarity. For the old words spoken upon the mouth had at last been cut by the third blade down to their deepest root. If no overall recognition is established, how can the whole cycle be concluded? This criticism came precisely for it was the last plausible statement the character Dan de Bear could cling to for survival. Fine, then no one bears it. No one takes the blame. No overall recognition is established first. But as this cycle progresses, will it remain fragmented forever? Unfinished forever? Forever dismantled? With no point of closure? This line cannot answer no closure, the old page whispered. Why? Because this cycle as written thus far was never meant to be perpetually unclosed. The old page's voice grew hoarse. What we have always opposed is closure first. Not never closure. This perfectly aligned with the first axiom: stability enables later accomplishment. Closure is not wrong. Overall recognition is not eternally absent. The problem lies in, it cannot be established as a position first. Then what will conclude the entire cycle? Silence fell over the table for a few seconds. Then Suwon spoke in a low voice, by later accomplishment. The moment those 3 words were uttered, a sense of steadiness settled over everyone at the table. Correct. The first axiom had already stated stability enables later accomplishment. So what about closure? The same applies. Closure can be achieved through later accomplishment. It is not about using an overall recognition position to first compress this cycle into a seemingly complete bundle. Rather, when the edges are no longer blurred, when deviations and truths are fully written, when limitations are no longer artificially crafted, when the unfinished truly reaches its end, when the 4 seals remain intact, and when the 3 certainties are not dragged back by old phrases. Only then will closure slowly emerge through later accomplishment. It is not about who closes first. It is not about establishing an overall recognition position first. Instead, the entire cycle itself grows a place where closure can occur. This line must be written down, Chen Yu said in a low voice. He picked up the brush and pressed down directly. The closure of the entire cycle can only be achieved through later accomplishment. As the brush fell the edge of that phrase, if no overall recognition is established, how can the whole cycle be concluded? Visibly receded. The page footer quickly added a red annotation: if closure is achieved later, there is no need to first grow an overall recognition. If closure is established first, old burdens can borrow its shell. This observation was incredibly precise. The off-page recorder swiftly noted: record, the closure of the entire cycle can only be achieved through later accomplishment. The reason no one at the table immediately continued pressing their brushes was that they all knew, without establishing overall recognition, the question of what would conclude the entire cycle was far from settled by this single line. They lingered here repeatedly, not because they had nothing to write, but because if the question of what concludes the entire cycle remained ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress along old patterns. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would that old force fail to find a lighter shell to slip back into. The true difficulty now was not finding a harsher line to suppress it, but first illuminating its most deceptive layer of inertia. Thus their repeated writing of return to the page first was neither a delay nor a dispersal, but a means to deny the old position a chance to grow a persona prematurely. So what truly needed changing was not the consequence itself, but the method of its return. In the end, all that could be seen at the table was who was more exhausted, who seemed more deserving of continuing to bear the burden, rather than which rule had lost its potency first. Edges would blur, deviations would be prematurely abandoned, limitations would be crafted into artifices, and the unfinished would be rushed into being deemed complete. Similarly, Bering was most adept at using the reasonable-sounding phrase, there must be a place to land, to establish itself. If retreat was concealed, then the subsequent acts of merging perspectives, recognizing losses, and altering methods would all be delayed. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the 4 seals would be too late to recognize their respective boundaries. They all understood that the more natural-sounding a phrase, the more likely it was to regrow along the old force on the next page. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the surface-level words, but the well-worn path of inertia behind them. Then another line was added: this cycle does not reject closure. It rejects allowing closure to first grow a mouth, a position, a person. As these words fell, the final overall recognition shell of the third axiom began to lose its power significantly. Since the third cut has already sliced from who does not stand all the way to total recognition of not standing, the phrase if retreating, who bears the burden in the old phrasing no longer holds together as a complete statement. It remains. Yet it has been cut to the point where its front bridge and overall recognition have lost much of their strength. It is precisely at this moment that face finally reveals yet another layer. This time it is no longer just the chin and half of the mouth, nor just a shadow beneath the nose. Rather, it is the bridge of the nose. Not the entire bridge, but a segment extending upwards from the tip. Just a line stretching from the tip of the nose upwards, very slender, very straight, as if this face has been tightened too much by the order of those old words, leaving the bridge with a feeling of having been pressed into a thin edge over the years. The bridge of the nose has emerged. The record outside the page immediately relayed the words down. The old page gazed at the segment of the bridge and softly said, because the third old phrase originally resembled the portion emerging from the mouth and nose together. What does that mean? Suwon asked. First, stabilize feels more like an orderly thought in the mind. First, someone carries it feels more like words of persuasion from the mouth. Who bears the burden is when this face truly begins to push the consequences outward. It is not just the mouth. It will push forward an entire layer of the mouth and nose. This statement is too precise. Thus the depth of the third cut is not the eyes revealing first. It is the bridge of the nose that emerges first. Because this old phrase is indeed the position where the entire face exerts its force most effectively. The one holding the pen also focused on that segment of the bridge, their voice gradually sinking. The more the face reveals, the less it will simply be a question of is it still human. Instead, it will become increasingly clear what old phrases have shaped this face layer by layer into its current form. At this moment, it was also becoming clearer. Not for the sake of solving the riddle, It was so that when each old phrase receded, the shape it had left upon this face would also lose its power. The notes outside the page quickly recorded record after the third cut a section of the nose bridge first emerged. Then another sentence was added. They all understood that if the emergence of the nose bridge after the third cut was merely translated on the surface, that old path would still return along the same route. They lingered here repeatedly, not because they had nothing to write, but because once the emergence of the nose bridge after the third cut became ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress to its old state. Thus they would rather pause an extra half step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. If words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still re-emerge from the deeper layers of habit. Each time an old phrase grew quieter, the face would reveal itself a little more. Once this happened, the page might appear smoothed over, but in truth the weight had merely been shifted into the person. If the consequences were first written as a solid containable entity, the old burden would re-emerge under the guise of fairness. Therefore what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a semblance inscribed by old phrases. As long as the retreat remained on the page, there was still a way to amend it, but if the retreat first entered the person, only the weariness of acceptance remained. Once it was bundled up, the one who always accepts would naturally grow out of it. Thus the more the few people before the desk read on, the less they rushed to ask who it was focusing instead on which old phrase had shaped it into this form. Behind the hand was the face. Behind the face was not a name but the sequence left upon that face by old phrases. As these words fell, the old marks on that wrist also faded a little more. It was as if the more the face was revealed, the less the hand could rely solely on those old phrases to firmly hold the marks. The first cut was for Xian, the second for Do, and the third for Shay, slicing all the way to Zhongren. Within the old positions, the three obsolete phrases no longer bore the natural momentum they once had when first revealed. The hand hung in emptiness. The face emerged. The old imprints faded. Yet the seal of recognition and the seal of fixation remained unyielding. A question descended from the extra page records. Since all three cuts had landed, why had the seals not retreated? The few at the table fell silent for a moment. The question was precise and critical. They had been pressing the old phrases to lose their power. Why then did the seals persist? Why did the hand still press down? Why did the face continue to emerge without collapsing entirely? The old page spoke slowly because the old phrases losing power does not mean the new law has been established enough for them to retreat. At these words, understanding dawned upon those at the table. Indeed. With the three cuts executed, they had already rendered the old phrases less fluid. They could drain the hand of its power. They could delay the seals. They could prevent the old positions from naturally regenerating. Yet this was merely dismantling the old. For the seals to truly retreat, something new must be erected to supplant the old phrases within the decisive layer. Which means, Chen Yu murmured, the old words are insufficient, but that does not mean the new decree is adequate. It lingers now, waiting to see if we can truly inscribe the new law so that it can persist without the old phrases. Indeed. That was why after the three precise cuts they remained merely provisional confirmations, not final recognitions. For the deepest layer of the decisive position was still observing, to see if they were capable of more than mere demolition. Then the path is clear, Suwon said softly. We must not merely continue cutting the old phrases. We must begin to elevate the corresponding new law sentence by sentence. This marked the true entry into the next phase of the latter half of the third volume. It was not merely about retreating from old phrases but about the new law assuming the position. The extra page records swiftly noted record after three cuts the seals did not retreat, not because the old phrases were too strong but because the new law had not yet been established enough to compel their retreat. Then a supplementary note: precisely because the question of why the seals had not retreated after the three cuts had been so starkly raised, those at the table became even more reluctant to write hastily. As long as the reason for the seals' persistence remained unwritten, any attempt to establish new sentences could be co-opted by the old. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated could the residual power of the old be prevented from returning in a lighter guise. Thus the true purpose of this passage was not to add another weighty statement but to slowly clarify how it slid from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default state. The four signatures were not meant to replace each other but to each follow its own law, retreating and guarding the page. With every syllable the old words lost, that face would emerge a fraction more. For the foremost was most adept at pretending to be a mere temporary connection, not an establishment of position. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four signatures would have no time to recognize their respective boundaries. Thus what was forced forth here was never merely an identity but a semblance written by the old words. The more it appeared benevolent, the more it had to be written open, otherwise it would most easily survive by borrowing the human heart. For this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or diffuse but to deny the old positions any chance to seize the human element prematurely. What lay ahead was not merely the continued severing of old phrases but the elevation of new sentences to a position where they could replace the old in exerting force. At these words clarity deepened among those at the table. It will transition from abolishing the old laws to truly establishing new legislation. The 15th page had yet to be turned. The old sentence positions remained. That hand did not withdraw, still pressing down on the recognition seal and the fixation seal. Yet before the table this round would no longer merely delve deeper to excavate the old words as before. The old page gazing at the three severed old sentences upon the table, the three quasifixations, the face that revealed only a jaw, half a mouth and a bridge of a nose, spoke in a very low voice. The next segment cannot merely be dismantled. Indeed, the scribe nodded. If we go further, we will only dismantle the old sentences. The seal will not retreat. It would wait until they had written new laws that could continue, recognize, accept and fix without relying on the old sentences, to the point where it could no longer claim that this round was merely a temporary hold. At these words, the entire path of this round became much clearer. In the preceding 10 chapters, what they had truly achieved was this: the first old sentence, "We must first stabilize this page," was severed and rewritten as "Stability can be achieved later." The second old sentence, "Someone must first bear the burden," was severed and rewritten as "Retreat first leaves the page where one falls must first return to the page." Bearing does not save retreat, only conceals it. The third old sentence, "If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility?" was severed and rewritten as "Whoever does not stand firm, the consequences shall first be attributed to the lapse of order." Total non-commitment is recognized. The conclusion of the entire round can only be achieved later. All three cuts had drawn true blood. Yet precisely because of this, a deeper step began to emerge. These new sentences must truly become laws. Not merely to temporarily withstand the refutation of the old sentences, but to become something that the decision-maker could truly use to press forward. So when the next segment begins, we won't first excavate the fourth old sentence. A note was passed down from outside the page. "Not necessarily first to excavate," Chen Yu said in a low voice. "First establish the laws." "Which ones?" Su-wan asked. Chen Yu gazed at the new sentences they had already pressed out on the 15th page and said slowly, "First establish, retreat leaves the page above. For seals connect the page. Consequences revert to order. Later conclusions can be achieved. Do not merge total recognition. Do not rely on old burdens for force. Transform these from the edge of the blade against old words into laws that can stand on their own." At this moment, it was no longer a matter of merely excavating old words. Instead, while continuing to force deeper old words to surface, the newly carved laws were being positioned one by one to empower the old phrases. A note was swiftly jotted down on the extra page record for the next segment of Volume 3: not only dismantle the old sentences but also establish new laws. Then another line was added: dismantling the old is to rob the hand of its strength, establishing the new ensures that even if the seal is pressed again, it can no longer draw power solely from the old words. As these words fell, the hand did not withdraw. Yet neither did it press forward. It seemed to truly be waiting for the next step, to see if the figure before the desk could truly inscribe the newly spoken sentences into enduring laws. And that face too ceased to emerge further. It halted at the jaw, half a mouth and a bridge of a nose, as if the eyes behind it still needed them to deepen the new laws before they would fully reveal themselves. Chen Yu gazed at the halted face and murmured very low, "All right. The old sentences have been cut open 3 times. For the next segment, let's not rush to find the fourth. First take the new laws carved by these 3 cuts one by one and nail them onto the page." They all understood for the next part of Volume 3 it was not only about dismantling the old sentences but also establishing the new. If this was merely translated on the surface, the old path would still wind its way back. The red bronze lamp flame held steady. The 15th page remained unturned. The position of the old sentences was not retracted. The seal did not retreat. The face stayed frozen. Yet the entire direction was no longer just excavating the old. Instead, dismantling the old and establishing the new had finally begun to proceed in parallel. Demolition and establishment must proceed in parallel. Though this sentence was not written on the page, everyone at the table understood that the next step was no longer about forcibly excavating a fourth old phrase from the recesses of the old syntax. They had to select one from the new phrases carved out by the 3 previous strikes and forge it into law. Only one question remained: which one to forge first. The record outside the page first sent down a suggestion: forge, retreat first, then amend the law. It sounded the most significant and most like a fundamental law. Yet the old page shook its head. "Too lofty." "Why?" Su-wan asked. "Because it still resembles a general direction." The old page stared at that hand and the half-paused face, its voice hoarse. "A general direction can suppress the old burden law, but it hasn't yet landed on the page to show how it truly moves. What needs to be forged now is something that, once established, the 4 seals can immediately rely upon as a rule." The scribe's position also nodded in agreement. "Not the grandest sentence first, but the first new law that can best empower the old phrases." At this, everyone at the table simultaneously thought of the same sentence. Not "who bears the burden." Not general acknowledgement. Not stability. But rather, let the retreat remain on the page. They had already written it out step by step, not to shelter first, but to let the retreat stay on the page. Not to shelter first, let the fallen place return to the page first. Retreat first, acknowledge which rule was lost. Only by viewing the 4 retreats together can we know to what depth this retreat has reached. Among these sentences, the most fundamental one, the one that could immediately snatch back the first page's leverage for the old phrases, stabilize first, shelter first, who bears the burden, was retreat first, remain on the page. Why did the old phrases come alive? Because the moment retreat arrived, it was first stolen into the human realm. As long as this step was altered, many subsequent old positions would be unable to grow smoothly. Forge this as the first law, Chen Yu said in a low voice. They all understood that the first law to be forged was not about bearing. If it was merely translated on the surface, that old path would still wind its way back. As long as this layer of bearing was not clearly written, what appeared to be the establishment of a new sentence could still be borrowed by the old syntax later. The truly difficult task now was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of momentum. Thus they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. For the same reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not as procrastination or dispersion, but to deny the old positions any chance to seize the initiative. Consequently, what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a semblance shaped by old words. By then it might seem like a conclusion, yet it was still gathering the retreat onto a single person. Only by allowing the retreat to remain on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable and amendable, could this page avoid being silently carried back by the old momentum. Yet what emerged might not be a person first, but rather a silhouette polished by words like stability, shelter, burden, acknowledgement. If the consequences were first written as a monolithic oppressive entity, the old burden would return under the guise of fairness. What the four seals truly needed to receive was not mutual replacement, but each according to its own law, guarding the retreat on the page. Therefore they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. Let retreat remain on the page, establish it as law first. As these words were spoken, the hand deep in the manuscript slot did not move. But the layer of oppressive intent that had yet to recede around that seal mark clearly advanced a slight bit. It seemed even the deepest layer understood. This time they had chosen not a grand beautiful phrase, but something that could truly contend with the old syntax for the first page's leverage. Leave the retreat upon the page. As soon as this new rule was singled out, the decision-makers barely hesitated before immediately putting it to the first trial. It was not a full-page trial draft. Instead, a chillingly terse black annotation surfaced directly from beneath the finalized pages. If retreat is left upon the page, why would it not defile? Just that single line. Yet it struck at the most vulnerable point. For this was precisely the aspect of leaving retreat upon the page most susceptible to counterattack. You say not to first enclose it within people. Not to first conceal it. Not to first suppress it. Fine. Leave the retreat upon the page. But then will this page not grow increasingly sullied? Increasingly chaotic? Increasingly resembling an old wounded sheet festooned with mixed edges, abandoned divergences, constrained limits and unfinished tasks left prematurely undone. This pursuit is very precise. The old page murmured softly. Why the recorder outside the page pressed? Because once leave retreat upon the page is written off as defiling the page, then stabilize first and have someone cover it first will immediately have a path to return. The old page's voice grew hoarse. They will say, see, this method of yours simply cannot hold. Without first gathering, without first covering, without first suppressing, the page will quickly become defiled. This was the true first trial. It was not testing whether you could speak eloquently. It was testing whether this rule possessed a sense of the page. Could it function without relying on people to cover it nor turn the page into a defiled one? This cannot be answered with the empty phrase retreat is not defilement, Suwan said softly. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. One must write, when is it defilement and when is it merely retreat left upon the page? This is the crux. For what the decision-makers now pursued was not emotion but the art of the page. The old page gazed at the words, why would it not defile, and suddenly uttered lowly, retreat visible does not equal retreat pervasive. The few people at the table all steadied themselves simultaneously. Yes. They all understood. The first trial of the decision-makers, whether leaving retreat would defile the page, if merely glossed over in words the old path would inevitably slink back. They lingered here repeatedly not because they had nothing to write but because if the question of whether leaving retreat defile the page remained ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress along the old lines. Thus they would rather pause an extra half step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. Therefore what this passage truly needed was not to add another heavy-handed sentence but to slowly elucidate how it slides from the page onto people and from people into a default state. As long as retreat remains within the page, there is still a way to amend it later. If retreat first enters people, then only exhaustion remains to be acknowledged. If retreat is concealed, subsequent parallel examinations, acknowledgement of loss and methods of amendment will all be half a beat slower. For this very reason they repeatedly wrote return to the page first. It was not a delay nor was it dispersion but rather to deny the old position the opportunity to grow a foothold in people first. In other words, if leaving retreat upon the page continued along the old path, that heavier sentence would inevitably be reattached later. Once that happened, the page might appear settled but in reality the point of descent was merely stuffed into people first. Therefore what this passage truly needed was not to add another heavy-handed sentence but to slowly elucidate how it slides from the page onto people and from people into a default state. It was precisely for this reason that no one at the table was willing to rush here. They would rather pause an extra half-step to first illuminate the old path. If this layer remained ambiguous, then the seemingly new method that followed might merely be a repackaged version of the old force. Leaving retreat upon the page does not mean making the entire page a place where everything retreats, scatters, and becomes illegible. Its key was not total exposure. What it truly needed to convey was retreat must be left upon the page, but it must not pervade the page. With this, the true direction for the first trial's response became clear. Retreat may be seen, but it must not spread across the page. As old page uttered this, everyone at the table understood this was the first page rule for whether retreat remaining on the page could become law. It was not a denial of retreat. It was not about hastily cleansing it. It was about letting retreat stay on the page but not allowing it to seep into a whole stain. How is that achieved? Old Joe immediately passed the query down. This was the real question. If one merely said, "Do not let it spread," the one at the decision seat would inevitably press further. Then by what means shall it be contained? Chen Yu looked at the 4 slips on the table. "Define the boundary," he said. "First let the boundary enclose the retreat. Retain the divergence," Su Wan added. "Let the retreat not drag down other things not yet meant to be discarded. Recognize the limit," Old Joe followed. "Let the retreat stop at a point where it can no longer impose work upon a person. Record what remains unfinished," the page side recorder finally passed down. "Let the layer of retreat that is not yet exhausted not be prematurely written as a stain of the past." With that, the specific method for retreat not spreading across the page became clear. It was not about someone bearing it. It was not about total acknowledgement. Instead, each of the 4 slips used its own method to keep retreat on the page yet prevent it from spreading chaotically. This perfectly aligned with the earlier principle, do not bear. First let the 4 slips each use their own method to bring it back to the page. Chen Yu lifted his brush and directly pressed this into the first detailed rule of the new law: retreat may be seen but must not spread across the page. The 4 slips each guard their boundaries to receive it. As the words fell, the phrase, "keep retreat on the page, how to avoid defilement," visibly receded half a layer at its edge. Soon a red annotation was added at the page's foot: if retreat spreads across the page it defiles. If retreat has boundaries it can be acknowledged and amended. With this, the counterattack of the phrase defile page was for the first time truly redefined. It was not retreat equals defilement. Rather, it was only when retreat spread that it became defilement. To remain on the page with boundaries, position, and order, that was not defilement. That was something that could be acknowledged and amended. The page side recorder swiftly noted: record retreat may be seen but must not spread across the page. The 4 slips each guard their boundaries to receive it. Then another line was added. The reason none at the table immediately pressed their brushes further was that they all knew retreat may be seen but must not spread across the page was far more than just this single statement. As long as the layer of must not spread across the page remained unwritten, what appeared to be a new rule could still be borrowed by old ones. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would the old force not slip back in a lighter guise. Thus what this segment truly needed was not another heavy-handed phrase but to slowly clarify how retreat slides from the page onto a person and then from a person into a default state. What the 4 slips were truly meant to receive was not substitution for one another but each guarding retreat on the page by its own method. So the more the few at the table read on, the less they rushed to ask what it was focusing instead on which old phrase had written it into this state. Thus the more it resembled goodwill, the more necessary it was to write it open. If left unwritten, it could most easily survive by borrowing human hearts. As long as retreat remained within the page, there was still a method for amendment. If retreat entered a person first, only the burden of acknowledgement remained. Yet what was revealed might not be a person first but rather a contour worn smooth by words like stabilize, bare shoulder, and acknowledge. Once retreat was hidden, subsequent actions, joint examination, recognition of loss, and methods of amendment would all lag half a beat. The first test pursued the question, will the page be stained? The first answer written was, it is not retreat itself that stains, it is only when retreat spreads that it stains. As these words settled, the face, paused at the jaw, half a mouth, and a bridge of a nose seemed to stabilize further. For the first time, the new law was beginning to take a tangible form on the page. Retreat may be seen but must not overflow the page. The 4 signatures each guard their margins to receive it. As soon as this line was established, the side holding the clapper did not immediately press further with defiled or not. With this test, it had at least taken in half a mouthful. Yet the few at the table knew this was still not enough to be called a legal nail. From earlier dismantling of old sentences, they had already understood clearly being able to question old words with a sentence and being able to truly empower old words with a sentence were not the same thing. This line still lacks one nail, the one holding the brush murmured. What nail? The page side recorder inquired. Page margin, the old page replied swiftly. The moment these 2 words emerged, the few at the table all understood at once. Yes. For the line retreat may be seen but must not overflow the page to truly stand, there must first be something that could keep the retreat upon the page yet not let it spill into a whole page of filth. That something was the page margin. Not the abstract margin of a primary position. But something more tangible. A new page law truly nailed onto this round of fixed pages. Retreat first returns to the page margin. What did it mean? Not that retreat hangs at the page's heart. Not that retreat scatters entirely within the white space. Not that it exists everywhere. Rather, once retreat manifests, it is first nailed to the page margin by the four signatures along their respective edges. Visible, recognizable, comparable, modifiable. But it does not occupy the page's heart, nor does it overflow the entire page. This is like how white first awaits the original brush. Suwon whispered. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. White was then first to await. Retreat this time is first to return to the margin. As these words were spoken, the few at the table all knew the first new law truly to be nailed was this one. Not something as general as consequences return to regulation. Not something as lofty as retreat first amends the law. But the most specific and the one most capable of seizing the first page's power position. Retreat first returns to the page margin. Chen Yu raised his brush without hesitation and directly nailed this line onto the lower part of the 15th fixed page. Retreat first returns to the page margin. As these four characters settled, the entire fixed page seemed to tighten slightly. Not a tremor. It was as if the page itself knew the first new law that could truly stand had begun to have its nail point. The page footer promptly added a line of red commentary: return to the margin, then retreat does not overflow, stay at the margin, then retreat need not first enter the person. This sentence was too precise. The page side recorder quickly noted record the first new law truly nailed begins to point toward retreat first returns to the page margin. The reason none at the table immediately pressed down their brushes was that they all knew nailing the page margin as the first new law was far from just this single sentence. As long as the layer of the page margin was not yet clarified, what appeared to be establishing new sentences up front could still be borrowed away by old sentences later. Thus what this section truly needed to do was not to add another heavy line but to slowly clarify how it slides from the page into the person and then from the person into a default state. Therefore they would rather pause half a step longer on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. Only by keeping retreat still on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable, modifiable, could this page avoid being swept back by old conventions. So the more this resembled goodwill, the more it had to be written out. If not written out, it would most easily survive by borrowing people's hearts. Every time old words fell silent by a fraction, that face would emerge a fraction more. The margin would blur, divergence would be prematurely abandoned, limits would be written as craftsmanship, and the unfinished would be urged into completion. Then another line was added. Earlier it had always been about retaining the page. Here it finally began to transform into a law that could land on the page, occupy a position, and be operationalized. As these words settled, the vermilion hue on the edge of the recognition seal also seemed for the first time to truly try to absorb a thread toward the new law. Retreat first returns to the page margin. As soon as this new rule was affixed, the decision-making end indeed did not feign deafness. The second test arrived immediately. This time it was not a question of cleanliness but directly pursued the very aspect most easily criticized as procrastination in the first new rule. If it returns to the margin but does not change, how is it not procrastination? As soon as this statement emerged, a note was almost immediately passed down from outside the page. It began testing whether this rule was merely for show. Indeed. The old page nodded. Previously the old phrases most commonly employed two loops: one was stabilize first, the other contain first. Now if this new rule merely hangs the retreat at the page margin, it will inevitably follow by saying, aren't you just shifting the procrastination to another place? This assessment was accurate. Retreat first returns to the page margin could not be merely a hook. It could not simply pluck retreat from a person and then line it up along the page margin as a row of immobile old debts. If so, the phrase, the method of first retreating and then changing, would become hollow. Thus this second test is actually pursuing, after returning to the margin, how does one proceed with the change of method? The scribe murmured. Indeed. Chen Yu nodded. That is to say, retreat first returns to the page margin is not the terminus. It is merely the first step to prevent retreat from first entering the person or sprawling across the page. What must follow is, after returning to the margin, how the four signatures are to be amended. At this moment, for the first new rule to truly become law, it still needed to grow a second half. It was not merely retreat first returns to the page margin. Rather, return to the margin then initiate the amendment. Chen Yu murmured, this phrase can be written as, returning to the margin is not hanging at the edge but a position for initiating amendment. Indeed. Suwon nodded. Thus he raised his brush and beneath retreat first returns to the page margin added the true latter half: returning to the margin is not for suspension but for initiating amendment. The moment the characters settled the edge of that phrase, return to the margin but do not change, how is it not procrastination, visibly weakened. Immediately thereafter a vermilion critique was appended at the page footer: if the margin only hangs, it is procrastination. If the margin initiates amendment, then retreat is neither hidden first nor stagnant first. With this, the first new rule was no longer merely a gesture of retaining the page. It began to possess a genuine subsequent action: first return to the margin. Then initiate amendment. The record outside the page quickly noted recorded returning to the margin is not for suspension but for initiating amendment. Precisely because the second test from the decision-making end, the concern that returning to the margin might cause delay, was genuinely brought to light, the few individuals at the table became even more reluctant to write too hastily. They repeatedly paused here not because they had nothing to write but because if the question of whether returning to the margin causes delay remained ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress to the old ways. They all understood the more a phrase sounded like a platitude, the more easily it would regrow on the next page, borrowing the momentum of the old. What was truly difficult to write now was not finding a harsher phrase to suppress it but first illuminating that layer of deceptive expediency it most excelled at. As long as retreat remained within the page, there were still amendments to follow. If retreat first entered the person, only exhaustion remained. Once retreat was hidden, subsequent actions, parallel examination, acknowledgement of loss, amendment, would all be delayed by half a beat. If so, the page might appear balanced, but in reality the weight had merely been stuffed into the person first. Yet once this connection first fell into the person, the retreat on the page would be concealed first. Precisely for this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or scatter but to deny the old position the opportunity to preemptively grow into the person. They all understood the more a phrase sounded like a platitude, the more easily it would regrow on the next page, borrowing the momentum of the old. Then they added another line: this rule is not about moving retreat to a different place. It is about first rescuing retreat from within the person, then beginning the amendment from the page margin. As these words settled whether the first new rule could truly stand advanced from a mere sense of page to a genuine power of amendment. The retreat to the margin was not for suspension but to initiate revision. Since the second trial had already pushed to the point of initiating revision, the third move which the decision-maker was most adept at pursuing arrived immediately. The black annotation pressed down directly: who shall initiate the revision? As soon as this phrase emerged, none of the few seated at the table panicked. For they were already too familiar with this path of the old method. When acknowledging peril, the old method would pursue who knows first. When determining sequence, it would pursue who falls first. When it came to revision, it would naturally pursue who revises first. And if this query was answered in accordance with a specific slip, a particular person, or a certain hand, then the overall reviser would naturally emerge thereafter. The overall reviser cannot be allowed to emerge, the old page murmured. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. This move is too obvious. Whoever answers will gradually become, after retreating to the page's edge, the one who ultimately presides over the revision. This was the same path as the overall recognizer, merely clad in a new guise. Then this line is the same. We cannot simply state it is not so and so, Su Wan said softly. We must write how to revise. That was the crux. For ahead of this they had already written consistently: at the margins blend, the margin blending slip knows first. At the divergences shelter, the divergent slip touches first. At the limits crafting, the limit slip acknowledges first. For the unfulfilled slip sees first. That is to say, after retreating to the margin, it is not a single overall reviser who emerges to make changes. Rather, each of the four slips revises the rule that has first failed on its own side. The old page murmured: the margin blending slip first revises the marginal blend. The divergent slip first revises the early shelter. The limit slip first revises the crafting limit. The unfulfilled slip first revises the early fulfillment. This is precisely how this round has been written from the start. Chen Yu raised his brush and pressed down directly. Each of the four slips revises its own margin. No overall reviser shall emerge. As soon as it was set down, the black annotation, who shall initiate the revision, faded by a layer. A red annotation emerged at the page's foot. If each revises, then retreat need not introduce another hand. If an overall reviser arises, the old burden may borrow its shell. This remark was exceedingly precise. For once an overall reviser emerged, those old sentences could borrow the shell to return. Who then looks last? Who then receives last? Who then bears the final burden? Who then shoulders the final responsibility? The recorder outside the page noted swiftly: record each of the four slips revises its own margin. No overall reviser shall emerge. They all understood that if each of the four slips revises its own margin, no overall reviser shall emerge, was merely translated on the surface. That old path would still flow back. Ultimately, what this page truly forced out was why no overall reviser shall emerge could always follow the old momentum and revive the subsequent openings together. Only when this layer was thoroughly written would that old momentum fail to return in a lighter shell. They all knew that the more a phrase seemed like a casual remark, the easier it was to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old momentum. Only by keeping the retreat still on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable, and revisable, could this page be considered not carried back by the old casual momentum. In the end, what could be seen at the table was merely who was more exhausted, who seemed more like the one to continue bearing the load rather than which rule had first lost its strength. As soon as it was bundled, the overall recognizer would grow forth on its own. What the four slips truly needed to receive was not mutual substitution but to guard the retreat on the page according to their respective methods. Thus, the more this resembled goodwill, the more it had to be written out. If not written out, it would most easily survive by borrowing the human heart. Yet for consequences to have a place to land does not mean they must first be compressed into a single bearable bundle. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the 4 slips would have no time to acknowledge their respective margins. Then another line was added: if this new rule is truly established, it cannot secretly grow a new hand at the point of revision. As these words fell, the first new rule finally began to grow from the page's margin toward a true rule. Withdraw first return to the page's edge. Returning to the edge is not for suspension but for revision. Each of the 4 signatures amends its own edge, never exceeding the master reviser's hand. These 3 lines pressed down together. The seal of acknowledgement that had never truly withdrawn finally ceased merely to devour the fissures of the old sentences. It began to consume the new law, not pressing down in full force, but seeping bit by bit from the edges, from the crevices between characters. Beneath those 3 lines of crimson ink, the old page saw it at once. The seal is devouring the law. What does that mean? The recorder beyond the page inquired immediately. It means that all this while it was observing whether your dismantling of the old words was sufficiently genuine. Now these 3 lines are no longer merely the blade's edge against the old sentences. The one who holds the final seal is beginning to try them as a law that might truly be wielded in the future. At this, every person before the table steadied themselves by an inch. For this was the true sign that establishment of a new law had begun to take form. It was not that they themselves felt the writing was good, nor that the old sentences had grown weak, but rather, the seal of acknowledgement had begun to devour it. It has not yet acknowledged it. The one holding the brush murmured. But it is enough to test. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. The first new law is finally beginning to live beyond our side alone. It is being lifted by the one who holds the final seal, to see if it is worthy of exerting force on behalf of the old sentences. The recorder beyond the page noted swiftly. Note, the first new law has begun to be devoured by the seal of acknowledgement. Then he added another line. From this moment onward, withdraw first return to the page's edge is no longer merely an answer to the old words. It has begun to be regarded as a law that might truly stand. Precisely because the first new law had been truly singled out as it began to be devoured by the seal, the few people before the table became even more reluctant to write their words too hastily. As long as the layer where the new law begins to be devoured by the seal remained unwritten, what seemed like the establishment of new sentences could still be borrowed by the old ones later. They all understood the more a phrase sounded like a smooth natural utterance, the easier it was for it to regrow on the next page, drawing upon the old force. If words were only broken apart on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper layer of habit. Yet what emerged was not necessarily a person first, it was more like a contour shaped by characters such as steady, bare shoulder, and acknowledge. Edges would blur, ambiguities would be abandoned, early limits would be written as completion, and the unfinished would be hastened into the finished. That hand, the jawline, that half of a mouth, they emerged gradually, not because they wished to stand forth but because the old sentences that had supported them were losing their power. As long as the withdrawal remained within the page, there was still a method for revision later. If the withdrawal first entered a person, only the weariness of acknowledgement would remain. Therefore, the more the few people before the table read on, the less they hastened to ask who it was. They only watched which old sentence had written it into this form. Thus, what truly needed to be done in this passage was not to add another heavy sentence, but to slowly write clearly how it had slid from the page onto a person, and then from a person into a default assumption. And for this very reason, not a single person before the table was willing to rush here. They would rather pause half a step more to first illuminate the old path. This layer must be thoroughly written on the page, otherwise it would later revive through other light words. Ultimately, what they had to guard against was not a single sentence but the entire old habit behind it. This layer had to be written through so that the new law could stand firm. If this layer remained concealed, what appeared to be a new method later might merely be the old force rewritten in a different guise. As these words fell upon that face suspended on a jawline, half a mouth, and a bridge of a nose, the bridge of the nose revealed a fainter shadow rising a layer higher. Not the eyes. Yet it was already very close. As if once the new law truly began to be tested by the seal of acknowledgement, that face had no choice but to stand forth a little further. At the beginning, Renin adopted the return first to the edge of the page method, and immediately the decision-making position ceased to pursue questions of cleanliness, delay, or who modified it. It probed deeper. If this method is established, what will be the first aspect of the old burdens to be lost? In that moment, everyone at the table understood the decision-making position had become serious. Because previously it was still pursuing whether this method was sufficient in terms of pages continuity and modifications. Now this sentence was asking, if this method truly stands firm, which aspect of the old burdens will perish first? This was no small test. It was a genuine confrontation of the new method against the old. The old page stared at the harsh critique and quickly murmured, the duo will be lost first. Everyone at the table simultaneously turned to him. Why not who? Suwan asked. Because who will only exert its true force when the consequences fall upon others later. The old page's voice was hoarse. However, once the return first to the edge of the page method is established, the first to be unable to survive will be someone has to bear it. Why? Because the one who bears relies on seizing the return. As long as the return first goes to the edge of the page, modifications begin and the 4 signatures alter their edges, its most adept first step will disappear. With this statement, several individuals understood. Indeed. Of course, who bears would also be diminished. Yet the first aspect to lose strength would indeed be bearing. Because what bearing does best is to collect what has not yet been recognized. But now once this method is established, the return will first go to the edge, initiate modifications and delineate regulations. It can no longer steal away. Chen Yu took up his pen and directly inscribed, if this method is established, the old burden will first lose its duo aspect. As soon as the words were inscribed, the half sentence, someone has to bear it first, within the old phrase felt as if it had been drastically hollowed out by something. Not the entire sentence disappeared. Yet the force that best connected and transferred the return from the page into people indeed began to falter. The foot of the page added a red critique. Once the return goes to the edge, it becomes difficult to steal. If stealing becomes hard, the subsequent burdens will emerge slowly. Outside the page, rapid records noted, remember, if the first method truly stands, the old burden will first lose its duo aspect. They all understood that if this method truly stands, the first aspect of the old burdens to be lost, if merely translated at face value, would still allow the old path to follow back. They lingered here repeatedly, not because there was nothing to write, but because if the first lost aspect of the old burden became ambiguous, the entire subsequent segment would follow the old back. Only if this layer is thoroughly written will the old force not change into a lighter shell and return smoothly. The real challenge now is not to find an even harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate the layer that deceives the most. Once this happens, the page may appear level, but in reality it has merely stuffed the falling aspect into people. Yet once this initial connection falls into people, the return on the page will first be concealed. Similarly, the method of returning first to the edge of the page most adeptly utilizes the reasoning of, there must be a place to fall. What the 4 signatures truly need to connect is not to replace one another, but to guard the return on the page according to their respective methods. Once the return is hidden, the subsequent acknowledgements, recognitions of loss and modifications will all lag behind. Yet having a place to fall does not equate to the consequence needing to be compressed into a bearable whole. Precisely for this reason they repeatedly wrote return to the page first, not to delay nor to scatter, but to prevent the old position from seizing the opportunity to grow. Then they added, it is not the burden that dies first. It is the bridge that breaks first. Once the bridge is severed, the subsequent burdens will no longer flow so smoothly. As these words fell, the effect of the second strike was indeed genuinely connected to the new method for the first time. If this law is established, the old burden will first lose its pocket opening. As soon as this phrase was tested and tasted, that face finally stirred again. Not the mouth. Not the nose. It was beneath the eyes. Not the entire eye exposed. Rather that area above the bridge of the nose below the lashes. First a faint shadow emerged from the darkness. Thin. And deep. Not like vitality, more like the heavy hue worn beneath the eyes from long sleeplessness, long staring at pages, long relying on old phrases to press imprints, a sediment ground out by paper edges and lamplight. Beneath the eyes has appeared. The record outside the page immediately passed the word down. The old page gazed at that shadow, its voice low and heavy, because the first new law has begun not just to dismantle its opening but to seize its power. As these words were spoken, the few before the desk all understood. Earlier the face had revealed the jaw, mouth, nose, more because the old words were being sliced layer by layer. But this shadow beneath the eyes revealed not merely how many layers of old words remain. Rather, this face had begun to truly sense what the new law would wrest from its grasp. Beneath the eyes was fatigue. Also pressure. And even more, that old mark of a law perpetually watching whether a page would retreat, scatter, or slide into decay. Now with the law retreat first to the page's edge enacted, its most familiar pocket opening lost its strength. This face finally began to reveal beneath the eyes a trace of being truly cornered. The one holding the brush gazed at that shadow beneath the eyes and said softly, this is right. When new laws are established later, what emerges will no longer be merely how it was shaped by old words. It will increasingly become how it is forced by the new law. As these words were uttered, it is not merely about excavating old phrases or cutting old openings. Nor is it simply about letting the face reveal itself bit by bit. Rather, every time a new law is established, this face will be exposed another layer because the old law loses its power. The record outside the page quickly noted, note after the first new law, a shadow appears beneath the eyes. They all understood that after the first new law, if the shadow beneath the eyes was merely glossed over in words, the old path behind would follow back again. As long as the layer of shadow beneath the eyes remained unwritten, what seemed like a new sentence up front might still be borrowed back by the old phrases behind. They all knew that the more natural sounding the words, the easier they could regrow on the next page by borrowing the old force. Thus what this passage truly needed to accomplish was not to add another heavy phrase but to slowly articulate how it slides from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default state. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth, they revealed themselves bit by bit, not because they wanted to stand forth but because the old phrases supporting them were losing their power. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four signatures would be too late to recognize their respective boundaries. Yet once this connection first fell into the person, the retreat on the page would be concealed first. That newly revealed shadow before the eyes was not an answer but merely the testimony left behind as the old law continued to lose its power. Only by keeping the retreat still on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable and amendable, could this page avoid being carried back by the old smooth talk. Once the retreat was concealed, the subsequent comparison, recognition of loss and amendment of the law would all lag behind. Every time the old words fell silent by a fraction, that face would advance forward by a fraction. What was truly difficult to write at this moment was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it but to first illuminate that deceptive layer of following the current. Then another sentence was added. What was revealed earlier was the outline written by old words. What begins to reveal now is the expression forced out by the new law. As soon as this sentence fell, the texture of the entire round deepened instantly. Retreat first to the edge of the page. Returning to the edge is not for suspension but for revision. Each of the four signatures revises its own edge, not falling under the general revision hand. Now that this new law had begun to receive the seal of recognition, it had indeed forced that face to reveal the shadow beneath its eyes. Yet the few people before the table did not relax because of this. For everyone knew, no matter how crucial this law was, it was merely an opening move. The old page gazed at the three confirmations on the 15th page, the three old phrases in their old positions that hand and the half-face revealed down to the eyes, and said in a low voice, "Do not treat it as the final law." Why? The recorder outside the page asked in succession. Because what it resolves now is merely, once the retreat appears, do not let it be stolen into the human realm first. The old page's voice was hoarse. It seizes the first page's position of force. It causes first stabilize and first have someone to cover for you to lose their initial grip. But what about afterward? Suwan asked. Afterward there remains how the consequence returning regulation can be established into a law that receives the seal of recognition. The entire cycle's harvest can only be completed later. How can it be prevented from counter-biting into a place with no return forever? Without establishing a general recognition, how can the harvest of the entire cycle's later completion grow at all? None of these have been nailed down yet. At this, the few people before the table understood even more clearly. The first law was important. It had truly established the first grip. But it was still just a law, one that rescued the retreat from the human realm back to the edge of the page. It caused the old burden to first lose the covering grip. It allowed the second blade to truly begin being received by the new law. Yet it had not yet allowed the deeper elements, the entire cycle's confirmation, the completion of harvest, the consequence returning to the law, to stand firm. That is to say, Chen Yu said in a low voice, the next segment is not to continue merely watching whether it has stood firm, but rather to proceed to establish the second law, the third law. Correct, the pen holder nodded. A new law cannot consist of only one. No matter how firm a single law is, it cannot support the entire cycle's replacement of the old phrases. The old law is a chain of sequence. The new law must also be established one by one to truly take over. The recorder outside the page quickly noted, record, the first law is merely an opening move, not the final law. Then he added another sentence. It recaptures the first page of retreat first remain on the page. Laws such as consequence returning regulation later harvest can be completed and no general recognition established must still be set up subsequently for the new law chain to truly take shape. As these words fell, the three confirmations beneath the 15th page seemed to solidify a little more. Because up to this point they were no longer merely a counterattack against the old phrases. A chain that the new law could bear had begun to emerge. That hand did not retreat. The seal of recognition had not yet fully revealed its surface. The face was still only exposed down to the eyes. Yet the path of the entire cycle had become clearer than ever before. The old phrases continued to retreat. The new law began to stand. One law served as an opening move, first seizing the first page's position of force. Subsequently, laws such as consequence returning regulation later harvest can be completed, and the entire cycle can still be completed later without establishing a general recognition had to be nailed down. One by one, with each law established, that face would be revealed one more layer, and that hand would lose another grip of its old power. Chen Yu gazed at the newly revealed shadow beneath the eyes and said in a very low voice, "All right. The first law has begun to stand. The next segment, do not look back. Proceed to establish the second law." It was precisely because the first law was merely an opening move and the fact that it was not the final law had been truly brought to light that the few people before the table were even more reluctant to write the words too hastily. The red bronze lamp flame pressed down steadily. The 15th page had not yet been turned. The old phrase position had not been withdrawn. The first new law was receiving the seal of recognition. That face was also halted at the layer just beneath the eyes, on the verge of being revealed, but not yet. This was enough. Because by this point in the latter half of the third volume it had truly moved from retreating the old phrases into establishing the new law chain. Since the first new law has begun to be recognized. Withdraw first, return to the page margin. Returning to the margin is not for suspension but for revision. The four seals each revise their own margins without falling into the hands of a general reviser. Then the second law that truly ought to be established can no longer vaguely revolve around bearing, because that old phrase bearing has already been severed by the third blade earlier. Who does not stand? The consequences first revert to the lost rules. General recognition does not stand. The closure of the entire cycle can only be completed later. These have already cut bearing away from the shell of mouth bridge and general recognition. But to truly render it powerless, one more law capable of taking its place is still needed. Old page gazing at the sentences already pressed out below the fixed page murmured. The second law is not about who bears. Nor is it about general recognition not standing. Then what is it? The recorder outside the page immediately passed the query down. Old page looked at that hand and the half-exposed face beneath his eyes, his voice hoarse. It is. Consequences first revert to the rules. At this the few people around the table all understood. Yes. What the first law seizes is, upon withdrawal do not first enter into a person. First reserve the page margin. First initiate revision. Then what the second law must seize is, when the consequences of this cycle truly begin to grow, accumulate and seek a place to land. They cannot first be gathered into a bundle, then seek a person, seek general recognition, or seek someone to suppress them. They must first revert to the rules. Not to a person. Not to a bundle. Not to a general account. But the blurred margins revert to their recognized sides. The abandoned divergences revert to their remaining divergences. Limited tasks revert to their recognized limits. The unfinished must first be exhausted, reverting to the recorded unfinished. Once this law is established, the final layer of the fair shell of bearing will find it harder to survive. The scribe murmured. The reason those at the table did not immediately continue pressing their brushes was that they all knew the second law was meant to pin down not just this single phrase of bearing. They lingered here repeatedly not because they had nothing to write but because once bearing became ambiguous the entire following passage would regress to the old ways. Thus they preferred to pause half a step longer on this page rather than carry this ambiguity forward. If words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from deeper habitual layers. Margins would blur, divergences would be prematurely abandoned, limits would be written as tasks, and the unfinished would be coerced into completion. Therefore what truly needed change was not the consequences themselves but the method of their reversion. For bearing was most adept at pretending to merely be a temporary connection, not resembling a position of establishment. If this layer was not first reverted to the page, the four seals would not have time to recognize their respective margins. The more it resembled reasoned argument, the more one had to discern whether it was subtly seeking a position to bear upon. In the end, what could be seen at the table was only who was more exhausted, who seemed more fitting to continue enduring rather than which rule had first lost its power. Once this happened, the page might appear balanced, but in reality the burden had merely been surreptitiously placed upon a person. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would the old force not return in a lighter guise. Therefore this layer must be thoroughly written on the page, otherwise it would revive later through other trivial words. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the surface words but the well-worn path behind them. Only when this layer truly receded would the subsequent sentences follow suit and lose their power. In essence, what they needed to guard against was not a single sentence but the entire old familiar path behind it. Therefore this layer must be thoroughly written on the page, otherwise it would revive later through other trivial words. Because the consequences already have a place to land. But that place is not a person. Chen Yu murmured. Then the second law shall establish this. Consequences must first be attributed to their respective rules. The moment these 5 words were singled out, the first test from the decision-making seat arrived. It was not a slow inquiry. It was a very short and harsh critique emerging directly from beneath the fixed page. If the rules are scattered, how can nothing be missed? As soon as this sentence appeared, everyone at the table knew it had struck with precision. Because the most vulnerable point of consequences first attributed to rules was precisely its potential for excessive fragmentation. You say that mixed liability should follow mixed rules and ambiguous ones should remain ambiguous. Limited tasks follow limited rules. Unfulfilled obligations are first recorded as pending. Good. But with such division, would the consequences not scatter in all directions? Would one part fall here and another there, leading to nothing being truly secured, everything seeming incomplete? We cannot simply answer nothing will be missed, Su Wan murmured. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. We must write why scattered attribution to rules does not equate to total loss. That was the crux. For the decision-making seat was not pursuing abstract reasoning. It was asking whether this law on the page would leak. Joey stared at the line, how can nothing be missed, and slowly said, because consequences are not a single monolithic stone. They are a convergence of many lost principles. Forcing them into a single bundle is the surest way to let true losses slip through. Attribution to rules paradoxically prevents leakage. As these words fell, the people at the table felt a collective sense of stability. Indeed. Why do consequences leak? Not because they are divided. It is precisely because you first compressed them into a single package. Once compressed, the distinct layers within become invisible. So we should write division into rules prevents leakage, bundling causes it, the scribe whispered. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down directly. Consequences divided into 4 rules do not leak true losses. The moment the brush fell the edge of the line, if the rules are scattered, how can nothing be missed, visibly receded. The page's footer quickly produced a red annotation. Bundling causes mixed leakage, division allows discernment, discernment prevents leakage. The record keeper outside the page quickly noted record consequences divided into 4 rules do not leak true losses. The reason they paused before continuing was their shared awareness that the first test from the decision-making seat, whether the rules would be too scattered, was far from resolved by this single statement. Ultimately, what this page truly forced to the surface was why the question of excessive fragmentation always managed to revive subsequent arguments along the old momentum. If the argument was merely dismantled on a literal level, the old force would re-emerge from deeper habits. Only by thoroughly addressing this layer could the old momentum be prevented from returning in a different guise. What the 4 signatures needed to connect was not mutual substitution, but each adhering to its own principle to secure the losses on the page. The more reasonable the argument appeared, the more one had to see if it was subtly seeking a position to bear the load. In other words, if the initial attribution of consequences to rules followed the old path, then the heavier statement behind it would inevitably find its connection again. As long as the loss remained on the page, there was still a way to rectify it. If the loss first entered the person, only exhaustion remained. Once bundled, the ultimate bearer would naturally emerge. In the end, the table would only see who was more exhausted and who seemed more obligated to continue bearing the burden rather than which rule had first lost its force. Unless this layer was first attributed to the page, the 4 signatures would not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. Only by thoroughly addressing this layer could the old momentum be prevented from returning in a different guise. Then he added another line: consequences are not made visible only by being bundled into a package. Often it is precisely the bundling that causes the true loss to vanish first. As these words settled, the first breath of the second law finally began to find its own sense of presence on the page. Consequences shall be apportioned among the 4 statutes, ensuring none falsely retreat. Since this statement has already withstood the first trial, it should no longer remain merely a response to an inquiry. It must be truly nailed down. Gazing at the newly formed legal line beneath the designated page, the old page murmured, "It can now be fixed." Which phrase shall be fixed? Inquired the recorder from beyond the page. Not the general decree. Consequences shall first return to the statutes. The old page's voice grew hoarse. First nail its most tangible layer, apportioned among the 4 statutes. Chen Yu completed the latter half. At that moment, everyone at the table understood why. Consequences shall first return to the statutes remained the overarching principle. Yet the first new law capable of reclaiming a place for the old character burden had to be consequences apportioned among the 4 statutes. For if this statement stood firm, then the old phrases like "who shall bear the total," "who shall shoulder this burden," and "who shall ultimately assume responsibility" would find it far more difficult to re-emerge. Without hesitation, Chen Yu lifted his brush and directly inscribed this statement on the 15th page, slightly below and adjacent to the first law: consequences apportioned among the 4 statutes. Though brief in words, the moment the brush descended, the entire designated page seemed to contract by an inch. Not from tension, but as if the page itself recognized that the second truly tenable new law had received its first anchoring nail. Soon a vermilion annotation appeared at the page's foot: apportion among 4 statutes, then consequences need not first grow a place of total assumption. This observation was remarkably precise. For the character burden ultimately thrived by first gathering all consequences, thereby naturally giving rise to a locus of total assumption. Now, however, that path had been preemptively sealed by apportioned among the 4 statutes. The recorder beyond the page swiftly noted record: second new law first nailed, consequences apportioned among the 4 statutes. They all understood that if the second law apportioned among the 4 statutes was merely glossed over superficially, the old path would inevitably find its way back. They lingered here repeatedly, not for lack of words, but because any ambiguity in apportioned among the 4 statutes would cause the entire subsequent passage to regress to its former state. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would the old momentum fail to return disguised in a lighter form. Thus the true task of this passage was not to add another forceful statement, but to slowly elucidate how it slipped from the page into people and from people into an unspoken default. If this layer was not first assigned to the page, the 4 seals would not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. As soon as it was bundled into a package, the figure of the one who assumes total responsibility would spontaneously emerge. The front opening, the bridge opening, and the rear opening were never 3 separate matters. Only by allowing the retreat to remain on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable, and amenable to revision, could this page avoid being carried back by the old smooth path. The more convincing the reasoning appeared, the more one must discern whether it was subtly seeking a position to assume. What the old law feared most was never a harsh word but the revelation of its own well-worn path. Boundaries would blur, divergences would be prematurely abandoned, limitations would be written as accomplishments, and the unfinished would be hastened into completion. The true difficulty now lay not in finding a harsher phrase to suppress it but in illuminating that most deceptive layer of its smooth momentum. Therefore this layer must remain on the page and be thoroughly written. Otherwise it would revive under the guise of other lighter words. If this layer remained ambiguous, what appeared to be a new approach might merely be the old force donning a different shell. This layer had to be written through so that the subsequent new laws could stand firm. Then another line was added: the first law saved retreat shall not first enter the person. The second law began to save consequences shall not first form a package. With these words the first and second laws finally began to forge a true chain of legal connection. The division of consequences into 4 regulations was barely set in place when the second trial from the decision-maker's seat came without delay. The black comment pressed down directly: the 4 regulations divide consequences, how can they not shirk responsibility? This sentence was more insidious than the first. For it did not pursue whether there was a leak but rather, after the division, whether they would shift blame onto one another. Bianhan said this was actually a path drawn out by Qi prematurely abandoning things. Qi said that was a route forced to be suppressed ahead of time only after Xiangong. Xiangong said this only became apparent after Wei Jin Xianjin. Wei Jin Xianjin in turn could be blamed on Bianhan Qi and Xiangong dragging things out to the very end. In other words, as long as the division of consequences into 4 regulations was not written solidly enough, the decision-maker's seat could later say at any moment, then this is not a law. You are merely 4 signatures shirking responsibility onto each other. This line of pursuit is also correct, the scribe's seat murmured. Why? Because once the consequences are divided, the greatest danger is that it no longer resembles a single package but becomes 4 piles of verbal arguments. The scribe's voice grew heavy. Then the old laws can more readily follow up and say see. In the end there still needs to be a general acknowledgement, a general bearer to press down. This struck too close to the truth. Therefore for the second law to stand it had to be written further. Division does not equal verbal shirking. Then what prevents the shirking? The old page slowly spoke. It relies on the aspect of the page. What does that mean? The recorder outside the page asked. It means it does not first let the 4 signatures each open their mouths to say this is not my responsibility. It first observes what kind of retreating aspect is currently manifesting on the page. No one at the table continued to press down their brushes for a moment because they all knew that the second trial from the decision-maker's seat, whether the division would lead to shirking, was by no means limited to just this one sentence before them. Ultimately what this page truly forced out was the question of why the division of consequences into shirking could always follow the momentum of the old force reviving all subsequent arguments. Thus they would rather pause an extra half step on this page than carry this ambiguous issue forward to the next. So what this segment truly needed to accomplish was not to add another heavy-handed sentence but to slowly clarify how it slides from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default assumption. Dian would become chaotic, Qi would prematurely abandon, Xian would be written as Gong, and Wei Jin would be urged into Yijin. If the retreat was hidden, then the subsequent joint viewing, acknowledgement of loss and amendment of laws would all be half a beat too slow. By that time it would appear as if things were being concluded, but in reality the retreat was still being gathered onto a single person. As long as the retreat remained on the page there was still a way to amend the law. If the retreat first entered the person, only weariness would remain. It seems like this page has been caught, but in truth the fracture has merely been shifted half an inch onto a person. The more reasonable the appearance, the more one must discern whether it is quietly seeking a position that can bear the burden. If this layer is not first attributed to the page, the 4 signatures will not have time to each recognize their own boundaries. If the words are only separated on the surface, the old force will still return from the deeper habitual layer. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the few words on the surface but the well-worn path of habit that lay behind them. For this very reason no one at the table was willing to rush through this point. They would rather pause an extra half step to first illuminate the old path. If this point was not silenced, the next page would still follow the old route. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent sentences lose their force. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent sentences lose their force. This layer had to be written thoroughly for the new law to stand firm. For Bianhan first attribute it to recognizing the boundary. For Qi she first attribute it to retaining the divergence. For Xiangong first attribute it to recognizing the limitation. For Wei Jin Xianjin first attribute it to recording the incompleteness. Not by pushing with verbal arguments, but by illuminating with the aspect of the page. This sentence can be written, Chen Yu said in a low voice. Chen Yu raised his brush and without any detour directly set down this line: the divisions do not mutually relinquish, first illuminate the page's aspect. The moment it was written, the 4 rules of division, why do they not mutually relinquish? That black annotation immediately paused. The page footer swiftly followed up with a red annotation: the page's aspect comes first, the oral discourse comes after. If the page's aspect is illuminated first, then there is no ground for relinquishment. This statement was exceedingly precise. For it directly explained why the second rule was not about mutual pushing and had truly been crafted into something that could be grounded on the page. It was not that the four annotations spoke first. Rather, it was the page that spoke first. Whether the boundaries were intermingled. Whether the divergences had been resolved early. Whether the limits had been written as mere craftsmanship. Whether the unfinished had been prioritized. All these were on the page. And they had already been solidly recorded annotation by annotation in the earlier lines. If it recedes, how is it seen? In other words, the second rule was not a temporary invention. It was inherently and seamlessly interlocked with those earlier recession phrases. This aligns now, the old page murmured in a low voice. The reason why each annotation had to clearly record the recession earlier is that now at this point the rule is finally being given its root. As these words were spoken, the few people around the table all sensed it. Once the second rule stood firm, it was not born from nothing. It had grown by consuming those earlier recession phrases. The recorder outside the page quickly noted down, record the divisions do not mutually relinquish, first illuminate the page's aspect. Then added another line, precisely because they do not mutually relinquish, the concept of illuminating the page's aspect first was truly brought to light, yet the few around the table became even more reluctant to write too hastily. As long as the layer of illuminating the page's aspect first remained unwritten, the preceding part seemed to be establishing a new statement, while the following part could still be usurped by the old statements. The true difficulty at hand was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of tendency. If the words were only dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper habits. Precisely for this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or scatter, but to deny the old position any chance to seize the initiative first. Thus the more the few around the table read on, the less they rushed to ask what it was focusing solely on, which old phrase had shaped it into this form. In other words, if mutual pushing continued along the old path, then the heavier statement that followed would eventually reassert itself. Once that happened, the page might appear settled, but in truth the point of collapse would merely have been concealed within the person. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth, they emerged not because they wished to stand forth, but because the old phrases that supported them were losing their power. It seemed as though this page had been received, but in reality the fracture had merely been shifted half an inch onto the person. What the four annotations truly needed to receive was not mutual replacement, but each adhering to its own rule, ensuring the recession was fixed on the page. Only when this layer was thoroughly written through would the ensuing old force fail to return in a lighter guise. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the few words on the surface, but the well-worn path behind them. If this layer remained concealed, then the seemingly new writing that followed would likely just be the old force in a different shell. Only by truly retreating from this layer would the subsequent statement lose its power. The second rule did not rely on the four annotations arguing amongst themselves. It relied on this: the page had already written out what each form of recession looked like. As these words fell, the vermilion color beside the seal of recognition seemed to sink more steadily into the rule of consequences, are divided and attributed to the four rules. For what the decision-maker now saw was no longer just a principle. It was a system, something capable of grounding the law by illuminating the page's aspect. The consequences fall under the four statutes. The statutes are not to be shifted but to be aligned with the page first. Once these two lines were established together, the seal of recognition finally began, like the first law, to truly test the second law. It did not press down as a whole. Instead, it seeped in bit by bit from between the characters, from the margins, from the places it was most likely to believe first and doubt first. The old page stared at the vermilion slowly bleeding through, and murmured softly, "It is devouring the second law. What difference does this have from the first?" Suwan asked. "The first law sees the first page," the old page said, its voice hoarse. "When the retreat emerged, it did not first enter the person but first returned to the page's edge. Thus it first tested defilement, delay, and who altered it. The second law is different. What the second law seizes is how the consequences fall. Thus it tests scattering, leakage, and unburdening. This observation was too precise. The first law was more like rescuing the retreat from the person. The second law, on the other hand, was about extracting the consequences from the rap and the general undertaking. In other words, it directly pushed against the final shell of the character Bear. So once the second law truly devours the seal of recognition, Bear will feel more pain, the holder of the brush said in a low voice. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. The first law made it lose the contain opening. Once the second law is also established, it will begin to lose the wrap opening. The old page finished the sentence. At that moment, the people around the table understood even more clearly why the second law was so important. The first law was breaking the bridge. The second law was dismantling the wrap. Once the bridge was broken, the path behind Bear was no longer smooth. Once the wrap was scattered, it became harder for Bear to bundle the consequences together and summon a general undertaking. The recorder outside the page quickly noted down. Record the second law begins to devour the seal of recognition. Then added another line. The reason they all paused not pressing the brush forward was because they knew that the second law beginning to devour the seal was far more than just this single line. They repeatedly halted here not because they had nothing to write but because once the law's devouring of the seal became muddled the entire subsequent passage would revert to the old ways. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface the old force would still return from deeper habitual layers. Only when this layer was thoroughly written could the old force not find a lighter shell to slip back into. Only by keeping the retreat on the page visible, recognizable, comparable and modifiable could this page avoid being smoothly carried back by the old. Thus the more the people at the table examined it the less they rushed to ask who it was. Instead they focused on which old phrase had written it into this form. Therefore what truly needed to be changed was not the consequence itself but the method of its attribution. Boundaries would blur, divergences would be prematurely abandoned, limits would be written as completion and unfinished tasks would be rushed into finished ones. Yet what emerged was not necessarily the person first but rather the contours worn down by characters like stable, contain, bear and acknowledge. But for consequences to have a place to fall does not mean they must first be compressed into a single bearable package. What the four signatures truly needed to connect was not mutual replacement but each following its own law to guard the retreat on the page. They all knew that the more fluent a phrase sounded the more easily it could grow back on the next page borrowing the old force. Thus this layer had to be thoroughly written on the page otherwise it would revive later through other light words. The first law saved the retreat, the second law scattered the package. After the bridge was broken. Once the package was also scattered the character bear had fewer shells left to borrow. As these words fell, the face that had emerged before their eyes had its nose bridge become even clearer rising upwards. It was not fully revealed. Yet one could already feel. The eyes were near. The recognition seal began with the second law. And the oversight board pursued it far more directly. The black annotation did not circle about. It pressed down bluntly. If this law is enacted, which aperture of the old burden will first falter? This was identical to how the first law had been tested. Only this time those seated at the table understood the answer with far greater clarity. The old page did not defer to others. He spoke first. The bow aperture falters first. Just 4 characters. Yet the moment they were uttered, the entire table seemed to settle as if grounded by an inch. Because it was precisely accurate. The first law, retreat first to the page's edge, severed the dough aperture first. Once stealthy retreat became impossible. The bridge collapsed outright. And the second law, consequences are divided among the 4 ordinances, severs the next, the bow aperture. Once consequences can no longer be gathered into a single unified whole. The entire sequence following who bears it. Where there must be a central locus of bearing, a central locus of acknowledgement, a central locus of return. Slows to a halt. Or even collapses entirely. Write this, Su Wan murmured softly. Chen Yu hesitated not, he inscribed without pause. If this law is enacted the old burden first loses its bow aperture. The instant the characters settled. The force beside the character Dan within the old sentence position, the force most adept at gathering, unifying and compressing all into one whole, truly flickered hollow and exposed. A crimson annotation swiftly appeared at the page's foot. Once consequences are divided unity becomes impossible, once unity fails the locus of bearing delays its emergence. This was devastatingly precise. For it distilled the second law's effect not merely as division and assignment, but as delayed genesis of the old burden. It is not that consequences vanish, nor that acknowledgement is refused. Rather, you may no longer assume they will coalesce effortlessly into a single compact whole. And from that wholeness a central locus of bearing will spontaneously arise. An external record promptly noted. Record should the second law be enacted the old burden first loses its bow aperture. Then followed an addendum. The reason none at the table immediately continued writing was not lack of words, but because they knew if this law stands the loss of the bow aperture is not confined to this sentence alone. They paused repeatedly here, not for want of phrasing but because should bow grow ambiguous the entire passage afterward would inevitably revert to the old pattern. Thus they chose to linger half a step longer on this page rather than carry that ambiguity forward. They all understood the smoother a phrase sounds the more readily it regrows on the next page, drawing strength from entrenched habit. Once that happens the page may appear balanced, but in truth the fracture has merely been buried deeper within the person. In the end all the table can perceive is who grows wearier, who seems more compelled to endure. Not which of the 4 ordinances first surrenders its force. Should consequences first be inscribed as a monolithic weight the old burden will re-emerge under the guise of fairness. Boundaries blur, divergences are discarded prematurely, limits are rewritten as work and the unfinished is hurried into completion. It appears the page has been stabilized, but in reality the break has merely shifted half an inch inward into the self. Once compressed into a bow, the one who acknowledges it all will spontaneously manifest. What the four seals truly uphold is not mutual substitution, but each abiding by its own ordinance, holding the retreat firmly upon the page. They all knew the smoother a phrase sounds, the more readily it regrows on the next page, drawing strength from entrenched habit. Thus this layer must be fully articulated upon the page, otherwise it will revive later disguised as some lighter, gentler utterance. They understood clearly what resists retreat is never merely the surface words, but the well-worn path behind them, already etched deep into memory. The first law severs the bridge, the second law disperses the bow. By this point the character Dan has grown increasingly unlike a sentence capable of flowing forward intact. As these words settled, the ancient seal mark upon that wrist truly faded, substantially. For both the doe and bow apertures have begun in truth to lose their force. If this law is enacted, the old burden shall first lose its package opening. As soon as this line was imprinted and tasted, that face finally moved again. Not the mouth nor the nose. It was the corner of the eye. Not the entire eye. Just above the shadow that had been pressing down all alone, there was a faint yet sharp glimmer, as if the edge of the eye had finally been touched by lamplight. The off-page record almost immediately relayed the words down. The corner of the eye flickered. Old Page stared at that glimmer. After a few seconds he spoke very softly. Because the second law has begun to touch seeing. The several people before the table all looked at him. Old Page's voice was hoarse. The first law, retreat first to page margin, was more about preventing the retreat on the page from being secretly stolen into the man. The second law, consequences, divided into 4 rules, has already begun to force it. How to see the consequences. To see it is no longer a package. To see it divided. To see it first reflect the page's appearance. To see it cannot always become a general recognition opening. So this face will first move at the eye. This statement was too precise. For what the second law truly dismantled was the way of seeing. Not how the old sentences spoke, but how the old law viewed consequences as a package. Then grew a general bearing organ along with it. And now, this package way of seeing has been cut open by the new law. The corner of the eye naturally moved first. The scribe's seat also stared at that glimmer and said in a low voice, "It is not yet the eye. Just the way of seeing has begun to loosen." As soon as these words fell, the several people before the table understood it all more clearly. It was no longer merely a matter of where the old words were cut, the face would reveal a layer. Rather, whichever old perception was altered, the corresponding layer on the face would also loosen. The extraneous record quickly noted. Note after the second principle, the corner of the eye flickers first. Then another line was added. They all understood that after the second principle, if the flicker at the corner of the eye was merely glossed over in words, the old path would follow its course back. As long as the layer where the corner of the eye flickers first was not written out, the front might seem to establish a new sentence, but the back could still be borrowed by the old one. What was truly difficult to write at this moment was not finding a harsher sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate the very layer that was most adept at deception with the current. Thus they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. Every time the old words fell silent, the face would reveal itself a little more. It was precisely for this reason that they repeatedly wrote return to the page first, not to delay or diverge, but to deny the old position the chance to take the lead on a person. If the consequence was first written as a whole suppressible entity, the old burden would return through the guise of fairness. The faint shadow newly revealed before them was not an answer, but merely the testimony left behind as the old method continued to lose its strength. The true purpose of the 4 lots was not to replace each other, but to each follow their own principle, retreating and guarding on the page. By that time, though it appeared to be concluding, it was still gathering the retreat onto a single person. Thus the more the few around the table read on, the less they rushed to ask who it was, focusing only on which old sentence had written it into this form. Therefore what this passage truly needed to do was not to add another heavy sentence, but to slowly write out how it slid from the page onto the person and from the person into a default state. The first principle saves the page, the second principle alters the perception. Thus as soon as the second was established, the first to move was the eye. As these words fell, that glint at the corner of the eye did not immediately vanish. It was as if this new principle had truly begun to compel this face to first lose a measure of its old strength. In the domain of seeing, the first law, consuming the seal of recognition. The second law also began consuming the seal of recognition. The old bearer first lost the mouth of the pocket, then began losing the mouth of the wrap. The face had also reached the corner of the eye. Yet this time the few people at the table did not rush to seize the third law. Because everyone knew, at this point one must not be greedy for haste. Old page gazed at the two new laws that had already risen beneath the fixed page and murmured softly, the second law is still only half a chain. What do you mean? The recorder outside the page asked. It means, the first law, retreat first, returns to the page's edge, solves the issue of retreat not entering the person first. The second law, consequences are divided into 4 rules, solves the issue of consequences not forming a bundle first. But these two laws still primarily handle how retreat lingers, how consequences settle. They haven't truly addressed how the entire cycle is closed. At these words, the few people at the table understood. Yes. The first law keeps retreat in place. The second law separates consequences. But what comes next? This cycle cannot forever only hold retreat, only divide consequences, only initiate changes. In the end, closure must come. And the third blade had already cut to total recognition does not stand. The closure of the entire cycle can only be achieved later. That is to say, the third new law that is truly to be nailed down will likely begin to touch later closure. Not total recognition. Not a single gulp. Not a single position. Rather, how the entire cycle later achieves its closure. So the second law is not the final law, Chen Yu murmured. Yes, Su-wan nodded. It is merely the middle segment of the chain of laws. It rescues consequences from the bundle. But after the rescue there must be another law to receive, how closure is later achieved. This one move. It was becoming increasingly clear. The off-page notes quickly recorded note the second law was also but a half-chain, not the final method. Then a supplementary line was added. The reason the brush before the desk did not continue pressing downward for a time was because they all knew that the second law was only a half-chain and the final method was far more than just this single sentence. Ultimately, what was truly forced out on this page was the law, yet it was only a half-chain, the reason it could always follow the old momentum and bring the subsequent openings to life together. If words were merely dissected on the surface, the old momentum would still return from the deeper layers of habit. Thus what this passage truly needed to accomplish was not to add another harsh statement but to slowly elucidate how it slid from the page onto the person and then from the person into a state of default. What the fourth seal truly needed to connect was not mutual replacement but each following its own law retreating onto the page. Yet consequences having a place to land does not mean they must first be compressed into a single memorizable package. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth were revealed bit by bit not because they wished to emerge on their own but because the old sentences supporting them were losing their strength. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the fourth seal would have no time to recognize its own boundaries. By then what seemed like a conclusion would still be gathering the retreat onto a single person. Thus what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a form written by old words. Boundaries would blur, divergences would be prematurely discarded, limits would be written as completion and the unfinished would be urged into finality. If words were merely dissected on the surface, the old momentum would still return from the deeper layers of habit. The first rule, rescue the retreat. The second, scatter the package. The third rule would begin to truly touch upon closure. As these words fell, the few people before the desk did not rush. For they knew that once the third rule was initiated, it would truly encounter concepts such as total recognition, total closure, and the final formation after the complete cycle, things far more difficult than before and resembling the gateway to the ultimate. Since the second law had already begun to stand firm, the placement of the third stake no longer required conjecture. Below the 15th page finalized, the red line that had long been concealed behind no total recognition finally began to surface on its own. It was not the entire phrase that illuminated first. Only 2 characters emerged: Ho Chang. The few people at the table fell into a momentary silence. For they knew, at this point, the true new law long suppressed within the latter half of the third blade was finally about to take its place at the table. The old page gazed at those 2 characters and murmured, "It has arrived." The third law. The recorder outside the page immediately inquired. Yes, the old page nodded. And this one will be more difficult than the first 2. Why? Because the first 2 were still dealing with retreat before entering a person, consequences before forming a package. But the third law must address how to conclude the entire cycle without establishing total recognition, without a total withdrawal, and without bundling consequences into a package. This is the deepest part, the most susceptible to being bitten back by the old law. Stabilize first can be twisted into stabilizing the page. Let someone bear the burden first can be twisted into not letting this page fall. Who bears the responsibility can be twisted into the necessity of a final account for the consequences. And once the new law, the conclusion of the entire cycle, can only be achieved through Ho Chang, is enacted, the one who makes the final call will surely press. When exactly will Ho Chang be realized? Who will know when it is realized? Without establishing total recognition, how can you prevent it from forever remaining merely still in Ho Chang? Once this law is enacted, the face will continue to reveal itself. The scribe whispered, "Why?" Because the first 2 laws move the page and the gaze. The third law will move the mouth. At these words, everyone at the table understood. Indeed. Conclusion has always been most apt to grow upon the mouth. The final sentence. The final statement. The final place of total settlement. That final mouth that says let us stop here. And what the third law now seeks to do is precisely to rescue conclusion from this mouth. To write it is Ho Chang. It is not about who speaks first. Not about who presses first. Not about who establishes total recognition first. Thus once the third law is established, the mouth, nose and eyes on that face will be compelled to continue revealing themselves. The recorder outside the page quickly noted record the third law is to be established, the conclusion of the entire cycle can only be achieved through Ho Chang. Then he added another line, the first law reclaimed retreat before the page remains, the second law reclaimed consequences first belong to the rules, the third law will truly seize conclusion. As these words fell, the two new laws that had already received their recognition seals below the 15th page seemed to solidify further. For they were no longer merely two scattered fine sentences. They now had a direction toward which the third law was to connect. And the face which had revealed itself up to the corner of the eye paused for a moment under the lamp. It was not retreating. It seemed to be waiting as well, for once the third law was enacted to see how the last layer of the old mouth, most adept at total conclusion, would be severed. Chen Yu gazed at the two red characters Ho Chang and said in a low voice, all right. The first two have stood firm. The next segment, well, see if this third law can truly rescue conclusion from the old mouth. The red copper lamp held steady. The finalized page remained unturned. The old phrase position persisted. That hand did not withdraw. The face was still only revealed to the corner of the eye. Yet the direction of the entire cycle henceforth was no longer obscure. The reason no one at the table pressed the brush to continue was because they all knew the third law was about to be established. The conclusion of the entire cycle can only be achieved through Ho Chang was far from being merely this one sentence before them. The third law was about to take its place at the table. And once it arrived, it would truly encounter the most difficult and most gate-like layer at the very end of the whole round. How to conclude it? The entire cycle's closure can only be achieved later. This rule, with the two characters later achievement already revealed at the bottom of page 15, made it clear to the few around the table that its most likely initial misinterpretation was as another form of the older, lighter, more concealed and seemingly more refined closure, the total conclusion. Not total acknowledgement. Not total bearing. Not total responsibility. But rather, there must be a moment, a phrase, a breath, a position where this cycle is truly concluded. The old page stared at those two characters and murmured, when the third rule is initiated, the first task is not to write how it is achieved. It is to first separate it from the total conclusion. Why? The recorder outside the page immediately inquired. The old page's voice was hoarse but steady, because later achievement is too easily altered by the old rules into nothing more than a renamed total conclusion. First, do not acknowledge it totally. First, do not bear it totally. First, do not press it totally. Good. Then let the entire cycle slowly achieve later. But in the end, must there not be a place that acknowledges later achievement is already achieved? This observation was too precise. If later achievement was initially stolen and rewritten as a gentler, later, more process-like total conclusion, then the third rule would be co-opted by the old laws before it was even established. So the first sentence of this rule cannot be about how to conclude, Su-won said softly. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. It must first state later achievement is not the total conclusion. With that, the true starting point for the third rule became clear. He lifted his brush and pressed down the first sentence on the definitive page, later achievement shall not be the total conclusion. As the characters settled, the two red characters, later achievement, that had been revealed seemed to stabilize. Not becoming brighter. Rather, it was as if they had finally been snatched back half a breath of their own definition from the shell of the old total conclusion. The page's footer quickly added a red annotation: if achievement is treated as a total conclusion, the old loophole borrows it later. If achievement is not total, then later creation is possible. The recorder outside the page quickly noted record the first sentence of the third rule, later achievement shall not be the total conclusion. Precisely because the third rule was not about total conclusion but about later achievement being truly singled out, the few around the table were even more reluctant to write too hastily. As long as the layer of total conclusion remained unwritten, what appeared to be a new sentence could still be usurped by the old ones. The truly difficult task now was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive tendency. Therefore, the true purpose of this passage was not to add another severe statement, but to slowly clarify how it slips from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default state. Only by keeping the retreat visible on the page, observable, recognizable, comparable and modifiable, could this page avoid being silently carried back by the old currents. Similarly, the total conclusion most easily establishes itself through the logic that there must be a place for everything to land. Hence, what is forced out here is never merely an identity but a guise written by old words. If this guise is not first returned to the page, the four signatures will not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. The more convincing the logic appears, the more one must see if it is quietly seeking a position to assume. Every time the old words fell silent, that face would emerge a little more. For this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or disperse but to deny the old position the chance to prematurely take on human form. Then another sentence was added: when the third rule is initiated, the first task is not to teach it how to conclude. It is first to prevent it from being stolen by the old rules into a later total conclusion. As these words landed, the face that had emerged to the corner of the eye, the expression around its mouth most adept at total conclusion, seemed to be suppressed a little. The subsequent formation shall not be a mere total acceptance. Since the first clause of the third article had already been suppressed, the side holding the final verdict naturally would not let it stand firm. The first trial came swiftly, and it struck almost precisely at the most suspicious point of the third article. If it is not a total acceptance, then how is it not a subsequent delay? As soon as this statement was uttered, the few people around the table fell silent for a moment. The pursuit was too precise. What subsequent formation was most vulnerable to being countered by was never that it did not resemble an acceptance. On the contrary, it was precisely that it too closely resembled a more elegant phrasing of not yet accepted. Not a full acknowledgement. Not a complete acceptance. Not a single decisive suppression. Very well. Then does it keep being postponed indefinitely? Always claiming it is still in formation. Always leaving this round suspended. This sentence cannot be answered with "we are not delaying." The scribe spoke in a low voice. Why? Because the moment you only explain the intention, it can immediately counter. Then what proof do you have that this is not a subsequent delay disguised as something else? The scribe's voice grew heavy. For the third article to stand firm, we must first legally separate subsequent formation from subsequent delay. This observation was too accurate. What is a subsequent delay? It is having no visible form on the page, no pattern, no stopping point, merely pushing the not yet layer upon layer into the future. Then what about subsequent formation? If it truly is not a delay, it must possess a visible momentum of formation on the page. It is not a matter of someone declaring it formed. It is that this round itself has grown into a momentum ripe for acceptance. The reason those at the table did not immediately continue to press down their brushes was that they all knew the first trial of the final verdict, whether subsequent formation was merely subsequent delay, was far from limited to this single statement. As long as the question of whether subsequent formation is merely subsequent delay remained unclarified, even if the front seemed to establish a new clause, the back could still be usurped by the old one. Therefore, what this passage truly needed to accomplish was not to add another harsh sentence, but to slowly illuminate how it slid from the page into the person, and then from the person into a default assumption. What was truly difficult to write at this moment was not finding a more ruthless phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate the most deceptive current of its momentum. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there was still a way to amend it later. If the retreat first entered the person, only exhaustion of recognition remained. So what truly needed to be changed was not the consequence itself, but the legal attribution of the consequence. Thus, the more the few people at the table read on, the less they rushed to first ask what it was only fixating on, which old phrase had written it into this state. It was precisely for this reason that they repeatedly wrote "return to the page first." This was neither a delay nor a dispersal, but a refusal to give the old position a chance to grow into the person prematurely. By then it appeared to be concluding, yet it was still gathering the retreat onto a single person. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth revealed themselves bit by bit, not because they wished to step forward, but because the old sentence supporting them was losing its strength. What the four signatures truly needed to connect was not to replace one another, but to each follow its own law, guarding the retreat upon the page. They all understood that the more glib a phrase sounded, the easier it was to regrow on the next page by borrowing old force. It was precisely because of this that no one at the table was willing to rush for speed here, preferring to pause an extra half step to first illuminate the old path. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the few surface words, but the well-worn path behind them. If this point was not rendered speechless, the next page would still tread the old road. So the first trial truly requires answering. Subsequent formation has evidence it is not an empty delay. Suwon said in a low voice. Correct. Chen Yu nodded. With this, the second sentence that the third article truly needed to open now revealed itself. Future fruition must bear evidence it is not an empty delay. The moment these words were spoken, the few around the table steadied themselves simultaneously. For it precisely seized upon the very fear of delaying with future promises. The lack of evidence. To delay is to perpetually claim that fruition will come later. Yet nothing on the page truly moves toward a collectible outcome. Retreat still lingers. Rules and losses remain unchanged. The four signatures still only undermine each other. The unresolved still hangs endlessly. That is not future fruition. It is empty delay. Old Page fixed his gaze on the first trial and spoke slowly. We must still write. What evidence is? Otherwise this sentence remains half in the void. Correct. Chen Yu nodded. If the third law is truly to be established, one must first write. What signs will first appear on the page? When the entire cycle achieves fruition. This is what the decision-maker truly needs to see. Not whether you can speak, but what you present as proof. Silence fell around the table for a few seconds. Then Suwon spoke first. First evidence. Retreat ceases to linger. Correct old page nodded. Second evidence. After returning to the rules, each revision has commenced. Old Joe immediately followed. Third evidence. Old practices are no longer familiar. What does that mean? It means limitations are no longer written as a matter of course. After the defensive perimeter loses its power, the accustomed path of using someone to patch things up begins to break. The scribe outside the page added a final note. Fourth evidence. The unresolved no longer accumulates into greater chaos but instead begins to grow organically toward resolution in certain areas. With this, the true direction for the first trial of the third law emerged. It was not empty lip service claiming, "We are not delaying." It was. Future fruition would first grow evidence on the page. Chen Yu picked up his brush and directly pressed down this sentence. Future fruition bears evidence. Retreat halts its lingering. The four rules commence revision. Old practices lose familiarity. The unresolved grows on its own. The moment the characters settled. The edge of the black annotation reading, "If you do not collect the total, how can you avoid future delay?" visibly receded by a layer. The page footer immediately supplemented a red annotation. With evidence the future is not empty. Without evidence the future is merely delay. The scribe outside the page quickly noted. Record future fruition bears evidence it is not an empty delay. Then another line was added. They all understood that if future fruition bears evidence it is not an empty delay was merely glossed over, literally that old path would still find its way back. As long as the principle that future fruition bears evidence remained unwritten, even if it seemed a new sentence was being established, the old could still borrow its way back through it. The true difficulty now was not finding a harsher word to suppress it but to first illuminate the most deceptive layer of its momentum. They all knew that the more natural a phrase sounded, the easier it was to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old force. Boundaries would blur, distinctions would be prematurely abandoned, limitations would be written as conventions, and the unresolved would be forced into resolution. Once it was packaged into a whole, the one who always acknowledges would emerge on its own. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth revealed itself bit by bit, not because it wanted to stand forth but because the old sentence supporting it was losing its power. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four signatures would not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. If the consequence was first written as a whole entity that could be suppressed, the old burden would return through the guise of fairness. Thus, the more the few around the table read, the less eager they were to first ask what it was. Instead, they focused on which old sentence had written it into this form. Only by keeping the retreat on the page visible, recognizable, comparable, and amendable could this page avoid being carried back by the old familiar path. What the first trial of the third law demanded was not how well you spoke of closure. It was whether you could present the evidence that was truly taking form on the page. As these words settled, the third law was no longer just an abstract future fruition. It began to bear evidence on the page. Later accomplishment bears its own sign. Retreat halts its sprawl. Four principles shift. Old methods lose their fluency. The unfulfilled grows of its own accord. And since this line has already withstood the first trial, it must be more than mere rebuttal. For the third principle to truly stand its most critical anchor, the very first nail must first be driven, and driven firmly. And the old page gazed upon those lines of omen and murmured softly, "And the first nail of the third principle is not reception. It is nan omen, and why ask the external record from beyond the page? And because if later accomplishment bears no omen, it may at any moment collapse back into delayed burden." No further inquiry was needed behind the decision board. Not only one question sufficed, and this round has been later accomplishment all along, but what precisely has already taken shape upon the page? "My voice grows hoarse," said the old page, "and so the third principle's first imperative is this, and later accomplishment must bear an omen," and this statement struck with uncanny precision. Reception may come later. And universal acknowledgement need not yet be established. Na single utterance need not yet emerge. All these may proceed slowly, yet omen must never be absent. Without omen, later accomplishment becomes hollow. "And then let us nail this first," Chen Yu murmured low. And he lifted his brush, and without hesitation, and inscribed those four characters directly beneath the fixed page. Immediately after, the second principle and later accomplishment bears its own sign. The moment the characters settled, and the entire fixed page seemed to draw inward by a full inch, not constricting but as though for the first time the third principle ceased being merely two abstract ideograms. Later accomplishment, nan, began acquiring its own first tangible nail. A crimson annotation swiftly bloomed at the page's foot, and when omen is present, later accomplishment becomes verifiable, and when omen is absent, later accomplishment cannot be entrusted. And this statement struck with uncanny precision, for it recast the very possibility of the third principle becoming law as a matter of verifiability. Not who believes it, and not who vouches for it, and not who declares universal acknowledgement, and but what is verifiable upon the page. And that external record transcribed swiftly, and record first nail of the third principle, later accomplishment bears its own sign. They all understood, should later accomplishment bears its own sign be affixed only superficially and merely glossed over in wording, the old path would inevitably retrace itself. They paused here repeatedly, not for lack of words but because should later accomplishment bears its own sign grow ambiguous and the entire passage would slide backward into the old form. Thus what this passage truly demanded was not another weighty pronouncement but a gradual clarification. Now this principle descends from page to person and how in turn it settles into silent unspoken consensus. What made this passage truly difficult to compose was not finding a harsher phrase to suppress it but illuminating, first and foremost, the most deceptive layer of its natural momentum. Should that layer remain unanchored to the page and four seals would have no time to each affirm their own boundary. And that hand, that jawline, that half of a mouth emerging incrementally do not do so of their own volition but because the old sentence supporting them is losing its grip. Hence what truly requires revision is not consequence itself but the method by which consequence is assigned. Nonce revised thus the page may appear level but in truth end point of descent has merely been concealed within the person. Thus the figures before the table grew ever less eager to ask who is it, instead fixing their gaze solely on which prior sentence had shaped it into this form. Yet a consequence having its locus does not mean it must first be compressed into a memorizable self-contained package. And what the four seals truly receive is not mutual substitution but each sealing its domain according to its own law, retreating anchoring themselves upon the page. They knew well the more effortlessly fluent a phrase sounds and the more readily it will on the next page regrow using the latent force of the old. Then came an added line and the first two principles seize the page and seize consequence and third principle seizes something else and that later accomplishment is not suspended in emptiness but verifiable. At these words and face emerging up to the corner of the eye, particularly the subtle contour between mouth and nose and that habitual inflection which always implied it will naturally settle later and seem truly to recoil just a fraction backward. Subsequent completion bears evidence. Since the first nail had already been driven, the reviewing authority's second test naturally no longer pursued whether it was a delay. It delved deeper. The black criticism descended directly. If all signs are present, why could it not be a false completion? The moment these words were uttered, everyone at the table understood. This test had struck the bone. Because bearing evidence does not automatically equate to true completion. A page can be very adept at disguise. Old methods are also skilled at disguise. Withdrawal is no longer rampant. It may merely have been subtly suppressed by a more practiced hand. The four regulations underwent revision. They might appear to have all shifted. Yet in truth they revolved around a single master of change. Old crafts lost their familiarity. It might simply be that the time had not yet come. What remains unfinished grows of itself. It could be just another more dignified form of procrastination. In other words, what the reviewing authority is now pursuing is whether these signs might be a false completion. This line cannot simply answer it is not false, Suwon said softly. Correct, Chen Yu nodded. We must write where the difference between true completion and false completion lies on the page. This is the crux. If the third clause merely establishes that subsequent completion bears evidence, the reviewing authority could simply say, very well, then continue presenting your evidence. But how am I to know that these signs are not a set of false appearances orchestrated to delay final acknowledgement, final acceptance and final settlement? The old page gazed at the line, why could it not be a false completion? And said slowly, false completion has one most distinctive characteristic. It will first sprout a mouth. True completion does not. As these words fell, the few people at the table simultaneously steadied themselves. Correct. What false completion excels at is this. Though its mouth speaks of no final acknowledgement or outright agreement. Once those signs on the page are assembled, soon a place, a person, a hand, a mouth will begin to secretly sprout. This is practically complete. It can be pressed down first. It can be accepted first. One can proceed first. The reason the table fell silent with no one continuing to press their brushes was that they all knew the reviewing authority's second test, whether these signs could be a false completion, was far from being confined to this single line. Ultimately what this page truly forced into the open was how these signs of potential false completion always managed to follow the old momentum, reviving the subsequent mouths together. Therefore what this passage truly needed was not another harsh statement but a slow, clear explication of how it slipped from the page onto the person and from the person into a default assumption. If words are only dismantled on the surface, the old momentum will reassert itself from the deeper layers of habit. What the four signatures truly need to connect is not to replace each other but each according to its own rule to keep the retreat on the page. Similarly, a subsequent completion bearing evidence is most adept at using the reasoning tone of there must be a place to land to stand firm. Thus the more the people at the table read on, the less they rush to ask who it was, focusing solely on which old phrase had shaped it into this form. Once this happens, the page appears level, but in truth the point of descent has merely been stuffed into the person. The more reasonable the appearance, the more one must discern whether it is again quietly seeking a position to bear the load. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth, they gradually emerged not because they wished to stand forth but because the old sentences supporting them were losing their strength. Only by keeping the retreat still visible on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable, and subject to revision, can this page avoid being carried back by the old smooth current. That is false completion. True completion is different. It is the page's form arriving into place bit by bit. Boundaries no longer blur. Divergences are no longer prematurely abandoned. Limitations are no longer artificially crafted. The unfinished itself progresses to its end. At this point, the sense of closure arrives subsequently. It is not spoken first by anyone. This line can be written, the person holding the brush said in a low voice. As soon as that pivotal phrase was uttered, the true answer that the third rule's second trial sought began to emerge. It was not a sweeping, elegant summary. Instead, it was the most visible distinction between false completion and true completion on the page. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down directly. False completion first extends a breath, true completion later halts its old course. The moment the characters landed the black annotation, when all signs are present, why not claim false completion? Paused abruptly. A red annotation swiftly followed at the page's foot. If a breath arises first, then completion can be borrowed. If the old course halts later, then completion need not be declared beforehand. This insight struck with perfect precision. For it propelled the third rule deeper by another layer. True completion is not about someone finally stepping forward to declare it done. It is not about a collective acknowledgement failing to stand, yet a breath somewhere gently pressing down first with an almost there. Instead, it is about the old momentum halting of its own accord. Stability no longer clings to the current breath. Containment no longer steals a retreat. Responsibility no longer seeks someone to bear it first. Assurance no longer precedes summation. Collective acknowledgement no longer stands first. Only when these old currents cease can the subsequent closure truly grow forth from the page. The third rule has finally begun to touch the true crux, the old page murmured. Indeed. Su-wan nodded. The first rule dwells at the page's edge, the second lies in the division of principles. Now the third rule has finally begun to truly contend for that final breath. At these words, everyone at the table understood this was not merely the third rule passing a trial. It was the third rule for the first time truly pressing against the position of the ultimate closure. The recorder outside the page quickly noted record false completion first extends a breath, true completion later halts its old course. Then added, when the third rule truly awakens, it does not first let anyone say it's almost there. Instead, it first ensures the old currents can no longer flow smoothly outward. They all understood that if false completion first extends a breath, true completion later halts its old course was merely glossed over on the surface, the old path would inevitably creep back. Ultimately, what this page truly forced out was why false completion by first extending a breath could always ride the old momentum and revive all subsequent currents. Thus they would rather pause half a step longer on this page than allow this breath to be ambiguously carried forward. So what this passage truly needed was not another weighty phrase, but to slowly clarify how it slid from the page into people and then from people into a default assumption. As long as the retreat remained on the page, there was still a method to amend it later. If the retreat first entered the person, only exhaustion remained. Once it was bundled into a package, the one who collectively acknowledges would inevitably grow forth. Yet what emerged was not necessarily a person first, but rather a silhouette worn down by words like stability, containment, responsibility, assurance. What the four seals truly needed to connect was not mutual substitution, but to hold the retreat on the page according to their own principles. But that consequences have a place to land does not mean they must first be compressed into a package that can be borne. The shadow that had just emerged was not an answer, but only a testimony left behind as the old method continued to lose its power. Only by keeping the retreat still on the page, visible, acknowledgeable, comparable, and amenable to revision, could this page avoid being dragged back by the old smooth currents. So what this passage truly needed was not another weighty phrase, but to slowly clarify how it slid from the page into people and then from people into a default assumption. Therefore, this layer must be thoroughly written out on the page, otherwise it would revive later through other light words. As these words fell, the shadow beneath that face deepened a little more. For the matter of closure had always been most adept at growing within the interplay of words and vision. Now the third rule was truly contending for it. What follows has a sign of fulfillment. What is falsely established first grows a mouth, what is truly established later stops its old ways. Once these two lines pressed down together, that seal of recognition finally began to test the third law. Just as it had tested the first and second. It was not a forceful press. It was still very slow. As if it was testing and weighing simultaneously. Whether this law was sufficient to catch those elements that the old law was most prone to usurping: the overall closure, the overall recognition, the trailing, and the like. The old page stared at the layer of vermilion slowly seeping in. Murmuring softly. The seal of recognition has begun to consume the third law. What is the greatest difference between this and the first two? The recorder from beyond the page asked in turn. The first two laws primarily remedy the retreat and the consequences. The old page's voice grew hoarse. The third law remedies the closure. The closure is inherently the place where people, words, and the overall recognition position grow the most. Thus the seal of recognition will be more cautious. This observation was piercingly accurate. For once the third law truly began to absorb the seal of recognition. It signified that the decision-makers had to acknowledge. The what follows they had drafted this round was no longer merely a delay. Nor was it merely a pretty slogan. It had begun to genuinely vie for ground with the old law of closure. The scribe also fixed his gaze on that layer of vermilion. Murmuring. The first two laws caused the old burden to first lose its containment and its encasement. If the third law stands firm, the old burden will begin to lose its closure. Chen Yu completed the sentence. Indeed. With containment lost, the bridge is broken. With encasement lost, the overall undertaking becomes difficult to achieve. With closure lost, the final old words, those most skilled at masquerading as maturity, order, fairness, and a definitive conclusion, will truly become increasingly untenable. The recorder from beyond the page noted swiftly. Record, the third law begins to consume the seal of recognition. Then added another line. Precisely because the third law's consumption of the seal had been brought to light, the few people at the table were even less inclined to write hastily. Ultimately, what this page truly forced to the surface was why the law's consumption of the seal of recognition always managed to follow the old force and revitalize the subsequent openings together. Thus the true task of this passage was not to add another forceful statement but to slowly articulate how this process slid from the page onto the people and then from the people into a tacit understanding. They all understood that the more naturally a phrase flowed, the easier it was for it to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old force. If this layer was not first reattributed to the page, the four signatures would not have time to each acknowledge their own boundaries. Therefore, what truly needed to be changed was not the consequence itself but the method of attributing the consequence. Thus the further the few people at the table read, the less they rushed to ask who it was focusing instead on which old phrase had written it into this state. Boundaries would blur, divergences would be prematurely discarded, limits would be written as achievements, and the unfinished would be urged into completion. The more convincing the semblance of reason, the more one must discern whether it was quietly seeking a position to inherit. The faint shadow that had newly emerged before them was not an answer but merely testimony left behind as the old law continued to lose its power. For this very reason they repeatedly wrote first reattribute to the page, not as a delay or a divergence but to deny the old position any opportunity to preemptively grow a person. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would the old force fail to find a lighter shell to slip back into. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the surface-level words but the well-worn path that lay behind them. The first law broke the bridge, the second law scattered the encasement, and the third law began to seize the closure. At this point the old burden statement had increasingly lost a complete path to follow through. As these words fell, the corners of that face's mouth seemed to sharpen slightly. It was not that it wished to speak. It was precisely as if its most familiar refrain, in the end there must always be a closure to conclude, was truly being wrested away by the third law. Since the trial of the third law had already commenced, the decision-making side would, as in the previous two instances, soon arrive at that most critical question: if this law is established, which old burden shall lose its hold first? None of the few at the table hesitated for long, for the path leading up to this point had been written clearly enough. If the first law were established, the old burden would first lose its supporting hold. If the second law were established, the old burden would first lose its encasing hold. What of the third? The old page, gazing at the line subsequent establishment brings proof beneath the fixed text, murmured softly, it will first lose its closing hold. The moment those two words were uttered, everyone at the table felt a sense of certainty. For it was too precise. The most stubborn part of the old burden's law, the one that best survived by borrowing the guise of collective recognition, the shell of fairness and the voice of maturity, was precisely that closing. Not the preceding who. Not the intermediate supporting. Not even the encasing. It was that final notion that there must always be a place to seal this cycle. What the third law truly intended to do was to rescue closing from that very hold and rewrite it as subsequent establishment. Not a hold established first. Not a collective recognition issued first. Not a phrase pressed into shape by a who first. Chen Yu raised his brush and pressed down directly. If this law is established, the old burden shall first lose its closing hold. The moment the characters settled, the character burden within the old phrasing, which had stubbornly refused to fully disperse, seemed as if a vast emptiness had been brutally gouged out from within it. The vermilion annotation at the page's foot immediately supplied: if closing is established later, the hold can hardly come first. If the hold can hardly come first, the burden loses its borrowed foundation. This statement was too accurate. For the most adept trick of the burden phrase was precisely that there must always be a hold to close first. Now that this hold could no longer stand firm, the entire phrase grew increasingly insubstantial. The record outside the page swiftly noted: record, if the third law is established, the old burden first loses its closing hold. Precisely because the truth that if the third law were established, the old burden would first lose its closing hold had been truly brought to light, those at the table became even more reluctant to write too hastily. They paused here repeatedly, not for lack of words but because if closing remained ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress into the old ways. Therefore they would rather linger half a step longer on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. The truly difficult task at hand was not to find another harsher phrase to suppress it but first to illuminate its most deceptive layer of seeming natural progression. The more it appeared to be reasoning, the more one had to see if it was quietly seeking a position to borrow from. For this very reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not as procrastination or diffusion but to deny the old position any chance to seize the initiative. In the end, slowness left only the question of who was more exhausted, who seemed more fit to continue bearing the load rather than which rule had first lost its strength. Thus what truly needed changing was not the consequence itself but the method of attributing that consequence. As long as retreat remained on the page there was still a way to amend it later. If retreat first entered a person's mind, only the exhaustion of acceptance would remain. It appeared to have secured this page, but in truth it had merely shifted the breaking point half an inch onto a person. If the consequence were first written as a monolithic entity capable of suppressing everything, the old burden would return borrowing the guise of fairness. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would that old force fail to find a lighter shell through which to flow back. Therefore this layer had to be written to completion on the page, otherwise it would revive itself later through other seemingly light words. Then another line was added: the bridge is broken, the encasement scatters, the closing hold is lost. By this point that old phrase who bears the burden no longer resembled an old law capable of delivering a full blow. As these words settled, the effect of the third strike was for the first time truly and fully received by the three new laws one by one. Now that the third law had truly begun to seize the gathering at the mouth, the face no longer revealed only half a lip. This time the eyes did not move first. Instead it was the entire mouth. The lips were not thick. They were thin and straight. A faint old crack lingered at the edge of the lower lip, as if countless phrases like steady first, hold first, who bears this, press down first, and there must be an explanation had flowed too smoothly from this mouth, leaving a deep inconspicuous scar on its edge. The off-page record immediately relayed the words: the entire mouth had emerged. The old page stared at that mouth, its voice low and heavy, because the third law moves upon gathering. And gathering was something that naturally grew upon the mouth. That remark struck true. The first law had dealt more with the page and its edges. The second law concerned seeing and dividing. Now with the third law what truly pressed was the final word at the mouth. Thus the mouth naturally revealed itself completely first. The one at the writing position also fixed their gaze on that mouth and murmured, and once this mouth is complete it will be even more intriguing to see if it continues to live by that final there must be a phrase. With this everyone at the table understood, the third law did not merely consume the seal of acknowledgement. It also began to truly expose this face in the very place it was most skilled at uttering old words, leaving it with nowhere to hide. The off-page record noted swiftly: record after the third law the entire mouth began to emerge. Then it added another line: the reason no one at the table immediately continued to press their brush was that they all knew after the third law the entire mouth beginning to emerge was far more than just this single sentence. As long as the entire mouth began to emerge, this layer not yet clearly written, it seemed like a new sentence was being established, but later it could still be borrowed by old sentences. They all understood, the smoother the words the easier they were to regrow in the next page, writing on old momentum. Only when this layer was thoroughly written could the old momentum be prevented from returning in a lighter guise. The four signatures were not meant to replace one another but to follow their respective laws, keeping the retreat upon the page. Thus what truly needed to change was not the consequence itself but the law to which the consequence belonged. What they truly needed to acknowledge was not who revealed their face but which layer of old momentum could no longer support that face. Only by keeping the retreat on the page visible, recognizable, comparable and amendable by law could this page be considered not carried back by the old momentum. By then it might seem like a conclusion, but it was still gathering the retreat upon a single person. Yet what emerged might not be the person first but rather the outline worn down by words like steady, hold, bear and acknowledge. As long as the retreat remained on the page there was still a way to amend it. If the retreat first entered a person, only fatigue remained. Only when this layer was thoroughly written could the old momentum be prevented from returning in a lighter guise. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat was never the surface words but the well-worn path behind them. For this very reason no one at the table was willing to rush. They would rather pause an extra step to first illuminate the old path. If this mouth was not silenced, the next page would still tread the old path. The first law allowed the page to bear the retreat, the second law allowed consequences to be viewed separately, the third law began to truly rest gathering from this mouth. As these words fell, the mouth under the lamplight was no longer just a thin line like when it was half exposed. It had taken a complete form. And with the form complete, the marks of which old words this mouth once used to exert force became even clearer. The first law began to consume the imprint. The second law also devoured a layer. The third law was now vying for the closure. Among the old positions, the three preceding old phrases had already lost most of their power. And the face behind that hand was finally revealed: the jaw, the entire mouth, a section of the nose bridge and the corner of the eye along with the shadow beneath the eye. But this time the few people at the table were not in a hurry to excavate the fourth old phrase. Because everyone knew now was not the time. The old page, gazing at the three new laws that had already begun to rise beneath the fixed page, murmured softly: the fourth phrase is not yet meant to be revealed. Why? asked the recorder from beyond the page. Because those three old phrases have not yet been truly driven back to the end by the new laws. The old page's voice turned hoarse. They have lost their power, but the imprint has not receded. The hand remains, and this face has only been revealed this far. Forcing the fourth phrase now would sever the chain of the new laws. At these words, everyone at the table understood. Indeed. Older phrases were not always better to excavate. Nor was establishing three new laws sufficient. The most urgent task now was not to see which older phrase lay further behind. Rather, it was to make these three laws truly take over the positions left vacant by the three old phrases after their power had waned. Retreat first to the page margin. Consequences are distributed among the four rules. The entirety of the cycle can only be completed later. These three laws were only beginning to consume the imprint. They had not yet reached the point where the imprint could truly settle into recognition. Which means, Chen Yu interjected in a low voice, in the next segment we still establish the law chain first without excavating the fourth old phrase. Correct, Su Wan nodded. Otherwise this cycle would only keep dismantling without truly establishing. The recorder from beyond the page quickly noted, record after three laws the fourth old phrase has not yet been revealed. Then he added another sentence. It was not that there were no older phrases further behind. Rather, at this moment the first three laws had to truly stand firm, otherwise once the fourth phrase was revealed the old laws would exploit the instability of the new laws and grow back. As these words fell, the fully revealed mouth also came to a halt. It seemed to be waiting as well, waiting to see whether this round at the table could truly turn the phrases retreat to the page margin, consequences distributed among the four rules, and the entirety of the cycle can only be completed later from three mere sentences into a fully empowered law chain. Chen Yu gazed at that mouth and said in a very low voice, all right. The three laws have risen. In the next segment we do not excavate old or new phrases. Instead we shall link these three into a chain. The reason the table fell silent with no one pressing their brush further was that they all knew after three laws the fact that the fourth old phrase had not yet been revealed was not merely a matter of this single sentence. As long as this layer remained unwritten after the three laws, what appeared to be establishing new sentences on the surface could still be usurped by old phrases from behind. If the words were merely dismantled on the literal level, the old power would still return from deeper habitual strata. Thus they would rather pause half a step longer on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. Every time an old phrase lost its voice, that face would reveal itself a little more. Once that happened, the page might appear level on the surface, but in truth the point of collapse had merely been stuffed into the person. Similarly, closure was most adept at using the reasoning tone of there must be a place to settle to establish itself. That hand, that jaw, that half-mouth revealed itself bit by bit, not because it wanted to emerge on its own but because the old phrases supporting it were losing their power. The red bronze lamp pressed down steadily. The fixed page did not turn. The old phrase positions remained. The recognition imprint did not recede. That hand and this face did not reveal themselves any further. Yet the entire direction of the cycle had become unprecedentedly clear, not to continue dismantling but to truly link the three new laws together. First, link these three into a chain. As these words fell, none of the people at the table immediately reached for the deeper layer of paper lining still concealed within the old sentence positions. Because everyone knew the old words could still be excavated. Yet what pressed more urgently now was not a fourth old sentence, it was that the first three new laws could not merely stand side by side. Retreat first returns to the page margin. Consequences are separately allocated to the four regulations. The entire cycle's conclusion can only be achieved later. If these three were merely fine phrases, even if they all began to take effect, the decision-making authority would later dismiss them, saying these are nothing but three individually plausible responses, not a coherent system of law. Old Page gazed at the three red characters beneath the fixed page and murmured, standing side by side is the easiest way to die. Why? The off-page recorder immediately relayed the question. Old Page's voice was hoarse yet steady, because standing side by side means, when retreat comes it can return to the page margin. When consequences arise they can be allocated to the four regulations. When it reaches the end you can discuss the later conclusion. This all sounds correct. But they haven't truly locked onto each other yet. Without that lock the old laws can always slip back through the cracks. This observation was piercingly accurate. If the three laws merely stood side by side the decision-making authority could later dismantle them one by one. Fine, retreat returns to the page margin. But why must consequences necessarily be allocated to the four regulations? Perhaps they could still be bundled together first. Even if allocated, why must the conclusion only come later? Perhaps a lighter unified conclusion could still emerge. In other words, without a chain the laws remain fragmented. Therefore the first step is not to establish a fourth law. The scribe's position murmured softly. It is first to write clearly how the first three laws lock onto one another. At this the entire method for the subsequent writing became thoroughly clear. It was not to add more. It was to connect first. The off-page recorder swiftly noted, record the three new laws cannot stand side by side. Then added another line they all understood that if the three laws cannot stand side by side was merely glossed over on the surface, that old path would still creep back in. They lingered here repeatedly, not because they had nothing to write, but because once the three laws cannot stand side by side became ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would slide back into the old ways. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper habits. What was truly difficult to write now was not finding a harsher phrase to suppress it, but illuminating its most deceptive layer of momentum first. Once that was done, the page might appear settled, but in truth it had only stuffed the sinking point into the person. That hand, that jawline, that half-open mouth, they revealed themselves little by little, not because they wished to emerge but because the old sentence supporting them was losing its strength. If the consequences were first written as a single oppressive block, the old burden would reclaim its form through the guise of fairness. Thus they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not as a delay or a scattering, but to deny the old position a chance to prematurely grow a person. Therefore, the more the people at the table read on, the less they rushed to ask who it was focusing instead on which old sentence had shaped it into this form. Yet consequences having a landing place does not mean they must first be compressed into a single bearable bundle. The four signatures must connect not by replacing one another but by each following its own law, holding the retreat upon the page. Only when this layer was thoroughly written would the old force fail to slip back in a lighter shell. Standing side by side was three measures linked into a chain, it became a single system of law. As these words fell, the face revealed up to the eyes seemed to steady itself further. For what was about to be pressed was no longer a single old sentence. It was whether the new law itself could exert continuous force. Since the three methods must be linked together, the first thing to determine is where the chain begins. Is it reception? Is it consequences? Or is it retreat? The decision-makers seem to have been waiting for this very question and quickly presented a black criticism. If the three methods are connected, from where should it start? This question was asked perfectly. Because if the chain start is wrong, the entire chain will go awry. If the chain starts with reception, it will easily be dragged back to the old method, first thinking about how to suppress the final outcome, then working backwards to tidy up the preceding parts. If the chain starts with consequences, it may also slide back to the old method of the result must first be unified. Therefore, what should truly come first is retreat. The old page stared at that black criticism and slowly said, the chain does not start with reception. It does not start with consequences. It starts with retreat. Why? Suwan asked. Because the first phrase that exerts the most force in this cycle of old phrases is originally, once retreat emerges, do not let it stay on the page. The old page's voice was hoarse, either stabilize first or gather first, or first determine who bears the responsibility. Therefore, the first phrase that the new method chain aims to seize can only start from here. First retain the retreat. As soon as this was said, the people at the table understood. Yes. The reason the first method is established is, retreat must first return to the edge of the page. It is not a coincidence. It was originally the starting point of the new method chain. Only by ensuring that retreat does not enter people first can we discuss the consequences are divided into four rules. The entire cycle of reception will form. Otherwise, the first phrase would have already been stolen by the old method. Even if the next two phrases are beautiful, they would only be remedial. Then this phrase can be written down first, Chen Yu said softly. He picked up the pen and directly pressed down. The chain of three methods begins with retreat. As soon as the words were down, the phrase from where should it start faded at the edges. The foot of the page quickly added a red criticism. If retreat is lost first, the consequences become old. If the consequences are old, there is no way to form. This sentence is very accurate. Because it clearly explains why the entire chain must start from retreat. The record outside the page quickly noted, note the chain of three methods begins with retreat. The reason that the people at the table did not continue to write down was that they all knew that the chain does not start with reception, it first starts with retreat, which is certainly not just this phrase at hand. As long as this layer of reception has not been clarified, it seems like a new phrase is being established in front, and the back may still be borrowed by old phrases. If the words are only taken apart on the surface, the old force will still retreat from a deeper layer of habit. Therefore, what this section truly needs to do is not to add another heavy phrase, but to clarify how it slides from the page to people and how it slides from people to become the default. As long as retreat is still on the page, there is still a possibility to change methods. If retreat first enters people, there will only be recognition of burden. However, the consequences have a place to fall, which does not mean that the consequences must first be pressed into a bearable whole. The front mouth, bridge mouth, and back mouth are not three separate matters. If this layer is not first returned to the page, the four signs will not be able to recognize their edges in time. As long as a package is formed, the person who universally recognizes will emerge on its own. Therefore, this step cannot only cut the last bit, the force must be reflected throughout the process. Also, they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or scatter, but to prevent the old position from seizing the opportunity to grow people. If the words are only taken apart on the surface, the old force will still retreat from a deeper layer of habit. Then they added another phrase. It is not to first think about how to collect the last part. It is to first reclaim the retreat on the first page from the hands of the old method. As soon as these words were spoken, the position of the first method completely transformed from one of three methods to chain head. Since the chain's head is set on retreat, why must the first law be established first, and why will the subsequent second law follow? This needs to be thoroughly articulated. From the decision-making side, a follow-up question quickly arose: if retreat returns to the edge, how can the consequences be divided? Upon hearing this, the few people at the table understood it was not a challenge to the first law. It was pressuring them to truly link the first and second laws together. An old page quietly said, because if it does not return to the edge, the consequences can only form a package first. The table fell silent for a moment. Indeed. This is the true point of connection. Retreat, if it does not first return to the edge, where will it go? Either into the human realm, or into the vast pages, or be suppressed and erased by the first. Regardless of which outcome, when it comes to discussing consequences later, it will no longer be about distinguishable regulations like edge blurring, divergence, limited duty, or unfinished tasks. It will only transform into a vague statement: this round has inevitably encountered problems. There must be a comprehensive consequence for this round. This round will always have a package of things to collect. Wouldn't that constitute a package again? Thus the first law does not solely bear the responsibility for leaving retreat, the scribe murmured. It also bears the responsibility of preventing the consequences from being immediately packaged together. This statement is crucial, because with this the relationship between the first and second laws is no longer parallel. It is retreat first returns to the edge, thus the consequences can be timely divided into 4 regulations. This sentence can be written as the first bite on the chain. Su-1 quietly said. Chen Yu picked up the brush and directly pressed down. If retreat does not return to the edge, the consequences must first form a package. Once this was laid down, the phrase "how can the consequences be divided?" clearly paused. The footer then supplemented with a red comment: retreat must first be distinguishable, only then can consequences be divided. If retreat is mixed first, only a package of consequences remains. This statement is remarkably precise, because it instantaneously ties together the 2 laws. Retreat first returns to the edge, consequences divided into 4 regulations into one cohesive bite. The note outside quickly recorded: note, if retreat does not return to the edge, the consequences must first form a package. The reason the people at the table did not immediately continue writing is that they all understood that if retreat does not return to the edge, the consequences must first form a package is not merely the current sentence. Ultimately, what this page has really pressured out is why the consequences must first form a package which can always follow the old force and bring the subsequent mouth alive. Only when this layer is thoroughly written can the old force behind it avoid changing into a lighter shell and returning. Thus they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. If this layer does not first return to the edge, the 4 signatures will not have time to recognize their respective edges. If the consequences are first written into a whole manageable entity, the old burden will re-emerge under the guise of fairness. Slowly, in the end, what remains visible at the table is only who is more exhausted, who seems to be bearing the responsibility rather than which regulation has first lost its strength. What the 4 signatures really need to connect is not to replace each other, but to each follow their own laws and keep retreat at the edge. The more reasonable the appearance, the more one must discern whether it is secretly seeking a bearable position. It looks like it has caught this page first, but in reality it has merely shifted the brake by half an inch onto the person. As long as retreat remains within the page, there is still a chance to amend the laws. If retreat first enters the human realm, only the recognition of exhaustion will remain. If the words are merely dissected on the surface, the old force will still return from deeper habits. Then it added: the first law does not solely save retreat, it is simultaneously paving the way for the second law. If the edge is not established, the division can fundamentally not begin. Once this statement was made, the second law, consequences divided into 4 regulations, no longer appeared as a lonely good word standing behind the first law. It truly began to have a prior cause. Since the first and second points have already been connected, it is now time for the second and third points to truly take hold. The black critique indeed did not wait, directly pursuing: if they separate the consequences, how can they facilitate the subsequent formation? This pursuit is quite accurate. If the statement "the consequences are divided into 4 rules" cannot stand firm, then the collection of the entire cycle can only be formed afterwards will linger in the air indefinitely. There is a lack of genuine causality between them. The old page looked at the black critique and quickly said: because they do not separate, the subsequent formation must be a false one. As soon as this statement was made, several people at the table steadied themselves simultaneously. Indeed. Subsequent formation is most afraid of being turned into subsequent dragging. And what does subsequent dragging and false formation rely on to survive? They rely on the consequences always being a muddled package. With a package of things hanging behind, no one can clearly explain which rule it merges with, which signing it diverges to, and how the limited work and unfinished tasks interlace. Thus this cycle can only keep saying "well, see later, well, discuss later, well, collect slowly afterwards." Isn't this the best soil for false formation and subsequent dragging? So if the second point is not established, the third point will definitely be false, the one holding the pen whispered. Indeed. Chen Yu nodded. Only by separating the consequences first can the subsequent formation not be a muddled package dragged along but truly have places forming one by one. At this moment the true connection between the second and third points emerged. He picked up the pen and pressed down directly. If the consequences are not separated, the subsequent formation must be false. Once this was written down the edge of the phrase, how can it facilitate the subsequent formation? Visibly retreated a layer. The footnote quickly supplemented a red critique. If the consequences form a package, then formation can only drag behind. If they separate into rules, then formation can grow everywhere. This statement is very accurate, because it truly articulates the essence of the subsequent formation, not as a muddled mass dragged backwards. Instead, it is no more muddling behind. No early abandonment after divergence. No being written as work after limits. The unfinished will grow towards completion by itself. Once these afters are established, the entire cycle of collection may indeed be formed. The notes outside the page quickly recorded. Note: if the consequences are not separated, the subsequent formation must be false. They all understood that if the consequences were not separated, the subsequent formation being false would, if nearly translated, still allow the old path to return smoothly. Ultimately, what this page is truly compelling is why the unseparated consequences can always follow the old strength, bringing the subsequent aspects along with them. Therefore, they would rather pause for half a step on this page than carry this muddled aspect forward. What is truly difficult to write now is not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to illuminate the layer that is most deceptive first. Muddling can happen, divergence can lead to early abandonment, limits can be written into work, and the unfinished can also be pressured to completion. But just because the consequences have a fall point does not mean they must first be pressed into a bearable entire package. However, once this connection falls into the people, the retreat on the page will be concealed first. For this reason, they repeatedly write return to the page first, not dragging nor scattering but preventing the old position from seizing the opportunity to grow. So what truly needs changing is not the consequences themselves but the method of their return. Therefore, the more it resembles goodwill here, the more it must be written out. If not written out, it will easily leverage people's hearts to continue living. Only by allowing the retreat to remain visible, recognizable, comparable and amendable on the page can this page be considered not to have been led back by the old flow. Then they added the second point is not to appear more detailed. It is to ensure that the third point's subsequent formation does not end up as just a muddled mass dragged backwards. As soon as these words fell, the third point's method, the collection of the entire cycle, can only be formed afterwards, also truly felt the strength that the second point had passed to it for the first time. To retreat without returning to the edge, the consequence must first become a package. If the consequence is not divided, what follows must be false. At this point, the few at the table all understood. The first, second and third rules were no longer just three lines placed side by side. They could finally be forged into a single chain. Old Page stared at the three red characters that had begun to absorb the seal's imprint and murmured very softly, "The chain can now be written." The records outside the page immediately passed the query down, what should it be written as? This time Chen Yu did not ponder for long, for the cause and effect were already clear enough. He lifted the broken half of the old red brush, and on the thin strip of white left vacant beneath the fixed page and between the three rules pressed down firmly with this complete sentence: retreat first returns to the edge, therefore the consequences divided, therefore the entire cycle follows. The moment the characters settled, the entire fixed page seemed to tighten once. It was not oppression. Rather, it was as if a force once scattered among several sentences had finally at this instant been truly threaded together. The page footer quickly supplemented with a red annotation: since the three rules are now connected, retreat no longer steals into the person, the consequence no longer always forms a package, and the receipt no longer grows a mouth first. As this sentence emerged, the hearts of the few at the table shuddered in unison. For this was the effect of the first true law chain. What the first rule saved was retreat does not first enter the person. What the second rule saved was the consequence does not first form a package. What the third rule saved was the receipt does not first grow a mouth. These statements had always been scattered. Now at last they were truly strung together by this law chain. The records outside the page quickly noted: record the first true law chain, retreat first returns to the edge, therefore the consequence is divided, therefore the entire cycle follows. Then it added another line: at this point the three rules are no longer three separate methods. For the first time they begin to resemble a set of laws capable of continuous force. As these words fell, the vermilion hue beside the seal's imprint no longer merely absorbed the three rules individually. They all understood that if the connection of the three rules into the first true chain was only turned over on the surface, the old path would still follow its course back. In essence, what this page truly forced out was why the connection of the three rules into the first true chain could always follow the old force and bring the subsequent openings to life together. Therefore, what this section truly needed to do was not to add another heavy sentence, but to slowly elucidate how it slid from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default state. Only when this layer was thoroughly inscribed would the ensuing old force not find a lighter shell to slip back into. Only by keeping retreat still on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable and modifiable, could this page avoid being pulled back by the old smooth path. Similarly, the connection of the three rules into the first true chain was most adept at using the reasoning tone of, there must be a place to land to secure itself. The front opening, the bridge opening, and the back opening were never three separate matters. And precisely for this reason they repeatedly wrote, first return to the page. It was not procrastination nor was it dispersion, but rather a refusal to give the old position a chance to grow a person first. If the consequence was first written as a monolithic oppressive entity, the old burden would reclaim its form under the guise of fairness. What the old law feared most was never a heavy sentence but rather its own smooth path being seen. The edge could be muddled, the deviation prematurely abandoned, the limit written as labor, and the unfinished urged into completion. They all knew that the more a phrase sounded like a smooth saying, the more easily it could regrow on the next page by borrowing the old force. And it was precisely because of this that no one at the table was willing to rush here. They would rather pause half a step more to first illuminate the old path. It began to follow this chain, moving down a thread more continuously. This was no trivial matter. For it indicated the decision-making position was no longer merely testing single sentences. It had begun to truly test the chain. Indeed, once the three laws were linked into a chain, the questioning at the decision position immediately shifted. It no longer pursued a single thread alone. A heavier black comment pressed down directly, more weighty than before. Since the three laws are now chained, how can it not be broken? It was not about being tainted. Not about being delayed. Not about who altered it. Not about whether the false could become true. Rather, whether this chain could exert continuous force. This was the first trial where the new law was truly weighed as a legal chain rather than a few correct sentences. The old page stared at that black comment, muttering softly, "Here it comes." This is when the decision position truly began to scrutinize the chain seriously. "How should we answer?" asked Su-won. "We cannot say it is already connected." The old page shook his head. "We must write how it is connected. From what point onward? One law naturally brings forth the next." This was the truly critical juncture. A chain is not an arrow drawn on paper. A chain must be able to run on its own. As soon as retreat appears, it must first return to the edge, Chen Yu said in a low voice. Once the edge is secured, the consequences will no longer be a tangled mess, Su-won continued. Once the consequences are distinguished, each regulation can truly begin to reform. Old Joe followed up. Once all regulations are reformed, the old momentum will first cease, and the signs of what follows will manifest. The marginal records completed the thought. At this moment, how the chain is unbroken should truly be written became clear. It was not about finishing one law before moving to the next. Rather, as one law moves, the next law naturally rises. The old page nodded. Correct. The chain remains unbroken. Not because someone is there to sustain it. It is because the retreat, result, reform, and sign on the page naturally lead one link to another. At these words, Chen Yu wrote down the sentence that truly needed to be pressed. When retreat returns to the edge, consequences can be distinguished. When consequences are distinguished, rules can be reformed. When reform rises, the old can cease. When the old ceases, what follows has signs. As the words settled, the edge of the phrase, "How can it not be broken?" finally began to fade noticeably. A red comment immediately appeared at the page's foot. Do not borrow a hand to sustain its chain, only borrow the page's momentum to generate itself. This sentence was too precise. For the first trial of the chain truly asked whether this legal chain would ultimately rely on someone to sustain it. Now that this sentence had emerged, the true backbone of the new legal chain had only begun to be written. The marginal records quickly noted. Record: when retreat returns to the edge, consequences can be distinguished. When consequences are distinguished, rules can be reformed. When reform rises, the old can cease. When the old ceases, what follows has signs. Precisely because the decision position's first trial of the chain, whether the three laws could remain unbroken, had been truly brought to light, the few people around the table became even more reluctant to write too hastily. In essence, what this page had truly forced out was why the decision position's first trial of the chain could always follow the old momentum and bring all subsequent openings to life together. They all understood that the more glib a phrase sounded, the easier it was for it to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old momentum. Thus what this section truly needed to do was not to add another heavy statement, but to slowly clarify how it slipped from the page to the person and then from the person into a default state. For this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or scatter but to deny the old position any chance to seize the person first. The front opening, the bridge opening, and the rear opening were never three separate matters. In the end, the only thing visible around the table was who was more exhausted and who seemed more fit to endure rather than which regulation had lost its force first. As long as retreat remained on the page, there was still a way to reform what followed. If retreat first entered the person, only exhaustion remained. Then another sentence was added. A legal chain is not one sentence pulling another. It is the page's own momentum layer upon layer. As these words settled, the entire chain finally began to feel as if it could truly move on its own. The retreat to the border allows for the division of results. Once the division rules are altered, they can be set in motion. With motion, the old can be halted. With the old halted, the subsequent will bear evidence. As this entire chain pressed down the face that had been revealed only up to the corners of the eyes, the area beneath the eyes, the mouth, and a section of the nose bridge finally stirred once more. It was not the mouth, nor the nose. It was the eyes. Not both. The first to emerge was only the right one. Nor did it open fully all at once. A sliver of cold light first seeped between the eyelid and the eyeball. Only then did that eye gradually widen, as if truly opening a layer further from its half-closed state long held by old words and old seals. The off-page record almost immediately relayed the message: down one eye has emerged. The few people before the table fell silent for a moment. For this was unlike the previous revelations of the lower jaw, the mouth, the nose, or the eye corner. What had been revealed earlier was more of a silhouette, the shape of old words inscribed upon the face. But once the eye emerged, the matter became entirely different. Why must it be the eye? Old Joe's voice followed from the side. The old page stared at the newly emerged eye, his voice low and heavy, because once the Dharma chain is formed, it is no longer merely being observed by us. It begins to also see this new Dharma chain. As these words were spoken, the few at the table understood. Indeed. Earlier, when the new Dharma was still a single strand, this face was more passively revealed. It was forced out by the waning power of old words. But now, with the first true Dharma chain formed, the emergence of that eye signified not merely another layer of its shell has been shed. Rather, this face from the perspective of the final arbiter was truly beginning to see this chain and to judge whether it was sufficient to replace the old words and exert force. The one holding the brush also fixed his gaze on that eye, murmuring, "So it will only get harder from here." Why? Because from now on we are not merely dismantling it. It is also examining our Dharma chain to see exactly which part is still insufficient. This observation hit the mark. The emergence of one eye was not merely a visual change. The relationship between subject and object had shifted entirely. The off-page record quickly noted record after the first Dharma chain, one eye emerged first. Then he added another note. They all understood that if the emergence of one eye after the first Dharma chain was merely glossed over in words, the old path would still find its way back. They lingered here repeatedly, not because there was nothing to write, but because once the emergence of one eye became ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would relapse into the old ways. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper recesses of habit. What was truly difficult to write now was not to find another harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate that most deceptive layer of its momentum. What the four seals truly needed to connect was not mutual replacement, but each adhering to its own law, retreating and holding firm upon the page. That hand, the jawline, that half of the mouth emerged bit by bit, not because they wished to stand forth on their own, but because the old words that supported them were losing their strength. Thus they were not now chasing an answer, but dismantling an old sequence that had long been writing pages into men. And precisely for this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay nor to scatter, but to deny the old position the chance to seize the form of a man prematurely. Thus the few before the table, the deeper they read, the less they hastened to ask who it was. Instead they focused solely on which old phrase had written it into this form. Earlier it was more about us forcing it to reveal itself. At this point it began to truly open its eyes to see whether this new Dharma was sufficient to stand. As these words fell, the atmosphere before the table grew even more solid. For from now on what the new Dharma chain faced was not merely the residual power of old phrases, but also this eye that had now opened. Since one eye had already emerged, the next question from the decision-maker no longer merely traced along old sentences and seals as before. It began to resemble more an inspection of the chain. Sure enough, as soon as that eye steadied itself, a new black annotation swiftly surfaced beneath the fixed page. Since this chain is complete, which link is the thinnest? At this everyone at the table understood. It had truly begun to seek the weakest link in the chain of law. Not searching for flaws in old sentences. Rather probing which link in the new chain was most prone to break. We must not rush to answer this, the old page whispered. Why? Because it is no longer testing whether we can speak. It is observing whether we ourselves possess the ability to see the weakest part of this chain. The old page's voice grew hoarse. If we answer as though defending a weakness, it will strike directly through that very opening. These words struck true. A true chain of law does not pretend to be flawless everywhere. Rather, it knows precisely which link is most vulnerable to severance. Silence fell over the table for a few seconds. Then Su-wan spoke softly. The thinnest link lies between cessation of the old and evidence of subsequent formation. Several gazes turned toward her. Why? Asked the recorder from beyond the page. Because the preceding links are relatively solid. Retreat to the margin is visible on the page. Fruit divides by pattern can also be reflected against the page. Reform rises. Each of the four seals amends its margin. The two is written clearly enough. But after cessation of the old, the step of evidence of subsequent formation is most vulnerable. It can easily be dismissed by the decision maker as merely your perception that the old opening no longer flows smoothly, and thus you label it as momentum. At this, everyone at the table steadied. Correct. The thinnest part of the chain was not what lay on the earlier pages. Rather, it was the leap from the old opening is ceasing to the new harvest is forming. This was the point most susceptible to being dismissed by the decision maker as false formation. Delayed drag. Mistaking a momentary loss of strength in the old opening for the true beginning of a new phase. We must acknowledge this link, Chen Yu said in a low voice. And we must first concede its weakness. If we don't, it will truly break later. The recorder beyond the page quickly noted, record, the thinnest link of this chain of law lies between cessation of the old and evidence of subsequent formation. Then added another line, the first three links are still relatively visible. The hardest part is proving that the old opening no longer flows smoothly is not a mere temporary loss of strength but a genuine yielding of ground to the new formation. They all understood that if after opening the eye it only glossed over which link was thinnest on the surface, the old path would still wind its way back. As long as the part about which link it first examines as thinnest remained unwritten, the front might seem to establish new sentences, but the back could still be borrowed by old ones. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper layer of habit. The true difficulty now was not to forge another sharper sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate the very layer where its deception flowed most smoothly. Only by keeping the retreat still visible on the page, observable, acknowledged, comparable, amendable, could this page avoid being carried back by the old smooth current. Thus this step could not merely sever the final moment, it had to illuminate the entire force that had flowed smoothly along the way. Therefore what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a manifestation written by old words. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there was still a method for amendment. If the retreat first entered the person, only weariness remained for acknowledgement. What the old law feared most was never a harsh word, but that its own smooth path would be seen. As these words fell, that newly revealed eye seemed to steady itself further. For this round at the table they had not pretended every link of the chain was thick. They first acknowledged where the thin link lay. The thinnest link in this chain lies between old stoppage and subsequent accomplishment, bears witness. The moment these words were written, the side holding the gavel did not immediately counterattack. Nor did it press with an air of, "See, you're still not ready." It merely fell silent for a moment. As if that already opened eye was also remeasuring this chain. Old page gazed at that eye and uttered in a very low voice, "Do not mistake thinness for weakness." "What do you mean?" the recorder outside the page asked. "It means this link is currently the thinnest. But that does not make it false, useless, or incapable of bearing weight. It only indicates it has yet to be truly nailed down." At these words, several people around the table steadied themselves. Indeed, the thinnest link in the legal chain is not inherently wrong. It is because up to now, though the first three laws have all received their seals of recognition, the law of subsequent accomplishment, bears witness, has not yet been further meticulously nailed down. It still remains at bears witness, does not drag afterward. False accomplishment first grows a link, true accomplishment later stops its old. These are already solid enough. Yet they have not been continuously broken down into more concrete legal nail points. As was done with the first law's, retreat first returns to the page's edge and the second's consequences are separately assigned to the four rules. So this sentence must be written, the holder of the brush said in a low voice. Not to make excuses for ourselves, but to explain how the thin link should be reinforced. Chen Yu lifted the brush and pressed down directly. A thin link is not weak, it is merely not yet nailed. The moment the characters fell, the question, which link is the thinnest, visibly faded at its edges. The page's foot then supplemented with a red annotation. Knowing it is not yet nailed, it can be nailed again. Denying its thinness, the chain will ultimately be falsely thick. This statement was too precise. For what the new legal chain fears most is not admitting that one link is still thin. It is feigning thickness. Once it feigns thickness and is later truly pierced, the entire chain will become false. The recorder outside the page quickly noted down. Record, a thin link is not weak, it is merely not yet nailed. Then added another line. They all understood that a thin link is not weak, it is merely not yet nailed. If one merely glosses over it in words, that old path will still follow its way back. Ultimately what this page truly forced out was the realization that a thin link is not weak and why it always follows the old force to revive the subsequent links together. What is truly difficult to write now is not finding a harsher sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate that deceptive layer of its natural momentum. Only when this layer is thoroughly written will the old force not find a lighter guise to slip back in. Only by keeping retreats still on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable and amenable to reform, will this page not be carried back by the old smooth path. Thus they are not now chasing an answer but dismantling an old sequence that has been writing the page into a person. Yet what emerges may not first be a person but rather a contour polished by words like steady, hold, bear and acknowledge. If this layer is not first returned to the page, the four signatures will not have time to each recognize their own boundaries. What the old law fears most has never been a harsh word but its own smooth path being seen. That hand, the jawline, that half of a mouth, they reveal themselves bit by bit not because they wish to stand forth but because the old sentences supporting them are losing their strength. And precisely for this reason they repeatedly write first return to the page, not to delay or disperse but to deny the old position the chance to preemptively grow into a person. So what this passage truly needs to accomplish is not to add another harsh sentence but to slowly elucidate how it slips from the page onto the person and from the person into the default. A true legal chain does not pretend to be thick everywhere. It knows which link has yet to be nailed steady. And then continues to nail it down. The moment these words fell, the rhythm of the entire round steadied once more. For the next step is no longer defense. It is to reinforce that link. The thin opening is not weak, it simply has not been nailed yet. As these words fell, the few people at the table all understood what the next step was, and it was crystal clear. It was not to unearth the fourth old saying. It was not to hastily reveal the second eye. It was not to pursue how much residual strength remained in that hand. Instead, it was to mend the chain. The old page gazed at the three laws beneath the fixed page that had begun to absorb the seal and said in a low voice, "The next nail shall be driven into the thin opening." "Which phrase shall we nail?" the recorder asked from beyond the page. The old page's voice was hoarse but steady. "Nail, achievement bears signs." At this everyone at the table understood completely. The first law was already in place. Retreat first to the page's edge. Returning to the edge is not for suspension but for initiation of change. The four seals each alter their own edge, yet none exceeds the master hand of transformation. The second law was already established. Consequences are divided into four rules. They are not separate from one another, they first illuminate the page's aspect. Although the third law had begun to absorb the seal, what had truly been nailed so far was only achievement bears signs. Going further, what kind of signs these were, how many were needed to avoid false achievement, at what point the old must recede to make way, and which page aspects must appear together to mark the true beginning of this round, none of these had been nailed down yet. In other words, the thinnest link in the chain was not the phrase achievement bears signs. Instead, it was that the page's method for signs had yet to be refined into a nail. So the next passage is not to continue writing broadly, Chen Yu said in a low voice. It is to dismantle the third law until it is as solid as the first two. Yes, Su-wan nodded. The first two can already seize pages and fruits. The third must begin to truly seize the harvest. And the first step of seizing the harvest is to transform signs from a general judgment into a set of tangible, observable and combinable signs of achievement on the page. At this, the path for the next segment of the round became even clearer. The recorder swiftly noted, "Record, the next nail is not to dismantle old sayings but to nail achievement bears signs." Then he added, "The first three laws have already linked the chain. The first task ahead is not to expand the chain but to thicken the thinnest link, achievement bears signs." As these words fell, the already opened eye did not press further. It simply watched them more steadily. It was as if the decision-maker now knew this round at the table was not hastily flaunting an existing chain. Instead, it immediately moved to reinforce the weakest point. That made all the difference. The fixed page remained unturned. The old saying's position was still intact. The first law's chain was already formed. One eye had opened. And the next nail was already aimed at achievement bears signs. Chen Yu gazed at that eye and said in a very low voice, "All right. For the next segment, set aside whatever old sayings it might try to unearth. First, thicken this opening." Precisely because the next nail was not to dismantle old sayings but to nail achievement bears signs, the few at the table were even more reluctant to write hastily. As long as the layer of achievement bears signs remained unwritten, the front seemed to be establishing new phrases, but the rear could still be borrowed by old sayings. If the words were only dismantled on the surface, the old force would return from deeper habits. The true difficulty now was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of inertia. The true connection among the four seals was not mutual replacement but each following its own law to secure the retreat on the page. With every word the old sayings fell silent, that face would reveal itself a little more. Thicken the nail. The bronze lamp flame pressed steadily. The hand did not retreat and the face did not reveal itself further. Yet the direction for the next step in this round held no trace of divergence. There is a sign for later achievement. Once these four characters were nailed down, everyone at the table knew they could no longer treat it merely as a general statement. It had to be further dismantled, broken down to the point where even the face with one eye already open in the decision seat could no longer argue, "You're just dressing up delay in fancier terms." The record outside the page first passed down the query, which sign of later achievement should be examined first. The old page stared at that eye, murmuring lowly, "The first sign is not that a new voice rises first." "Why?" Su-wan asked. "Because if a new voice rises first it will immediately be borrowed by the old ways twisted into C. You still need a similar phrase to emerge first." The old page's voice grew hoarse. "What truly manifests first in achievement is not someone declaring it's almost done. It is, the old voice falls silent first." Chen Yu completed the sentence. "Yes. For true later achievement, the first visible sign on the page was never a new closing statement. Rather it was those old voices, first stabilizing, encompassing, shouldering, acknowledging, that began to flow less smoothly, less familiarly, less naturally from the lips. It wasn't that there were no words. It was that the old words first faltered by half an inch." Chen Yu picked up his brush and pressed down directly. "The first sign of later achievement is not a new voice rising first, but the old voice falling silent first." The moment the characters landed, that exposed mouth indeed paused slightly. The page footer immediately added a crimson annotation: "First silence the old, then the new, need not borrow old closures to be accepted." The record outside the page noted swiftly the reason no one at the table continued to write was that they deeply understood that nailing down which sign to address third was not limited to the sentence before them. As long as any sign remained unwritten, a seemingly new statement could be usurped by old phrases on the next page. They all knew that the more familiar the words, the easier they could revive with old momentum on the following page. If one only dissected the literal text, the old force would surge back from deeper habits. The hand, the jawline, the half-mouth gradually revealed themselves, not because they chose to emerge but because the old phrases supporting them were losing their power. For this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not as procrastination or laxity but to deny the old positions any chance to seize the initiative. It seemed they were merely receiving this page first, but in truth they were shifting the breaking point half an inch closer to the person. What they truly needed to recognize was not whose face appeared but which layer of old force could no longer sustain that face. What the four signatures truly needed to connect was not mutual replacement but each retreating to its place on the page according to its own principle. If one retreat was concealed, the subsequent actions, joint observation, acknowledgement of loss, change of method, would all lag by half a beat. Yet what emerged was not necessarily a person first but rather a contour polished by characters like stabilize, encompass, shoulder, and acknowledge. Thus what this passage truly needed to accomplish was not to add another weighty sentence but to slowly write out how it slid from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default state. Therefore this layer had to be thoroughly written out on the page, otherwise it would revive through other light words later. For this reason no one at the table wished to rush, preferring to pause an extra half step to first illuminate the old path. If this voice was not silenced on the page, the next page would still be the old path. Ultimately what they needed to guard against was not a single phrase but the entire old habit behind it. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent words lose their force. Record, the first sign of later achievement, the old voice falls silent first. Then another line was added: true achievement does not first rely on a new phrase to stand firm. It first manifests as the old words no longer flow so smoothly. Since the first pursuit had already been nailed down as the old mouth falls silent first, the second trial of the judgment board followed closely on its heels. The black annotation pressed down: if the mouth falls silent first, what appears first on the page? This query struck with precision. For the old mouth falls silent first was still largely a matter of verbal pursuit. What of the page itself? What is the very first thing visible on the page, indicating that this round is not suspended in emptiness, not stifled in silence, but truly beginning to take shape toward completion? The old page gazed at the fixed page and the loose leaves before it, speaking low: it is not greater stability. It is the cessation of hasty patching. As these words fell, the few around the table steadied themselves by a notch. Indeed. The most familiar hand path of the old method was this: wherever a crack, avoid a tremor, appeared first, patch it. Patch the white. Patch the edge. Patch the path. Patch the explanation. Patch out a phrase that could set hearts at ease. Yet in this round of the new method, written all the way to the present, first pursuit of retreat, second distribution of fruits, third seeking of subsequent completion, what truly manifests first on the page is precisely not it looks more complete. Rather, those very places that would have been instantly patched are left for now unhastily mended. Not left to rot, but allowed to remain within the page for the four tokens and the page phases to recognize, to revise, to grow. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down a line: the second trial of subsequent completion is not that the page is more stable but that the page ceases hasty patching. The page footer quickly added a red annotation: hasty patching breeds the dark resurgence of the old. Without hasty patching, subsequent completion can be verified. The page side recorder swiftly noted the reason those around the table did not immediately press their brushes onward was that they all knew the second trial being not greater stability but the cessation of hasty patching was by no means limited to this single utterance. As long as the layer of the second trial is not greater stability remained unwritten, what preceded it might seem to establish new sentences, yet what followed could still be co-opted by old phrases. Thus they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. If words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper layers of habit. As long as retreat remained within the page, there were still methods to revise what followed, but if retreat first entered the person, what remained was only the exhaustion of endurance. That hand, that jawline, that half of a mouth, they revealed themselves bit by bit, not because they wished to stand forth but because the old phrases that bore them were losing their strength. Likewise, the old mouth falls silent first most readily borrows the reasoning tone of, there must be a place to land. For this very reason they wrote repeatedly of first return to the page, not as delay nor as dispersal but to deny the old position any chance to seize the person first. Every measure the old words fell silent that face would reveal itself a measure more. The more imposing the guise of reason, the clearer one must see whether it was again quietly seeking a position to inherit. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four tokens would have no time to recognize their respective edges. If words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still return from the deeper layers of habit. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the few surface words but the well-worn smooth path that lay behind them. If this layer remained concealed, the seemingly new writing that followed might merely be the old force continuing to write under a different guise. In the end, what they had to guard against was not a single phrase but the entire old smooth path behind it. This layer must be written through to the marrow before the new method could stand. In the end, what they had to guard against was not a single phrase but the entire old smooth path behind it. This layer must be written through to the marrow before the new method could stand. If this utterance was not silenced, the next page would still tread the old path. Record the second trial of subsequent completion, the page ceases hasty patching. Then a supplementary line was added. It is not that only when every part is rounded does one call it completion. Sometimes true completion begins precisely in those places where the old method would most deftly patch, or first nothing is patched. The old opening was silenced first. The page no longer needed hasty mendings. As these two propositions emerged, the eye that had already opened on the signing board did not immediately recoil as before. Yet everyone at the table understood that if the third proposition lacked substance, the later formed proposition would still be dismissed as too ethereal. Indeed, a harsh critique soon followed. If no hasty mendings are needed, why does the edge not crumble? Upon hearing this, almost all eyes fell back upon the document on the main seat. For the edge had always been the first point cited to prove, you see, without stability first nothing holds. The old page slowly articulated. The third proposition is to anchor the edge. Anchor what? The recorder outside the page inquired. It is not that someone watches the edge. It is that the edge can hold itself. At this everyone at the table understood. Why had the old method always relied on stabilize first to exert its force? Because once the edge loosened, the entire page seemed on the verge of scattering. Thus someone always had to watch over it. But now the third law sought to prove not finding a more vigilant guardian for the edge. Rather, after retreat first returns to the edge, consequences are distributed among the four regulations and the four documents each amend their edges. The edge no longer easily dissolves into chaos at the slightest slackening. Not because someone is perpetually watching, but because the edge itself begins to possess a self-sustaining momentum. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down steadily. The third proposition of later formation is that the edge can guard itself, not awaiting human stabilization. As the characters settled, the document on the main seat and the border of the finalized page seemed to stabilize in unison. A vermilion annotation emerged at the page's foot. If the edge guards itself, then the total view retreats. If the edge awaits stabilization, then the old opening reasserts. The recorder outside the page noted swiftly. The reason no one at the table immediately pressed down their brushes was their shared awareness that the third proposition, that the edge can guard itself, was far more than the mere words before them. As long as the third proposition, that the edge can guard itself, remained unwritten, what appeared to be a new tenet could still be co-opted by old doctrines. They all knew that the more glib a phrase seemed, the easier it was for it to regrow on the next page, drawing strength from old forces. Thus the true purpose of this passage was not to add another weighty sentence but to slowly elucidate how it slips from the page into the person and from the person into an unspoken default. As long as retreat remains within the page, there are still methods to amend it later. If retreat first enters the person, only weariness remains. Yet consequences having a place to land does not mean they must first be compressed into a single burdensome package. Therefore, the more the people at the table read on, the less they rush to ask who was responsible, focusing instead on which old phrase had shaped the situation into its current form. Once this happens, the page may appear smooth, but in truth the point of collapse has merely been stuffed into the person. If consequences are first written as a solid oppressive mass, the old burden will re-emerge under the guise of fairness. With each word the old doctrine lost that face would emerge a little more. Edges would blur, divergences would be prematurely abandoned, limits would be written as labor, and the unfinished would be rushed into completion. Thus the true purpose of this passage was not to add another weighty sentence but to slowly elucidate how it slips from the page into the person and from the person into an unspoken default. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the surface words but the well-worn path they paved. Therefore this layer had to be thoroughly written into the page, otherwise it would revive through other light phrases. Only when this layer truly retreated would the following sentences lose their power. Record the third proposition of later formation, the edge can guard itself not awaiting human stabilization. Then an additional note was made. Once the third law becomes genuine, the first thing that should no longer be seen is not someone constantly watching the edge. Rather it is that the edge itself no longer so desperately needs to be pressed down by others. With the third verification and the first establishment, the eye that once watched over the central bureau now shifts its gaze. It begins to truly follow the chains of law, examining each of the four seals and their respective edges. Soon the fourth trial falls before the variable seal. If the edges guard themselves, where does the divergence manifest? This phrase strikes with precision. For the seal of retained divergence has always been most vulnerable to being accused by the old law as nothing more than an act of protective reluctance. You are merely delaying closure. You are merely afraid of an early severance. Once the third law truly rises, what sign will emerge from the side of divergence to prove it was not deliberately preserved by someone but rather genuinely born from what follows? Suwon stared at the black annotation, and after a long pause she whispered, "It is not that divergence multiplies. Nor is it that divergence is shielded ever more tightly by someone. It is, divergence no longer lives by being preserved and protected." The moment these words were spoken, silence fell upon the table. For it was too precise. A true falsehood often bears a semblance that divergence still exists, that none of it has been prematurely abandoned. Yet in reality they are merely held in place by a particular stroke, by a certain forceful "I shall not touch them yet." That is not what comes after. That is forced preservation. True formation is different. Once the edges are secured, retreat no longer rushes to fill the gaps, consequences no longer bear down in a single burden, and some divergences no longer require deliberate protection. They themselves will find space to live on within the pages. Chen Yu picked up his brush and pressed down a line. The fourth sign of what comes after is that divergence no longer lives by being preserved. The page's foot then added a vermilion annotation: "If preservation is heavy, it remains false. Divergence only when it endures. Without heavy protection can its truth be seen." The record keeper outside the page noted swiftly, precisely because the fourth sign, that divergence no longer lives by being preserved, was truly brought to light, the few at the table became even more reluctant to write hastily. They lingered here repeatedly, not for lack of words, but because once the fourth sign, that divergence no longer lives by being preserved, is ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress to the old ways. Only when this layer is thoroughly articulated will the old force not return in a lighter guise. If the words are merely dismantled on the surface, the old force will still re-emerge from the deeper habit. If this layer is not first returned to the page, the four seals will not have time to recognize their respective edges. Interlocking as they do, they slowly transform the disorder on the page into a place of bearing within the person. Thus the more this resembles goodwill, the more it must be written out, if not it will most easily survive by borrowing the human heart. What the four seals truly need to connect is not to replace one another but to each follow its own law, fixing the retreat upon the page. Therefore this step cannot merely sever the final point, it must illuminate the force that has flowed along the entire path. It may seem as though the page has been caught, but in truth it only shifts the fracture half an inch onto the person. For this reason they repeatedly write first return to the page, not as a delay nor as a scattering, but to deny the old position the chance to take root in the person first. If the words are merely dismantled on the surface, the old force will still re-emerge from the deeper habit. They all know that what is truly difficult to retreat from is never the few words on the surface but the well-worn path behind them. Thus this layer must remain on the page written through, otherwise it will revive later under the guise of lighter words. In the end what they must guard against is not a single phrase but the entire old accustomed hand behind it. This layer must be written through, only then can the new law stand firm. Record the fourth sign of what comes after: divergence no longer lives by being preserved. Then another line was added: true formation is not about one brush constantly holding divergence aloft to prevent its death. It is that true divergence begins to no longer be so easily crushed by the page's momentum. The first three arguments had already been laid out on the sides of Bian and Qi. The next decision naturally fell upon the token that could be rewritten. The black annotation was concise: if Qi remains in the end, where will the limits be seen? Old Zhou gazed at that line, not rushing to respond. He seemed to know that if this argument were not thoroughly articulated, the earlier points, retreat first returns to the side and consequences must be divided by rules, could be reclaimed by the old ways with a single phrase. In the end someone must still bear the burden. After a few seconds old Zhou slowly sent down a line: it is not about who can endure more. The moment these words were spoken, the old page immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. We must go further down. Old Zhou quickly added a second line: the limit is no longer to be casually written as a mere tool. At this the few people around the table all steadied themselves. For this was the most solid argument on the side of the rewritable token, the one that could truly prove that a later achievement is not a false one. The old ways were most familiar with this. Even when the side was stable, the divergence preserved and the consequences delineated, when real pressure arrived they would unconsciously write a line like: let this be propped up for now. Let that be shouldered for the moment. Use this person for this task first. But if the third law truly began to stand firm, the first thing the rewritable side should manifest was not that someone could bear more than before, Rather, it was this the familiar path of casually writing things as tools began to break. Chen Yu picked up his brush and pressed down directly the fifth argument of later achievement. The limit is no longer to be casually written as a mere tool. The page footer quickly added a red annotation: if the tool is not familiar, the old pressure will first delay. If the old pressure first delays, then the later achievement will not borrow strength from others. The recorder outside the page noted swiftly the reason no one at the table immediately continued to press their brushes was that they all knew the fifth argument, the limit is no longer to be casually written as a mere tool, was far more than just this single line. Ultimately, what this page truly forced out was why the fifth argument, the limit is no longer to be casually written as a mere tool, could always follow the old force and revive all subsequent openings together. If the words were only dismantled on the surface, the old force would still turn back from the deeper layers of habit. The truly difficult thing to write now was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of convenience. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four tokens would not have time to recognize their respective sides. If the consequences were first written as a whole block that could suppress, the old burden would turn back under the shell of fairness. If retreat was concealed, then the subsequent joint viewing, acknowledgement of loss and revision of laws would all be half a beat too slow. The sides would blend, the divergence would be prematurely abandoned, the limit would be written as a tool, and the unfinished would be rushed into completion. As long as it was packaged into one, that person who always acknowledges would grow on its own. For retreat first returns to the side was best at pretending to be just a temporary handover, not a positioning. Precisely for this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or scatter, but to prevent the old position from seizing the chance to grow a person first. If the words were only dismantled on the surface, the old force would still turn back from the deeper layers of habit. Thus this layer had to remain on the page and be written through, otherwise it would revive later under the guise of other light words. If this layer was still contained, the seemingly new way of writing later would likely just be the old force in a different shell. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent line lose its power. This layer had to be written through for the new law to stand firm. Thus this layer had to remain on the page and be written through, otherwise it would revive later under the guise of other light words. Record the fifth argument of later achievement, the limit is no longer to be casually written as a mere tool. Then another line was added: this does not mean there is no pressure in this round. Rather, it means that even when pressure arrives, it will no longer so smoothly write people into usable positions. The fifth sign was established and the third law had grown increasingly unlike a mere general statement. Upon the page there were truly more and more signs that could be seen, discerned, and assembled. The final clap of the gavel naturally fell before the signature of the record keeper beyond the page. If the limit is not achieved, how can what is unfinished be anything but a delay? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table knew this was precisely where the third law was most vulnerable to a final counterstrike. For what is unfinished was most easily labeled a delay by the old laws. And what is later fulfilled was most feared to be branded as a procrastination. With these two layers intertwined, if the record keeper beyond the page could not substantiate his claim, then no matter how genuine the preceding signs were, they might still be dragged back by the accusation of being merely a more refined form of delay. The record keeper beyond the page was silent for a moment, then steadily sent down a statement: it is not yet finished. The old page reminds you, the old page cautioned. The second statement quickly followed: it is the unfinished that begins to grow towards completion. At this everyone at the table steadied themselves. Yes. This was the true sign. It was not about the unfinished accumulating endlessly. It was not "we still have much to write." Nor was it about stubbornly guarding the unfinished to prevent its closure. Rather, after retreat no longer spread the edges, could hold themselves, divergence did not rely on protection, and the limit was no longer casually written as achievement, the side of the unfinished began to grow on its own. Not growing into a hanging thread, but growing towards the point of completion. Some words no longer needed to be forced. Some places that were not yet finished began to grow towards the possibility of completion. This was what later fulfillment truly meant. Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down directly. The sixth sign of later fulfillment is the unfinished growing towards completion on its own. The page footer quickly added a red annotation: if the unfinished grows of itself, then what follows is not an empty promise. If the point of completion arises later, then closure need not be forced by prior words. This statement was too precise. The record keeper beyond the page swiftly noted: record the sixth sign of later fulfillment, the unfinished grows towards completion on its own. The reason no one at the table immediately pressed their brushes down was that they all knew the sixth sign, the unfinished growing towards completion, was far more than just this one sentence. They lingered here repeatedly not because they had nothing to write, but because if the sixth sign, the unfinished growing towards completion, was ambiguous, the entire passage that followed would relapse into the old ways. If the words were merely dissected on the surface, the old force would still return from a deeper layer of habit. Thus they would rather pause half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. Only by letting the retreat remain on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable, and amendable, could this page avoid being swept back by the old momentum. Similarly, the unfinished was most adept at using the logic of there must be a place to land to hold its ground. These elements interlocked, slowly transforming the disorder on the page into a burden borne by the person. Once this happened, the page might appear balanced, but in truth it had merely stuffed the falling weight into the person. As soon as it was packaged, the one who always acknowledges would grow on its own. Thus they were not chasing an answer but dismantling an old order that had long been writing the page into the person. For this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not as a delay or a scattering but to deny the old position the chance to grow a person first. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated could the old force refrain from returning in a lighter guise. If this layer remained ambiguous, the seemingly new writing that followed might merely be the old force writing on in a different shell. Then another sentence was added: delay is constantly saying that fulfillment will come later. True later fulfillment is when the unfinished genuinely begins to move towards completion on its own. With these words, the third law, later fulfillment has signs, finally had a complete series of signs upon the page. The old opening remained silent first. No more hasty additions to the page. The edge could now guard itself, no longer relying on others for stability. The divergence no longer clung to protection to survive. The limit was no longer casually shaped by the hand. What remained unfinished no longer pressed itself toward completion. As the 6 signs descended together, the entire fixed page seemed to gain a layer of substance. It was not a matter of tightening. It was more like the third law, that opening they had always considered the thinnest, finally began to grow real flesh. The old page, gazing at that series of signs, murmured softly, "Enough to nail it thick." The recorder outside the page immediately passed the words down. What does that mean? It means the phrase "what comes after shall have signs" is no longer merely a general statement. The old page's voice turned hoarse. It now has 6 signs that can be seen on the page, assembled and repeatedly verified. Then this opening is no longer just a thin hanging thing? At these words, those seated before the table all understood. Yes. The third law was previously the thinnest, precisely because it still possessed only a general meaning. Now that the 6 signs had emerged, it too, like the first and second laws, had moved from a general rule toward a fixed point in the concrete page law. This is the moment to press down another general change, Chen Yu said in a low voice. Not to rewrite. It is to truly nail the current thickness of the third law before the decision-making board. He picked up his brush, and directly beneath "what comes after shall have signs" pressed down a new line of red characters. When the 6 signs rise together, what comes after can be verified. As the characters settled, the vermilion color near the recognition seal deepened noticeably toward the third law. It was no longer like before merely testing the bite. It was more as if this law had finally begun to be weighed by it as a verifiable law. A line of red commentary was added at the page's foot. If the signs are not singular, then what comes after cannot borrow a single phrase. If the 6 signs rise together, then what is established does not rely on the former opening. This sentence was too precise. For what the third law feared most was being stolen away by an opening once more. Now, with the 6 signs rising together, the old path, where there is always one final phrase to gather everything, became much harder to borrow. The recorder outside the page noted swiftly. Record: when the 6 signs rise together, what comes after can be verified. They all understood, with the 6 signs rising together and the third law beginning to nail its thickness, if one merely glossed over the surface, that old path would still wind its way back. They lingered here repeatedly, not because they had nothing to write, but because if the rising of the 6 signs was ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would slip back into the old ways. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would that old force fail to don a lighter shell and slip back in. Thus what this passage truly needed was not to add another heavy phrase, but to slowly clarify how it slid from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default state. Once this happened, the page might appear level, but in reality it had merely stuffed the sinking point into the person first. So they were not chasing an answer now, but dismantling an old sequence that had been turning the page into the person all along. In the end, what could be seen before the table was only who was more exhausted, who seemed more fit to continue bearing the burden, rather than which rule had first lost its strength. The edges would blur, the divergence would be abandoned early, the limit would be written into a craft, and the unfinished would be urged into the finished. What the old law feared most was never a heavy phrase, but the sight of its own smooth path. That is to say, if the old opening remained silent and still followed the old path, then that heavier phrase to come would eventually find its connection. If the retreat remained on the page, there would still be a way to amend it later. If the retreat first entered the person, then only the acceptance of exhaustion would remain. Then another line was added. The thin opening was nailed thick. Not because it spoke louder. It was because it finally had a whole series of signs that could be seen simultaneously on the page. With these words, the third law was no longer the thinnest opening in the entire chain. After the third law was nailed down, the eye that had already opened on the judgment seat grew noticeably brighter. The subsequent tests were no longer confined to a single law, a single sign, or a single opening. The black judge directly imposed a heavier question: since the 3 laws are linked, how can they connect the pages? At this, everyone at the table understood the true depth of the law chain's trial had begun. The first trial of the chain asked about continuity. Now the second trial asked about connecting pages. These were not the same. Continuity meant whether the three laws could link one to another seamlessly. Connecting pages, on the other hand, meant whether this chain could truly maintain the same momentum from the first page to the second, the third, and beyond, rather than merely looking elegant on a fixed page. This question is more lethal than the previous one, the scribe murmured. Why? Because the old law's greatest cunning lies not in defeating you in a single argument. It lies in whether after writing the first page this way you can continue seamlessly through the second, third, next round and beyond. The scribe's voice grew heavy. In other words, what it's truly asking now is, can this law chain grow into the momentum of the page? This hit the mark precisely. It wasn't about laws confined to a single fixed page. It was about whether, when writing an entire page forward, the same method would naturally emerge. We can't just answer yes to this, Su-won whispered. Right, Chen Yu nodded. We must write what it means to connect pages. The reason no one at the table pressed the brush down further was that they all knew the second trial of the chain, whether the three laws could connect a page, was far more than this single sentence. Ultimately, what this page truly forced was the question of why the three laws, when connected across a page, could always follow the old inertia to revive all subsequent openings. Thus, what this passage truly needed was not another weighty sentence but a clear gradual exposition of how this slid from the page into the person and from the person into a default state. They all understood that the more fluent a phrase sounded, the easier it was to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old inertia. Once that happened, the page might appear settled, but it only hid the flaw within the person. What the old law dreaded most was never a heavy sentence but its own smooth path being exposed. It seemed as if it had caught the page, but it had merely shifted the fracture half an inch onto the person. For this reason, they repeatedly wrote, "Return to the page first." This was not procrastination or dispersion but a refusal to give the old position a chance to grow into the person first. The front opening, bridge opening, and rear opening were never three separate matters. However, once this connection first fell into the person, the retreat on the page would be hidden first. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there was still a way to correct it later. If the retreat entered the person first, only exhaustion remained. They all understood that the more fluent a phrase sounded, the easier it was to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old inertia. If this layer remained concealed, the seemingly new writing that followed would likely just be the old force in a new guise. Therefore, this layer had to be thoroughly written out on the page. Otherwise, it would revive later through other light phrases. Only by writing this layer completely could the new laws that followed stand firm. In essence, what they had to guard against was not a single sentence but the entire smooth old path behind it. If this layer remained concealed, the seemingly new writing that followed would likely just be the old force in a new guise. With this, the next requirement of the law chain became clear. It was not merely to be valid within a fixed page. Rather, the moment a retreat appeared, these three laws would naturally arise. That was what it truly meant to connect pages. What does it mean to connect pages? At this moment, no one at the table rushed to find answers in the old verses, for what truly needed alignment here was no longer the old lines. Instead, it was whether the new method could stand on its own. The old page fixated on that line of black critique, suddenly whispering, "Connecting pages is not merely a repetition." What does that mean? The voice of the old page was hoarse as it continued. It means that it is not enough for us to finish writing these three methods on this page and then for the next page to recite them verbatim to consider it connected. What truly matters in connecting pages is whether the page force can continue by itself. As this statement emerged, everyone at the table steadied themselves simultaneously. Indeed. If connecting pages were merely a repetition, then it would still rely on people, on who remembers, on who reminds, and on who speaks first. When the next page opens, retreat first, return to the edge. The consequence is divided by 4 rules. The collection of the entire cycle can only be accomplished later. That is not called a law chain. That is merely reciting a clause. True page connection means that once there is a retreat on the next page, the edge automatically recognizes it first. Consequently, the consequences will no longer be bundled. When the old mouth weakens, collection will no longer grow into a mouth first. In other words, the law does not rely on people to repeat it endlessly. The law relies on the page force to continue on its own. Chen Yu picked up the pen and directly pressed down 3 laws. Connect pages, relying not on repetition but on the page force to continue on its own. As the words fell, the phrase "What does it mean to connect pages?" clearly paused. The footnote swiftly added a red critique. If a person goes against the law, then the law still depends on people. If the page continues its force, then the law can be separated from the mouth. This statement was too accurate, as it immediately articulated the deepest requirement of the law chain. It cannot always rely on being spoken by someone's mouth. It must separate from the mouth, from people, from common recognition, and from reminders in order to truly become page law. The external record noted swiftly, remember 3 laws connect pages, relying not on repetition but on the page force to continue on its own. It was precisely because connecting pages was not repetition but the page force continuing on its own that the few people at the table were even less willing to write their words too quickly. Ultimately, what this page truly forced out was the reason why connecting pages not being repetition could always follow the old force and bring the subsequent mouth to life together. What was genuinely difficult to write now was not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it but to first illuminate the layer that was most deceptive. Thus what this section needed to do was not to add another heavy phrase but to clarify how it could slide from the page to the person and how it could slide from the person into default slowly. It was also for this reason that they repeatedly wrote return to the page first, not to delay or scatter but to prevent the old position from seizing the opportunity to grow into a person. The front mouth, the bridge mouth and the back mouth were originally not three separate matters. Slow to the end, what remained visible at the table was only who was more fatigued, who seemed more likely to continue holding on rather than which rule had first lost its strength. As long as retreat remained on the page, there would still be opportunities for changing the law. If retreat first entered a person, only weariness would remain. Only when the sequence was illuminated would that subsequent phrase, which appeared most like a conclusion, not continue to rely on the old force of the previous two mouths. In other words, if connecting pages still followed the old path downwards, that subsequent heavier phrase would sooner or later be able to follow along. If this layer did not first return to the page, the four signatures would not have time to recognize their edges. Only when this layer was thoroughly written could the old force not switch to a lighter shell and slide back. It was also because of this that no one at the table was willing to rush here. They preferred to pause a little longer to illuminate the old path first. Then they added a sentence: the new law chain fears not that it cannot be explained today but that it will have to rely on people to explain it again tomorrow. As these words fell, the second test chain was finally met, heeded by them. If one turns against the law still resides within the person. If the page continues its own momentum, the law then departs from speech. As these words fell, the face finally stirred once more. This time it was not the already opened eye growing brighter. Instead, it was the outline of the other eye. Not the entire eye opening. Only the area on the other side of the nose bridge, still pressed by shadow, slowly began to float, the arc of an eye socket. Very faint. Yet it was enough to reveal that the second eye was also imminent. The off-page record immediately passed down the message: the outline of the other eye is beginning to form. The old page stared at that outline, murmuring lowly, because the chain of law is starting to leave speech. The few people around the table all looked at him. The old page's voice grew hoarse. Why did the previous face always reveal the mouth, nose and eye corners first? Because the old law was most adept at relying on the mouth, on smooth speech, on phrases like must first be stable, must first be contained, who will bear the responsibility to exert pressure outward. But now the new chain of law is being written, not relying on repetition, only on the page's momentum sustaining itself. What it forces forth will no longer be only the surface layer of the mouth. It will be the eye. As these words were spoken, the few people around the table all understood. Yes. The eye is for seeing. It is also for recognizing. It is even more a place that doesn't rely on the mouth to speak first, but truly sees and judges on the page. The appearance of the second eye's outline signifies that this chain of law has begun to force the decision-making point from exerting force through the mouth towards acknowledging through seeing. The off-page recorder noted swiftly: record, the second eye begins to show its outline. Then added another sentence: they all understood that if the mere outline of the second eye was only glossed over in words, the old path behind would follow back again. As long as the layer of the second eye's outline was not yet written clearly, even if the front seemed to be establishing a new sentence, the back could still be borrowed by the old sentence. So they preferred to pause half a step on this page rather than carry this ambiguity forward to the next. They all knew that the more smoothly something sounded, the easier it was for it to regrow on the next page using old momentum. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four signatures would not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. What they truly needed to recognize was not who revealed their face, but which layer of old force could no longer support that face. This was also why the table never insisted on staring at a single word, but always looked back at how its front and back connected in succession. Boundaries would blur, ambiguities would be prematurely discarded, limits would be written as achievements, and unfinished matters would be urged to completion. So the more the few people at the table read on, the less eager they were to first ask who it was, only intently watching which old sentence had written it into this form. The front mouth, the bridge mouth, the back mouth were never three separate matters. As long as retreat remained within the page, there was still a way to amend later. If retreat first entered the person, only the exhaustion of recognition remained. The truly difficult task at hand was not to find another harsher sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate that layer of its most deceptive momentum. If this layer remained veiled, the seemingly new writing behind it would likely just be the old force rewritten in a different shell. Therefore, this layer must be thoroughly written on the page, otherwise it would revive later through other light words. Ultimately, what they had to guard against was not a single sentence, but the entire old smooth path behind it. Only when this layer truly retreated would the following sentence lose its power. The old law flowed out through the mouth. Once the new chain of law began to depart from speech, the face's revelation would increasingly resemble seeing, not just speaking. As these words fell, the face was no longer just half. It finally began to possess the momentum of two eyes. Since the first legal chain had truly been connected. Withdrawal first returns to the boundary, thus consequences are apportioned, thus the entire cycle is completed. The face on the decision-maker's side with one eye already visible and the other merely outlined finally ceased its inquiries from within old phrases. It began to directly pursue the chain itself. A black verdict pressed down brief yet heavier than all that preceded. Why does this chain leave the hand? Those around the table instantly understood. This question struck too precisely. Earlier they had already written. 3 legal principles linked across pages rely not on reiteration but on the momentum of the pages themselves to sustain continuity. Yet leaving the mouth does not equate to leaving the hand. The deepest layer of the old law was never sustained merely by oral fluency. It also relied on the hand that pressed the seal. Pressing first stabilize, first contain who bears in total acknowledgement layer by layer into the page's foundation. Thus what the seal of acknowledgement truly pursues is. Very well. You claim this legal chain can link pages. But without this hand to sustain it in the middle to press it to aid you in maintaining it. On what basis can it continue to proceed? This question cannot be answered merely with "it will proceed on its own," the old page murmured. Why, the recorder beyond the page inquired. They all understood the third trial of the seal of acknowledgement. If the question, "why does this chain leave the hand," were merely glossed over in words, the old path would still wind its way back. Ultimately what this page truly forced forth was why the question, "why does this chain leave the hand," could always by following the old momentum revive the subsequent voices together. If the discourse were merely dismantled on the surface of words, the old momentum would still re-emerge from the deeper habitual layer. What is truly difficult to write now is not to find a harsher phrase to suppress it but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of following the current. As long as withdrawal remains within the page, there is still a way to amend it later. If withdrawal first enters the person, then only the exhaustion of acknowledgement remains. Yet what emerges may not necessarily be the person first but rather a contour honed by the words stabilize, contain, bear, acknowledge. If consequences are first written as a monolithic entity capable of suppressing everything, the old burden will re-emerge under the guise of fairness. Boundaries will blur, deviations will be prematurely abandoned, limits will be written as labor, and the unfinished will be hastened into completion. Each time the old discourse falls silent by a measure, that face emerges further by a measure. Thus what truly needs to change is not the consequences themselves but the method of their attribution. If this layer is not first attributed to the page, the 4 signatures will not have time to acknowledge their respective boundaries. Only when this layer is thoroughly written will the old momentum fail to find a lighter shell to slip back into. They all knew that what was truly difficult to withdraw was never the few words on the surface but the well-worn path of habit that lay behind them. If this layer remains concealed, then what appears to be a new method later on may merely be the old momentum continuing to write within a different shell. This layer must be written thoroughly for the new method to stand firm. Ultimately what they must guard against is not a single phrase but the entire old comfortable path behind it. If this voice is not silenced, the next page will still be the old road. Ultimately what they must guard against is not a single phrase but the entire old comfortable path behind it. If this layer remains concealed, then what appears to be a new method later on may merely be the old momentum continuing to write within a different shell. This layer must be written thoroughly for the new method to stand firm. Because it will proceed on its own is too hollow. The old page's voice grew hoarse. One must write. Why it no longer requires a gesture from the hand. To steal withdrawal into the person, then press consequences into a bundle, and finally exhale a single breath of total collection. As these words fell, those around the table sank into silence. For this was no longer about dismantling old phrases. This was about writing. How the new legal chain would truly replace that hand. Why does this chain leave the hand? This question pressed down firmly, and none of the several people by the table hurried to look at that face first. For the answer was not on the face. It was still within the page. Chen Yu spoke softly. Why is the hand necessary? Because every step of the old method requires the hand to perform one action. What action? Su-wan asked. To first alter the destination of what would naturally manifest on the page. The retreat which should have remained on the page instead steals into man first. The consequence which should have been apportioned separately is first compressed into a bundle. The receipt which should have come afterward is drawn into a single gulp. At this the several people by the table steadied themselves. Correct. The reason the old hand was called hand was not due to any mystical power. Rather it was because it had always been performing the task of altering the destination for the old method. Then how does the new method chain leave the hand? Not by seeking a better hand, but by no longer altering the destination. Let the retreat first return to the margin. Let the consequence first be apportioned by its own rule. Let the receipt only come afterward. Link by link everything is kept in its proper place. When the page's momentum is no longer diverted, there is naturally no need for a hand to secretly reroute them. The old page's gaze steadied, and he said softly, "It can be written now." Chen Yu lifted his brush and pressed down directly. The method chain relies not on the hand but on the mutual generation of the page's momentum. As the character fell, the edge of that sentence, "Why does this chain leave the hand?" visibly receded by one layer. The page footer quickly supplemented a line of red annotation: if the retreat does not alter its path, the consequence does not alter its place, the receipt does not alter its opening, then the hand has nothing left to continue. This statement was too precise. The record outside the page quickly noted: record, the method chain relies not on the hand but on the mutual generation of the page's momentum. Precisely because the principle the method chain relies not on the hand but on the mutual generation of the page's momentum had been truly extracted, the several people by the table became even more reluctant to write their words hastily. In essence, what this page had truly forced out was the reason why the method chain relying not on the hand but on the mutual generation of the page's momentum could always follow the old force and bring the subsequent openings to life together. Only when this layer was thoroughly written through would the old force not return in a lighter guise. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still find its way back from the deeper habits. Thus their repeated writing of first return to the page was neither delay nor dispersion, but rather to deny the old position the chance to seize precedence over man. The shadow that had newly appeared before them was not the answer but merely the testimony left behind as the old method continued to lose its power. Similarly, why does this chain leave the hand? Was most adept at standing its ground by borrowing the reasoning tone of there must always be a place to land. What the four signatures truly needed to receive was not mutual replacement but each following its own method, keeping the retreat within the page. That hand, the jawline, that half of a mouth revealed themselves gradually, not because they wished to emerge but because the old sentences supporting them were losing their strength. Once bundled together, the subsequent one who always acknowledges would grow on its own. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four signatures would not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. They all understood that the more a phrase sounded like a natural flow, the easier it was for it to regrow on the next page by borrowing the old force. If this layer remained implicit, any seemingly new writing that followed might merely be the old force continuing in a different shell. Therefore this layer had to be thoroughly written on the page, otherwise it would revive later through other light words. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent sentence follow suit and lose its power. This layer must be written through for the new method to stand firm. Then another line was added. The old hand's greatest value was not in pressing down. It was in secretly altering the destination. Once the new method chain allowed retreat, consequence, and receipt to return to their proper places, the hand became far less necessary. As these words fell, the old mark on that wrist faded by another layer. The Dharma chain relies not on formalities but on the mutual generation of pages and forces. As this statement took hold, the seal imprint was no longer merely a trial. It truly sank forward once. It was not that tentative pressing nor the layer of vermilion that had merely seeped into the crevices of the characters. It was true recognition. The entire fixed page seemed to fall still in response. The old page immediately looked toward the seal inscription. This time what emerged was no longer just half of the character recognize. Instead, it was a more complete fragment of vermilion mark pressing precisely beneath the Dharma chain. It did not press upon a single sign. Nor did it press upon a person's name, a hand, or a general statement. What it first pressed upon was the chain. The old page's voice sank to the depths, the first sheet of true recognition. The scribe immediately followed. Falls not upon a person but upon the chain. At this moment the few individuals before the table knew that the true gate had opened. The preceding three passes were merely tentative. Now at last the first sheet of true recognition had begun. And this recognition was not for someone finally proving worthy. It was not acknowledging which master position, variable, rewritable field, or page external record had become more stable. Nor was it acknowledging some final position of recognition. What it first recognized was that this chain could indeed replace the force path of the old sentences. A vermilion annotation quickly surfaced at the page footer. The chain can sustain itself, thus its dharma is recognized first. The page external record swiftly noted: record, the first sheet of true recognition falls not upon a person but upon the chain. Then another line was added. What was truly recognized for the first time in this round was not that someone had finally done right. It was that three dharma threads could truly exert force in succession. Precisely because the first sheet of true recognition falls not upon a person but upon the chain had been genuinely extracted, the few before the table became even more reluctant to write hastily. They paused repeatedly at this point, not for lack of words but because if this first true recognition were ambiguous, the entire subsequent passage would regress to the old ways. Thus they would rather linger half a step on this page than carry that ambiguity forward. They all understood the more fluent a phrase seemed, the more easily it would regrow in the next page, borrowing the old force. Every time the old words fell silent, that face would emerge another fraction. Once that happened, the page might appear balanced, but in truth it had merely stuffed the sinking point into a person. This was why the group before the table refused to fixate on a single character, instead always looking back at how its before and after relayed power. The shadow that had newly emerged before them was not an answer but merely the testimony left when the old dharma continued to lose its force. Edges would blur, divergences would be prematurely discarded, limits would be written as craftsmanship, and the unfinished would be urged into completion. The front mouth, the bridge mouth, and the back mouth were never three separate matters. Thus what was forced out here was never merely an identity but a form written by the old words. Only when this layer was thoroughly inscribed would the subsequent old force fail to slip back in a lighter guise. Therefore this layer must remain on the page written through, otherwise it would revive later through other light words. And precisely for this reason no one before the table wished to rush. They would rather pause half a step longer to illuminate the old path first. Ultimately what they guarded against was not a single sentence but the entire old habit trailing behind it. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent sentence lose its force. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat was never the surface-level words but the well-worn path behind them. As these words fell, the outline of the other eye on that face also became markedly more solid. As if it too knew from this point onward it was no longer merely on the defensive. It began to be truly forced backward. Since the first true recognition had already fallen upon the chain, the most natural next step was not to immediately uncover the person, the face, or what lay beneath the old backing paper. Rather it was to recognize the four seals. For this chain was not born from nothing. It relied on this recognition of the margins no longer replaced the creation of margins. Reserved divergences no longer shielded false divergences. Recognized limits no longer became retreating words. Unfinished records were no longer used to nurture suspense. It also relied on this marginal blending, divergent abandonment, limited labor, and the unfinished being settled first. These retreating phases could truly be recognized. The four seals recognized each other but did not replace each other. Therefore, once the chain was established, the step that those in the final decision-making position could least evade was simply this: recognize the four seals. As expected, a harsh critique quickly descended. Since the chain can be recognized, by what proof can the four seals be recognized? This question was very pertinent. It was also hard to evade. For the chain was a structure. The four seals were the hands and the margins, the positions of the true bearers of responsibility on the page. If the four seals could not be firmly recognized, the chain could at any time be dismissed as merely a temporary arrangement put together by this group. We can't re-explain the value of the four seals from the beginning, old page whispered. Why? Because what has been said before is sufficient. Old page's voice grew hoarse. What needs to be written now is not how correct each of the four seals is individually. It is this: once this chain is established, why the four seals cannot be dismantled and returned to their original state. At that moment the truly necessary sentence emerged. Chen Yu lifted his brush and directly set it down. Since the chain can be recognized, the four seals are therefore recognizable through their margins. As the word settled, the harsh critique did not fully recede. It seemed to be waiting for a more specific second half. Su-Wan quickly added a sentence: those who recognize the margins do not act as general overseers, those who preserve divergences do not act as guides, those who recognize limits do not bear the pressure, those who record the unfinished do not handle the conclusion. Since the chain can be recognized, the four seals each return to their own margins to be recognized. At this the question, by what proof can they be recognized, finally began to fade noticeably. A red annotation appeared at the page's foot: recognized not by person but by margin, recognized not by position but by principle. The record keeper outside the page quickly noted: record. Only after recognizing the chain did they proceed to recognize the four seals. Precisely because the recognition of the four seals was only truly brought forth after the chain was established, the few people at the table became even more reluctant to write their words too hastily. Ultimately, what was truly forced out on this page was why the recognition of the four seals could always follow the old momentum and revitalize the subsequent discourse together. Thus they preferred to pause half a step longer on this page rather than carry this ambiguity forward. Therefore, what truly needed to be done in this passage was not to add another heavy statement but to slowly clarify how it slid from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default assumption. For this very reason they repeatedly wrote "return to the page first." This was neither procrastination nor digression but a refusal to give the old positions a chance to prematurely assert personal influence. That hand, that jawline, that half of the mouth, they revealed themselves gradually, not because they wished to emerge but because the old sentences supporting them were losing their strength. If the retreat was concealed, then the subsequent joint observation, recognition of loss, and revision of methods would all be delayed by half a beat. If this level was not first returned to the page, the four seals would not have time to each recognize their own margins. With every word the old discourse grew mute, that face would emerge a little more. This meant that if the question, by what proof can they be recognized, continued along the old path, the even heavier words that followed would eventually be able to connect again. What the four seals truly needed to connect was not substitution for one another but each adhering to its own principle, anchoring the retreat on the page. Then another sentence was added: it is not that the chain has overwritten the four seals. On the contrary, it was precisely because the chain was recognized that the true position of each margin of the four seals could no longer be surreptitiously replaced by the old positions. As these words settled, the bridge of the nose between the two eyes of that face emerged even more completely. If the chain can be acknowledged, each of the four signatures returns to its own side to be recognized. The moment this line was set down, the clapper side did not immediately issue another black critique. It was not a concession. It was more as though the entire settled page, the recognized seal, that hand, and that face, were all making a true assessment of this line. Then, the second eye on that face finally opened as well. It did not snap wide open. It first, like the first eye, moved from half-closed to revealing a thread of cold light. Then slowly opened another layer wider. Thus, for the first time truly, that face had two eyes. The off-page record almost immediately relayed the message. The second eye has opened. The few people around the table were silent for a moment. Because this was different from the earlier revelations of the jaw, the mouth, or the bridge of the nose. Both eyes opening meant this face was no longer merely something to be observed. It had truly begun to look back. The old page stared at those eyes. Its voice low and heavy. Only now is it a true confrontation. What do you mean? Old Joe asked. Earlier we were mostly forcing it to reveal itself. It was also watching. But it was still like a single eye. Now that both eyes are open, it means the clapper side is no longer in a state of you speak first, I will listen. It intends to fully scrutinize this set of laws of yours, to see if they are worthy of carrying on for the old established laws. At these words, those around the table understood. From now on, it would no longer be just the old laws losing their power and the face revealing itself accordingly. Nor would it be them simply pressing forward relentlessly. Instead, it would be a true mutual gaze. The off-page record noted swiftly. Record, the second eye has truly opened. The reason the table paused, not immediately pressing down with their brushes, was that they all knew the true opening of the second eye signified far more than just this single sentence. They lingered here repeatedly not because they had nothing to write, but because if the true opening of the second eye was treated vaguely, the entire subsequent passage would regress into the old ways. Only by thoroughly writing through this layer could the old force be prevented from donning a lighter guise and flowing back. The real difficulty now was not to find a harsher sentence to suppress it, but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of opportunism. Thus, the more those around the table read on, the less they hurry to ask who it was focusing instead on which old sentence had shaped it into this form. For this reason they repeatedly wrote, return to the page first. It was not procrastination or digression, but to deny the old position any chance to prematurely seize humanity. This was also why the table refused to fixate on a single word but always looked back at how its context relayed meaning. Every time an old phrase fell silent, the face would reveal itself a fraction more. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there was still a method for revision later. If the retreat first entered the person, only exhaustion of acknowledgement remained. They were interlinked, slowly transforming the disorder on the page into a place of bearing upon the person. Yet what emerged was not necessarily a person first, but rather a silhouette honed by words like steadiness, support, responsibility, and acknowledgement. If the words were merely dismantled on the surface, the old force would still revive from a deeper habitual layer. Therefore, this layer had to be thoroughly written through on the page, otherwise it would later revive through other lighter words. For this very reason, no one at the table was willing to rush here. They would rather pause an extra half step to first illuminate the old path. Only when this layer truly retreated would the subsequent sentence lose its power. In essence, what they had to guard against was not a single sentence, but the entire chain of old habits behind it. Then another line was added. After both eyes opened, this volume would no longer be just forcing revelation. Instead, it would truly begin the mutual observation between the old established laws and the new legal chain. As these words fell, even the flame of the red copper lamp seemed to settle with greater steadiness. Once both eyes opened, the most likely thing to happen at the desk was pressing all of this back onto an adversarial face. As if once it was recognized, the subsequent chapter would write itself. Yet the old page merely stared at that face for a long time without speaking. Finally he uttered in a very low voice, "It is no foe." The few people at the desk all looked at him. "What do you mean?" The out-page recorder immediately pressed. The old page's voice was hoarse yet steadier than before. "Of course it blocks. Of course it questions. Of course it has always exerted force through the old methods. But it is not a person standing opposite this page seeking only to harm it. It is more like the manifestation of the old established laws long written into being." At these words the few at the desk fell silent. Because it was too accurate. Why did that face bear the feeling of being worn thin by old papers, old seals, old sentences, and old imprints? Why did the hand first bear the marks of bearing responsibility, pressure, and closure? Why did the mouth appear first and the eyes only after? It was precisely because it was not a single individual. It was that entire system of old established laws gradually written to its final form across many cycles and many pages, producing a single visage. That is to say, even if it retreats later, it is not about killing someone. Suwon murmured. "Correct." The old page nodded. "It is, the old visage retreats. The old laws retreat." At that moment the most crucial layer of temperature in this entire volume finally settled. It was not a life or death struggle. Not about exposing a villain. Not about finding some hidden evildoer and striking them down fiercely. Instead, it was about writing the old established laws into retreat. That face would retreat with it. The hands would become empty. The seals would shift their method of exerting force. The outpage recorder swiftly noted down, "Note, this face is not an enemy, it is the manifestation of the old established laws." Then he added another sentence. They all understood that this face was not an enemy but the manifestation of the old laws. If one merely turned the page literally, that old path would still wind its way back. They lingered here repeatedly, not because they had nothing to write but because once the notion of this face is not an enemy became muddled, the entire subsequent section would slide back into the old ways. The true difficulty of writing now was not to find a harsher sentence to suppress it but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of natural progression. Therefore, what this passage truly needed to achieve was not to add another heavy phrase but to slowly clarify how it slipped from the page onto a person and then from that person into a default assumption. If this layer was not first returned to the page, the four seals would not have time to recognize their respective boundaries. The faint shadow that had newly emerged was not the answer but merely the testimony left behind as the old laws continued to lose their power. At that point it might appear like a conclusion, but in truth it was still gathering the retreat onto a single person. Once that happened, the page might seem settled, but it was merely stuffing the point of descent into a human vessel. The reason that hand, that jawline, that half-mouth revealed themselves bit by bit was not because they wished to step forward but because the old sentences supporting them were losing their strength. Yet the fact that consequences have a landing point does not mean they must first be compressed into a single load that can be carried. What the four seals truly needed to receive was not substitution for one another but each adhering to its own method, anchoring the retreat upon the page. Only when this layer was thoroughly written through would that old force not find a lighter shell to slip back into later. What was to retreat was not a person. It was the entire system of established laws behind that face which relied on old sentences to exert force. As these words fell, the two eyes of that face no longer seemed as oppressive as before. It was still watching. But it no longer resembled an adversary fiercely seeking to suppress. It was more like an old system of laws finally forced to a point where it could no longer stand solely on its own old words. Since the recognition chain had already been set in motion, this layer of the four signatures could no longer remain suspended. The black critique did not pursue further. Instead, the recognition seal itself finally sank once more toward the four slips. This time it was not a trial. It was not a provisional hold. Nor was it the earlier temporary recognition or pending consolidation. It was the true recognition of the second document. The old page understood the seal's intention at first glance. Recognized the four signatures. The position holding the brush immediately followed, and not with hesitation, one by one. Yes. Because the path thus far had been first recognize the chain, then assign each of the four signatures to its boundary, then establish recognition not by person but by boundary, not by position but by principle. At this point, with the recognition seal pressing further, there was no other opening left to borrow. A layer of vermilion marks swiftly spread across the edges of all four slips simultaneously. It did not seal the entire surface. Yet it was enough for all to see. The four signatures were no longer awaiting recognition. A steady vermilion critique emerged at the foot of the page. The four signatures having returned to their boundaries, they are no longer to be awaited for recognition. As these words appeared, the few people around the table simultaneously exhaled a long deep breath. Because this step, they had been forced to push for it for far too long. From the recognizing brush is not yet determined to the base slip is temporarily recognized, from pending consolidation to the consolidated slip is not false, and then to the recognition chain finally leading to recognize the four signatures. This path only now was truly traversable. The record outside the page quickly noted record true recognition of the second document. The four signatures no longer await recognition. Then it added they all understood that if the true recognition of the second document, the four signatures no longer awaiting recognition, was merely glossed over in words, the old path behind would still wind its way back. As long as the layer stating the four signatures no longer await recognition remained unwritten clearly, even if the front seemed to establish a new sentence, the back could still be borrowed by the old phrasing. The truly difficult task at hand was not to find an even harsher phrase to suppress it but to first illuminate its most deceptive layer of momentum. Only when this layer was thoroughly articulated would that old force not find a lighter shell to slip back into. Boundaries would be muddled, divergences would be prematurely discarded, limits would be written as achievements, and the unfinished would be hastened into completion. Yet what emerged might not necessarily be a person first but rather a silhouette polished by words like stability, support, responsibility, and recognition. In the end, the only things visible around the table were who was more exhausted, who seemed more fit to continue bearing the burden rather than which principle had first lost its strength. Once this happened, the page might appear balanced, but in truth it had merely stuffed the point of collapse into a person. Thus the more the people around the table looked, the less they rushed to ask who it was focusing instead on, which old phrase had shaped it into this form. It seemed as though the page had been caught, but in reality the fracture had merely been shifted half an inch onto a person. Only by letting the retreat remain on the page, visible, recognizable, comparable, amenable to revision, could this page avoid being carried back by the old familiar current. So they would rather pause half a step longer on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. They all knew that what was truly difficult to retreat from was never the surface words but the well-worn path of habit behind them. If this layer remained ambiguous, the seemingly new phrasing that followed would likely just be the old force writing itself in a different shell. If this breath was not silenced, the next page would still be the old path. With the fall of this document, the most arduous stretch of the path, whether we must reallocate brushes, rehang slips and redetermine who counts as the original brush, was finally crushed under the weight of true recognition. As those words fell, the old seal mark on the back of that hand also faded, significantly reduced to a mere thin layer. As if the old openings through which it could exert force were truly dwindling. As the second scroll of true recognition descended, that hand finally stirred. It did not retract abruptly, nor did it break. First, the heaviest old scar at the tiger's mouth began to fade bit by bit. Then the entire posture of the hand gripping the seal slowly relaxed. A line was immediately passed down from the record outside the page. The hand is receding. The old page nodded, yet remained tranquil. Yes. But do not write it as vanishing. Why? Suwon asked. Because the most essential function of this hand was not existence. It was altering destinations. The old page's voice grew hoarse. Receding into the person. Consequences become a bundle. Harvests become an opening. All of these rely on it to change. Now that the 3 Dharma chains are established and the 2 scrolls of true recognition have descended, it is not gone. It can no longer alter destinations so smoothly. As these words were uttered, everyone at the table understood. Yes. The recession of the hand was not a dramatic instant evaporation. Nor was it because someone behind it had been slain. It was merely a loss of function. Not a loss of function in a malignant sense. Rather, the old law's duty, that some hand must alter the path, no longer required it. This line must be set down, Chen Yu said in a low voice. He lifted his brush and pressed it down directly. The hand recedes first, not vanishing but no longer able to alter destinations. The page footer quickly added a line of red commentary: since the destination is now governed by the page, the law and the subsequent consequences, the hand has nothing to alter. This line struck with perfect precision. The record outside the page swiftly noted: record, the hand recedes first, not vanishing but no longer able to alter destinations. They all understood that if the hand recedes first, not vanishing but no longer able to alter destinations were merely translated on the surface, that old path would still follow back. Ultimately, what this page truly forced out was that no longer able to alter destinations could always follow the old momentum, bringing the subsequent openings to life together. So the true task of this passage was not to add another heavy sentence but to slowly elucidate how it slid from the page onto the person and then from the person into a default state. Thus they would rather pause for half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. As long as the recession remained within the page, there was still a method to alter it later. If the recession entered the person first, only weariness would remain. By then it would appear to be concluding, but in reality it would still be gathering the recession onto a single person. This was why the table persistently refused to fixate on a single word but always looked back at how its context relayed the meaning. For this reason they repeatedly wrote first return to the page, not to delay or to scatter but to prevent the old position from gaining a foothold in the person first. Similarly, loss of function most readily seizes upon the reasoning tone of there must be a place to land. Interlocking ring by ring, they gradually transformed the disorder on the page into a bearing place within the person. What the 4 signatures truly needed to connect was not to replace one another but to guard the recession upon the page, each according to its own law. So they would rather pause for half a step on this page than carry this ambiguity forward. If this layer remained ambiguous, the seemingly new writing that followed might merely be the old force written in a new shell. For this reason no one at the table was willing to rush here. They would rather pause for half a step to first illuminate the old path. In the end, what they needed to guard against was not a single sentence but the entire old habit that followed it. Then another line was added: the true loss of power for the old hand was not because it lost its form. It was because the recession, the consequences and the harvest on the page no longer required it to secretly change the path. As these words fell, the posture of that hand gripping the seal truly relaxed even more. Upon reaching this point, the fissures of the 3 quasi-confirmations, 2 true recognitions, 3 law chains and 3 old phrases had all been inscribed to their fullest extent. Most crucially, the recognition seal no longer pursued new old openings. Nor did that face press forward with urgency. The entire page began to feel of its own accord as though it was time to turn. Not because someone declared it done. Not because the ultimate recognition finally emerged to impose a conclusion. But because the page itself had reached that point. The old page first raised its head to glance at Chen Yu, then looked at the others around the table, its voice low: it is not someone who turns. It is the page that turns. As these words fell, the corner of the 15th page final, which had long been edged with old paper scraps and faded imprints, truly began to lift on its own. Neither hurried nor exaggerated. It was as if all the words they had written along the way had now accumulated enough weight for the page to pass on its own. The off-page recorder noted this down and passed it along. It turned on its own. The old page nodded. Yes. This is what is called later completion. The words struck with perfect precision. It was not a matter of imposing a conclusion first. Not a declaration that this was the end. Not a final consolidation by anyone. Rather, the boundaries held firm. Divergence no longer relied on protection. Limits ceased to be conveniently inscribed. The unfinished naturally grew toward completion. The law chains could detach from the mouth from the hand. The old phase lost its power. The recognition seal fell into recognition. At this point the page could pass on its own. As it turned, the beginning of a new page gradually emerged below. It was not the 16th page final. Nor was it the 16th page continuation. Instead, it was the 16th page recognition. For a moment silence fell upon those seated at the table. Because as soon as this page heading appeared, the deepest line running through the entire document finally settled. The preceding 15 pages had all been borne along the arduous path from draft to sign, from sign to final, from final to recognition. Now this page had truly turned. The off-page recorder quickly noted record the 15th page turned on its own, revealing the 16th page recognition. The reason no one at the table immediately pressed their brushes to continue was that they all knew the opening of the 16th page recognition was far more than just this one phrase. They lingered here not for lack of words, but because any ambiguity in the opening of the 16th page recognition would cause the entire subsequent passage to revert to the old. They understood clearly the more fluent a phrase seemed, the easier it was for the next page to regrow using the old force. Only when this layer was thoroughly written through would the old force fail to find a lighter shell to slip back into. As long as the retreat remained within the page, there was still a way to revise. If the retreat entered the person first, only the weariness of recognition would remain. Similarly, the phrase "it is time to turn" most easily seized authority by borrowing the reasoning tone that there must be a place to land. What they truly needed to recognize was not which face appeared, but which layer of old force could no longer sustain that face. Unless this layer was first returned to the page, the four signs would have no time to acknowledge their respective boundaries. By then, what appeared to be a conclusion would in truth still be gathering the retreat upon a single person. The reason that the jawline, that half of a mouth gradually revealed itself, was not because it wished to step forward, but because the old sentences supporting it were losing their strength. Once this happened, the page might appear level, but in reality it had merely stuffed the falling point into the person first. Therefore, what this passage truly needed to do was not to add another heavy phrase, but to slowly clarify how it slipped from the page to the person, and then from the person into a default assumption. Then another line was added. This is not someone finishing it off. It is this page itself having reached the moment it could pass. As these words fell, the red bronze lamp flame steadied softly. As the 16th page acknowledgement emerged, no one at the table immediately wrote the first sentence. For the most crucial aspect of this page was not to establish new rules at once. Rather, it was to see what remained after the previous page had turned. That hand was still there, but its grip had loosened. The old imprints of responsibility, burden, pressure, restraint on the tiger's mouth had faded to mere faint edges. That face remained as well, with the jaw, the entire mouth, a section of the nose bridge, and both eyes now fully visible. Yet it no longer seemed driven by old words to speak forth. It simply watched. It resembled a form that had been written upon by ancient decrees for far too long, yet now for the first time saw that it could exert itself without following those old laws. The old positions remained. But those three old sayings, one must first stabilize this page, someone must bear the burden if one retreats, who will take responsibility, had all cracked and hollowed. They were no longer the complete sentences that could naturally extend into positions, hands, mouths, and individuals as they once did upon utterance. At the very top of the 16th page acknowledgement, a red sentence slowly emerged on its own. There is no need for a person first. Just that one line. It was not no one. Not no one counts. Not never bear responsibility again. Rather, it was first, there is no need. A person was also unnecessary. With this, everything written throughout this volume finally coalesced into a single truth. There is no need for someone to stabilize first. No need for someone to bear the burden first. No need for someone to take responsibility first. No need for someone to always acknowledge. No need for a hand to secretly alter the page's path. Because retreat could first leave its mark on the page. Consequences could first be divided into 4 rules. The culmination of the entire cycle could only be achieved later. The chain of law could depart from the mouth. It could depart from the hand. One could first acknowledge the law. Then acknowledge the 4 seals. As the old page gazed upon that red sentence, the heavy oppression in its eyes finally began to ease. This is enough. Chen Yu did not respond immediately. After a long pause, he uttered softly, yes. This volume has not triumphed over anyone. It has finally reached a point where there is no need to first conjure a person to live for the page. Suan looked at the red sentence on the 16th page acknowledgement and whispered, from now on, when retreat comes, let it return to the page first. When consequences arise, let them return to the rules first. When culmination arrives, let it be achieved later. Old Joe's voice also came down solemnly. From now on, if someone wants to reach out and bear the burden first, we shall first see if the retreat on the page can still be left there. The record keeper outside the page finally inscribed all these words beneath the first line of the 16th page. There was no summary. No concluding remarks. Nor did he rigidly fix the preceding 15 pages. He simply and steadily added 4 extremely short lines beneath that read sentence: retreat first returns to the page. Consequences return to the rules. The entire cycle is achieved later. Do not seek a person first. As the word settled, the seal of acknowledgement pressed no new marks. That hand no longer held on. That face under the lamplight slowly receded into the background. It was not a disappearance. Rather, it no longer needed to stand forward to continue bearing the weight of those old decrees before the page. The old page cast one last glance at that face and said softly, "Go." This was not a dismissal. It meant, "This page has passed." The red copper lamp flickered gently. The 16th page did not turn immediately. It paused there, carrying the line, "There is no need for a person first," steadily holding the final breath of the entire volume. No old words pushed up from below. No hand hurriedly stole retreat into a person. The table remained. The page remained. Whiteness would still come. Retreat would certainly return. Consequences would still exist. But from this page onward, they had at least written a path: not stabilization first. Not bearing first. Not taking responsibility first. Not always acknowledging first. Rather, let the page speak first. Let the rules be clear first. Let the law change first. Let culmination be achieved later. The lamp slowly dimmed. The book was not closed. It rested quietly on the 16th page, as if this was not an ending. Rather, it was finally not necessary to rely on old laws to continue writing forward.